of this election, whether you like him or not like him, is Obi. The hero of this election is who? Obi. Listen. I'm not saying it. Hold on. I'm not saying it to make you happy. Listen, are you hear me? I'm not saying it to make you happy. I'm saying the truth and nothing but the truth. He may not have been pronounced as the winner, no problem. The law will take its course.
UK has a vibrant and engaged Nigerian diaspora. I know I count myself as one of them. Now, in the Igbo, Northeast England, in my constituency, have expressed concerns at serious failures of technology, security and communications in last month's presidential elections, as has the European Union. Given that the government have provided financial support to Nigerian civil society on election integrity and technical advice to the Nigerian Independent National Electoral Commission, what does the Minister think went wrong?
Well, Mr. Speaker, she's entirely right that we provided £5 million of taxpayers' money to civil society to boost citizen education and voter engagement, and the British High Commission deployed observers to polling stations across 7 states. We commend all those involved for their commitment to democracy and also, importantly, in respect of her question, to resolving disputes through the courts and through peaceful means.
Coming Peter together with a peace player. And we have here Tanko. Of course, you know him, of the Labour Party.
Guess what? Let me show you guys somebody very special, okay? Obediently special. Guess what? GLV, the next governor. Come here, my brother.
Incoming
governor. LUP 74, LUP 77.
My people, don't be afraid, don't be intimidated. You are going to come out and vote.
Right on.
What you did last week, you're going to do it again. It's time for a new Nigeria. It's time for a new Lagos. A Lagos that works for you. A Lagos that carries our interests along. A Lagos that will stand by our youth. God bless you. Come out and you're obediently faithful to a new Lagos.
Rufai!
Look, you think, am I ordinary governor? Come, am I ordinary governor? I'm a governor with a capital G. Biggie man, biggie man, biggie man. What's up? You don't have size, biggie man, We are finished federal election. We are doing state what? Hello, the Chico. One demo. These are not the federal government too. These are not be say, I don't know whether I will Buhari the head no there. Buhari not there for this one though. You know there for state matter. We will crush them very badly. May they come. If they don't carry security from all over, come. I will teach you a lesson. Some of their sons are languishing somewhere. Some carry dollar, they catch them. Some threatening to kill Anek people, they catch them. You see, God works in a miraculous way. If they did not catch the man who wanted to kill INEC officials, and anything happened, they would have said it's wicked. See people who want from government to fight corruption, now they carry dollar to go pay bribe. Yeah, they want to fight corruption. How far? They catch them, don't catch them, don't. Also, the mebum on the mebu way. My hands are clean. I have never plotted evil against them. But they sit in Abuja plot evil. They are the ones facing the evil now. The law must take its course. They will face the music. Not those one where they catch what they look for. And they look for those big ones. Then they run. But this one, I don't set small. I will catch them. When I catch them, I say, I think you say they run. I don't catch you. Come on, enter there. Enter there. On this note, let me reserve certain things, because tomorrow I have to talk again. This is a period of talking. As you go, they enjoy. A council chairman, anybody will go be up and go to make him drink. Bring the bill to us.
A big man.
Now, just this afternoon, I have submitted the list of members of Civil Service Commission to the Assembly so they can immediately start the promotion of civil servants. Also, to start the immediate employment. We have assured our youths that before we leave, we will employ 5,000 youths. But because of what I've seen around, I've increased it to 10,000 youths. So, and it is you people, your children, that we not be to give people. I told them I will prepare them. Take employment now. This time around, you don't do like this, you do like this. So, that is what dividend of democracy. As I'm living, I'm dropping a lot of dividend of democracy. So our dear leader, join me. Happy.
He also condemned Igbos, stating that if any one of them becomes governor, they would use offsprings of the Yorubas for ritual purposes. Let's take a look before we come back for a discussion.
Please, if you don't want to wait for us, please sit down for sit down for kò ṣẹ̀dá kò ṣe wàhálà kí lábẹ́ ibi tún ṣe ìfèsì wa a lè máa dúró síbẹ̀ Yorùbá wa tó máa ṣètò ìdíbẹ̀ láàárọ̀ kí owó Yorùbá wa kọ́kọ́ ṣe kí ni àkọ́kọ́ dìbò tán tàbá wá dìbò tán káàmà olùrọ̀ yìí pé a ti bẹ̀yìn sọ pé ẹ ti gbọ́ tẹ́lá ti ṣe mistake ó má ti yé yín ẹtí nígbà mistake ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀dọ̀pọ̀ ilẹ̀ nídìí lọ́wọ́ ẹ ti yé yín. ẹbí sì sún táwọn ọmọ yìí lọ táwọn pẹ̀lú ọmọ yìí kò lọ wáyé tí ọmọ yìí àti ọmọ yìí kò bá jà sùn yẹn tó bá yẹ kó yìí kò lè jẹ gbọ́ngbọ́ tí ọ̀pá gbá yìí tí ọmọ yìí wálé kẹ̀kẹ́ yìí lọ́mọ àná. Ọmọbìnrin ẹ̀dá ní ọ̀nà sí Èkó àgọ́tọ̀ sálábà wáyé ìgbà tí ọmọ yẹn. Ẹ̀wọ́n ní kọ́ wá jẹ lóńdọ̀ wà láì ábẹ́ orí ẹ̀rù bí wọ́n fi ṣòwò.
This has caused a lot of outrage. I'll take some.
Wọ́n á gbóògùn ọ̀fẹ́, wọ́n á rí ìtọ́jú ọ̀fẹ́ tó o bá ti kọjá 12-year-old. Wọ́n dẹ̀ tún gbé yẹn lọ sókè. A dá ilé ṣẹlẹ̀ fún wọn, wọ́n ń kọ́ṣẹ́. A lè dá wọn dúró àwọn àjèjì tó ń yá wa Èkó. Tẹ́kọ̀ ò bá dáa. Tó bá jẹ́ àrùn ló ń ṣe wọ́n bí. Tó bá jẹ́ àìfọkànbalẹ̀ ló ń ṣe wọ́n bí. Tó bá jẹ́ àìríṣe ló bá wọn bí. Wọn ò ní máa wà. Àwọn tó ń yabo Èkó tí wọ́n kúrò lù wọ́n tó ń wá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àní wípé kọ́ máa wà. a lè sọ pé wọ́n dá fún ìgbìyànjú wa eléyìí tó kù ó di
Síwájú.
Hello, welcome to a special edition of Have Your Say 247. My name is Oluomo. We're coming to you live from New York City. It's 1:13 p.m. here in New York. I hope you are having a nice day. We are a few hours from the election, the final stage of Nigeria's 2023 elections. And this one will be for governors and state houses of assembly. It's happening tomorrow, and we're going to bring it live to you tomorrow, all through tomorrow and next tomorrow. But on this eve of the election, we want to hear from you what is going on where you are. If you're in Nigeria, we especially want to hear from you and know how people are preparing. And let's have a conversation on the issues, and there are so many issues. The governors that are being elected, one of them might be the president of Nigeria in a few years from now. Also, some governors who are now facing an election are trying to make sure that they have the state houses of assemblies that are under their control. So let's bring in our viewers who are in the studio. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera so that we will hear from you. Okay. All right. So, yeah, Dr. Daniel, how are you?
I'm good, Dr. Damages. Nice to see you again.
Nice.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I know. How are things going?
We are good. I'm just off duty today, so I'm at home. So I saw your
Good.
So I saw the notification. I said, let me join before I go to bed.
I know. What time is it there?
It's 10:15 p.m. now.
Okay. Are you outside or inside? It looks bright. Oh, you're inside.
No. I'm at home now. I'm at home. I'm with my wife.
Okay.
I'm at home.
All right. So, how are you following what's going on at home in Nigeria?
Yeah, basically, not really. After the presidential election, I kind of lost interest. Yeah, in what is happening in Nigeria. But I saw your notification today. I said, let me just pump in and just get a glimpse of what is happening.
Very good. So you know the elections taking place tomorrow. What are you paying attention to? What particular one are you paying attention to?
Yeah, I think basically is the Lagos election. I think that is the one that I feel that will be kind of very competitive because Tinubu being the strong, like APC being the stronghold of Tinubu, which is in Lagos State, and this Labour coming up now, and again, they have PDP that has always been like the run-up to APC, but it's something that is going to, the dynamic is going to change a little bit this time around, because Labour Party, the one I'm saying is they are going to give them a run for their money. But having said that, I think tomorrow's election is something that is going to be very interesting, especially in Lagos State and other parts of Nigeria. There are issues coming up about maybe we talk about, I think maybe ethnicity or something like that. Maybe I'm hearing something about the Igbos, like there's kind of a conflict of interest in what is happening in Lagos State. Maybe some people are saying the Igbos are voting for Labour Party, and Labour Party and APC is not in support of the Igbos voting for Labour Party. So there is this conflict of interest in what is happening in Lagos State. But I don't think that really matters from my own opinion. In my own opinion, it doesn't really matter. I feel people can vote wherever they are in Nigeria. They can vote wherever they feel like they feel comfortable that can lead them in Nigeria. Not basically imposing. Because I just watched a video. I think You posted a video about somebody, I think, was it a threat or something? I saw somebody, they call him MC Oluomo or whatever.
Yes.
I saw something like a threat. He was saying something like the Igbos should not come out and vote or something like that, and they should stay at home. So I'm kind of wondering, why are they allowing somebody like that to still be running around the street of Lagos? I think such kind of comment, such person should be arrested, you know, because what you're doing, what he's trying to do is inciting the public, you know. So you're depriving the people the rights which of which they are supposed to vote. So you're telling them that they shouldn't come and vote, and if they vote a particular kind of a person, that maybe something will happen to them or something. So those kind of people, in my opinion, I think they shouldn't be allowed to be roaming the street of I think if it's Lagos or any part of Nigeria. So I don't know why he will make such statements and is still in Nigeria walking about. So that is like an indictment from what you showed me, from what I saw from your clip, I think 5 minutes ago or thereabout. So such person shouldn't be allowed. So it's totally unacceptable, you know. Like we're in a society where people should be allowed, you know. We are in this 21st century. We are not like in will I call it 14th or 13th century where you just decide. No, now there is technology. People there is social media and all that. So people are kind of aware of everything that is happening. So if really such comment was made by him, I don't think he should be allowed to be roaming the streets of Lagos or any other person that made such kind of statement in Nigeria. Those kind of statements is totally unacceptable. And I think, in my opinion, I feel the security agent should take that off and kind of interrogate him. That should be a lesson for others not to take that the same path, you know.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel. We will come back to you if you're still around. I know it's nighttime where you are. Let's welcome Kene. Kene, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Bemidis. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
OVA, welcome. Welcome to the real deal. You are now fully obedient, you see. God is a miraculous God.
I'm sympathizing with you.
No problem. Anyway you put it, you are welcome. You are welcome to the real deal. Oh, sure. I greet you, sir. So, Dr. Damages, we are talking about Lagos State election.
Yes.
And Dr. Emezie stated that it is not a big deal. I think it should be a big deal, threatening a whole race. Somebody like MC Oluomo, I don't think if somebody should be arrested, shouldn't be MC, it should be Tinubu first and foremost, because Tinubu is the one that instigated all this nonsense. These are his boys.
I don't agree with you, Ken. It's not like that.
Don't worry. I think greedy people will never stop until they get to the end of the tunnel. And this is when Tinubu will, by himself, disgrace himself. We are watching
No. You're viewing it from a very wrong perspective, you know. So despite the fact that Tinubu is from Lagos and maybe he's like a godfather in Lagos, but that statement is not from him. He can deny it. You don't have any proof that maybe he asked MC Oluomo or whatever. I don't think you have any proof or anything to hold him accountable for.
No, there is something that will be used to hold him accountable, and those APC leaders in Lagos State especially, because there was a video going around that one of the MC Oluomo's boys stated that the APC, that Jagaban sent them to go and fulfill that tax, and they must have it fulfilled. I don't think you have the video. I don't think you've seen the video. But I will try to send that video to.
I think I don't know your own perspective
let's forget about that. Let me go ahead with what I have to say. The thing is, MC Oluomo or whatever he called himself, and his gang shouldn't be allowed to be parading on the street by now. But this is Nigeria. Nigeria is what it is. Last time from the north, the Igbos were being threatened. And nobody's, condemned that. Not even the so-called Igbo politicians. everybody was dumb, everybody was deaf. Nobody spoke up. Speak up. I mean, the federal government, which is being headed by a terrorist godfather, cannot say anything because this is what they want. Hold on, please. Hold on. Whether you like it or not, Buhari is the grand patron of the Boko Haram terrorists. So I don't know what you're talking about. But this
I don't think I agree with you.
Allow me to talk, please. Allow me. We are not fighting now. See, what is going on in Lagos is not different from what has happened in Rivers State. From the Rivers State, we have the likes of the drunk governor. What's his name? Wike, threatening people, differentiating the Igbos from participating in the election. When we come to Lagos State, we have Tinubu and his boys. Igbos, honestly, I don't really know what is wrong with us. I always advocate for this. Do me, I do you. God no go vex. You can't be threatening me, and I will just be docile, keeping quiet. And I don't know why Igbo people should even be attending that kind of useless gathering. What authority does this guy have, MC Oluomo, to even invite Igbos to come and listen to his garbage? Who are those Igbo people listening to this idiot? Right? You threaten my life, I will come out on the door of election. You do me, I do you. So what I'm advocating for the Igbos in Lagos State is, do not be scared of these people. Do not be deterred from their, with their nonsense. Come out on the day of election. Be prepared. Right? We know how to roast yam. Somebody touch your brother, roast him alive, man. I don't know if it is if here is the right place to say this kind of a thing. But if you touch me, I touch you. No, don't be scared of these people.
Can I? So,
right?
So
you are not a slave.
Can I hold
in
on?
Lagos State?
Can I hold on? We don't support violence. We don't encourage.
Exactly.
We can't. Exactly. We can hold on. Can you say this all the time? It's not. We can't say that in a platform like this. We can't.
Of course.
We can't be talking about things like this. You are not there. You are just like the person you are criticizing. So there are other ways to handle.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm not sure if I should say this on this platform, right? Yes, I withdraw that. Yeah, I withdraw that. But what I'm saying, what I'm emphasizing on is for peace to reign, right? Somebody like MC Oluomo should be arrested. However, I will not be surprised if MC Oluomo on the day of election will even go ahead and begin to injure people. We saw a video where one House of Rep guy in Lagos State, I think they went for they went to a restaurant to eat or something, and they were invaded by these agoros. A lot of them were injured, their phones snatched. There was one woman even crying because her eyeglasses, was taken away from her. She couldn't see. Right? These are the things you see, and they now be assuring you that the police and the army or whatever are up to the task, that they will protect. What kind of police? What kind of protection? When last time we saw a video when a police guy was even patting one agbero, threatening the lives of Igbo people.
All right.
Do not depend on the security agencies. They are not going to protect you. However, what I'm saying is protect yourself, come out in mass, make sure, just as you did during the presidential election, make sure that you vote out this useless APC gangsters that call themselves political party. Vote them out. This is what I'm advocating for. I'm not advocating for any form of unrest. I'm just saying that you cannot be threatening my people and everybody will just be quiet, watching, as if we are not humans, as if we are not part of the country. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Constance, welcome to the show.
Thank you, my brother.
So I don't think I've seen you before, but if you've been here, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, I've tried many times to join you guys, but I've not been possible.
Okay. So
even last week, Saturday, I tried up, but I think the queue was too much that day.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Can you tell us where you're joining us from?
Well, I'm joining from the States.
Oh, okay.
DC.
Okay, DC. Okay. All right. So, what is your take on? There are several topics on what's going on tomorrow.
My brother, my take is, if I start saying my take, I'm gonna take within 10 years, because that place, I don't know what is happening in that country. For me, those who say they love the country, I love the country. But what is happening there now? Nobody should call anybody that comes out and says he loves that country. I think that person is supposed to be a fool, because people there have been suffering. Even we here, we are suffering, because whatever we get here, we send home. Instead of enjoying ourselves here, we don't, because of the people at home. I will have a government. The country is very rich, but the government has become a Sharia. It has become a Sharia government or Islamic government. If care is not taken, that country stays like 1 year or 2 years. My brother, Afghanistan will be better than Nigeria. I tell people earlier, even before the election, because mostly every morning I listen to Flip Television, all those guys. I listen to them and I call them sometime from here. I tell them, whatever happened, this government, APC, will not leave that government because of the people they are put into that positions. This man has put in Fulanis into that positions, and the Fulanis will never be allowed to, they will never like to quit that government. And that people, all of you will continue to stay the way you are. Even whatever he does. People say the Obi took PDP votes. Even if Obi didn't come out of this election, or even that Obi has come out, and it's only him and this thing and the people, even 1 million people, even all the whole people in Nigeria voted for Obi, I tell you true, these people will find a way to scuttle the election so that they will continue to be in that government.
So, concerns, hold on. Where are you from? What state are you from?
Yeah, where I'm from?
Yeah,
I'm from the east.
Where? I just want to know do you know what's going on in the states, the politics? Are they having an election there tomorrow?
Where?
Your state.
In Imo State. I'm from Imo State. I'm there.
Yeah, that's why I want to know. Just I'm not.
No, Imo State. There's no election in Imo State. Maybe this thing, what they call the House of Assembly and so.
Okay, House of Assembly. Yeah. Do you? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Hang in there. Let me talk to Ngozika. She's in Nigeria. We want to hear what's going on. Obi, I'll come back to you. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Doc. Good evening, everybody in the studio.
Yeah, how are you?
I've been under the
you are healing out. What is going on with
I'm back at my workstation. I'm back at the local government.
Okay. So
we just got here.
Are you deploying this night?
No. Probably we'll sleep at the RAC center, most probably, or not. We'll sleep here. I don't know, but I don't think we're not going to be deployed this night. We are going to go to the polling unit first thing tomorrow morning. Well, from the looks of things, it might just be like last time. We'll sleep here in the local government, out in the open, and then tomorrow morning we'll go to our various polling units from our RAC center.
Is there bedrooms or what is it? It's out in the open.
Let me just move forward a bit and show you where I slept the last time. Bedroom, okay. With that shows bedroom. So this is this is where we slept the last time. I don't know if I want to get closer. I hope the security people don't hit me. I just want to get a bit closer so I show you where we slept in the car park in an open space till daybreak.
350 billion naira wasted.
Oh, don't worry. I'll just it's better seen than imagined. Like it's better seen than imagined. So let me get a bit closer so you see it. So I don't know if you can see that car park.
Yeah.
Can you see it? That is where we slept.
On the floor?
Yep.
What about the building? Hold on. What about the building, local government building? You can't get in there.
All this place is the local government. So the first night we slept in this car park you're looking at. This car park.
So wait.
Okay, initially.
No, Ngozika, stop. How do you explain that?
So this is how it happened, yeah? The first night on the 24th night. On the 24th night, this place, the steps you are seeing under this car park was where we slept. We managed to get mats and we slept out here in the open. The second night on the 25th after the elections, we were so cold and so tired. We entered this hall. We entered the hall. Okay, sorry, this hall. Fortunately, they used it as a collation place. So after they were done collating, we perched at the edge. We slept inside the hall the following night. But the first night, it was this exact spot that we slept. Just here, right here, out here in the open. The first night. So
I think your own is more worse than mine. During my own time,
this is what we slept on. This is what we slept on. This is what we slept on.
Did you notice any change in the planning and preparation this time?
Not that I can see. The only difference, the only change that I've seen is that, unlike the last time where we nearly starved because there was no food seller, there were no food vendors around. This time around, I'm seeing a lot of food vendors. I don't know if you can see them. I'm seeing a lot of food vendors this time around. That's the only difference I've seen. Pretty much everything is the same. And like I told you, I was informed that my own polling unit, our SPO has been changed. Same with the Ratek lady. So that's the only difference for now. But we're going to sleep outside or inside this building this night. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get inside the building and sleep. If we're not lucky, we'll sleep in the car park again.
Wow. All right. Ngozika, there's something we can do for you. We just wish you all the best. Hang in there. We can come back to you and see what's going on. Ovie.
No problem.
Ovie, this is your country, and your party didn't win the presidency, so we don't know. What are you hearing, Ovie, about this election? Where are the actions?
I'm following Oro, but I'm curious to ask Ngozika. Is she on official assignment? Is she on official assignment?
Yeah, she is, I think.
And there's no provision for hotel where to sleep.
Okay, this is my hotel. Look at the mat. I'm laying the mat. Think I'm
and this is
I'm
serious.
not making this up. I'm not making this up. I'm not making it up.
I'm serious. This is me. Like, I'm actually asking a legitimate question. There's no provision for where you guys will sleep.
This is the only provisions, the mat. That is the only provision. So wherever you see to put the mat, put it there and lie down.
We give INEC over 300 billion.
So,
so the question is, if it's like this in Enugu, how is it like in Ovie's village? You know?
I think the good thing about villages is that the people are more compassionate. It's just like when you're serving in town and when you're serving in
Ngozika. Is it that there's no provision for accommodation, or you guys could not find anywhere to pay, or I mean, what is the situation?
Ovie, you're not hearing me. This is the only provision, mat. So wherever you see to put your mat, you put. The only provision is mat.
All right. So we'll come back to Ngozika. We want to know.
Anyway, I was at the follow Oro Festival.
Oh yeah. What is that about?
I'm following it because for some reason, it follows we do the same thing in my place too, which is, I think that's why I'm very much interested. For me, as in with the Ososo people, which is we are less than maybe 500,000 people. We do exactly the same festival, the same rules that apply. That women will not be out from so time to so time, exactly the same thing, right? But what my curiosity here is that what is the first time I thought it was just us, the Ososo people, and Okene, because Okene people, that is the Igbira people, do such festival too. And we and Okene people share the same farmland. We're pretty much the same boundary. So I understand that. So I never know Yorubas does the same thing. So when I found out when this whole thing come up on TV, we were talking about one another. So now And we do have that the same conflict too, because ours is normally held between the first week of January. So most of the New Year celebration and people who travel all the way from Lagos and everywhere to come celebrate Christmas, then all of a sudden, one night they say the women cannot be out. And it's a tradition anyway. It's not that something they just picked up. This has been going for 8 generations. So, but my curiosity in this, the people from Lagos and those who celebrate should educate me on this, because the date is set ahead, right? The date is set ahead. That's where the conflict always come in between that and one. The date is always set ahead by the gods. So my question here now, they said that they moved it from last weekend to this weekend. So that means it is possible for them to move. So my question is that, is this the power of presidential elect that is at play here, or the gods are actually speaking?
And so, if INEC, hold on. You know, if INEC should change the election now to next week, they will move it. Do you think that will happen?
Right, that's another thing. But again, I think all this thing is that it's whether we like it or not, this is class of civilization. We are at that point where the English law, the law that governs the Nigerian constitution and all that, is in clash with the traditional norms, right? Everybody in Lagos is to say, you know what, I'm a Nigerian. The Nigerian law give me power to move around, to do whatever I want to do in this land, as far as the Nigerian land. But the Lagosians say, come on, before that law come, this is how we've been living. So we are at that point in our nation whereby we just need to find a way to merge our democracy with our way of life. And I think that's the only way we can avoid people taking advantage of this fault line. But again, we are in an interesting period of our, in our nationhood, and we see where it goes from here. So it's just interesting that what is happening. But it's unfortunate that we don't seem so, when we are talking about all this thing that's happening, we seem to exclude ourselves. But we seem to forget that human beings are storyteller. This is just us talking stories. We choose the story that we want to talk about. Oftentimes we talk about things that actually don't impact us the way we are today, the kind of the economic situation we are living. Religious and ethnicity, whatever, doesn't actually play any role in terms of why we suffer. But of course, we choose that story because, I don't know, for obvious reasons, we seem to have more passion, more energy when we're talking about tribe and race. But what actually setting us back is the economy. How we go to feed. And it has nothing to do with religion or economy. It has to do with people to actually sit down and think. How we go to chop. That's the problem. How we go to chop. That's what we cannot figure out. We allow our religion and diversity to take over everything. So it's just interesting that we are alive today in Nigeria.
All right, Ovie, thank you. Let me go to Matt. Matt, welcome to the show.
Okay, good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, panelists. Greeting from Barcelona. I don't know which topic that you want me to hit, because I have seen many people are talking different things and all that. What do you want me to?
Oh, actually, wanted people to tell me what they are watching, what their expectations are about tomorrow before we get to the topics.
Okay, expectation, but I think before expectation, there are certain things that are happening. I think we need to talk about that also, because we are not.
What is happening? What are you monitoring apart from the topics?
Okay. I can list it, but if you can just give me just a little time just to say. One is about MC Oluomo, or whatever he called himself. Two is about this Ororo they are doing in Lagos, or Oro or something, I don't know. Another one is, how the governor has been going about, doing things he never did before and all that. Then the fourth is about, governorship election that is going to take place in every in all states. But I know that there are some states that are not going to partake in this governorship election. One is Imo, and I can't remember others. But just to state it clear, sometimes why I love Ekene is that at times people see him to be violent. He speaks, he speaks from his heart, not because he wants to make you to be happy, and he speaks the truth. And we need to, this is why Nigeria, I have said this thing before. The first time I came to this show, I said it. The problem we have in Nigeria, why Nigeria is where it is today, is because Nigerians are pretenders. Like Fela said, we suffer and smile. We don't want to, if we had come out open, say it, I die here with our politicians. They are human beings. Highest thing, if we resist them within 1 month, things must surely change. They die, their children die, we die, everything. Other people that we stay to have meetings and to put things right will make things work for Nigerians. Like Ovie, our brother was saying, too much grammar. He knows how to speak too much grammar. People talk about races, people talk about this. What kind of oro is that? That government put that they are going to have election, and you are making people to threatening. You are not threatening the people not to come out to vote. What kind of sudden tradition is that? I was here the other day. I wanted to come in. One man he came to AY show. He was talking the way he was harsh. The way he always be harsh in your program. He wasn't harsh in AY's program. He came there. He was speaking as a gentleman, as a very nice man, because he saw that person he had been, he hated. I was watching him. I said, is this one man or is it his brother? This is how we are. This is how we are. He has seen the vibe of a person or something that is contested. He saw him now face to face, asking him questions. He was now talking like a saint. I said, I wish this man will come here, do the same thing. Why are we hypocrites? Why don't we do things the right way? Why don't we say the truth? Why don't we live in truth? Like I used to live here in Barcelona where I live. I'm not a white man. But I tell you, everything that happens in my office, whatever they do to their person, that is the same way they will treat me. This is what they call fairness. You don't come to Lagos, you say that you are going to change. Look at what Oluomo said. My brother, if you see the way I'm talking, I'm sorry if I have offended you. I'm not happy. This is accumulated anger from all these Yoruba bigots. And the way they speak, nobody will go for them, nobody will arrest them. Even the guy who speak in UK, they will pursue him and go and arrest him. Look at what this nuisance is saying in Lagos. And nobody is acting, nobody is doing nothing. I don't know how we can live in this kind of country. This is what baffles me. I don't know. I don't know how we can live in this kind of country. You are telling people that pay their taxes in Lagos. You are telling them, Mama Chukudi, look at how he's insulting our mothers. Igbo mothers, insulting Igbo mothers living in Lagos. And now, man, my brother, let's just be truthful to ourselves. If not, we are deceiving ourselves. You cannot be a true Nigeria. You cannot be a true Nigeria during presidential election, during governorship election. You now become a Yoruba or an Igbo man or an Hausa man. My brother, this is how I'll have to leave it for now until it comes back to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Matt. Henry, you're next.
Mr. Ruto, good evening.
Yeah, welcome.
Good evening, everybody. When we call people racist, these are the people who are called racist. Those so-called low life, some Yorubas who call Igbos to not come out. I'll use that word. Those are low life people. We call them racist. I live in jail more than 20-something years. They never treat me different here. Where I work in my office, they treat me the same. Who give them? I was born in Lagos. I was born in University of Lagos Teaching Hospital. That's where my dad was working before he retired, before he moved back to Benin. This kind of behavior, character, I've not seen this before when I was living in that country, in that state. How can somebody like MC Oluomo, or whatever the name they call him, say something like this? He's supposed to be in the cooler right now. sorry to say, I will use this word right now. The Igbos, they have two hands. And they are strong people. I know them. They should defend themselves. That's it. I don't say they should fight. Oh. I don't say they should carry weapon. Oh. They should defend themselves. Short things like cannot try it in Benin. Benin people cannot tell Igbo to go to not come out to go to the street. We don't do something like that. We are civilized people. I'm saying it. I'm a Benin. I'm proud of being a Benin man. If I die again, I'll come out to be a Benin man. We never tell Igbos have houses in Benin. Nobody ever tell you don't come out in the street. We have our bus. You know our Oba King, new Oba here. This so-called local king in Lagos saying people should not go out because they having this Oro, my black sweet air. I can't such a low so-called side, whatever they call it, king, whatever they call him, be bigger than the authority in that state. Because you know why? The godfather of Agbero, that is Tinubu, is the one controlling Lagos. And his puppets, the outgoing governor, Olu, could not do nothing about it. How can it tout? Benin cannot come to Benin and do something like that. Look at the Kabaka. He cannot come and behave like this in Benin. Small boys will put him in his own position. What I'm saying, and I'm still saying it, the Igbos, obedience, you're going to vote tomorrow. Come out in masses, defend yourself, protect yourself. These boys these are cowards. MC Oluomo forget about what happened some years ago when they snatched ballot boxes. They almost buy him. They almost buy him. I don't want to use that word for your program. You know what I mean? They almost give him ROAP. You should learn. You should learn.
All right. Thank you.
It's lucky. It's lucky it's in Lagos that people still look at him. This is a puppet. Just pick him one day, dig a hole, close him and cover him. That's all.
All right.
Don't waste any blood. 1 minute, please. You don't use to wound anybody with weapon, anything. Just carry him 6 feet dig or 3 feet, dig it, put it there, cover him. That's it. He's gone. What you say? Telling Igbo women, if you hear this woman, one child, Igbo's name, that's a big racist. That's bigot, and it's not acceptable. Any so-called Yoruba man who cannot call these things is a racist. I don't want to use one word for your program, Mr. Rudolph. Any Yoruba man who wants to defend all this kind of bigots and racists, let me not swear for your generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go to the sheriff. Welcome to the show.
Sorry, please. Can I quickly say something, please? I've just posted a link on your thing about MC Oluomo. It came out this evening to debunk everything you're saying in there. So let's calm down. Watch this link. He has come out. Whether it was forced or not, he said what he has said, and he has come to debunk it. You people should calm down.
What he said before.
Let's calm down. I've posted the link in there. Watch the link and calm down. You guys need to calm down. You need to calm down. You need to calm down, please. Watch the link and calm down.
Stop that.
No.
What do you mean I should stop that? Are you okay? What do you mean I should stop that?
Ask yourself, you're okay too.
All of these things happened in the East during the presidential election. Nobody mentioned it. What kind of hypocrisy is that? Dr. Rudolph, I'm disappointed your station is being turned to a Biafra station. Shame on all of you. Shame.
Shame on you.
Sam, hold on. Henry, please.
Sorry,
let me
this guy is just making some nonsense here.
It will be interesting. No. Actually, I'll find the link and play it and see what it is. But it will be interesting if he recanted, which will tell you.
I will send it to you.
Send me the video. Yeah, if you have the video directly.
Mr. Rudolph, 1 minute, please. 1 second. 1 second, please.
Arise News actually analyzed
what they did in Lagos. It never happened in the East. They should tell all you're about to go.
And right television analyze it and say that he said so.
So this guy is coming here to
no. What Sam is saying? Hold on, guys. What Sam is saying that he put out another video maybe where he's saying that. I want to see that. So let's I will see that and see what he said.
But they should arrest him first before he apologize. They should arrest him first.
But Dr. Damages, he has already caused damages. There are people that will not come to vote tomorrow because of this. For crying out loud.
Come on, man.
All right.
Yeah.
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah.
Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
You know the problem. I don't blame Mr. Oluomo. I blame the government itself. If the government have not the onions, they're supposed to have arrested that man more than before the election. So I don't blame that man. I blame the government. Nigeria don't have a government.
You see what is going on? You see what is going on in Lagos State now?
Hold on, everybody. Let's go line by line. I want to hear from everybody. I am the sheriff, so he's the next. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, Doc?
Good, my man.
Yeah, you know, what he said, I mean, every Nigerian should condemn it. I mean, it's not only directly attacking the people from the East. I mean, the man is disrupting the entire Nigeria, not just only, only the East. So I'll put that way. And the second thing is that the Naira shortages, I mean, nobody's even talking about that. I mean, how are the people supposed to vote when they don't have money? I mean, I have parents that left from, they retired from the United States, moved back to Nigeria. In order for them to get money, they have to pay more. I mean, and these are the people that they are living, living good. So, I mean, back to the Oluomo thing. Oluomo is the trash. I don't even know why we are all walking out getting angry for this. The man is irrelevant. Also, is a con man.
Oh, hold on. I'm the sheriff. When you say he's irrelevant, are you saying that people are not taking him seriously when he's?
No, what I mean by it's not. From the standard of living in the United States, right? Someone like Oluomo to me is nobody. You see what I'm saying? I mean, he had power. He had power because of the godfatherism of Lagos. I understand that, but to me, it's not somebody that I look up and say is somebody important in the society.
Of course.
My own thinking. That's where where I look at it. But that doesn't stop from disrupting the country or causing damages. I mean, we Nigerians know that we don't have no security. We don't have government. We just pretending to have one. There's no government in Nigeria because if Nigeria is functioning, it will already be in jail by now before even had a chance to talk about, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that, all kind of nonsense like that. It will already been locked up, but since we don't have a government, Nigeria is what it is. We need to stop expecting more from people that can't produce nothing. That's the way I look at the whole thing. So.
All right. Thank you. Ndubisi, welcome to the show.
Hello, doctor.
Yeah, hi. How are you?
Hello, everyone. I'm fine. Okay. Well, are we talking about the elections, or are we?
I want to know what you're watching tomorrow, but what you're looking at in terms of expectations tomorrow and your concerns.
Well, I'm looking at the whole election process across the country, but in particular, some states where that has shown sign that the governors there are more desperate, or the ruling party are more desperate to retain power. Like in Lagos, we've heard what everybody has said about MC Oluomo. Everybody saw that tape. It was in a particular room where he gathered maybe his men to give them final instruction on what to do on election day and all that. That was where he made that comment. So, and that tape has gone viral. Everybody has seen it. Even the police have seen it. Few days earlier, the police commissioner in Lagos did a little video where he was asking everybody to go about on election day and vote who they want to vote peacefully. That the police will be all out to deal with criminal elements. He should have arrested MC Oluomo. He didn't do that. Yesterday, I learned that Frank Mba, who is now the commissioner of police in Ogun State, some people wanted to do the same thing, this or whatever, Iboku or what they do in Lagos, that he got them arrested, brought them to his office, and made them to sign an undertaking that they are not going to disrupt anybody from going out to vote in August. And they did that, and that ended it. But of course, what has happened in the last election and going to happen now has shown that the APC governments, the INEC, and all the APC candidates in whatever state, they are all colluding in this thing. So people cannot be taking laws into their hands in Lagos, and the police will keep quiet. They have gotten orders from above to throw their eyes away. Same yesterday, the Labour Party House of Assembly candidates in Soludo local government that is contesting against Desmond Elliott. His people wanted to do a rally around Body Thomas area. I know the place very well. APC tours came to the E3 center where they were planning, where they are preparing, and caused violence there, took away people's phone, smashed their vehicle. So the bottom line is that our country is gradually descending below what we expect. I don't know where we are going to find Suko. And the way I see this election, INEC is they will do the same thing, and they will tell everyone to go to court. That is what is going to happen. Sorry, if I end. You saw the list I sent to you.
What do you mean by that?
Huh?
When you say
I mean that they will organize the election in the same way. It will go well in some areas. It will go the other way in some places where they will do whatever they like, and people will protest. But at the end of the day, they will declare the result, and they expect the losers to go to court. I know this time the losers, some of them will not have the fund to even hire good lawyers to go after their cases. How can we be burdening the judiciary with election matters when we know the right thing to do to make sure the election is held, results called, uploaded, people will see it, and let the winner win. It's just a 4-year thing. If the person didn't do well, people will vote the person out the next time.
All right, thank you.
So it's painful. Sorry, before I go, doctor. In Adamawa State, the APC candidate was alleged to have been given a contract by INEC. INEC has come out to deny it, but the report is all out there. It's part of that thing I see, that transactional business that P2B said he will stop if he gets in there. Our country is really in trouble. Only God will help us.
All right,
thank you.
All right. Before I continue on the line, let me check with Ngozika. Ngozika, it's getting dark there. Where are you?
I'm still in my bedroom now. I'm still in our bedroom.
So you are now in the parking lot.
Yes, and if there was light, but it's going to touch again. If there was light, let me show you exactly where I am. So this is.
So what about mosquitoes and other things?
Well, I have this. I want to use this. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself.
Do you mind telling us the range of pay you pay for that for this?
I just got to know that we are going to be paid 15 for each of the election. That was what I heard. Till now, I've not received any. But how much is it? According to them, according to my friend, our own local government starts with it's far down the alphabetical table. So we are going to be among the last people to get payment for what we are doing and for what we've done. The payment is below minimum wage, or is it minimum wage?
Wow. All right.
Oh God,
we'll come back to you, Ngozika. Igbo Basics.
For the 2 electoral accommodation is anywhere you see.
What about the billions?
All right. Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
And you put your life at risk, with all these things.
Everything is on us. Everything is on us. From transportation, everything is on us.
Please stay safe, you and your colleagues.
All right. Igbo Basics.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
So are you ready for tomorrow?
Yes.
Nigeria
of yesterday was very, very sweet. And I wanted to, first of all, appreciate Ngozika and all those who are actually on ground in the trenches and actually, if you wish, call it the ground zero of these elections. I wanted to appreciate Ngozika and the rest of the people like that across. Now, person where we are shoe, they know where they. I want to take this conversation a little bit away to the psyche of what's happening to our young ones. There was a story of the young lady who went to her classroom and started wrapping her book with the obedient posters. And then suddenly it also went around the classroom and others wrapped. And there was some kind of uproar, how the young lady, and she was given a slip to go home. And it came out in the papers. Then I turned around and I looked at another one where a principal actually on morning devotion marched out a whole school. I was out there shouting to all of them, who are we going to vote? Sanwo-Olu, who I think you all may have seen that. I believe that that's the wrong way for this country to go. You cannot do that in a civilized society. It's the wrong way for the country to go. Having said that, tomorrow is D-Day. The story is very, very simple. Our people are not cowards. I take it back to James Hadley Chase, again, who says fear is the key. This time around, our appeal to everybody who is on ground, we're not going to run again, no. Where are we running to? There's no running to anywhere. You are in the field. When you get out there, expect the likes of MC Oluomo, because there are several MC Olomos. That's just the one, you know, say the bed where they dance for road. You get something where they play the music where they dance. We're being paymaster, who I understand he is a parks and recreation officer or whatever in Lagos State, employed by Tinubu. So enough of this garbage. In our country, we are already down. So what are we saying? According to Igwe, he's saying that our people should go out there tomorrow, don't run anymore, run nowhere. And somebody came out with an idea. He said, when you're going out there, expect that you are going to be attacked. Expect that. And if you expect that you are going to be attacked, grow eyes on at the back of your head, on the side, everywhere. I put it this way. There are tools everywhere. If you come to hit me, I'm not going to wait for you to hit me. If I have nothing else, I have my head. In our days in school, for high school, if you find trouble, before you know it, somebody will just shake his head. What you find, that may own trouble. What we are saying is that our people must come out, expect MC Olomos, expect Alawos, expect Agberos, expect anything, but don't stay there, cast your vote, and allow anybody to come and snatch your phone. Come on now, we are not cowards. So that has to be done. And then going as far as the East is concerned, for the election of tomorrow, the East is going to be relatively very peaceful, because I've seen an organized situation where people are busing people home. In my place, Abia State, to go and cast their votes. It's an organized way. This should happen in the North. Let nobody threaten anybody. Nigeria is for all of us. Let nobody threaten anybody, be it in the North. If you come to the East, the Easterners are not threatening the Westerners or the Northerners. So in Lagos, particularly, we have a good number of people in Lagos. MC Oluomo and the likes of him, whether he denied it or not, the damage has been done. Some people are saying they are not going out to go and vote. No, but we are saying come out and vote, but go in numbers. Don't go alone. Go in groups of 8 and stuff like that, and expect that you are going to be attacked. If you expect you are going to be attacked, you'll be ready. But cast your vote and make sure that it's counted. As for INEC, we don't have any trust in INEC. We really don't. But what has to be done has to be done. I'll circle back again. There are quite a few things going on in the situation room against tomorrow. I will be online.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Igbo Business. Let's hear from
Dr. Dameji. Dr. Dameji. Somebody has a very interesting question for Blessing.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. He has a question for Blessing.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, just stop. Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to that conversation on the ground, and I was just trying to know, Blessing, was there a provision? Because I believe that if you're going on this is a national assignment, and if you're going on a national assignment, there's going to be an agreement between you and the person who is sending you on this assignment. Was there an agreement, because I know that like 3 things is always going to be involved. One, it's accommodation, transportation, and feeding allowances. Not minding the money for the work in which you guys are doing for the nation. So I am just curious to know if there was a package for this, because sometimes, if you want to direct your grievances, we should know where to direct our grievances to. Is it the INEC official in the state or at the federal level? Or there's somebody who has embezzled this money? So that's what I'm trying to know. Like, hey, can you just share a little bit of light into this? Because we want to pick this up to know where this problem is coming from. If we want to fix Nigeria, these are the little things in which we need to put in place to fix this country. As I was telling Fred, off air, if you want to do 50% poverty reduction in Nigeria, fix 2 things: light and road. Nigerian 50% poverty reduction. So if we want to move further, let us know who, to direct our grievances to.
All right,
so that it makes it more easier for us to face who we want to face and fight with.
All right, thank you so much. Blessing, did you hear what he said? Oh, I said Blessing. Ngozika, did you hear what he said? Okay, I don't think she did. But I'll make sure when next she comes on, I'll make sure that she.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Ngozika, can you
hear me?
Okay.
Yes, I was trying to get my friend to answer that question, because so that you will not take my word for it. I repeat, there was no arrangement for accommodation that was made known to us. Nobody said anything about any accommodation. We got here the first time on 24th of February. We went and checked out our polling units, and we basically slept wherever we could find. No accommodation whatsoever. That night, we were unfortunate not to have gotten any mats. It was the following night that we managed to struggle and get few mats, my friends and I. Today too, I wish it was daybreak so that I'll show you the crowd of people here. Everybody, some people have gotten benches. They are lying on benches. Some are lying on pavements. We're among the few that have been able.
How many people are there now?
From what I can see, I can say over 100 so far. Because of the conditions, I know most people will not come this night. They will make their way here as early as possible tomorrow morning. Because anybody that endured what we did the last time, if I lived close to this place, I would not come here this night. Because you basically have to sleep in the open. The day of the
can I just ask a follow-up question?
No. Hold on, guys. I want to get to BQB also, who is in Nigeria, I think, and I want to hear what.
Dr. Damages, could that be a case of monkey they walk, baboon they chop?
Igbo Basic, I don't know. I'm not an INEC. Welcome to the show.
So, Dr. Damaji, it's as if Blessing when they're voluntary to stay. He's not supposed to be there days before the assignment day.
But how do you get there? How do you get there when in the morning when there's no transportation?
OVA, anybody working here has to be here this night.
You have free pass. And there is insecurity. There is insecurity.
OVA, excuse me, can I say something? I don't know if most of you are aware that on the day of elections there is no vehicular movement. I don't know if most of you are aware. So if you're going to be working as an INEC ad hoc staff, it's a given that if you do not live around your polling unit, you'll be there the night before. Because if you start leaving your house on the day of the election, you're not going to see any vehicle to convey you to your polling unit.
So
That's
that
a
means you
given.
accept the contract without actually asking for details.
Yeah.
What?
Because
What?
you understand, you accept the contract without actually asking for details. You should have asked, how do I get
Okay, forget about Ovie. There are over 100 people who are there, and Ovie thinks that Ovie, you will live in America and you're eating.
You think everybody here accepted
No,
to sleep in the open?
I just want to know if there's a provision for accommodation and the district.
There is no provision for accommodation. Ovie, how many times do I have to say it? There is no provision for accommodation. What else do you want to hear? If I could.
Just hold on, don't answer Ovie anymore. Ovie is being unrealistic. Ovie, the point is this: people need jobs, and they offer them jobs, and you go there. Whatever they give you, you take. That's what it is. That's your country. Okay.
Yeah.
Are they welcome to the show?
I get it now.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I've been watching you, Dr. Damages, for a while. I know it sounds like a cliche. Everybody that comes here, they always say that, but that's the truth. And I'm so happy to be here. It's my second time. The other time it was show that it was quite late when I was. Can you hear me very well? Sorry, I'm outside. I'm in the mall.
We can hear you.
Yes, good. Yes, good. Yes. So there is a reason. I said it the other time, and I'm going to say it again. There is a reason why I put Ade there. I want everybody that sees me to know that I'm a Yoruba lady. I'm from Ogun State. I'm an Ijebu lady, okay? So don't get it twisted, okay? So I don't know what is all this madness about. Honestly, I am completely devastated by what is happening currently in Lagos and in Nigeria as a whole. I'm completely disconnected from those people that they cannot tolerate other tribes. And considering the fact that I think most of us that come on shows like these, we are living abroad. So when I see people like Kulata, one man went to more, whatever he calls himself, when they come on the show and they start blabbing, I don't know where they are coming from, because these people are supposed to be educated people. And but I think this is one of the problems that we have in Nigeria. It's like a lot of people, once something doesn't affect them directly, they cannot understand it. So they completely disconnected from me. So when you are talking about it, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't sink into them. Now, what is currently happening now in Lagos State? I don't understand it, but okay, I know a lot of people have said so many things. I don't want to keep going on about that. But what I would like to say, and that is one of the reasons why I've come on this show, because like I heard somebody come on the show earlier on, and he quickly said something. His name is Sam or something, and he quickly disappeared. And he said something before he left about the show becoming a Biafra show or something like that. And I've heard some of them say that in previous shows that I've watched during the, they say that your show is an Igbo or Biafra show or something like that. Now, this is the thing, because unfortunately, a lot of people that are coming here to talk, they represent, like non-Yorubas. Most of them are non-Yorubas. You only have few people like Show who probably thinks like I do, that comes on this show, and someone like Femi. I know Femi as well, and so I forgot this man's name. There is also this man, Ebi. Ebi makes it clear that he is non-tribal and is is completely detribalized. So the reason why I am coming on this show today to talk about this whole thing is, I would want the Yorubas, okay, the Yorubas who are who don't align with all these barbaric cake perspective or this bigotry, this ethnic bigotry, to come out and talk. They have to speak against it. They have to protest against it. They also have to have their own, how do I call it, like a coalition that will come out en masse to speak against this thing, because it's looking like a lot of Yoruba people who don't, or not necessarily Yoruba, non-Igbos, who don't align with this, this bigotry or bigoted way of thinking, they are kind of silent. They are not happy, obviously. Many of them are not happy with what is happening, but they are not talking. They are not talking. They're quiet. Probably because it doesn't affect them, or because they just can't be asked. But personally, I am worried about it. Each time I want to switch off from this whole thing, I don't even want to hear about it again. Ever since February 25, whatever has happened, it's just a heavy burden in my heart. I don't know where that country is going to. Everything just seems so like as if there is no way out. And this old Lagos thing that is happening, I mean, people that used to live together harmoniously, they're now enemies, or they are seeing their fellow Nigerian as enemies. And I don't understand. These same people, they will come abroad, they will live among white people, and the next thing, if somebody says anything to them in their workplace, they will say, oh, there is racism, there is racism. They are very quick to shout racism, but then they are playing the same thing against their own fellow blacks, fellow Nigerians at that. So I don't really understand what is happening. But like I said earlier on, I would like more voices on this show, and not just on this show, but in the whole Nigerian this space. I would like more voices like mine, people coming out en masse who are Yoruba people, who don't believe in all this rubbish that the likes of MC Oluomo and the rest of them are talking, to come out and speak against it, and without fear or favor. That's what I want to say. Sorry, I'm in a mall and I just go off soon, but I just wanted that to be registered. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, Ade. Thank you so much. We appreciate your contribution. BQB, welcome to the show.
Yes. Good evening from here. Good evening from here, Dr. Amitis. Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're on. Yeah. Where are you today?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
No, I'm still in Lagos. I'm still in Lagos.
Okay,
Definitely, I'm in Lagos.
All right.
I'm in
So
Alimosho local government, the biggest local government in Lagos State. Yes.
Okay, thank you, and hopefully you will be able to join us tomorrow.
Let me just come in from the angle my sister just that just finished the space now. So some people have started already condemning this outburst by King MC Oluomo, the news anchor on Arise TV, the three of them, Abati, the other lady, and Rufai are Yorubas too, which I know they are not Igbos. And if you watch the analysis today on the Arise TV program, so it's not only the Arise TV program that was condemned, so many other platforms was condemned. So that is just aside that. But generally, the feeling around people generally, there is a bit of eagerness, which I feel a lot of people would like to be interested in what is going to happen tomorrow, much more than what happened on the 25th of February. Then this issue of ethnic profiling, I just want us to, in a way, downplay it in a way. So we are expecting those flashpoints. There are some areas we know flashpoints. Those flashpoints are probably in MC Oluomo's area, Oshodi, Solo, some part of Lekki side. So those areas are just they are not that significant portion in. And the last time I checked, I think Lagos State has almost 10,000 polling units. So, and if you count the number of polling units, all these small fracas they are not really that significant to really dictate the overall tempo of the state. We have some core traditional areas that we are not talking about. We have places like Ekpe, we have places like Ikorodu, we have places like Alimosho, which I mean presently. We have places like Badagry. Those places are relatively very peaceful. No issues there. People voted and votes were counted and there was no issue of all this ballot snatching. So those small incidents of this fracas just occurs in some specific area, especially around Oshodi Solo, Ikate in Lekki, and then some parts of Okota in Ajao Estate. So that is the reality. I'm not talking from somebody in California just reading social media. I'm talking of somebody on ground telling you the information on ground. Don't listen to all these people posting on social media. Somebody will record one video and be sending all around. The state has been relatively peaceful. There is apprehension and some form of ethnic thinking in people's mind that they feel that if you are non-Yoruba, you want to protest, to give your vote as a protest vote to either GRV. That feeling is there. And probably the feeling was carried over from 2015 now, because they believe that since APC lost, so we are going to transmit that vote to Sanwo-Olu losing this time around. Of course, that necessitated Sanwo-Olu to be moving around and doing some of those campaigning and other activities that is doing. So in the sense of some MC Oluomo is on his own. So we cannot really, because of MC Oluomo, label every other part, every other Yorubas. Like I said to you, the places where they were violence were just small areas. And it's not only peculiar to Lagos. I'm sure there are violence in some part in River State too. There was no ethnic profiling that maybe is Ikwere or something that is. Who are those people causing violence? Is it Yoruba too causing violence in River State? We saw some of those videos now. So when it comes to issue of Lagos, that is when some people will now try to want to make fun of it, that is some people that is causing violence. No. So that is just one point I said I should put onto this platform. Now, at least this will shape this. We condemn what the man is saying. It's not a reflection of the generality, which I've explained to you now. If you follow the last election, 25th, it was relatively peaceful in most part of the state. You can count how many polling units they were disrupted out of all the polling units that are in the state. So if you put it in a percentage and if you weigh it, it's relatively peaceful, which is what we say. You cannot use just one or two incidents to now say because there was a crisis in one polling unit in Lekki, there was another one in Oshodi, there was another one, just 3 or 4 polling units. So that cannot discredit the whole process. So in essence, the process is going to be largely peaceful in most part of the state. So that is the message. The security agencies, which I'm sure they are going to deal with his own aspect of his own media outbursts about profiling people that they should not, Mama Chinedu should not come to vote, all those kind of issues. So we shouldn't give him too much, because if you start saying it now, you are giving it too much relevance, importance, and power and all those things. It doesn't really have it. It's not in Alimosho. It's not going to dictate how people are going to vote in Alimosho. So that is the perception. People feel that it's there talking. He can dictate what will happen to us. No, it's not going to be in Ekpe. It's not going to be in Ikorodu. So he's just going to be in his own small area, dictating what is going to happen there. That is the reality. So that is the way I want us to look at it. I just want us to look at it as just somebody just talking, not to paint any ethnic coloration to it and stuff. I think that is just my take for now,
All right,
Dr. Damages.
thank you so
Yeah.
much. Henry, hold on, okay? Let me play the video that he made, and let's listen it. It's a new video that he made, and it just got to me. So I'll play it, and then we'll listen and then continue the conversation. All right. So, I'm sorry, my computer is slow.
Dr. Damages, why are you doing that? We're saying that from the situation room that people should endeavor to check the back of their ballot papers tomorrow to see if it is signed and stamped, as only signed and stamped ballots will be counted at the end. This goes to Ngozika and the people on the ground. The people should make sure that they check the back of their ballot papers.
So, Doc, I don't know if you can hear me. I asked around concerning the issue of accommodation, and indeed, there was a sort of arrangement made. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I've just been told that although we were not informed, the accommodations were supposed to be the rack centers. Now, for people who might not be aware, the rack centers are usually primary schools or village town halls. Are usually primary schools or village town halls. Those were the accommodations that were made available. And the map, like I showed you, was what we are supposed to use to sleep in those places. But in our case, I am being told that we are not going to sleep at the rack centers because they feared for our safety. They feared for our safety. That is why we're not going to sleep at the rack centers, which in this case, my own rack center happened to be a primary school. And if we had gone there, we would have still slept on this same mat that I'm sleeping here. The only difference that it would have been inside the primary school and not outside like we're now in the car park. I just wanted to make that clear.
So are you safer outside than inside a building?
Well, outside here, although we are in the car park outside, it is inside the local government. We are inside the local government. But at the rack center, there is my own rack center, there is no fence, there is no gate.
Okay.
Yeah, just the school building.
All right. Let me play the video and then we continue the conversation.
Meeting tí mo lọ ní àná bí sísítà mi ló ṣe jẹ́ ìyá Ṣúkúdì òun lèmi ń bá wí nígbẹ̀yìn pé ìyá Ṣúkúdì tó bá ti mọ̀ pé ó dìbò fún mi jókòó sílé nurse kò kàn rí lórí social media dáa ní pé everything on sọ pé MC please I'm always on peace. Tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ wo Lagos State peace wà ń bẹ̀ wọ́n ẹ̀ tí máa fi sọ wípé okay má jáde láti wá dìbò ókè tó bá jáde wá dìbò báwo la ṣe fẹ́ ní fóòtù tí APC wá ṣe máa ní fóòtù báwo ni Igbo ṣe ní dìbò fún àwọn APC àbí Hausa ṣe ní dìbò fún àwọn APC is my party ẹ káàntì mi kú òun ọ̀rọ̀ tí ẹ̀ ń gbé káàkiri yẹn ẹni tí mo dẹ̀ ń bá wí níbẹ̀ ó wà meeting ètò rẹ̀ kò ṣe lọ tètè lọ pé wá pé ìyá Ṣúkúdì ó ti sọ wípé mo ní pé kó má jáde o ẹ ti understand sí ẹni yẹn dẹ̀ wà lọ́jọ́ mi ń bí yìí ìyá Ṣúkúdì kọ́ mo talk your own o.
Hello, my brother. Na me be the mama Chukwudi wey dem dey talk of o. I thank God say now I be celebrity o because na from me MC dey always buy indomie and he dey buy indomie and he dey from time to time no be now don tey wey dey buy these things and he dey even talk and say mama Chukwudi e don tey wey I see you if you no go come.
Good afternoon.
All right.
This is already.
Who can explain very well? Who's
This is it. This is the I think it's a sort of damage control.
I want to explain.
No, hold on, everybody. Hold on. I want someone to do a translation. If you're right.
So let me try to make sense of what the guy is saying.
Okay, yeah.
At least it's my language. He's speaking my language, so I should be able to. So, it's like Mr. Kenneth said, it's just like a damage control. It might not be true from my personal opinion. So he's just trying to say, because in that old video, he mentioned something like Yashukudi, that if you are not coming out to vote for our party, don't bother to come out. That you know what Emokotojimari is like a subtle way of saying that can deal with you if you come out, you know what
Say
we
it the
can do for
way you
you.
mean it. I understand Yoruba. Say the way he said it. That it means if you come out, we're going to get what you want. This is what it means.
That's Mr. Henry. Start relax now. Why are you angry? Why are you still angry? Are you Yoruba?
I understand Yoruba
I'm
very
trying
well.
to.
So don't polish it.
I'm not punishing you, bro. I'm trying to tell you that's the meaning. He's trying to tell you that if you come out, you know what you're going to say. But coming to this damage control part, of course, he brought somebody and said this is his friend that he was referring to. That you are my business partner. I've been buying something from you. So if you are not coming to vote for me tomorrow, don't come out. That's just the simple thing he was trying to. I think it's just damage control, because there is a lot of pressure on the police and the security agency to arrest him. But of course, he's working with the government. He's related to the government. I don't think any police people will arrest him. He has even police protection. So you don't. The police are not. It's not going to arrest him. I'm not doing. So
All
you
right.
should just.
Okay, thank you so much. Henry, one minute because we have new people I want to. Go ahead.
Mr. BQ, I asked a question before. Did you stand in this platform to condemn what MC Oluomo said? You didn't reply anything. Did you condemn what he said? The racist in bigot he was saying.
No,
Did
I
you
said,
condemn him?
Mr. Gabriel, I said it.
No, you say it
No,
now.
wait
Nobody
now.
heard you.
Listen now.
Yeah.
I said you did not listen to the beginning of my conversation. I
No, I
said
was
it
listening
and
now.
I'm repeating. Yes, wait now. Listen now. Don't jump now. Don't jump. You are obedient, but be calm. Don't be too aggressive. No obedience now. So
Okay.
what I'm saying is that I said it cannot. MC Oluomo cannot reflect the generality of the Yorubas. And I'm telling you that what he's saying it in his own. I even expatiated on it that he only has little area of control, maybe 1 or 2 polling units.
I condemn it, you're
So
going to say. I condemn it.
yes, I condemn it. There's what
Yeah.
test you want me to say?
That's okay. That's okay. So let me go to. Okay, thank you. Let me go to this. 1 minute. I've not finished. 1 minute. You know about this
Okay.
message you dropped there. You bring this lady to say, Mama Chinedu, what I call it, what you call the names. Mr. Rudolph, you are a smart man. You are a journalist, investigative journalist. You know what's to play there. You know how it is there. So it just brings this woman to come and clear the hair. If Nigeria is a country that's working, such person cannot be in the street. You know it. In America, you cannot be in the street in America. In Germany, cannot be in Germany, walking around in the street in Germany. That guy should have to be in jail after the election. They could talk about him. Because the country is so corrupt, Lagos State is so corrupt to the extent that the governor is so corrupt. The government is a puppet to Tinubu, and Tinubu is so corrupt. The governor of Agberu. The governor came to the national TV, said people did not die in Lekki, but they were asking of. He said he paid compensation to the people who get injured. He didn't say people who were killed. You see how the state is ruled by lies, by thuggery, by Agberus. The country, that Lagos as of a thing is ruled by Agberus. So how can Agberu be ruling the state? Now the Lagos people said we want to change the government. We want to change the system that is working for all Lagosian, not Yorubas, all Lagosian. About these so-called elites, these so-called corrupt people who are supporting these bigots and these racist people. They don't want to change the things, but this time they're going to change it by force. The obedient go out tall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's welcome Ike. Ike, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Damages.
Okay.
Can I speak?
Yeah, just 2 minutes, please.
Why 2 minutes? Why you have to give me 2 minutes?
I will go to Ne. If you want more time, I'll go to Ne.
Thank you, my brothers and sisters who are on the platform today. I just want to share that I want to speak on the plight of our sister Ngozika. You know, this is our country. Damages, when your friends in New York will see where that mat, I hope you can show that mat where Ngozika and the people that are working for the federal government of Nigeria will sleep. I think it will be better that all of us who live in the developed world will make that camera show it well for people to see the country we call Nigeria. An election that was organized with about 4 billion naira. that the people that are working for INEC will sleep with a mat, attached small mat has to be joined together in an open place without security, without anything. This is our country. This is the country we call Nigeria. And somebody will be defending the indefensible, you know. But my sister Ngozi, I pray that the good Lord will cover you with his protection, you and your colleagues. I pray that God will give you the courage and the strength to continue to do the good work you do for humanity. This is what it is. As about Lagos, yeah, you know, I think MCO, you know, we're living in a banana republic. The commissioner of police in Lagos State, I was hearing, he was being interviewed on one of the Arise television. I just listened to the man. Such men to be police commissioners in a state like Lagos is disgraceful. I mean, this is what you see. Sometimes you don't know where you have to start, you know. So MCO Oluomo is the king of Lagos. We don't even know who is the governor of Lagos State, whether MCO Oluomo or Showolu or whatever you call. I don't know who is the governor of Lagos State because he is calling the shot in Lagos. The governor has no say. It's the MCO Oluomo is calling the shot. But my prayer for Nigerians in Lagos is that tomorrow is the day of decision. You have to do what is right. You have to go out, cast your vote, defend yourself, and that change, we have to do it, and it must come. That's all I have to say for now.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Ike. Nene, welcome to the show.
Oh, hi, Dr. Damages. Hi, everybody. It's my first time here, and I've just been very concerned about what is going on in Lagos. I grew up in Lagos. I was born and raised in Lagos, and I have family there. My family lives there. Parents, siblings live there. So I've been very worried. So I was talking to my mom today, and I heard somebody say that people might be intimidated on not coming out tomorrow. And my parents are Igbo. I'm Igbo. My parents are Igbo, and the part of Lagos they live in is mostly Yoruba dominated, which is why they were not too affected, you know, during the presidential elections, because they thought that's the Yoruba dominated area. So they didn't really focus on that place. But from what MC Oluomo is saying, and from what I've been seeing, which has made me very worried, it seems like this is going to be all around Lagos. And to me, it seems like it's a state-sanctioned incitement, basically, because Sanwo-Olu is not doing anything. And they feel like Tinubu, you know, who is president-elect, you know, I mean, he's one of them, nothing's going to happen. From what somebody said that, you know, people might be intimidated or not coming out. I can tell them, I can say categorically that for my parents and the Igbos living around their area who they're friends with, that hasn't really affected them much because they're determined to come out tomorrow to vote regardless. I was talking to my parents and they're thinking about, which is kind of sad actually, they're thinking about, you know, how to defend themselves, but it hasn't really stopped them from coming out to vote tomorrow, which is the, you know, general attitude among Igbos around their area. They're not really, MC Oluomo is not intimidating them. It's actually making them more determined than ever to come out and vote, to, you know, like you're not going to intimidate us or anything, which I think is a good thing, but it's kind of sad that it has come to this and nothing is happening. Nobody is, you know, nobody is doing anything about it. MC Oluomo is just walking free, which is crazy to me. So I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I'm very interested in watching what's going to happen tomorrow, but I can say for my parents and Igbos around their area, one thing I can say is my parents, up until now, they were very detribalized Nigerians, but seeing, you know, what is happening now, and that's the way they raised us too, because I've always seen myself as a Lagosian because I was born and raised in Lagos. That's all I know. I actually speak better Yoruba than Igbo. But seeing what is going on now, I'm like, I mean, this one Nigeria thing, I don't really know, you know, how to feel about that. But going forward, the elections tomorrow, if anything, MC Oluomo has only, you know, galvanized people to come out and vote. He hasn't really, you know, intimidated people. He's actually doing the opposite, because you're not going to stop us from voting, basically, and people are going to come out and defend themselves. I mean, that's the general, feeling around, my family's part of Lagos, basically.
All right. Thank you, Nene. And Nene, thank you so much for joining us and your contribution. Let me go to Nigeria again. Ebike is joining us from Port Harcourt. Ebike, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Ebike. All right, Ebike.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, good.
Okay, I'm joining from Warri. I'm joining from Warri actually.
Okay, Warri. Okay.
I'm joining from Warri actually, not Port Harcourt. Yeah. So
what's
good evening, Doc.
Yeah, good evening.
It's quiet here. It's quiet here. But I just like to comment on what Ngozika talked about first before we go to Lagos. I think it's very unfortunate. A lot of you guys over there, you might not really understand. I saw OVA. I listened to OVA asking some questions. Maybe it's belong he left Nigeria. What guys is saying that this actual situation is really pathetic. It's worse than what he's even narrating. They are supposed to stay in Iraq, but I can assure you that the situations in Iraq are never better than what she's portraying in the live video. In the last election, the presidential election, I worked as a collation officer. I was posted to somewhere in Brutu local government in Delta State. And I got my posting. I got the message from INEC 9 o'clock, past 9 in the morning on election day. I know it is no movement. No movement, so manage, and is it deep in the riverine. From Warri to the local government headquarters is 1 hour. From local government headquarters to the ward you are posted to is over 2 hours. For Warri to local government headquarters, you're supposed to pay 2,000 naira on a normal day because no movement. We go to the jetty, no boat. We managed to gather ourselves. All of us that are posted there. A lot of us got the message that morning. All of us gather ourselves. We had to rent a 60,000 naira, 5,000 naira each. Got there, 60,000 naira each. Yes, we got there. Yes, with a lot of begging. They collect 60,000 from us. We got there. From there, we moved to be fair to them, from the local government headquarters, they provided boat for us to move on to our various wards, the racks, the way they call it. So there, I'm coming back to what Blessing is talking about. For those, the presiding officers, the assistant presiding officers.
All right. I think we lost Ebike. Let me welcome. Ebike, your line is not very clear. We'll come back to you.
2 minutes.
Sure.
Yes. Good evening, Rudolph, and good evening, everyone. I've managed to catch most of what's been discussed today, and it's a lot revolving around Lagos and MC Oluomo and all of that. I saw the videos, and I saw the video he did, the damage control video he did this evening, brought out a lady to say she's the one that is Mama Chukudi, and she's not offended and all of that. That's just damage control. And I think it could also be, I might be reaching now, but it might be a ploy to say, he's disassociated himself from that. So if anything goes off tomorrow, he's already on record to say, I didn't say there was going to be violence. I didn't say anything. That could be the trick. This guy's, you can't count anything out. So I'm just going to encourage people who want to go and vote tomorrow to go and vote. Like many people have said, go out in groups. I saw a lady on Twitter today who, jokingly said, don't worry about buying pepper spray. It might be too expensive. Get Cameroon pepper, cayenne pepper, 100 naira, mix it with water, put it in a bottle. Here's the lid. It works as, pepper spray as defense. No one is saying go out and attack people. As defense. Put cayenne pepper in water, mix it. Somebody attacks you, spray it in their face. It's self-defense. No one can stop you from that. You'll be an idiot not to defend yourself. So people need to defend themselves if it gets to that. But we're hoping that, that's not going to be necessary, that people will be allowed to vote for who they want. Moving away from Lagos quickly, there's a video I saw during the week. I'm not sure what state in the East but it was another non-state actor, probably similar to MC Oluomo, might not have as much power as MC Oluomo does, because MC Oluomo, people are saying he should be arrested. I laugh. People are saying, why is he walking? Why is he roaming the street? MC Oluomo answers to one person, and one person only, and that's your president-elect. Not even to Songulu. So he answers to the president-elect. So you want him just to be picked up. You can't pick him up. It's not possible. He's a big man. You can call him an Agbero, I agree. You can call him a thug, I agree. But you can't just go, who's picking him up? Who? No, now see, people who are 10 levels below MC Oluomo were on TV saying that if you're not going to vote for APC, leave now. Otherwise, XYZ will happen to you. Was that guy picked up? No. Who's been tried? Who's been charged to court since the 25th of February? Nobody. So you're now saying they should pick MC Oluomo, BQB, my brother, I called him king. He said king. He's a king. The guy is royalty. That's the current state of Nigeria, where beggars are riding horses. That's the state of Nigeria. So, make no mistake. But going back to what I was saying, I saw another guy, non-state actor in the East, saying that if you're not voting PDP, from rough translation people put on Twitter, I'll try and send the video to you, Rudolph, if you can play it. Most people here probably understand Igbo, and they can explain what they were saying. But people are saying that the guy in the East was saying, if you won't vote for PDP, you'll be used for sacrifice, or your head will be this and that. And it was in the, in the public space. So it's not just Lagos. It's everywhere. And for someone like me, so it doesn't seem like an agenda. We should touch on all these things, and I hope that you do. So it doesn't seem like a Lagos agenda. These guys are everywhere, in the north, in the east, in the west, all the 6 geopolitical zones. We have these people that we need to get rid of, lock them up somewhere. So MC Oluomo is one, but there are so many of them threatening people. And this politics of do or die, and that's what I said the last time, not the last time, but the day, I got annoyed and I used some profanity, which I apologize for, is we need to get away from politics that is deadly. Dirty politics, okay. But saying that, if people don't vote, they know, you're telling your goons, you know what to do. That's what we need to get rid of in our society. Nobody is saying don't play politics. Politics will always be politics. But when people are killed, and I keep saying it, don't say people died on election day. They didn't have a heart attack. They didn't slump and die. They were killed. When people are being killed, if somebody has to kill to get into office, that already tells you all their intentions. It can never be good intentions. Rudolph, if you tell me to moderate this show, and somebody says they don't want me to moderate it, I will just go away. Why? What is it? But when there's the incentive, you become a governor. Their pension for the rest of their lives. Have you seen the package? It's worth dying for. Sorry, it's worth killing for, as far as they are concerned. So these are the things that I'm advocating that we need to slowly, I'm not expecting it to happen overnight, but we need to slowly start moving away from this sort of politics. And MC Oluomo has influence beyond 2 polling units. It's beyond, I'm not saying it controls the whole of Lagos. Some would argue it does, but he has influence beyond 2 polling units, and the damage has been done. See, words are like eggs. He broke it. He cracked it already. So all this sweeping of the eggs is not going to put it. Some people are actually scared and worried to say, oh, I'm not going to go out tomorrow. I've spoken to 1 or 2 people in Lagos who said they're not sure, they're not certain, they will decide because they don't want to, blast booze on top of just to vote. So these are the things we need to start doing away with. The budget is so much. The police they brandished all the gadgets that they give the police before the 25th that they were going to use. They didn't use it. People were intimidated. The police guy was almost pleading with the Agbero, with the thug. Not Agbero is even, there's nothing wrong with Agbero, it's just the way we've termed it. With the thug that was saying if people don't vote a particular way, they should leave. The police was almost pleading with the guy. Are the police helpless? How can people have trust in what you're doing? So when people challenge the results, these are the reasons. See, I've said it many times. It is possible that they count the results genuinely and Tinubu wins. It's that much of a big boy that he can actually win in Nigeria. But people are saying, let it be free, let it be fair. And if you win fair and square, we'll congratulate you. I've said it many times. I would wish him a successful reign. Because if Tinubu succeeds, ruling as Nigeria's president, it means Nigeria will succeed. And there's nothing more I want than a successful Nigeria. I don't care who does the job. I just want a Nigeria that would work for the common man, that an Okada rider can win, House of Rep seat, that Banky W won't feel entitled. I heard he's going to court to challenge somebody. The other guy, Lumide, was going on his rally yesterday, was attacked. When would this thing stop? Why can't you let people campaign in peace? If Baba Jakonde was alive today, and he was the incumbent, do you think he'll be running from pillar to post based on what he did between 79 and 83? He wouldn't. He would not be running from pillar to post. But when you're so distant from the people for 4 years, then there's pressure. Pressure to what? Pressure to what? By you're now running up and down. There's nothing wrong with it. He has the right to campaign. But please let everybody vote their conscience. Don't bully them, don't intimidate them, and don't come and tell me it is politics. Because if you tell me that, you want to be unfortunate. It's not politics. No, let people do what they please. I would come back in about an hour. Got a few things to do.
All right, thank you. Keneno, I can come to you. Let me hear from people who are yet to speak. I'm sorry. I'll get to you later on, but let's hear from them. Ike, you're next. Ike from Atlanta.
Hey, Rudolph, first of all, I want to say it's a pleasure engaging with you. For YouTube and all that, I used to read your articles a lot, and I always found them very, very instructive.
Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Ike. Obviously, I'm a Nigerian, very, very invested in the Nigerian project. I'm just like every other person wanting the best for our country. Why do I want the best for our country? Because I went to primary school. I'm from Imo. I went to primary school in Imo. I went to secondary school in Delta. I went to university in Lagos. I did my service in the north. So I've been around that country and other places too. And guess what? It's a country where people genuinely loved each other in normal times. The best human being I ever met in my life is a Yoruba lady. The best human being I ever met. My uncle's wife. The best I met. When people showcase tree trans, it just like we forget our mortality. We are mortal. We're human. When the Igbo person go do anything, you don't do that in somebody. I'm not saying
All right. Ike, I don't know. Atlanta. They have a good internet in Atlanta.
Hello.
Ike, we can't hear you. We can't see you anymore. We move to. Oh, okay. You're back. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry. A call came in. At the same time, people saying, "Oh, you kick him out, kick Igbos out. You can't live here. You guys want to take over." It is one Nigeria. This is the reason why we fought a civil war.
Let's go to Fabian. I think Fabian, you're next. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello. Good evening, Rudolph. Thank you once again. Well done in all the great works you guys have been doing. I've been watching you guys throughout the election, from the night of the election up till now, and I've been following every discussion. Just decided to join this evening. Regarding the issue that is happening in Nigeria, I'm one of those believers who do not really think that Nigeria will ever move forward because there are a lot of baggages that country is carrying. I'm based in UK, so I don't mean when I say some of the things I'm saying. But when I look at Nigeria, the baggages are a lot. And these are the baggages that is holding us back. I hear a lot of people saying Yoruba this, Yoruba. I wouldn't even want to go down that route because that is not the problem. It's got nothing to do with the tribe, but more to do with the impunity that the political class have in Nigeria. That they don't seem to obey any law. They don't seem to abide by any principle. So anything goes with them. And the people at the bottom seem to buy into this narrative that they kind of spit out and run with it. So when you look at the likes of Oluomo making those statements, he's there to defend where his money is coming from. So to them, it's all about the money, the power, and that's it. And they don't want to relinquish any of this. So when you look at it from every state in Nigeria, it's practically the same thing. So the reason Lagos is so prominent is because it's kind of the hub of Nigeria. It happens, it's like every governor in Nigeria is a god. They do whatever they want. Run to rivers, run to Cross River, Kaduna, every one of them, they are practically the same. Anambra State, they're all the same. These guys go into power, they are not there to serve anybody. but only interested in perpetuating themselves and never bothering about what is happening in their country. And so when you look at all these things, and people at the bottom are just fighting themselves, thinking that it's Yoruba, Igbo, and all this, they are wasting our time. It's more to do with this class of incompetent people who have no idea, who have no iota of brain in their heads to lead this country forward. And so we keep electing and selecting. Would I even say it's electing? We keep selecting these people and giving them power because that's what is happening. And so when you look at our nation, there are many things that is going wrong. Is it the cases of our sorry, okay, thanks. I will just hand off, and if I get the time, I will speak about the problem of the traditional rulers as well. So many things.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I think I would like to hear that issue about traditional rulers, but I will let me hear from Alaro first, and then I will go ahead, Alaro.
Hey, how you doing? How's everybody doing?
Good.
It's a pleasure always. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. And I would like to take the opportunity to really let people know what the obedient movement has been about. And don't there's loose focus on what's actually going on. You're trying to take back our liberty from a few people that have managed, quote unquote, the structure they say they have, which is a structure of criminality. MC Oluomo, we call them Agberos, we call them area boys. These people have been institutionalized into a Nigerian system. They are part of law and order, whether we want to accept it or not. It's not legally by law in the system, but they are operating. That's why they cannot be arrested. That's why the police are part and parcel of the situation. What we are dealing with is an absolute disaster. But now, for the first time in Nigeria, we, the people, have the real structure, the structure of liberty. Do not lose focus. Go out, vote massively. Force them to rig the election. Let us go to the judiciary and fight it. The same thing. These people. Let me explain a situation that happened the last couple of weeks in the election. Their same thugs, they're Agberos, they're area boys. I'm talking about Amuwo Dolphin now. This is the Festac area. These are guys that I call my younger brother. They're now in their 40s. These are guys that have been doing this thuggery and helping them to rig the elections since they're in their 20s. These guys, I'm telling you fact, took the money from APC, voted LP, organized to get old folks who are unable to get to the polling booths, got them there, organized the transportation, make sure they were comfortable, and make sure they voted. So their own people have realized what we are doing, even their own people, MC Oluomo's people. These people are on their last breath. The worst thing you can give them is give them a chance. What we can do tomorrow is go out and vote. Don't let anybody try to tell you a Yoruba person is this, an Igbo person is that. I don't need to tell you I have Igbo friends. You don't need to tell me you have Yoruba friends. We know we are all suffering. If you are not suffering and you are Igbo man, tell me where you live. If you are an Hausa man, you are not suffering in what we're talking about, let me know. Peter Obi is my man all day, every day. I will give my last. I'm giving my last. Don't even contemplate it. Whatever it takes for him to He is competent. He has earned the merits to rule this country. We want people with merits. Just because anybody that takes the candidacy of LP and think because they take LP, that means automatically we vote for them. If you're going through LP, if you're not competent, I'm not with you. We want people of merits, people with competence, not because you are Yoruba and I'm a Yoruba man, not because you are Igbo. This movement is about people who want to serve. If you want to make money, do your business, do whatever you have. If you want to serve the people, come into government, serve, make a difference. This is what this is about. I don't want people to get misconstrued. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I will see you soon.
Hold on. Before you go, I wanted to find out from you. Do you understand this festival, the Oro Festival, and why it's being put in place now? I want to ask that question to you and BQB. Can you explain it for our viewers?
The festival that's been put in place now is a mental game. And we're not going to get into that spirituality or whatever they want to think about. Why is this festival being put in place now? For what reason? Why is that? We have to ask ourselves. This is all about desperation. When they act yourself, why have they reacted in such a way? All we have to do as far as the movement is stay focused to our goal. Our goal is to liberate ourselves from these little people that are considered ludicrous, that have done nothing for this country, but enslave us. They have weaponized poverty to the max. And sometimes, this is why you have to be careful. Those people that do the things, the woman he brought on stage today to try and explain his madness is a woman that's been weaponized. This is a woman that's in need. How many of her family might be in danger if she didn't even say what she had to say today? You know how many people had APC signs in their shops in Lagos and voted for LP? People cannot come out in Lagos and say, I'm a LP member. It's not possible until these people are out of power. This is what we have to realize. People pretend to be APC and vote LP because that's the only way you can guarantee your safety. We are not in a free society. And we have to take this mandate back. There will be, I don't see a Nigeria with Tinubu ruling the next 4 years. I personally don't. What he has done in Lagos, he will master nationally. We have no chance if we leave him there. I honestly believe this.
All right, thank you. BQB, any insight into the festival?
I'm going to leave you guys. I'll try and come back later.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Damages, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. What oral tradition has been done for several years in Lagos in different communities, but I know that it used to be done in the night. So it doesn't really, people can still go about their normal activity during the day. So I don't know how it relates to election now, because it's not going to be done during the day. So that is on one side. Then relating this one, which we call in Lagos political oral, because it's actually close to the election. The traditionalists, they consulted their oracle. And you know the oracle in Lagos. The oracle is not happy. You don't know the oracle in Lagos. These people are not. The oracle in Lagos is
I know
not
the
happy.
oracle, not Chief Tinubu. Chief Tinubu is the oracle in Lagos. Now, I don't want all the name. I go call her with all my chest.
Mama Eju,
Yes.
now our president-elect be that too. You know, say na Lagos me I dey.
Now oracle of Lagos be that. I name na Chief Tinubu. He stole my children's matches.
So Bob, is it the gods?
So let me
Is it the God that
let
are
me finish
speaking?
now.
Or
Yeah, so
president?
the gods are speaking that they should appease the gods for the forthcoming election. That is why the different communities started bringing that Oro in Oto, in some part of Ijesha, Surulere, Ijegun, in Alimosho, in my side, about 2 or 3 communities in my side, in Lekki side, in different areas, even in Ikorodu. But the Ikorodu one, the king actually brought out a statement to denounce that they are not going to hold any Oro. So we know that it's a political Oro. And what we feel is that from us that understand the politics, the way you understand the politics when you are on ground is different from when you are in California or when you are in New York. People in New York understand the politics based on social media, understanding, but we are on ground, understand the policies the way it's on ground. Yeah, so you want to, in a way, to reduce cost voters apathy. That's just the summary. So that less people will come out to vote. Because we know the result of February 25th, the more people that came out aggressively, obedient, without be something. So if less of them comes out to vote, especially when those Oro is going to take place in the areas dominated. All these things is politics, just the way OVAs normally say, oh, now politics. But if I want to analyze it that way, it will be as if somebody is has sympathy for APC or something. I'm just trying to tell you the way it is. So I'm not going to stay here because you support Peter Obi or you support something. And I want to say to your emotions or something. I don't care about your emotion. It's not your emotion that is feeding us here. So that is just that. So the Oro is political Oro, just to cause some people not to want to come out so that it will reduce the voters turnout. And Dr. James, let me just make this point. There was actually a poll that predicted that if there is a low voters turnout, Tinubu was going to win. And I don't know if there was a poll like that if there was a large voters turnout, Peter Obi was going to win. So maybe part of the APC's machinery too in winning this tomorrow's election is to deploy every machinery every weapon in their arsenal to win. The only language the politicians and the political leaders understand is winning, and any method is fair in politics. So I think that's just my explanation for it. But the gods are angry, the gods were not happy as a result of the outcome of the 25th. So they need to appease the God. I think that's just the summary.
All right. Thank you so much. And go to Jonaba. Jonaba, you're next.
I came before Jonaba now.
Who, you? Okay. I thought he said something before. I'll come to you.
Let him go.
Jonaba, go ahead. All right, Jonaba is having a problem. I don't think he can connect. Let's go to Mama Icho. Mama Icho, you're next.
Hey.
So I come become Jonaba. You come for Icho before me.
We just that our own
This is marginalization.
Now Oluomo press button. Oluomo, ó mà ṣe o. Ó ṣe fún ẹ. Jagaban don't give you wind to take fly. You have the audacity to threaten my children. Oluomo, hear me and hear me well. If one hair, one grain of hair, it drop comot for any of my pikin tomorrow, make you dig your grave, dig your children grave, and dig your entire family grave. Because Oluomo, there is no one person that get monopoly of violence, yo. Me and my children, je. Your principal, if Tinubu, before the election, I see the video when they charge you now. say make una kill, make una do everything possible to give a mandate. Upon all, we take Lagos on our hand. So what go? Now you want to do for Oluomo? Oh my show. Oluomo, I promise you one thing. If a grain of hair drop come off for any of my picking for Lagos tomorrow, you will not enter next year. I promise you that. You will not see next year. And the money when they don't give you, when you they Buga to organize this, they will talk to sawdust in your eye. Oluomo, Papa God be create you well, oh. You can't turn yourself to Omota. I know a shame. I caused the breast that fed you, Oluomo. I caused the womb that carried you, Oluomo. And so, you can never come back to power. A warning here. Pàṣẹ tó gbá ìyálé kúrò ńlé ló máa gbá ìyàwó jáde. Oh God. How do you want to rule people you want to kill? How? Oh, you people are so desperate like this. You are so desperate like this. Àwọn ọmọ Èkó, if Teba go and read vote for him. Teba go nìyẹn o. Go and read vote for someone to come. When that happens, let me tell you what will happen. All the tax that you are currently paying, you are going to pay 100% of it. All of your vehicle will be impounded every day. If that is what you want for yourself, go and rig election for Soludo, Abisowogbo. The time that we are removing our burden for you, you dey buga, they dance. Now it is your turn to go. Did you pay all the salary? Are you not owing worker salary? Soludo? Are you not owing pensioner? Soludo?
All right.
The blood of Lekki will haunt you. Oh, le wo benye. Go and read it. Ashiri gbogbo yin ma tu. And you Oluomo, you just send your death warrant. I promise you. Let a grain of hair or a blood still let that of any of my child tomorrow. You will see the other side of an angry woman.
All right. Thank you, Madam Echo. Let me go back to Ovi. Ovi, I know I skipped you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, are we talking about my festival now, or?
I mean, you can go there if that's
like somebody said in the comment section. The gods are not to blame, right?
Yeah.
As somebody who was born not just into the tradition of Unehe, which is the Ososo version of Oro, not just born into the tradition, but the family of that. I think I support the tradition, but I think as somebody who understands the gods that can easily be appeased, and the days be moved, but at this point of time, it's already too late. So, but again, on the most we are talking about Lagos here. If we think the ruling party will just give it up like that just because they are president-elect, then we don't understand what is at stake, what Lagos is all about. Lagos is one of the most important cities, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. So there's so much at stake. I don't see them giving it up like that easily. All these the MCO, Oluomo, and it's just part of the whole part of their plot to make sure Lagos don't sleep away. Just like a plenty water is saying. I mean, you cannot take they cannot afford to take Lagos away from the real owners of Lagos. They say people get Lagos. I mean, the real owners of Lagos. I think they are just going to give it away like that. Just as plenty what I said, those men with the wear white cap. They are on ground. We did not talk. Go back beach now. Go see naked men and women. they throw incantations to make sure that everything go their way. But it's just but I keep saying that not just this is now the time we did. Now this is us. This is us. We are having a conversation with ourselves. I'm not talking about just this panel. In general, the MCO, this is we communicating with ourselves. And it is our choice that we choose to dwell on that. Right? MCO is an imagination in our head. Right? Now we just decide to say, okay, make it stay in our head rent-free. So it cannot be in every polling unit at the same time. But again, as I always complain, the easiest thing to do in a society is to complain and protest. Anybody can do that. Anybody, dumb, stupid, idiots, the most educated, we all can do that effortlessly if we choose to. But the solution is never going to come from there. We are paying attention to the noise. Now, we're not paying attention to the noise. Things are happening. Just pay attention to the signal. But me, most importantly, I only believe that there's time for everything. A learning moment for me with this. If there's one thing that I will take out from this whole election process is that the majority of the elite are on one accord. They are on one accord. That is why the country is still in peace. And that is what most people don't understand. The day we will find a strong argument between the elite divided equally, the war will trickle down and we'll go into the streets. But the fact that they just rig the election very peacefully, everybody is smiling, congratulations and all that, that means they're in one accord. So we need to see that. Where do we go from here? Are we going to still make sure we reason together, or we'll be complaining again? I mean, just imagine a full animal today now. We'll just sit down and eating with the toothpick, they laugh at us. Because the full animal, the problem is gradually fading out. It is now between the Yorubas and the Igbos. By the time I'm from Osun, by the time I become president, they go say now we be the problem of the country. But what am I trying to say? We are communicating with ourselves. We can decide what to talk about. We can decide the story. Nigeria is a story. Every nation is a story. We can decide to build our story, our nation, how we want it. This is the best we have. The people we are seeing as our leader now is the best we have at this time. We produce them. We can blame Tinubu, blame the INEC chairman. When I was asking Blessing those questions, it's not that I don't understand what she's saying. I understand the system, how it works. I don't compete for Nigeria. Not the same thing. They go invite us, come camp, carry us, go on completed building. Is it the minister of sport that is responsible for that? No. Now our immediate leaders, where we know, Blessing is sleeping on the mat. Do you think the INEC chairman is aware? Do you think the money is not within that locality? Somebody is sitting on it. We know those people. But no, Tinubu or the Obi, Konkoso, those are easy to blame. But in the next 3 months, all these INEC officials go to buy cars, build houses in our community, we go to hate them with chief titles. And guess what? 4 years' time, we come here again, we sort ourselves.
All right.
So it is what it is.
Thank you. Thank you. Dusky. Am I pronouncing it right? Yeah. Ganesh.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm Orlando. Dusk is my acronym. I'm a Liberian, but I went to school in Nigeria, and so Nigeria is my second country. I've been following the elections in Nigeria, and has attracted my attention to, in fact, all of the events that have been going on. I've been following this Oluomo thing since, in fact, the presidential elections, and I think it deserves some discussions. And I like what you're doing, Dr. Damages, for bringing this issue to be discussed by young people like you to ensure that it is eradicated or it's halted in such a way that people will go freely to the polls. I think the issue has been miscalculated by the Oluomo group, because I think if they know the number of people that are voting Peter Obi and the the Labour Party candidates, it is not only Igbos that are voting them. When you check the records and the number of people that have voted Peter Obi in the first elections, you will not limit it to Igbos. So they are missing the mark. I think the analysis from Arise News needs to be highlighted so that people get to educate them so that they desist from playing this ethnic card and that Nigeria will become peaceful. Because those who are running in the elections, those who are voting the candidates are not only Igbos. So they should avoid this Igbo thing and then move on with Nigeria, because I look up to Nigeria as certain example for my own country. And that's why I have been interested in the elections. Our own elections is coming up soon. And I thought I could get some education from what is going on in Nigeria to help others in the elections that are upcoming in Liberia. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your contribution. Let's go to George Ezike. George, welcome to the show. George, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody, wherever you are. I'm sorry, I'm driving, but I decided to tune in when I saw the menu of today's discussion, and I just wanted to make some comments, which I don't believe that the audience that I witnessed in the platform will necessarily agree with. I hear people say that the problem we have in Nigeria is not ethnic, and it's just the elite in the political class. And I would beg to disagree. If we go back to what created that elite, what created that political class, what created the political structure that we have in Nigeria today, we'll find out that it has a lot to do with ethnicity. The people that recreated Nigeria from what it used to be as foundation undoubtedly had ethnic and tribal motives. Nobody can contest that. Nigeria was recreated in the image of the North. It was deliberate, it was calculated. That the North is dominating Nigeria's leadership today is not an accident. So we must acknowledge that and not just say, oh, it's the political class. Of course, they created a political class that is now so centralized, whether it's at the state level or the national level, that is so centralized that a governor is like a demigod. The president is God, God senior. And the reason they created that is so that they can control the country, without, being questioned, So until we get to that root of, what led to what we have now as a structure, what we have now as a constitution, we will be lying to ourselves to make that, blanket statement that is not ethnic. It is tribal. It is ethnic. The Babangidas and all the military leaders that gave us what we have today as our constitution are tribal motivations in putting that nonsense constitution together. We know that. So please, gentlemen, we're all very well educated, well enlightened, well traveled people here. We cannot solve the problem of Nigeria until we look at its root, its origin. The Fulani, 6% of the population, is not controlling Nigeria today out of happenstance. How is that possible? It was calculated, was planned. So, I just wanted to give that background and to say that until we begin to acknowledge that. And in the process of them entrenching that tribal politics in Nigeria, tribal constitution, forcing that tribal constitution on Nigeria, of course, they recruited other ethnicities, other tribes, tribes to help them. And all along, over the years since the end of the war, Igbos has been used as the bogeyman of Nigerian politics. In fact, if you want to unite Nigerians, the rest of Nigerians, you make Igbos the topic. That has been the case since the end of the war. Once Igbos are made the topic, how to keep them out of Nigerian equation. You see, most other Nigerians will agree and come together. And then they will loot the country, okay, as long as they're getting their own loot. They don't even care who's getting the lion's share, because they know that the loot they're getting is fraudulent. They know they're not entitled to it. It's like you are stealing, and the head, thief, takes 3/4 of the bounty and gives you 1/4. You run away with the 1/4 feeling happy, because you didn't deserve it anyway, but the reason you are happy with it is because you're keeping this major ethnic group out. You push him out. Igbos have literally been edged out of Nigerian politics. We know that since the end of the war, and it was systematic, well orchestrated, well planned. You remember the time when we said we had a tripod in Nigeria? Where is the tripod? Today, the whole of Nigeria's political system since the end of the war is designed to minoritize Igbos, to turn Igbo ethnic group into a minority ethnic group, and they have succeeded for the most part. So when the Igbos agitate, and when the Nandecanos arise, and all these people are said, people don't see the background to that. They only see the agitation and the demonstration and the anger. I don't know any of you here who is non-Igbo who would go through what Igbos have gone through in Nigeria that will not turn into an Nandekano overnight. If you have any feelings in you, if your ethnic group or tribe is subjected to what Igbos have been subjected to, you will turn into a militant overnight. We've taken it in the chin, and we've somehow managed. And then when they turn Igbo land into a no man's land, deprive us of every infrastructure that will help us develop no seaport, no international airport, no rail lines, no roads, forcing Igbos to leave Igbo land and go to other places in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. And Igbos will go there and try to make a living, a decent living for themselves, and they target them over there. Look at what is happening to Igbos in Lagos. Look at the demonization Igbos are subjected in Lagos, just because they're struggling to survive and succeed. I'm pleading to other well-meaning Nigerians to see the Igbos as not only the victims of Nigeria's politics and existence, and the reason behind all the policies, all the evil policies that successive governments in Nigeria have instituted. At the heart of those policies is to keep Igbos down. If nobody believed this before now, I think Peter Obi is proof of that. I thank all the other groups, ethnic groups who are supporting Peter Obi. I'm elated by that. But know you that if Peter Obi were not an Igbo person, they won't rig him out the way they have done. Know you that the reason, what's his name in Lagos, the governor for the, governorship candidate for the LP, is being demonized all over the place because he has an Igbo wife. So look at the ethnic hatred against an ethnic group in the entire country. And you ask yourself, what is the crime of the Igbos? An Igbo man staged a coup some
40 years ago, and everybody considered this Igbo an Igbo coup, even though there are other ethnic groups involved in the coup. And yet people from that region of Igbo land will now turn around and tell you they're not Igbos. Go to the Delta today and see all Igbo ethnic groups, all Igbo groups denying to be Igbo. And yet we are paying a price for a coup that was staged by an Igbo from that area. Of course he's Igbo. I won't deny him. He's Igbo. He's always Igbo. Wike is Igbo. Amechi is Igbo. All of them are Igbo. But they'll tell you they're not Igbos. They're only Igbos when it's convenient. Amechi will come out and talk in Igbo and sing in Igbo and campaign in Igbo. And then he go outside and tell you he's not Igbo. His culture is Igbo. His market days are Igbo. Everything about him is Igbo. But Nigeria has poisoned their minds by throwing them crumbs. All these years after the war, the entire rivers and delta Igbos have been better treated than the hinterland of Igbo. Nigeria took them closer to themselves and said, oh, we're going to treat you, forget about those rebels, they're the bad Igbos. If you deny you are Igbo, we'll treat you better. That's what you're seeing everywhere. Hatred, hatred, hatred against Igbos everywhere we look. That is Nigeria's politics. And until we kill that, we are making any progress. No country will be built on that kind of hatred for a group, a major group, even if it's a minor group, and we never minor by any stretch of the imagination. But even if it's a minor group, no country will ever survive with the amount of hatred that has been instilled in it by the Nigerian state against the Igbos. That should be the crux of any discussion about moving forward in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, George. I wish you join us when we don't have election tomorrow and the next day so that we can talk about some of these issues. But I want us to go back to the elections because it's happening tomorrow. We have to look at the candidates, where the flashpoints are, and the dynamics in those places. So, but before
I'm new to this place, so
I'm waiting out. I'm waiting out.
I'm new. Can I say something? I'm new here.
No. I'm all day here. I can't allow you. You have to keep quiet and talk.
Please,
Matt,
I'm all day here too, Doctor. I'm all day here too, Dr. Damages. Please, I'm all day.
Let me explain what I'm doing so that people understand. I think sometimes people don't understand. So I give priority to people who are in Nigeria, who are going to report back to us tomorrow and tell us what's going on. That's one. Secondly, I give priority to people who are yet to say anything. So if you have said something before, let me allow the people that are yet to say something to say something. So that's what I'm trying to do. It makes sense. I know that everybody wants to say a lot of things, and So let me get Abiku. What do you want to say before I go to
just to drop something before I go, so that we can go and sleep and prepare for tomorrow's election. We are going to vote and be on the field tomorrow. So as usual, of course, anybody that knows the terrain and the geography of Lagos in terms of the settlements will know the flashpoint areas. I don't need to mention those areas that has some dominated ethnic group. I think those are the flashpoint areas, which everybody knows very well. The traditional area are not really flashpoints. I'm not sure you are going to see any violence coming from Badagry. You are not going to see any violence coming from Ekpe. You're not going to see any violence coming from Ikorodu, and partly Alimosho, where I stay. But places like Oshodi, Solo, Mr. Gabriel, yeah. Let me just drop my own.
I'm coming. They attack Labour Party in Ekpe. Don't talk about Ekpe.
No. That's see. You don't understand the point. That's what I'm saying. You don't understand the politics. In Ekpe, they don't want GRV to come to Ekpe because they did not win. Even Peter Obi did not win Ekpe. So I don't know how GRV will want to win Ekpe.
Why?
You don't. That's what I'm saying. You don't understand the politics. Let me just explain let me just make my point. I'm not arguing with you front and back. I'm telling you what is happening. So he's not expected to win Ekpe. He's not expected to win Badagry. He's not expected to win Ikorodu. Mark all these local government, I'm telling you. He's not expected to win those Ibile, still nuclear local government. This is fact. All this, you are emotional. It's one of the traits I see in most of you disobedient people. You tend to listen
don't
and
allow
see.
people to vote? Why they don't allow people to vote? They're free mind. Why they attack people?
Just let me make my point and tell you the
sure.
situation. See, let me make my point and tell you the situation. So, like I was saying,
Make
Dr.
your point
Damiji,
and
then
give
the
us
other,
facts. When you make your point, give us facts.
yes,
When you call some areas, give us the fact why they will not be allowed to vote. Why Labour Party will not win
no.
it.
I'm not telling you. I'm not.
You don't have facts.
See, Mr. Thank you, Dr. Damiji, for muting him there. I'm not telling you why are they allowing anybody to vote. What you are saying is that Peter Obi lost Ekpe because they didn't allow people to vote in Ekpe. But he won Oshodi Solo because they allow people to vote in Oshodi Solo. When you reason very well too now, because I don't understand. He lost Ikorodu because they didn't allow people to vote in Ikorodu.
Because they are
But
cowards. That's why they don't allow them to vote.
Excuse me now. He won Amuwodof. He won Etiosa because they allowed people to vote in Etiosa. In fact, most places he won are actually the places that violence were recorded. That's what I say, that most of these obedient, they are just emotional. They don't understand what is happening. Most of those places that they were violent, that's when he won. He won in Oshodi Solo. There was a reporter. He won in Etiosa. This thing I'm telling you, you can fast check them now. They are not. I'm not telling you anything. So he's not expected to win in Ekpe. He's not expected to win in Ikorodu. He's not expected to win in Badagry. That is why he's trying to spread his tentacle within that same 1 week of extension to go to those places. GRV has never been campaigning. The only guy that was campaigning truly was this PDP's guy, Jando. He was actually the one people thought he would give APC the run for their money. But with the wave of Peter Obi, GRV came in within that 1 or 2 weeks. This profile shoot up, and so many people's with protest vote too. They feel that they can transfer that protest vote of Peter Obi to GRV. That is just the political analysis. It's not any. Don't bother. Don't think too much about anything. So that is that about that. So the area that you might expect violence, like I said before, is those same area that Peter Obi won, and the strategy which they are going to use, which I think they are going to use, is the same strategy of creating a voter apathy and voter suppression strategy in an attempt to limit the number of people that will come and vote, so that the vote that will come out from that area will be less. You don't need to do that in Ikorodu. You don't need to do that in Ekpe. If you understand Lagos, you will understand what I'm saying. But most of you don't understand. You just feel as if the same the obedient people are everywhere. They are not everywhere. They are mostly in some areas. You can see it. That is the area that will generate more votes. If you go to places like Amuodofin, Okota, Isolo, that is where they are. And you can relate the reason why they are. If you go to places like Alaba or Alaba International, they are there. You can see the reason why they are there if you understand Lagos. If you go to Oshodi Solo, you can see the reason why they are in Oshodi Solo. Ladipo is in Oshodi Solo. If you go to those areas, Amuodofin side, Port is there. First Stack, Port is there. So you understand most of the car business in that Baga side they are run by that same set of. That is where they are. So if you understand those kind of policy, you know that they will turn out to vote from those areas, and that is those areas that the APC machinery are trying to use their own voter suppression method to reduce the number of votes that will come from those areas. I'm telling you, all this I'm telling you, they are just the way it is. So whether you like it or you don't like it, I don't care. So that is just the way it is. So thank you very much, Dr. Damages, for. By tomorrow again, live tomorrow, I'm going to update you. Our own local government is going to be peaceful. Like I said, there's not going to be any violence. There's no MC Oluomo in my local government. So everybody will be calm that there's not going to be any violence. So thank you very much for allowing me to be in this space.
Thank you so much. We connect tomorrow. All right.
Yes, thank you.
Matt, what do you want to say? 1 minute.
No, Dr. Damages, 1 minute. No, I have stayed here a lot. I have to speak.
Matt, listen. If you
I have to speak. I have to speak. I want to correct that BOP. I want to correct that BOP, and I want to just give my own narrative based on what you said about people on ground. That guy is not on ground than anybody that is staying in abroad. We have people in on ground that are giving us more vital information than that young man. He is so biased that he say things that is not real. Remember the time I told you, Dr. Damage is here, when this young man came online telling us that P2B has no ground to win during presidential election. You can go back to what he told us here. But it came and accomplished that P2B.
I was on the live that day.
Okay, God bless you. And I was here, and I told him, you saw when I replied him. So, Dr. Damages, on ground, I believe Ngozeka more than this guy. Ngozeka give you real, actual facts. But you see this young man, he comes here to just damaru us, to make us yeah and go, saying that he's giving his on ground. He's not on ground more than me. I have people on ground. My mother is in the village. My father is in the village. They want to go and vote. They are giving me the on ground news also. So that young man is not important here in this forum. We are important. He is important. He say his own opinion. We say our own opinion. Thank you. But I have something to say now too. I want to appeal to Eastern governors that are going to be elected from what is going on in Lagos and other parts of Nigeria. Please, I'm begging you people, rebuild East for us. We want to come back and invest like we are invested in Lagos. This insult is too much, so that we can go back, we can go back to our place and invest whatever we have to invest. And that place will be a good place for all of us, the Easterners. And another thing that I want to say is that, please, Nigerians, we need to vote out APC. My face is here, I'm not hiding it. APC had to win in Lagos because this insult is too much. It's getting too much on Igbos. This is what I have to say to you, because Nnamdi Kanu say it now, they will go and arrest him in another country. This young man is in Lagos. He said it. He's still there, carrying Mama Nkechi that is selling akra in the street, and pay him and come to damaru us, to ye us on the television. That is not acceptable. So what I'm saying is that, please, anybody that is going to vote tomorrow, the obedience should go out and vote. Please, DOD or whatever you call yourself, you are on the background watching me. Matt is saying it. Call a spade. If you are Tinubu boy, hit your chest and say you are Tinubu boy. I'm obedient. I'm an Igbo man, and I'm proud of Igbo man. I am Imo State guy, and I was born in Abia State. I have lived in Lagos. I have traveled far and near. So don't live as in your war room and be telling us stories that is not real.
All right, thank you,
Mike. Can I say something?
No, nobody's saying something. I'll tell you who will speak next. Peter is speaking next. Peter, go ahead. Peter.
Okay, good evening, Dr. David. Yeah, good evening.
Hi.
Good evening, everybody. So it's good to gather here once again today. Let us not lose our focus. I believe such a gathering like this should be focused on things happening on the ground in Nigeria. The intimidation, the killing, the racial war going on in Nigeria. Here should be really a place to come and start campaigning for any particular political party. What we should be doing, especially we in diaspora, is voting out what is happening in Nigeria, thereby giving suggestions on how to tackle it, especially the dysfunction aspect of our security system, the police. You can see now how Agbero chairman will come out openly and start threatening people. It happened on the day of our presidential election, where a guy in a particular unit, police unit, was telling people, look, if you don't vote for a particular party, just get out of here, don't vote here. And after the election, we were expecting the security to pick that guy up locking up, and trying for political offense. But today, nothing has happened. Another one again, another Agbero chairman has come out openly, telling people not to come out tomorrow. If they come out and vote, and they happen to vote other than their party, their orga, then something will happen. So I suggest that we who have voices, person like you now have this kind of a useful platform, we should be condemning it. We should be telling people, we should be calling on security architecture in Nigeria to do their work, to protect people in that country. Look, we cannot continue like this. The time has really come that everybody has to come out in one voice. Look, we should get one thing clear here. Obedience. Obedience is a movement. It's not really about a political party. If you belong to another party and you are the right person who can deliver, I believe the obedient movement will support you. Obedient movement choose Peter as their front runner because they say he is the best alternative. As we are now today, he is the best alternative. Therefore, that's the reason why they are pushing him to be at the forefront. So you see, obedient movement is about correcting all these things that are going wrong in Nigeria, where we don't have the rule of law again, that people don't respect law again, that Agbero Channel will just come out checking people, say all sorts of things, and he will go free. A country where we have a police force, the army, I don't know. So we all should gather here instead of fighting against each other, against political parties. We should be focusing on this, condemning them, voicing out all these bad things that is happening in Nigeria, and suggesting a way how we can deal with it. Or if those people who call the security system are sleeping, we have to wake them up. If you're having a channel like this, use it to propagate this our message. Tell them that they should wake up and let there be rule of law in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Mikolo, you'll be the last person to speak on this, and then we go into analyzing the states and the what's at stake. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Mamingo, only is concerning the issue in Lagos. If we look at this whole thing very well, no permanent, well-known Igbo man in Nigeria is condemning this act. Even up to the governors, nobody, no king from anywhere from the Igbo land has been able to stand up and give a press brief on this issue to condemn the act in Lagos, because starting something is easy, but to finish it is not easy. I am from Delta State, I'm an Robo, but from when I watched it on Arise TV today, what is trending, when I saw what MC Oluomo was saying, that was really, really too far for him. Because in this life, you can become a general today. Once government change, your sins can never be forgiven. It will definitely come back to you. For you to tell the Igbos not to come out and vote in Lagos, because you are even an Agbero chairman. Imagine people like Asari Dokubo, Ateke Tompolo, people that has even done what you have never done in your life. They are quiet. They are not making any noise. You are just able to pack chairman in Lagos. You've not fought any civil war. You've not fought the government. You've not done anything apart from beating pickpocket boys in the streets. You have the guts to come out and tell people that kind of thing, and nobody arrested him. There was nothing has happened up to today, and this is what will happen tomorrow. This is what will happen tomorrow. Then this guy, like BROQ, whatever, that came here and was telling like the Labour Party does not have any stuff for tomorrow election. It's a big lie. Like Peter Obi said, it is obedient movement. It is all about the party. And from the way things are going, from what they just said and what they are doing, it's even making Nigerians in Lagos to vote for Labour Party. They are causing more issues for themselves. With this, we have Tinubu as our president. We have Soludo for second term. We are dead. Lagos, people, non-indigenous in Lagos are dead. They are dead for what is going on. And I really want all these governors from the East, they should come out and condemn this act. Because if they can do that today, it will help tomorrow election for the Igbos in Lagos. It will help them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me go to on politics.
Dr. Rudolph. You still circling, Dr. Rudolph, and I have something to share with George Ezike.
No, hold on, Igbo basics. Hold on. Let me. I'm going to people who are here to speak first. Yeah, Ovie, were you?
Yeah. My name is Abiola.
Abiola. Okay, go ahead.
A friend. Yeah, a friend to Fred.
Okay. We don't know him as Fred, but I think you are talking about Ovie.
What do you know him as?
Ovie.
Ovie. Okay.
Yeah,
whatever.
Okay.
So I really want to quickly highlight some stuff. When you talk about Obi, it's a movement. We all accept that. I'm a Yoruba boy. I'm from Ogun State, Ijebu precisely. And I have an elder brother who is back in Nigeria, and he's an APC to the core. But we could sit down and make some analysis. If we all could recall 2015 presidential election, now Nigerians or the Lagosians moved away from voting political party, in which we are making a lot of mistake in this dispensation. What happened in 2015 is what is repeating itself right now. Oluomo coming out to say what he says is only trying to protect his own territory, just because that is where it fits from. And he believes if that is taken away from him, that means there's going to be a change in government. That means there's going to be a change in hand, which is going to affect what is, coming to his own table. So, and I have always believed Nigerians for one thing. When we get pushed to the wall, it takes us a while to fight back. The only time we fight back is when we cannot create and hold on to that wall. That is what got somebody like us to where we are today, because we are unable to crack those walls. And we are like, the best thing for us is to excuse ourselves for now. You understand? So the obedient movement does not mean, because everybody is shouting Obi, does not mean everybody is going to come out there and vote for Labour Party in every election. That is not going to happen. Because what we are seeing in Obi, we are not seeing it in a lot of Labour Party aspirants, or what do they call them? Aspirants. Because what Obi is bringing to the table is quite different from what every other person is bringing to the table. And if we want to move Nigerian forward, we have to be able to move away from, hey, I am an Igbo person, I am a Yoruba person, I am an, unless if they want Nigeria to be divided. That is when, the gentleman that came, every Igbo should go back, they should go and fix their own states. Don't forget, Lagos was once center of excellency in Nigeria. It was once the capital of Nigeria. So everything and all things still happens in Lagos. That's why you will see every state have a share in Lagos. No matter which state it is, the 35 states have a share in Lagos. So the whole country is the one building Lagos, as Lagos is as today. So moving forward, we need to understand that it is high time for us to put people who are capable. I sat down to watch Obi's manifesto, to watch, what's it called? The City Boy manifesto, and the guy from the PDP guy. I watched their manifestos. I looked at who is capable to move Nigerian forward. Nigeria is not a rocket science to fix. Nigeria is one of the easiest countries to fix in the whole wide world. If you ask me, and I'll tell you, when you talk about the best scientists in the world, Nigerians, the best doctors, Nigerians, one of the best IT guys, they are Nigerians. If you go to Google today, you will see tons of Nigerians working there. Why are we not fixing our own country? Because there is a brain drain. All our talents are shifted from Nigeria to other countries. You understand? Somebody told, I'm in logistics. Somebody told me, oh, why can't you run logistics in Nigeria? I said, because they did not create the platform. How do I want to run a logistics in my country where there's no road, there's no light? And those are the two things that run logistics. So if we cannot even have that, how do you want to fix Nigeria? So it comes down to what me and every one of us are going to input. What are we going to do to make Nigerian forward? You know, they were talking about how much the diasporans, you know, put in the economy every year. What people don't understand is this. The money we diasporans send to Nigeria is not for building Nigeria. It's for solving the problems in Nigeria. House rent, school fees, hospital bills. Those are the kind of money we are sending to Nigeria that are solving. So, you know, for you to bring somebody who understands the economy, not somebody who is going to sit down there as a figurehead, that is when, you know, we are putting ourselves to the right direction. And for the people who are saying, oh, Nigeria is a forgotten. If Nigeria is a forgotten, we all are not going to be sitting here today. It's the passion and the love we still have for this country. That's why we are still sitting here today, having this kind of conversation. And thank you for the platform.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abiola. What we're going to do now is when I come to you, you pick a state or and give me an analysis of what you think is going on there, the state that you care about, the one that you understand the politics. Not everybody can talk about Sokoto or Zamfara, but whatever state you follow, you understand the politics. You give me your own analysis of the dynamics. So we don't all base everything on Lagos, Port Harcourt, and maybe Kaduna, the other states in the country. But before we do that, let me come to Elvis.Nation. Elvis, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages and everyone on the panel. Good evening, good afternoon from here. My name is Elvis. Dr. Damages, the problem is that you have switched the topic, so I don't know if I can still make 2 minutes of statements.
Go ahead. You're already here now. Go ahead.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Yeah. So it's going to be very short. I don't want to take most of your time. The thing is that when I came here before on this platform, I spoke about what we call, somebody's making noise at the background. I don't know who is that.
Not here. Let me see. I don't hear it. Are people hearing noise?
It's okay. If I'm coming out there, then it's okay. Then I can ride on.
Yeah, you're coming out good. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So when I came here last time, I spoke about what we call dangerous diversity. So some people ask me, where do these kind of people crawl out from? Where do we come from? Why are we talking about dangerous diversity? Why are we talking about that Nigeria cannot exist? So I still want to refer to that thing that I said before the presidential election. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have told us. That's the only one I listen to. We cannot, it's only INEC that can decide your elections in Nigeria, no matter what you do. This thing that is happening in Lagos now, it will still happen tomorrow. It will still happen this tomorrow. We all will still come here to speak grammar. So all this English we are speaking, at the end of the day, that dangerous diversity is still there. And it's not going to be erased. We cannot, it's just, we have tried. All this while we have tried to vote. We have look at Obi. Obi practically won the election, but they won't allow him to smell that seat. That is what we call dangerous diversity. It's so dangerous that you cannot do anything. In Lagos, if, for example, now they announce tomorrow that Obi is the winner through the court or whatever, do you know how many people are going to die throughout Nigeria? They will kill people, they will massacre people in the north, they will massacre people in Lagos, they will burn everybody's shops. So what I'm trying to plead to our brothers that is listening is this. Is it not time for us to think about where we are coming from? Is it not time for us to listen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at least? We are all saying kill him. Kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, kill Simon Ekpa. Is it not time for us to stop all this grammar and say, since they don't want us to be part of this Nigeria, why not let's just go back to where we are coming from? If all of us can agree on one thing, You don't want us in Lagos. You don't want us in the north. You don't want us in Kaduna. You don't want us in Katsina. Everywhere we go, you kill us, you massacre us. Then we come around, we speak English. So my own is that Nigeria is operating what they call dangerous diversity. And no matter what grammar we speak, we will still be massacred in numbers every day. So it's best for us to start to listen to a man, Paul Mazunamekano, speak at least with one voice for him to be released. Because he's not fighting for his selfish interest, he's fighting for all of us and our children. If all of us can come together and speak in one voice, you see the Fulani, they will rescue and remove their brothers from the prison. They will put them in the armies and the police. We all see these things. We pretend ourselves we don't see it. Then they will go and kidnap our brother and put him in dungeon against all international treaties, against all laws, against all their own constitution. We are all speaking English, speaking grammar. After speaking grammar, we even ebe. So I will say, let me conclude here, that we should understand that Nigeria cannot exist as a nation. Go and check the meaning of a nation. Nigeria is not a nation. I can never exist as a nation, no matter what grammar we speak. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Elvis. So let's start with Igbo Basics. You give us pick a state that you are familiar with. Give us your analysis of what's going on there.
I'm going to take on, thank you once again, Dr. Damages. I'm going to take on Port Harcourt, specifically in this River State and Enugu, for two reasons. But before I do that, some of us are record keepers. Never mind that we now have the new media. What we have currently going on in Nigeria under President Muhammadu Buhari is almost like what we have under Sani Abacha, who was the general. Why do I say that? I see my good friend George Ezike here, Engineer George Ezike. When I say we are record keepers, I'm going to share two pictures with us, and then we'll take it from there. And I hope that George Ezike is still here, able to stay with us. This is a picture. If you can look closely at this photograph, that is Engineer George Ezike carrying that placard that says Abacha must go. There is the next picture with George Ezike's colleague. He says, Igbos, stop kissing Hausa asses. This is 26 years later. Last time I saw George Ezike was in New York, right in front of the UN, at the British Embassy. Before there was Nnamdi Kanu, and before there was Simon Ekpa and the rest of all the newcomers, even Wazirike, there was Engineer George Ezike. Once an activist, always an activist. George Ezike came here, he gave us a historical perspective. He spoke in very clear language. Nigeria's tripod, quivers. That's what I described that tripod that we had. I'm not here to repeat what he said because we all heard what he said. Simply because Obi is an Igbo man. It could be Rudolph Okonkwo is an Igbo man. He wins the election. Sorry, he did not win the election. If he was a Yoruba man and he wins the election, no wahala. Let's go do it. If he was an Hausa man and he wins the election, no wahala, we'll all sing. So my point is this. In line with everything that George Ezike has presented here, as an elderly person who has been around for quite some time, go figure, what George submitted here is the truth and nothing but the truth. It will continue to happen until Nigeria decides not to shut down the chemical department of University of Nigeria, Nsukka, so as to do the Igbo man in. We ain't going nowhere. We want to be the Taiwan of Africa. But because it's made in Aba, no way. Until those who are holding Nigeria back realize that every part of Nigeria can contribute positively for the growth of Nigeria, let's just wait for tomorrow's election. Then I'll talk about Port Harcourt, River State. For tomorrow's election, from the situation room, what we are saying is that those who are going out, you don't allow the resident electoral commissioners there to use Irasapin Don't allow that, because they will come there and they will try to repeat the same thing they did before, trying to change issues. No color pen, because they fade very, very fast. And all we're saying is that use your normal Bic. If you have ever written with a Bic, please go to Ngozik and the rest of the people who are down there. Write with Bic. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to erase the Bic. And then you make sure that you are in the polling area to make sure that they've uploaded the results. Let them not tell you that, oh, there is a problem. Once you have made sure that they have actually uploaded the results and it confirms that it's been uploaded, please quietly leave the area. But above all, when you are going to these places like River State tomorrow, that can apply to other people in Enugu State. Go with your small first aid kit. This is what is being anticipated tomorrow. Go with a small first aid kit with your little plasters inside it, your little scissors inside it. But above all, go with your oranges and orange companions. If you don't have anything to wash down, go with your Power Stout. There is a stout called Power Stout. It's less bitter and very refreshing. Go with your Power Stout. It must not be Guinness. If you go with your Power Stout, you can be able to wash down in case of incasity. That's the message for the people in River State. Now going to Enugu State. What is happening there is that on the ground currently, there's very high tension. Things are happening in the background that even those who are in the working places don't realize what is happening. There is serious tension. Why is this serious tension? People like Namane, the guy who was sacked from PDP, they are playing two-faced. They are playing double games. What games are they doing? They are playing the games in hope that his candidate will be pushed through by hook or crook. And if that is done, they will turn around and go to APC as a sure banker of their place.
Igbo Basics.
So, to
Hold on.
conclude, yes.
Igbo Basic, hold on. You talked about River State. You didn't even tell us the candidates. You didn't tell us who is making waves. You didn't tell us the dynamics. We didn't even know. We are expecting you to give us analysis, but I'll come back to you next time.
The dynamics in River State, if you're talking about the candidates.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Analysis.
Okay, the candidates in River State,
we'll come back again to you. Let's go to somebody else.
I think I delivered my message first.
Yeah, I had.
But there is a lady who is running in River State, defending herself, and Wike them are still trying to play the politics of Wike going to be chief of staff or chief of defense staff. This is what is happening on ground.
All right.
So Wike, don't believe anything he says in the lobby. He will try to repeat the same thing he did before.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Concerns. Welcome back. Did you have
George
any?
Ezike, it's good to see you again.
Yes, Alex, glad to see you. It's been a long time.
Keep on the good fight.
Okay, thank you, George. Thank you.
Hello.
Concerns. What state are you looking at? Can you do an analysis for us?
Well, it's something about these states I don't know much of, because if I look for like Rivers, the LP have a candidate there which the people want to support. But the problem is that governor and the Amechi, they want things to go in their own way. So that is one thing about Rivers State. And whatever happened, there is a much tension there. And also what happened last week, I think will also happen again. That Wike want to have his way so that he will not be indicted after the election. That's what Wike is trying to do. And Amechi, two of them has been a loggerhead about who's going to control that place, both the APC and the DCM. But people there want to vote Labour as what they want to do also in Lagos, because they believe that Labour, some people still believe that Obi will still be the president. So they believe that if Obi comes in as the president, then some of the states will still have some governors that will work with him. But the thing is that the election, the way I see it, is still going to be these henchmen will still control their places because the government is not doing anything. All the threats that is happening all these days, nobody has been arrested. In a good country, in a country that want to work, anybody who threatens people, even in the electoral act, if you threaten, if you threaten anybody, it's 100,000 naira fine. But up to today, nobody has been arrested. You see, and they like this guy, what did this Lagos guy that is threatening Igbos and all the rest? Nobody is condemning because of what Mr. George Ejike said. Everything about Nigeria today is against the Igbos. They want the Igbos to be nothing in Nigeria. And for me, this election tomorrow, people supposed to boycott this election, but because everybody want to, like the first time the IPOB was calling for the boycott of this election, the IPOB knows that even Obi wins, they cannot give to him. They cannot, and Obi really win, but they will not give to him because they don't want an Igbo man to be there. So for me, I'm an IPOB member, and I'm not hiding that I'm an IPOB member. I'm an Igbo man, but not that I'm an Igbo man because I've traveled to many other countries. I've been to many other countries. What is happening in Nigeria doesn't happen in any good country. And all these things we talk about here everywhere is because these people doesn't want an Igbo man to stand up. But it's shameful to them because God will still punish them. Because whatever they do, Igbo man will still be on top of them. Whatever. They try everything to bring an Igbo man down, but God will never allow an Igbo man to go down. But for me, like the other guy who said, it is better for us, Igbos, let us come together and see how we can have our own country. If we continue to be in this Nigeria together, my brother, we cannot make any headway because they continue to push us down. Our Igbo leaders, yesterday, somebody was talking that no Igbo group has condemned what is happening in Lagos. An Igbo group condemned what is happening in Lagos yesterday. It was aired in channel television. The man was talking about, he said that the government should try to protect the Igbos. They gave a communique yesterday, and they condemn what is happening against the Igbos. But you see what's happening today against the Igbo. If like someone, that Oluomo, that Aburo man, if that he has talked about the people of the Fulanis, if that threat was against the Fulanis, immediately that man is supposed to be arrested.
All right.
If you talk about other people from he's supposed to be arrested immediately. But because he talk against Igbo, that's why they cannot arrest him.
Concern. Thank you so much. We moved away from the topic. I want us to do the analysis, okay? Alaro, go ahead. You're next. Pick a state and tell me. I know you're from, where are you from again? I forgot.
Lagos.
Okay, you can pick Lagos, you know.
Okay, so first and foremost,
hold on, okay? Can we go to Ngozika first? Because
please, anytime. Ngozika, myself, I want to hear.
I don't know what you have for us.
Mr. Laro, thank you very much for letting me take your turn. Thank you. So I have two states that I'm interested in this election. I am interested in Abia and I'm interested in Enugu. Abia because we share a boundary with them, and it has so much potential and has been held back many years by bad governance. So I really want to see them have a go at good governance so that they can exploit their full potential. If you go to Aba, you will know why I have interest in this place. It's a commercial city. It has manufacturing. It has trade. Aba is just an all-rounder, and I really feel bad whenever I go there to see what deplorable governance has done to them. So I'm really interested in the outcome of the Abia elections. And then coming to Enugu, Mr.
I wanted to play a video. This was campaigning
So you see, that just goes to buttress what I was saying. They have this sentiment in Aba that only Aba Garo Aba translates to it is an Aba person that will build Aba, and it's part of the reason why they are where they are right now. They keep insisting that it is only only a governor from Aba that will look into Aba, and what have they gotten in return? Governor after governor, Aba is just deplorable despite the huge potential. There is nothing you cannot see in Aba. There is nothing you want manufactured, be it clothes, be it a shoe, be it bag. Aba is just a huge commercial city, and it is so. I was saying the last time, there was this time I went to Aba on the Aba Port Harcourt Expressway. There is this huge chunk of the expressway that has been turned to a garbage dump. If you see this garbage dump, the height is like 2 stories. I'm not making this up. Right on the highway, Aba Port Harcourt Highway, the height of the garbage dump is like 2 stories. And my friend was even telling me that it has reduced. That if I saw it initially, it was like 3 stories. That is how bad things are in Aba. There are parts of Aba that once it rains, like you saw in that video, everybody gets a Wellington boot. That is the only way you'll be able to move around. And despite all these things, they still trudge on. The city still thrives, but not to its optimal performance, because given a chance at good governance, Aba is going to be what we all think it can be. And then my other interest is in Enugu. And like Mr. Ibo Basic rightly said, the Ebano family, unfortunately, were resurrected by the current governor. It is no secret in town that he's no longer so favored. I mean, the current governor. The sentiments played out at the polls on 25th, where he lost his senatorial bid. And this morning, we woke up to the news that the roadblock he placed in front of the government house had been removed. Mind you, these roadblocks, he had these huge chunks of concrete. He used it to block off all entry roads to the government house, starting from Opera Square. People that know Enugu will know what I'm talking about. He blocked off major roads that lead to that place. We don't know his reason. He said it was security concerns. And then this morning we woke up and realized our able governor had taken off the roadblocks. Why? Just a day to elections. And the reason is simple. There is also this sentiment in the street that I said it last year and I'll say it again. I do not have any particular interest in the gubernatorial elections in Enugu. I want to see Enugu work, and I do not care whoever has the capability to make Enugu work, the person should get into the Lions building. But there's this sentiment that the 3 main contenders are just stooges. They are just stooges in this whole game. I'm talking about the ABGA person, the PDP person, and the APC person. And this sentiment is not just among the urban dwellers. I've heard it play out among people that do not live in the urban centers. So, in case for those who are not familiar with Enugu politics, the 3 senatorial zones have families or cliques that control the powers of those areas. For the Enugu East, that comprises in Kano and other local governments, mainly in Kano, you have Ebano family, that is the Chimaroke faction. Then for Enugu West, you have Madu and his people, who unfortunately is still trying to extricate himself from the whole mess he has in the UK. And then for Enugu North, you have the Modo family. These are the 3 families that seemingly control Enugu politics. So there's this sentiment, because why I am looking, where I'm really interested in Enugu politics this time around is that there's this sentiment that one family, that's the Ebano family, has managed to plant stooges in the 3 major parties that are contesting, so that whichever way it goes, their own person wins it. And a couple of days ago, I was on a Twitter space. Afia TV hosted a Twitter space and invited the gubernatorial candidate for APC to come and tell us, talk about his manifesto. right? He was supposed to come and talk about his manifesto, and he delayed for over 2 hours, and there was palpable anger, and somebody kept on the space telling others that no, this man is not contesting, he's not contesting. And his people came to defend, and he almost turned into a war of words. The guy was insistent. He said the guy is not contesting for governor. The whole street, everybody was like, "Why are you saying he's not contesting for governor? He's going around doing campaigns. He's on the ballot paper. So why is he said the guy is just a stooge, repeating the sentiments that were on the streets." I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So tomorrow, what we are expecting is the only person that they seem to be giving a pass is the Labour Party guy. And even then, he is still connected to the current administration, because until last year, he was the Commissioner for Environment. So none of the guys have it easy.
Now,
None of the... Yes?
Can you address the issue? I'm hearing that Labour Party candidates, that most of the Labour Party people are not supporting. And even P2B, I think he criticized P2B for abandoning him, I think. What is the situation there?
Well, there is a lot of division in the Labour Party faction of Enugu. Okay, let me say obedient. I don't want to use Labour Party. When P2B emerged, most people supported him as an individual. And these people that supported him as an individual, I'm speaking from Ndenugu as in perspective that I've heard from Ndenugu. Most people that supported him already had parties they were loyal to. Some of them were loyal to PDP, some of them were loyal to ACTA, some of them were loyal to APC, but they rallied around P2B for the presidential election. So what now happened is, after the presidential election, there is now a huge divide between people who say, okay, we supported P2B and he is in the Labour Party, and he needs people in the Labour Party so that when he gets into office, he will have his own people to work with. So let's support Edoga. And there are also another faction of the same obedient people that are saying, no. We supported P2B because he said he believes in the 3 C's. He stands for the 3 C's: competence, capacity, and what is the other one? The 3 C's. So that this Labour Party guy does not embody it, that they are not going to trade competence over party affiliation and the character. And the divide has gone so deep that it's even in the among Labour Party members, most of them are not openly saying it. Most of them are not openly saying it. So what you get is that most of them are silent on this guy's campaign. There was even a time that I don't know where the rumor started from, that during Obi's campaign, the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate in Enugu made a snide remark. Some of them are hinging on that as their reason for not supporting him, that he made a snide remark that Obiamare made politics, that politics be local. It's not proven, but the sentiment stands. People are like, he went against Obi and he's now wanting to ride on Obi's wave. The other people are saying he is not competent enough, he's riding on Obi's wave. Other people are saying he is in the Labour Party, Obi is in the Labour Party. They need each other. So this divide has it's all going to play out tomorrow, whether we like it or not. It's all going to play out tomorrow.
A lot of horse trading has gone on in the background, which is not even to the surface. Anybody can see. All I can say to you, Ngozika, who is representing us in Enugu State, I can say to you, I hope you have your oranges and orange companion, so that at least you can be able to sort oranges tomorrow. That's one. And also bear in mind that some of the what you call the security personnel down where you are, they have been fully compromised.
Well, I am.
All right. Wazika, thank you so much. I think we're getting a feed from you or from somebody else, but thank you. Alaro, you're next.
Okay. That was quite interesting, was what she had to give us. I was quite impressed with that. I'm going back to Lagos. And first and foremost, with all this rhetoric that's going on, actually, the only Lagosian that's contesting in Lagos is Gbadebo. Everybody else is not from Lagos. He's the only one that's actually from Lagos. And all of us have something somewhere. I myself, I'm Lagosian. I'm also Kwara. So there's a mixture somewhere. But that last name, he doesn't need to prove himself. His last name, anybody is a true Lagosian can go to his great grandfather's house. We know where it is in the island. So that one is no issue. If you want to say it has to be a Lagosian that rules Lagos. So that issue, the real Lagosians know that. There's no all this talking, it's just general talk. But that's not the point. The person that's ruling now is a Jebu man. That's not the point. So that's besides the point. When we did the last election, when you want to go tribalistic, they keep talking tribal. The most votes for PO came from the Yorubas. People keep forgetting that. They just talk what is the population of Igbos? The people that are standing out there, that are shouting APC, that are going to the rallies, these are people I know that vote for PO. But when your life is at risk, do you know what the danger of just saying you are helping Lagos under this administration? You cannot go publicly. The people that go publicly are putting themselves and their siblings at risk, which they shouldn't have to in a normal democracy. That being said, Doctor, if you go back to every video I've appeared in, I always made a comment. I said Lagosians will shock APC. Go back and look at everyone. Lagosians will shock APC. Ovie always say grassroots politics. I know the people on ground. I know the Agberos. I know the people that try to get visa that didn't get out for the last 20 years. I know the people I send money to. Lagosians are suffering. They will not let LP lose. There's no way. And when we get our mandate back, people will see the true face of Lagos. All this they are saying, all this they're trying to push out against each other, and they are burning things down. Oluomo himself, this is a multi-millionaire. This is a mafia. This is a man that was in charge of thuggery in Lagos. This is institutional corruption at its highest level. This man is a leader of an institution that's supported by Lagos government that is not official. People should try to understand what is going on in Lagos State. We cannot allow, and we will not allow, for the selection that happened, not the election, the selection that happened to stay. But rule of law, we are not them. We will do the right thing. Like PO say, first, judiciary. They have a rule. We will follow it and play by their rules. And at the end of the day, Nigerians will decide what it should be. Lagos will shock the world. And this will be the beginning of a new Nigeria for every Nigeria, no matter what your tribe is. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Lara. We appreciate that. Let's go to, okay, I have to skip a few people just to hear from some people who joined us who have not. I'll come back to you. As long as you're here, I will get to you. But let me hear from people who haven't said anything. I think the first person I'm seeing is it Ben? My computer is frozen. Ben, yeah, Ben. Welcome to the show. Oh, all right. I mentioned his name. He left. All right. Let's go to Matt. Matthew. So
We
what were
haven't
you?
heard from John Abba.
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. Yeah, good evening, panelists. I want to comment just about Abia State because I was born and brought up there. So, anyways, I know about the politics, grassroots, because I have participated right from secondary school before I left. I don't need to tell you, but you need to see with your eyes. Ngozika has just said it about Aba. I don't want to come to Aba because if I start talking about it will take us, the whole year, to analyze what has been going on and the mess over there. I want to talk about Umuahia. If anyone has that, Umuahia is a glorified village. Do you know that this is a state where this is where they call capital? Capital. I was born and brought up in this. I grew up. In the capital, so I can tell you virtually everything that is going on there. The only person that did something during Mbakwe time, the same road Mbakwe built, because I was a child when the road was constructed. So that same road is what Umuahia are still using up to today. Otis Okano came. He left Umuahia. He was doing other things that he was doing. Like I said the other time in this program, his first 4 years, he did a little thing and then he left. The second time, he started doing his thing. Then Oji came and did his own godfatherism and all that. We thought it would be good. The other man came with the one that is around now, came and he messed up the whole place. I traveled. I wanted to stay in Lagos. I said no. I had to go. I want to see what's going on. I went to I saw that place was just. It was worse than as I left that place. Nothing. You cannot see anything that will make you call this place a capital. So now, to talk about the people contesting, we have Oti, who is contesting for Labour Party. This man, even though that, like people say, he has mixed up with all these old politicians a little bit, but it does not matter because P2B has been with Atiku, been with other politicians, but still he did not allow his conscience and his rightful mind to be corrupted. So I'm not against that OT is contesting, and OT is a viable force that we are. That's not that I'm saying that he's a saint. We are looking forward to see that if OT enters as a governor, he will be able to do, change the narratives in Abia State. Like if you go to Aba is something. There was a place they built a market, international market, and they asked people to go there. They want to develop that village in around Bende side. They left that place after people must have paid thousands and hundreds of thousands of naira. They abandoned it. So all these things keep going on. They still come back to the old town without developing it, without putting anything. What you will see where people are living is shops and markets and things like that. People trading on the road. So now we are looking forward to OT, knowing that at least with his academics, because myself, I don't believe in academics because I believe many academicians and all that grammar they speak, when they go in, you see the message is up. I believe that OT, from what I feel, from how I see him, he is going to be a better governor than what we have seen in the past. And if he succeed by doing that, he will still have chance to go higher. But if he does bad like others, I'm telling you, I know Abians, they will still kick him out. So
All
that's
right.
what I'm trying to say for now.
All right. Thank you. Jonah, by your next.
Which one you want me to talk about now?
Benue State.
I mean, the APC and the PDP are contending that tomorrow. I think the PDP may have the edge, but we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Who is running for the parties? You
It's a
guys are
rally.
not political analysts, so you should know how to do this. Just assume that people watching you may not know all these things. So when you tell them this is your state. I know there's a Reverend Father who is running. I don't remember what party. So tell us.
APC, if I'm APC.
And then tell us the dynamics. Who is T?
That's what I say. That initially the momentum was on his side. After they won the presidential, the APC won the presidential election. But now I think there's a shift to the PDP candidate who was the Osun favorite. So, but there is a battle that we'll see tomorrow. But I believe that. Benue people have tried to push Autumn out, and they will try to use their judgment to vote for the right person. I don't believe in party in particular. I believe in people that have integrity, have their people in mind, and they'll do to serve the people. Whether you are PDP or APC or LP, whatever the party you belong to, I really don't care about that much.
Jonaba, what is troubling people in Benue State? What is their main concern, and who do you think is likely going to deal with that among the candidates?
Benue this is not the first time Benue Reverend have come out and be their governor. Benue politics has always been between the chiefs. So there's the Domama have never been the governor in Benue State. So I don't know. So people talk about marginalization, talk about that. We're even talking about the one of your own state. So the Benue politics is always in the hand of the thieves. So the people of
So the candidates for PDP and APC, are they all thieves?
Of course.
Okay, all right. So these are the kind of things that I want our people, viewers, they want to know. Understand the dynamics, and so okay, all right. Thank you, Jonaba. Ike, you're next.
Yeah, my state is no governorship election in Imo State, but I am looking at Enugu State and Plateau State. I'm looking at the dynamics, more especially in Enugu State, where you have some of the obedient that are supporting Frank Wike, and the Labour Party is for Mr. Edoga also. And I think in Plateau State too, it's going to be a very tough contest. But I am looking at the dynamic that Dr. Patrick Dakum is going to win Plateau State. But Enugu is very tricky.
What party?
LP, the LP candidate in Plateau State, Dr. Patrick Dakum. The Enugu of 18 is very, the politics in Enugu is like the politics you play. The one of River State is violent, but the kind of Enugu own is the kind of, the same kind of politics they play in Enugu State. But this time around, because of Frank Wike, who openly supported Mr. Peter Obi, and some of the obedient, they are rooting for him. But Peter Obi came out categorically clear that the obedient is not a political party. Labour Party is a political party, and the candidate of Labour Party in Enugu State is Mr. Emeka Odoga, or so, Ifeanyi Odoga. I can't remember the first name. So I'm looking at that dynamics, what is going to happen, because I think that there are Frank Wike might win the election, but it might not be the want of some of the people in Enugu State. But I think he might have an edge.
Okay.
But why in Anambra State, I am looking at why I'm so much interested in the House of Assembly election is because of your governor, Soludo, Professor Soludo, because he has sold himself to the devil. And I think that tomorrow he might not have up to 5 members in the House of Assembly. And that fear of impeachment that is afraid of impeachment. Nobody's going to impeach him. P2B is not telling Labour Party members to impeach him. He will only bring impeachment on himself when he refuses to do what he's supposed to do for the people. Like he said that, I'm coming. He said that if you don't vote ABGA, don't come near the government house. You only get your salary. So I don't know which kind of governor will say that somebody who did not vote for ABGA, if you are not an ABGA member, you shouldn't come to the government house. I don't know how he's going to survive tomorrow. So I think it's going to be a total sweep. And I'm sorry for him because I said it there before. His political career is gone and it's gone for good. So,
Ike, why are you not worried about Imo State? Are you not having a state assembly in Imo State?
In Imo State, listen, in Imo State, your governor said that the election was conducted in Olu Sanitarian Zone. There was no single election in Olu, but there was a result from Olu Sanitarian Zone. You understand? I said it here from if you are from Olu or from Ihitenansa to Ihitowole to Bibi to Beru, which is my town, to Ihoma, to Amifeke, to Oru, to Osun, even to his place. There was no election, but there was election declared. So, I think that it's going to be tough in Imo State for him for Uzodinma too.
Because hold on. For people like us who are not from Imo,
okay.
When people say that he's a Supreme Court governor,
yes,
and Imo people have an opportunity now to elect members of the House who will be their own choice. Why is that not important to you?
That's what I'm telling you is important. The LP is gonna sweep them away tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. But when you look at the governor, what I just gave you example of my senatorial zone that they said there was an election where there was no single election, but there was an election result declared and INEC accepted the result. That's my point. And the governor after that election, if you follow, he made a comment on the national TV that this one that I am holding, this state that I am holding, no man born by a woman that is going to take it away from me. It doesn't matter who the person is. So you can imagine probably what is going to happen tomorrow. But we are not afraid of that because, like as you asked me, Labour Party, we are looking for structures, and I think from the state house to local government and councillors, I think he himself know that this is last time to be governor of Imo State. There is no doubt. Any election that is coming in Imo State and Anambra State, sorry for Professor Soludo and Hope Uzodinma, their time has come, their career has gone, just like the governor of Abia State, just like the one of Enugu State, just like the one of Ebonyi. Eventually, he succeeded in stealing the election, going to the Senate. He never won an election. Ojo Zokalo did not win election. He stole the sanitarian zone, declared an unfinished election. So these people, we know already. But Imo State is a very important dynamics because Imo State is like a state where Mbakwe left for us to be. Imo State was an example like Lagos in the days of 1979 during the time of Jakonde and Mbakwe. Those were the two states in Nigeria that politicians use as an example of what a state is supposed to be. But those two states today, you can see what we are talking about Lagos. You can see what we are talking about Imo State. So I'm seriously looking to the dynamics in my state, Imo State.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ovie. Ovie, unmute yourself.
Yes. I'm actually paying attention to Adamawa Because for the very first time, we might stand a chance of electing the first female executive governor of any state in Nigeria. That's in the person of Aishatu Binani, Dahiru Binani, that's of APC. The interesting thing is that she defeated what's his name, the former chairman of EFCC.
Yeah, Rivado.
Ribadu, she defeated Ribadu to clinch the ticket, so she's facing the incumbent. And I mean, the gender bias, the religious, and everything is stacked against her. But I mean, coming from a ruling party, so it's very interesting to see what is going to happen. I'm actually rooting for her. Paying attention to Delta, that of OVA, Omoagege, and of APC, and the outgoing incumbent is his own candidate. I think what's his name, Boriwori, or name is. So I'm going to see if power will shift.
So look at that data for us. What is playing out? You know, is it what ethnic groups? What is the major thing that is driving the election for government?
I mean, I think it's about power. Power is more of a power tussle in Delta State. Power tussle in the sense that Obioma Agege is coming out strong as a deputy senate president. I mean, we all know how what he did to clinch that. He had to steal the maize from the in there. So that's to show you that he can do anything to get whatever he wants. So that is about that, because PDP is, I mean, from since 1999 to date, is about PDP as ruling the states. Then the kind of disagreement or be also between the Godfather and the son. That is, I'm talking about James Ibori and the Okowa. So that who is he supporting and all that. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how that play out. I won't be. I mean, it can go that way. I will not be surprised if it will be Magege take it. But at the same time, I will not underestimate Okowa.
What is going on in Ovia? What's going on in Kano? If your party ANPP won the presidential election there, is their candidate for governor going to win?
Oh yeah, I mean that of Kano is very well. I mean the ruling party. I don't know how far. I mean, let me say I don't know how far they can go. We'll see what Adodogwa, that's the majority leader, did. You know how far he went to make sure he comes back. You know, burning their office with two people inside and all that kind of stuff. So they are ready to go. Violent is always the APC way in Kano anyway. But with the way NMPP, you know, ran through Kano with pretty much all the candidates, it's going to be very hard to defeat the NMPP. But again, it's about what happened 4 years ago, right? It was glaring that the NMPP, now PDP, then Konkoso was the PDP with the governorship candidate, that's Abagira. They won the election overwhelmingly, but I think the power that be, I mean, talking about the incumbency all the way from Abuja, in APC, will not stand the fact that they will leave a state like Kano in the opposition, and they ran the second, went to the runoff. At the end of the day, the courts gave it to them. So this is that verdict now, just like what happened in Osun State within the Adele case, who believed that the election was stolen from him 4 years ago. So that is also the motivating factor here. The NNPP are going to go all out to say, yes, we did it 4 years ago, but you guys stole it from us. So that's where to watch out. But I don't think the competition is easier like that because of how they show out in the presidential election and House of Rep and the senatorial election. Another state again is Rivers for me. Not that I don't, not that I don't believe Wike will deliver PDP, but how is what I'm interested in. How violent? I mean, violent is not something to be ruled out. It's River State. It's not. It's going to go pretty first time, but how far will he go to do it? The same thing with Lagos. How far will APC go to make sure they train Lagos?
What
And
about
again,
Kaduna? What about Kaduna? Okay, what about Kaduna? Is it in play?
I don't see APC losing Kaduna. I mean, they have their president elect for God's sake, and we all know the role elRufai plays. So it's going to be very, very, very hard
But
for
they
them.
lost the presidential election there.
That's not presidential. This is politics is local. Politics is local. Again, how are they going to pull it off? So again, what we are talking about? Because PDP actually show out in Kaduna, whether we like it or not. So it is going to. But I don't see APC elRufai losing out. I don't see it. I'll be surprised. Saying politics is local, I'll go to my own village. This is our season. So for the first time, we are having at one point we have two commissioners from my own small village representing Edo. But we have two interesting candidates. Emmanuel Omoladu Agbaje, who is going for his third time as a state house of assemblies from my place too. Then we have a young man, Donald Okogbe, who is who was at one point Senate Union President at Brusali University, was assistant to Shaibu then, that's the current deputy governor when he was House of Rep in Abuja. Come back, serve as a special assistant to him as a deputy governor. End up getting a commissioner as an appointment. Then he resigned to pick up the ticket for the House of Assembly. Whoever wins, now we win for us because, as I said, we are presenting the two candidates. But it'll be interesting that a new guy, fresh from the block, going against a veteran. So I'm paying more attention to that one. Again, to see what Oshomole will do, because another thing we should pay attention to, even though governorship election is not taking place in Edo State, it's going to come up next year. It's coming up next year. The governor is PDP, and you see they did not have any show out this election so far. Labour Party took their spots there, but Oshomole hold his ground in the Edo North, where I came from, deliver at least 6 local governments. So now the Philip will want to go for the governorship come next year. Is he going to go back to APC and say, Baba Oshomole, I'm sorry, because whether I like it or not, Oshomole, 9 times it is. So is he going to go back and beg so he can get the ticket? Because he's from Edo North.
Take care of youth.
The governor is a Bini man. We assume they want to give it to the Ishan. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, with the obedience spring and all that, it's going to be between the obedience and the Oshomole. So that we should pay attention to that to see how many National Assembly they will control from.
Damages, I have a question.
Then again, last man standing, Oyo, the G5, talking about Markinde. He's played the game well so far. It's Robin. It's trying to make the people see that yes, we actually work for president-elect. Making no busy, I'm all the way. So that will be interesting to see if Tinubu they're going to allow him to continue, because it's in Oyo is always it's not guaranteed that you get second term. So we'll see if the APC are going to go all out and take it from the PDP, or they will say, okay, you are our son, you did well, you stand a chance of winning the tickets from 4 years time or 8 years now in PDP, we will support you. So,
all right, Ike, thank you, Ovie. Ike, what do you want to say?
No, I have a question for Ovie. Ovie, sorry, will you shock you or will it surprise you if Kempela wins tomorrow in Delta State?
I'll be surprised. Well, that's talking about the obedience. I'll be surprised.
Who wouldn't be?
But that's a hard call. But I will be surprised, yes, if they pull it off. But I don't see it that way.
But in reality, Omwagege and the other guy from PDP, do you really think any of them has honest and sincere agenda for Delta people? Do you really think, or because of political power?
All of them are politicians. I don't actually support them or go after they believe that they'll do anything for the masses. No, we are not. No, I don't. They are all man for himself.
All right. All right. Thank you. Let's go to Franklin. Franklin, welcome to the show.
Hi, Dr. Damages. It's good to see you since I think since the 25th election. I think after that time we've not had time to meet since then.
Yeah.
And it's good to have all of you here anyway. And well, Igbo basics. It's good to have you here as well. I'm basically quite interested in just in Enugu elections tomorrow because that's my state, and it's quite a very it's a controversial situation we have but I think someone here who's from Enugu has already highlighted it because you have the obedience are sort of divided. Some find Wike to be a very articulated guy. I also find Frank Wike to be very very articulated. So for me, my 0 point is my submission is whoever wins between the APGA or the Labour Party candidate. But for me, it's just a question of making sure that make sure that at least PDP doesn't come back. Make sure that the PDP doesn't come back. So that's what it is. But as per the assembly seats, the state assembly seats, Labour will take majority, if not all of it.
Franklin, how does the regional spread play out in Enugu states? I know in some states in Nigeria, you go from one senatorial zone to the other. How is that playing out? I don't know the candidates where they come from in Enugu.
To be honest, yeah, it does play out because you have the it's more like a clan stuff. You have 4 power, clans, more like local governments in Enugu. You have Udi, you have Nsukka, you have Nkano, you have Isiago. They all fall within these lines. Some these 4 major local governments, they sort of swallow, the rest. Okay. You get so the rest sort of align with them. You get now before, for instance, after Chimaroke Naman, who's from Nkano, it was Sullivan Chime. After Sullivan Chime, it was this gentleman, Buruburu, who is from Nsukka. So Chimaroke is from Nkano, Sullivan is from Udi, Buruburu is the current governor, is from Nsukka. So expectedly, it should be maybe someone from Isiago. But I don't think all that is playing out at this point. I've not heard people really talking about it. But although few people you hear saying that, like for instance, that Labour Party candidate is sort of maybe from also related to Nsukka stuff. So I do not know where that Labour candidate guy is exactly from, to be honest, because we've not been paying attention to that. Everyone's just been focused on getting PDP out. So I think for a minute, in this particular election, I think they are not really looking at it. I could be wrong, but I don't think they've been really looking at it. People because the performance of the last governor has been terrible. It's nothing to write home about. So people just want to get him and everything that has to do with, in fact, Chimaroke in the man, Ebano, dynasty. They just want to get it out. I can't wait for it to be gotten out. That is one. The second thing is also, a lot of people are, sort of question the capacity of this gentleman who is in Labour Party, that is a Doga. So a lot of people are not confident in his capacity. But I've seen his his interview on Arise TV. He's not that bad, but one can tell that when it comes to articulating ideas or making submissions, Frank Wike definitely seems like a better catch as an individual. It's just that I'm sure if Frank Wike were in Labour Party, there will be no contempt at all. Then also my interest also is in Lagos elections, of course, like every other person. Now I know that under free and fair election, Labour Party will win Lagos State. So a lot of things have happened in the past week. A lot of ethnic sentiments have just been aroused, and there's also the instrument of fear, which the APC cabal are currently using to try to see how they can keep people off from, the ballot. But it's not tomorrow is just going to be the test to see if they can get APC out, because I think it will be a big celebration. People might even celebrate Labour Party winning Lagos more than they will celebrate Labour Party winning presidency. And that's just it.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Peter. Peter, I didn't forget you. I know you. It looks like that. Go ahead, Peter. Peter Koji. Unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm not really familiar with the governors and their political parties. I'm from Edo State, and that's happened to be. I mean, at it is now. I think Edo is not taking part in the election tomorrow, so that's the area I'm focusing on. I'm really interested in. For the rest, places like Lagos, I believe with the desperation we see with the government, governor, he will do everything himself and his boss, because we all know he's a boy to Tinubu. They will do everything to make sure that he retains a seat. So we just have to hope that they are not going to use violence. And as for the interest the majority is having is, centered on the Labour Party's candidate. We have all seen him coming out on the television, bringing out his manifesto and what he believes in, even though they try to spoil his image by calling him names, Mr. Chinedu, all those kind of things. They didn't really shape him. So they are not resorting to violence. So we all hope that tomorrow they will not succeed by taking the power by force, just like as they do during the presidential election, because we all know what happened in Lagos. So hopefully the Labour Party man will come out successfully. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Peter. Paul, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Paul.
Hi. How you guys doing?
Good.
Greet everybody on the Dr. Damages. I've been following you since 2014.
Oh,
thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm so concerned about the Lagos because my people sell market there, like especially Ladipo. And they're telling me they're getting a lot of threats and there are a lot of people coming to their shop and telling them that if they don't vote for APC, that they will burn all the whole shop. So I was like, I told them just to stay at home because I don't want any problem. Because the fear is too much, and Oluomo come out and saying all this. And police, they say they are investigating. I don't know what they're investigating. And somebody come in the public and say, threaten Igbo people. I don't, in fact, and there's nothing, they cannot do this guy anything. So I don't even, I don't want to say anything. I just want to greet you and, say, because I'm going to Atlanta now. So I want to catch my flight. So.
Okay. All right. Safe trip. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mama Echo, we're talking about states and the election for tomorrow. What state are you looking at, and what are the dynamics? Who do you think will win?
I know they look state. I know they look dynamic. I want the 36 states. So children, go and deliver the 36 states for us, because it is time for us to take over our destiny. They say the young shall grow. Now don't grow. They say children are the leaders of tomorrow. Now don't mature to become leader. So tomorrow, go and deliver the 36 states for us, because 2027, from councillor to presidency, na go rule. So the earlier you people start preparing, the better. I want to chop my pepper soup and rice. So not remove me. I want close camera to eat. Don't remove me, Dr. Damage.
I'll put you backstage.
Put me backstage.
We don't want you to be eating in. People will be hungry.
I want close camera now.
No, it doesn't look good. I take out.
Now put me for basketball, not remove me. Because if you remove me, are you go fight? Oh.
Okay. All right. Mark, welcome to the show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can you imagine that? Now you are full blast.
I'm here.
Okay, Mark,
Okay.
welcome to the show, Mark.
I'm here. Bro. Brother, hello?
No, this is Mark. I said Mark, not Mark.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Mark, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Mark.
Oh, am I back?
No, Mark. I know that you can talk for the whole day if we allow you. No. Mark, go ahead. Unmute yourself. Okay, so I don't think Mark knows how to do that. Let's see if we can.
Maybe he doesn't even know. Make sure it's a surname.
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me see.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, good.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm Yoruba, but I supported Igbo. I'm calling from the UK. I'm calling from London, yes.
London, okay. So,
yeah.
What state are you from?
Yoruba. I'm from Oyo State, yeah.
Oyo State, okay. Do you follow the politics of Oyo State?
I've been following every day non-stop from about a week before the elections. Okay. And the reason why this Obi, he give people hope. So it make me interested in politics again. Before that, I'm not interested in politics. There's too much corruption. I have no time for it. When I see somebody new, somebody who's not old, somebody new, then I thought it interests me again. So I joined this particular video of today a bit late. What the discussion is it about the governors? Because really, I wanted to get more update on the court case. What's going on with the president? Or is this one we are on the governors one for tomorrow?
We're talking about what will happen tomorrow.
Okay,
so that's the concentration. But if you know anything about what the case, you can talk about it.
No, I just wanted people to shed light on the update of the case. It seems the case is stalling. I don't know. It's not going forward.
No, it's still going. It's going forward, but unfortunately, we don't have cameras in the courtroom, so we don't know what's. It's only what is reported back by the media that we get. So, but it's going on, and you know the way court cases go in Nigeria. It drags, but it's going on. All right. So do you know who is the governor of your state and what?
I've been in UK 47 years. I've been in UK. I came when I was 9 months old. Yeah, since 1976.
Okay. So what was the last time you went home?
Oh, that was 2010.
Okay. You still found your way to your hometown?
Of course, yes. I traveled around when I came.
Okay. Good.
At least you didn't end up as Professor Collins, who came from Obosai, very close to Newai, near Otokatatai.
So Mark, when you talk about Toby, so were you disappointed at the outcome of the election?
I followed very, very closely. I saw what these people were doing, and as more and more videos were coming, thank God for social media. As more and more videos were coming, it just disappointed me totally. All the billions that they invested into it, and then what they're doing, they're just going backwards. And then look at America, look at, is it Australia? All these other countries just making fun of this guy, say drug baron. So it really disappointed me, But that's why I'm really curious to get the result. But I'm going too far ahead. I have to be patient. I have to wait for the.
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. But thank you so much for joining us, and we appreciate you.
Okay.
Jones, welcome to the show. Jones is wearing his shoes. Jones, welcome to the show. You don't have to wear your shoes to talk to us. Jones has a toothpick in its mouth, like Buhari. Jones, go ahead.
You need to unmute him, Dr. Damages.
I'm trying. Sometimes I can't do that for people. I don't know how they set up their system. I can't. Okay. Jones. I'm trying. Sometimes I can't do that for people. I don't know how they set up their Okay, Jones, you have to turn off your YouTube. You are watching us on YouTube and you joined us on the stream. So you have to turn the YouTube off so that we don't get echo. Jones, you have to turn off your YouTube. You are watching us on YouTube and you joined us on the stream. So you have to turn the YouTube off. All right, we have to leave him. He's trying. Jobest, welcome to the show.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Damage. How are you today?
Good. So, how did you get your name? What's the essence? What's behind the name?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Jobest, what's behind your name? All right, that's also lost. One more. Oh, okay. Jobest, go ahead.
Sorry, Dr. Damages.
My full name is Jonathan.
Sorry, Dr. Damages. Can I just say something? Just 5 seconds.
Okay.
Please, I know that one man went to Norway. I know he's a very good friend of yours, but I don't know whether you ever, speak to him like in private.
Okay, can you hear me?
Because
Franklin, hold on. We get to that. Let's let Jobest say his own. Go ahead.
Can I not even come in for a moment and just have one pleasant session? I'm barely even in.
No, you can't. No, you can't. One man went to
What I'm saying.
Hold on, guys.
Are we back to ban him again? Is that where we are?
Hold on, guys. Jobest, go ahead. Where are you joining us, Jobest? I think.
No, let's hear from Franklin because I'm curious to know what.
You will hear from him later. Let me hear from Jobest. I've already.
Well, he's left, so let's hear the predictable whatever it is that he has to say.
But one man, he has been working.
No. One person at a time, and it's only
okay. One man. Look at what I want to say. What I wanted to say is this.
Right.
Most of the times I look at your caption, and it makes me wonder if tomorrow you wake up and you start seeing ethnic cleansing in Lagos. How would you feel? Like, how would you feel when you come out and you start hearing that Igbos are getting killed in Lagos? Like, how would that make you feel?
Igbos can never get killed in Lagos, and I'm not sure why that question is being. Why is that being pointed at me?
The reason is this, because you've lived overseas for a very long time.
Who told you that? I'm not giving you my CV. So how do you know what I've been or been not?
Well, obviously, you can't be operating with good internet as long as you have if you're not living overseas. If at a minimum you've at least lived overseas.
Is that reason how you guys make up stories? The other day somebody was telling me that my history of being told that I grew up in Oyo, where I've never set foot in Oyo in my life. So now you're telling me where I live.
What I'm saying is this: we are in an information age, and everything that you put out there, people see it. What you do, the captions, how you title.
Give me an example that offends.
See, I don't have the time to start cramming the things you put out. But what I can tell you
is out in your mind. Are you being led in your thoughts? Are you going with the
crowd? It's not a question about what I'm being led in my thoughts. What I'm clearly saying is this.
An example of what I gave you.
The sort of write-ups you put out there.
Just cite an example.
They are the things that cause tribal wars. They are the things that cause tribal cleansing.
You are talking enough.
You know the sort of the things that you put out, and it's quite a shame.
Well, I know, so that's why I'm curious to see which one.
It's quite a shame because someone
you're not saying anything. He's not saying anything.
Someone who is supposedly exposed as yourself who is supposedly.
Is this just a tirade? Is this just? Did you just want to launch? Is this like, is this a pattern?
The things you
Anytime
do.
I come here and launch at one man,
The things you do. The things you put out there. I don't know whether you put it out
to do this
for traffic. I don't know whether, but you know, it's absurd.
You're still talking in abstract. Can you cite an example?
One man, hold on. You were
it's quite absurd. That's just what I'm saying. You need to stop.
I thought he had something to say, but
you need to stop. One man, you continue like this. I am personally going to start writing petitions against you. I'm telling you that.
Well, I'm sure you will, but I'll cite an example so I know what you're asking me to stop. Cite an example.
All right.
Well, what was the caption? What was the caption of your life yesterday?
Franklin,
your life yesterday, your last
what was
life.
the caption? I've done hundreds of sessions. What was it?
Okay, Franklin, can you go? I'll come back to you. Go and find whatever his caption is, and then when you come, check it out, and then I'll come back to you. One man.
Just one quick question for one man. One man.
You see, hold on. Igbo Basic, hold on.
Not you as well, Igbo Basic. I like you, but
I just have a question for you.
Igbo Basic, hold on.
Just
I don't
one
want
question for one man.
Hold on. You get it.
It's not a controversial question.
No, it's okay. No, don't worry.
He will take it in his slide.
No, let him say what he came to say first, and then you can ask him questions.
I didn't even actually come in to say anything. I was passing by. I saw you were still on, and I wondered if it's still the usual Tinubu bashing, but that's really, I just came in to see what's Tinubu bashing, and I came in to be intimidated by Ngozeka as well, of course. So yeah, that's why I came in.
You were not going to leave without saying my glasses were intimidating you. I took them off.
Your glasses are always intimidating me, and then when you take them off, your big guys intimidate me. I'm just intimidated by you. That's just it.
You do not. You never talk when they fear you for where I did.
Nothing they fear me. I'm an young man. No fear. I grew up on Amala, you know. If you eat Amala, you know no fear.
One man, just a question. One question for you.
No, I just wanted to speak on the.
Just so you can answer my question.
No, hold on. Hold on, Igbo Basic. Hold on. Okay, one man. You said you don't have anything to say, so can they ask you questions? Those are
no. I did want to speak about. I just really came to hang out with you guys, but I just wanted to speak about because I saw this space was, and I didn't want it to fade out. So I thought I'd come and generate some heat. You know, as soon as I turn up, they get hecked up. If I go into the comment section, is super chatting yet that you should ban me immediately and right now? You know, if it's not super chatting to ban me, then I'm not doing my job. So yeah, I did want to speak about upcoming tomorrow, though. Hopeful that it ends peacefully, which I'm certain it will do. I saw BQB trying to flesh out exactly how that space will play out, and I concur, as they say in the parliament.
There's no way to get peaceful when someone like you, when you keep up putting all those things out.
Give me an example now. No. You're better than that. If you want to have a conversation, let's have it, but don't talk in dog whistles. And if you have something of substance, then I'm happy to take it on.
Okay.
So do you have anything of substance?
Yes. Was it not you who posted that IPOP is about to take over Lagos?
When?
It was in your post.
It was not. You must be smoking. I have never posted anything like that ever in my life. So I have go run through my videos. You know.
Okay, Matt, go ahead.
Mr. Woman.
Oh, sorry. Where did you get that from? That I posted that IPOP was about to take over Lagos. That's an absolute lie. What you just said. You shouldn't.
Mr. Woman, I have a question for you, please. You know, yes, I saw you. Yes, talking on. No, you were just asking question to governorship candidate of Lagos. The way you sounded on that program, why don't you sound that same way here? Why do you always come here to provoke people? That's
why
what
I provoke people? It's an.
But you understand? You understand? Do you understand my question? Why do you put up two persons on that program? I just saw you as like I thought it wasn't you. talking. It's only your voice that I know that you are the one. But your attitude, everything is just like you are one gentleman that doesn't, erupt issues, that you are just, peaceful-minded person. But when you come here, you want to eat up everybody. You want to come and provoke people.
I'm misunderstood. What can I say? I'm misunderstood.
Okay,
Yeah, it's all Rufus's fault. He's always setting me up.
Let me get what Matt was trying to say. Is he saying that you appeared on a program, I didn't watch it, and that you spoke differently? Is that?
I'm not quite sure where he is leading, but I saw this guy appearing your friend from I don't want to say his real name now because that would jar people's. Let's just use his last name. I think that's and by the way, Rhodes Vivo is not even you know anyway, let me not go there, but it's a curiosity because I wanted to unpick what was really this guy, and I saw him on some space, and I wanted to get into the essence of his Yoruba-ness. But he escaped me anyway because I got in the last minute. So, but he escaped me.
One man, are you saying you were intimidated by the environment and you lost your mojo? Is that what happened?
Intimidated.
You lost your mojo.
Is it the baldness of my head or the fullness of my chest? Which one will?
I didn't watch it. I will actually.
Well, there you are. Always outnumbered, never outgunned. I tell you all the time. I am an Oyo man from Oyo Alaafin. Always outnumbered, never outgunned, intimidated.
So, all right. Igbo Basic, what do you want?
So one man, I just wanted to ask you: is James Hadley Chase a British author?
Is American.
Very well, you passed that one. Now, do you know a man named Professor Collins?
No, educate me.
Okay, Professor Collins was a man who lived overseas for many years. He came back to Nigeria. And he was speaking just like you are speaking. Because before I even said a word, I heard you say, oh, even Igbo basics. No, I wasn't coming for you. I don't come for people. I just try to make a conversation. Professor Collins came back to Nigeria.
Because I put you in a different bracket from the likes of Matt.
Wherever you put me, that's where I am.
With people like Matt, I keep them in a cage and throw raw meat. But you sit next to me,
No, I'm an old soldier. I'm still looking for, you said James Hadley Chase is an American author. I'm still looking for his books in the stores. Yeah, you can't find them. That aside, I'm going back to Professor Collins. Professor Codlinye, that's his real name. He came back from overseas, as we used to call it. And he couldn't find the way to his father's compound. And they asked him, where is he from? He said, I am from Okatai. Very close to Newai.
Oh, yeah, you want to mock my Oyoness, Abi. I see what you're doing.
No, don't go there. I'm just saying something about what happened to Professor Codlinye. So, and when I hear you speak, with all the intelligence, but I hear that when you go to other forums, that you comport yourself differently. When you're talking about somebody like Chinedu, you came here talking about Chinedu, those Vivo, and you emphasized Chinedu. As a matter of fact, a fellow publisher down in New York, I was in a conversation with him. He insisted that GRV was born out of wedlock. He said his father never married.
Yes, that is known. Yeah, that is known.
Come on now, but wait a minute. That's been debunked by virtue of the fact that there were photographs of their wedding that was brought out. It was published previously.
Well, you know.
But I don't want to go there because you were not there. I was not there. But by virtue of the pictorial images that has come out, I just want you to, if we are wrong, we are wrong. And even if it's not, another way.
No. I'm always ready to be corrected. I'm not one that is wrong and is this that is right.
What I'm saying to you, one man, as people who are a little bit advanced in thinking, what I'm saying to you is that we should not peddle anything other than the truth and nothing but the truth. The man GRV is from Lagos. He was born in Lagos.
Yeah, no, he may well have been born in Lagos, but I've not seen the DNA because the Rhodes Vivo name, of course, as you know.
That's the way you're talking again. You're talking from both sides of your mouth.
Hold on now. Let me respond. As you know, Rhodes is a plantation name. Even Zimbabwe was called Rhodes something. So Rhodes is a plantation name. I will know that. And the Vivo, people are saying that it's an abbreviate of survivor. So I don't know that for a fact, but people are saying it's an abbreviate of survivor. So that is to tell you that almost with some certainty is a returnee. So even if it's a Nigerian at all, it's still subject to DNA proof. So, but certainly, if it's a Yoruba man, a lot of people would like to see a bit more evidence. So all those questions.
In Spanish mean to leave. In Spanish,
right.
mean to leave.
Well, it's not
I don't know what else here, so I don't know if it is.
All right, let's hear from Rock. Rock, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I want to contribute about elections in River State and Lagos State.
Are you from Rivers?
I'm from River State, yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I've been in Maryland, United States for about since 2012. So, all right. So, prior to the presidential election, River State, 65% of River State would have gone to PDP, no doubt. After the presidential election, a lot of people are angry. Including myself, a lot of people are angry. We saw all that happened. We saw the manipulations. We saw the toggery that happened in some of the polling units. So right now, I'm not sure if the candidate of PDP is going to win, but it looks likely to win, but I'm not 100% sure anymore, because what has happened is prior to the election, Wike has said, not openly, but indicated, like based off of his instructions, indicated that Rivers people should vote for APC. And it was, at the time, it was laughable because most of the people didn't vote for APC because Rivers State is traditionally PDP. Everybody knows that. So it was really pretty difficult for people to adjust to voting APC. But while during the election, everybody saw that people voted for the Labour Party candidate, Peter Obi. The problem that is now happening in River State is that people are kind of divided in opinions right now. Like, the instruction is vote for APC. However, now gubernatorial elections, the PDP candidates, Wike wants the PDP candidate to win, so he can still have a foothold in River State. Most of the votes in River State comes from the Falga, that's Port Harcourt local government area, and Obiakpor local government area, and the Ogoni local government, no, not Ogoni local. Ogoni is kind of broken down to many local government area now, but most of those votes come from that area. And as you know, Wike and Amechi are from the Ikwere, Obiakpor local government areas of River State. So there's a power tussle in there. Amechi is APC, Wike is PDP. So who is going to win those local governments in Ikwere, Obiakpor, and Eche local government area? So that's a big question because there's a lot of votes coming from those local government area. And then the Port Harcourt City local government area is traditional, like I said, PDP. But after the presidential election, a lot of people are angry, including myself. I remember me calling my sister few months ago to make sure that they vote for LP and all of that. Everybody kind of giving them that prep. So after the election, I called her again. I said, what happened? Didn't you guys vote? No, we voted, but the vote was stolen away. Then I told her, look, take your anger and go to the gubernatorial election and vote for who you want to vote for. She said, yeah, we're going to listen to Wike now. We're going to vote with APC. Now, a lot of people that voted for LP, they are not really going to vote for LP in the gubernatorial election because the candidate there, I'm sorry to say, is not as strong and has not given a lot of campaign. We've not seen a lot of her in that state. So a lot of people that voted for LP might likely go for APC and PDP. Now the guy in Ogoni, like I told you, Ogoni is also a big chunk of votes in River State. There's a guy, Magnus Abe, Senator Magnus Abe. He used to be of the APC, but there's a little bit of fight. There used to be a little bit of fighting between Amechi and his faction of APC. So he's now the candidate of SDP. So those votes there might go to his party and the APC. Yesterday, I'm not too sure, don't quote me, but I'm not too sure. Yesterday, I heard that he's kind of in alliance with APC. I'm talking about Magnus Abe. If that is the case, then the votes coming from the Ogoni land might go to APC. So you could see that it's a really, really tough race here in River State. And the lady from LP, Labour Party, even though there's a lot of momentum going to Labour Party, I'm not quite sure that she's going to pull enough votes to win. It is, for me, I think it's between the PDP and the and APC in River State. For me, if you ask my honest opinion, I'm kind of tired of having. By the way, I'm not loyal to any party. I just want a good candidate to win. I'm tired of seeing the might and the impunity and the power that Wike drives in River State. The candidates of PDP in River State, I've never heard of him before. Worst case, the worst it matters is I've never really hear him give a public speech, public campaign. It's always Wike campaigning for him, and that's not good for a state. I mean, you cannot handpick somebody and just give to a state and mobilize the rest of the state to vote for that person. For that reason, for me, I wouldn't mind if the Tony Cole of APC wins. All I can do is to make some calls, get some few votes around to vote, but I'm not there to vote. But I wouldn't mind that APC wins. But that's it. That's what is playing out in River State. I'm hoping that the elections tomorrow will be peaceful. I'm really hoping that the elections tomorrow will not be like it was in the presidential election. Fingers crossed. Now, let's go to Lagos State. That is not my state, but I've had a lot of conversations going on with Lagos State candidates on this forum. Lagos State, prior to presidential election, we all know, I mean, like 3 months to presidential election, it all looked like it's a easy piece, easy stuff for APC candidates, the current incumbent governor. But just few weeks to the elections, and after the elections of the presidential election, it is looking more like the LP candidate is making a lot of, he's getting a lot of momentum. And for that reason, you are beginning to see the candidate of the APC really going out there to campaign to try to get some votes, which I think he should do, or he should have done prior to now. There is, as we can all see, there's a lot of intimidation going on in Lagos State. We all know that. I've seen how much of like there was the burning of a market that's predominantly Igbo people in Lagos State. Those are intimidations, and for me, I can't understand why our law enforcement agency are not picking up people that will come out and make bold statements that seem to be ethnic oriented, ethnic biased, and they're still working and they're still coming out to make apologies that we know the apologies doesn't add up. When you say names like Mama Chinedu and all of that, and you're coming out to say apologies that doesn't add up, for me, it is, I cry for my country and I pray for my country every day, but I'm bleeding inside for my country to see that somebody can come out and make a statement and say, people from this region stay at home, and also make statement that this region is for this political party. Don't vote for, if you're not voting for this party, don't stand here. And these people are still working. And this for me, I feel like that hurts me, because I can tell you, Dr. Damages, if I go to my Facebook right now and I write something, I'm not going to say it out, but I just write something that is very ethnic and something that is very, very, very bad towards maybe the president or maybe someone like that, I can guarantee you that I'll have some contacts. from the DSS or somebody contacting me trying to see why I said that. Why is that not happening with these guys? I mean, okay, let's go to the candidates. The GRV issue about he's not Yoruba and Yoruba person. I know that Nigeria is not America, but in America, people that stay in a state for 1 year, you are a resident of that state. You pay your taxes, you stay in that state for 1 year, you're a resident of that. If you can prove that you paid your taxes and all that, you're a resident of that state. And if you have a good track record and you have the passion for politics, you can actually go ahead and contest for House of your basic election positions in your state. Well, in Nigeria, it's a lot of state of origin that's at play. Nigeria, everything in Nigeria is state of origin. Let me see your local government identification letter and all of that. That is a lot playing out in Nigeria. And I know we are not walking, we are not treading the path to show that we are going to get away from that, those state of origins kind of thingy. Therefore, if you start having middle names that are a different tribe, people start raising questions. And as politics will have it, they always portray something that shows you as to be that tribe they don't want. For example, in America, there was a time that Barack Obama it was like people started, the opposition party started saying, Barack Hussein, they make it like Hussein Obama, meaning that they're trying to portray him as a Muslim and portray him as someone that, because the Muslim, could not lead a country like this. Same thing is happening in Lagos. Because the guy now has a lot of momentum, they want to portray the Chinedu to be like a major thing. Oh, his wife is from here. Oh, his mother is from here. He cannot be a governor of the state. Let me tell you one thing. I don't know how many people are watching this, but Nigeria needs competent leaders. It can start from the states. If a state like Lagos gets it right and the competence of a good leader, he's 40 years old, he's old enough. Competence of a good leader leading a state like Lagos, that alone can have a ripple effect on other states. You start seeing other states thinking about, oh, let's get younger people too. And I'm happy that nowadays people are talking about young. You see the trend now. We're talking about younger people. We want young people. It's coming. But another thing that I want to mention to this group, and I hope maybe we could talk about this, is why is women participation in our politics so low? For goodness sake, there are so many smart women in our country. It is almost like we don't care about our women. Look at Rwanda. Look at other countries. There 35% of politics, women having 35% participation in politics. It is so low. And I hope that maybe that could be a conversation for another day. But I'm hoping that is also something that could be talked about. For me, if there is no intimidations that is going on right now in Lagos State, and if there is no vote buying and vote rigging, hopefully, for me, I'm not saying it won't happen, but I'm fingers crossed that it doesn't happen. I think the Labour Party candidate has a big shot, but already the intimidations that are already seen will really affect people because there's something psychologically people are already saying, oh, I don't want to go out. And then there's also some festival that is happening in Lagos as well, that all of a sudden the festival is going to be happening the same time the election is happening. All of those things are strategically done to make people stay at home. And by the way, talking about Igbo and Yoruba, do you realize that it's not only Igbo people that are in Lagos State? There are people from River State, people from Bayelsa State, people from Delta State, people from Edo, Benue, all in Lagos. For example, if you take away the population of Lagos, population of Igbo people from voting in Lagos, there are still other people that are not Lagos and that are not Igbo that will still vote against your candidate. Let's hope that the law enforcement agencies will really man the boots, the polling units tomorrow, because we are watching. I'm always on YouTube going on the live shows to watch what is going on. We're all watching, and if that's the case, if Sanwo-Olu wins, kudos. If GRV wins, kudos. We just want a good person for every state. River State, a good person. I like Tony Cole in River State. I don't like I don't like Sim Fubara because it looks handpicked. It looks like it's just handpicked from Wike directly, and he hasn't made any speech that I've seen. He doesn't make no public appearances by himself unless Wike is beside him. I don't like that. So for me, I'm kind of leaning towards Tony Cole in Rivers State. He's APC, and in the other states, I'm not too sure, but Abia State looks like Alex Oti might win there. In Enugu State, there is the Abga guy that looks like he's really nice and really good. And there's also the Labour Party person. I'm not sure who's going to win between those two. Those are the only states that I'm like kind of interested. And of course, there's the Pella guy in is it Delta State as well. Well, I mean, for me, let's hope that it's peaceful, and let's hope that the mistake that INEC made in the presidential election doesn't repeat itself. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. That's all my contribution.
Thank you, Rock. You went all the way. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
But because he talked about Abia State, if you may allow me for 1 second to submit.
No, Igbo Basics. No, you got a chance and you didn't talk about it. Hold on. Mr. Scribe, welcome to the show. There are a lot of people who are new here.
Thank you, Rudolph. I came here for what I was watching in the background. I came here for one man, but he don't run. So, but because I need Matt, and everyone else, please, I need you guys to understand something. One man, when you said something about one man being the demeanor or the countenance of one man being different on AY show and when he comes on this show, you are grossly underestimating one man. One man is a strategist. He's trying to drag audiences. He's trying his best. I mean, come on, man. I don't want to share what, you know, I draw patterns around this guy and I just laugh. And so you shouldn't be surprised why he is this thing. One man he's a very objective person, in my opinion, but objective to what his interests are. Okay, so if you are now, I think on this forum, people need to sort of like you need to now neutralize how you guys are enabling him. You know, you have to be able to look at his words, tactically read it, and understand where he's going. There's nothing wrong with him expressing his opinion or coming here to do whatever he wants to do, but you need to kind of look at it. Don't get agitated too much about it. It makes the whole thing lose its own essence. And that was what I saw going. I wish one man was here. So I mean, he's probably watching it right now. So I wanted to say this in front of him. You're just a strategist. I get it, no problem. I respect that, but you know the truth. So stop all this. Not everybody. You can, but Mali said, you can fool all the people all the time. But you can't fool all the people. All right, that's all I came to say. My state is Anambra State. As you guys all know, I mean, we're regretting choosing Soludo. So he's gonna pay for his recent letters. So there's not too much. LP all the way. LUP all the way.
All right. Eddie, welcome to the show.
Evening, Doc. Evening, everybody.
Yeah.
What topic are you on now? Let me not just go and...
anything now you want to speak at this point. We're exhausted, but we're trying to get from people what they think about the election tomorrow, particularly their state and what's going on in their state. So if you want to talk about your state or any other state that you're interested in, you can tell us.
Basically, in Port Harcourt, in River State, I think, like I said the last time before the presidential election, I said when they signed the peace accord, I was like, no matter how, even if Jesus Christ comes down to sign peace accord, there will still be violence. And lo and behold, there was violence on the day of the election. So the same thing I'm thinking will happen in River State, because people have seen that Governor Wike will do anything at all. He will do everything possible to make sure his candidate wins the election, which is most likely to happen. But the other warlords, like the likes of Asari Dokubo, the other ex-militants, and they've got their preferred candidate as well. So I think it's going to be really Rivers State will be there will be a lot of violence in Rivers State for sure tomorrow, because they won't allow Wike to have it his way, you know. But I think he's the man of the season, so he might likely pull the card he used the last time. As for watching the videos coming out for Lagos, it's unfortunate that you won't allow people to vouch for position based on just them being like candidate, or you'll be trying to get forensic details of where their mother is from, where their father is from, and all that shit. I don't think those things are necessary, because in the countries where MC Oluomo sent his children to, if they were doing your father is where your father is from, they won't be in America schooling, or rather will any of these politicians, or any of us in particular, any of us, all the leaders, all the people that have been elected in countries in the West that are from Nigeria, that were not even born in England or in America or in Australia, but some of them are in parliament in all these countries. If they had asked them for their mom's lineage, or their dad's lineage, or their dad's DNA, they won't be any black politician in the West, you know. So I don't think it's right what the message coming out from Lagos. Everybody should be allowed to, whether you answer Chinedu or you answer Ahmadu Bello, if you have what it takes, you should be allowed to contest. We shouldn't be playing the tribal card. And as for my last one is, why is the government in Lagos State not coming out to condemn these incitements or this violence? You burn up a market and you're coming back to donate. When I saw the thing, you're coming back to donate how many million to rebuild the market that you knew that was caused by. Why didn't you just call it out straight that you guys should stop this? But I guess it's Nigeria and anything goes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Eddie. Omori, welcome back. Omori, can you unmute yourself, please?
Omori, can you unmute yourself? Yeah, I can hear you. Dr. Dami, once again for having me. Good evening to my fellow panelists. Doctor, thank you very much for the good job you do, for your time and sacrifice you take. West of the man will not be enough to appreciate it. The God will reward you. Posterity will not forget. We can't give up on Nigeria based on the circumstances going on. If you saw a black cat in the morning, in another in the afternoon, there's every tendency that there will be a black one in the evening. So if you conclude that you're still going to see a black cat, you won't be wrong. You know, the fall of the yellow leaf, they say, is a signal to the green one. What happened in the last election, you know, it's not something we should be talking about at this in this dispensation. It's not about, my greatest pain is not about the candidate. It's not a competition among the candidates anymore. It's Senate versus the candidate. You know, the one thing is sure, people are sober, people are, you know, angry, they have every reason to, but yeah, I always say we must not give up, and we must not allow it to go below what it is right now. If we can sustain this momentum, I think the people have spoken. People have spoken. I don't know for how long we're able to sustain this. For me, it's not a complete mistake. Failure, they say, could be success to the extent we are willing to learn from it. We should sustain this step. We should not give up. They will give up someday, somehow, if the people are not tired. You know, the people have spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear. They are ready to take their country back. There's a limit to which you can push to go. He pushed it to the wall. He has nothing to buy. He also revised and tried to use his hand. That's the extent we are going. And they be very careful. The only reason we're still talking about peace right now in Nigeria is the kind of person, the symbol around who the revolution is built. It's a revolution already. It has started. Don't be deceived. It's a revolution. What people sometimes mistake for revolution is when people are shooting guns and grenades. No, there's a peaceful revolution going on. Like we are tired of these, ancestors. We are tired of PDP and the APC. The people are aware of. They know what they want. They're determined. Nothing can stop it. My prayer is that people will have the tenacity, you have the courage to sustain this temple. As for Wike and other, I don't want to waste my time. Their days are numbered. Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, thank you so much, Amori. Angel, Angle 90. I thought you were an angel. I was wondering. I kept thinking angel in the dark, angel in the dark. How could that be? How could that be? But it's Angle 90. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. This is my first time on this platform. It's actually Angle 90, not angel.
Yeah, I know.
So, all right. I'm very interested in Enugu. I live in Enugu, Nigeria here, and I've heard the analysis and what many people who are not living in Enugu have been saying about Enugu election, and some are right, some are correct, but some are actually okay. There's somebody that said that the fight is actually between Frank Wike of APGA and Labour Party candidate Chijoke Edoga. So, but if this election had been held did hold last Saturday, I believe that Edoga would have actually won. But the 1 week postponed 1 week interval that was given actually is helping the PDP candidate. And in my opinion, he is the most prepared of all the candidates, because I've read his manifesto. Edoga didn't have any manifesto until if we had this election last Saturday, Edoga would have won without a manifesto. He didn't have any plan packaged in any way, but Peter Mba has a manifesto, a whole lot of things that he wanted to do, and nobody can tell me that you don't, that manifesto is just a mere document. It's a social contract. It's what we hold you to, what you tell us that you are going to do. If you are sure you win, and tomorrow you are not doing what you told us you are going to do, we are going to bring out the book and say, oh, your manifesto, and say, you told us you are going to do this and this and this, and you didn't do it. And in this dispensation that we are going in, it is going to count a lot. So, in my opinion, and from what I see, Frank Nweke actually doesn't have that much chance when it comes to Peter Mba and Edoga. The fight is actually between Peter Mba and Chijoke Edoga. And as it stands today in Enugu, it is too close to call. You cannot just who is going to win, because this 7 days that was given to them is like a lifeline to PDP. They were already done and dusted in Enugu until they postponed the election for 7 days. So they used that opportunity. There were a lot of issues around the candidacy of Peter Mba, PDP's candidate. He's an issue with EFCC and all those things, and there were a lot of falsehood, if I may say so. There were a lot of allegations on his head, and this 1 week he wasn't actually, debunking anything. He wasn't actually coming out to tell people actually his own side of the story. But this 1 week gave him an opportunity to come out and tell the people his own side of the story, and also speak more on his manifesto. So he actually has had a lot more converts within this 1 week, and the fight is actually going to be between him and Edoga. And what is counting for Edoga is that he's being backed by Enugu North senatorial candidate. He's from Isuzo. Isuzo is the single largest local government in Enugu State. Couple then, when you add Enugu North senatorial zone, Edoga is from Enugu East senatorial zone, but culturally he's from Nsukka. You understand? So if you add the Nsukka number to Isuzo, he's going to beat every other candidate hands down, because that's where the votes are. You understand? But there are a lot of dynamics that are really playing out now. So we are just waiting for Saturday when we go to the polling booth, our votes, and cross our fingers and see what happens.
All right. Under 90, thank you so much for that perspective.
Hey, good evening, good day, Rudolph.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Nice to see you guys. So tomorrow, I'm interested in Southwest elections, really. Or your state, I would like Makinde to continue, because I think he's done a decent job governing Oyo State. So I think I would like to see Oyo State have some continuity. I don't like when people are just voting decent performance out just because of irrational emotional decisions. So Oyo State, I think I want Makinde there. Ogun State, I think that Dapo Abiodun should be kicked out. I think that's a useless governor. Even though his party is going to be in the center, but for crying out loud, Ogun State's proximity to Lagos State, Ogun should be outperforming what is currently outperforming right now. It's too close to Lagos. And why are we not seeing a lot of development? And also what is happening to Ogun West, where you have some people in IDP camps? That's just unimaginable. So Dapo Abiodun should be kicked out. I don't want to see him. If I had my wish, I won't like to see him there. Then Lagos State, I would prefer Sanwo-Olu continue, because his competition, he has joke of a competition. You have Gbadebo, he has no work experience. He's a 39-year-old, been running for politics 8 years. He was first in Kowa party, then he now moved to PDP, then to Labour Party. Are we going to entrust the 5th largest economy to some upstart guy? This is not training day. So my issues with him has nothing to do whether I can speak Yoruba or not. I just think if they can tell Suwore to go and be local government chairman, Gbadebo needs to go and be ward councillor. He doesn't have any experience. He doesn't have what it takes to run the 5th largest economy in Africa. We need to think with our brains. Lagos you will have a Tinubu president, and then you are now saying APC shouldn't be the governor. That's the biggest alliance between the federal and Lagos that they've been looking for forever. The ex-governor being the president, and then his party in Lagos. All these plans, they'll be able to push it through Lagos. Lagos, this is not the time to roll back the clock. So I don't think, what's his name, Gbadebo should be governor. Neither do I think Jandor should be. Funke Akindele, that says enough. So the other state I'll be interested, I'm mostly interested in the Southwest, really. But I will be interested in what happens in Abia. I think Alex Oti may be able to pull it off for Labour Party. And Benue, that Reverend Father too, should be able to pull it off for APC. So I just don't want vote out the non-performers. Dapo Abiodun, vote him out. It's not performed. Ogun State should not be where it is. And there are no elections in Ondo or Ekiti or Osun. So those are the main races I am looking forward to.
All right. Thank you so much, Kulada. Paul, you're next.
Yeah, Doctor, I like the fact when some of us try to talk about experience. Tinubu governed Lagos. What experience did he have? If they want to talk, they'll say he work. They'll say he work in mobile. Somebody who work in what I call account department. That is no experience to manage Lagos. It's like me work as a receptionist in Sheraton. Then I will tell you I have a hotel and tourism experience, and I'm just a receptionist. What experience did he have? He was earning just $2,400. Did he manage ExxonMobil before he went to manage Lagos? What experience, other than the couple experiences, the racketeering when it comes to drugs, paraphernalia, he'll be able to excel all the way from drugs from Chicago all the way to Colombia and the likes. That is the experience that they are talking about. And it makes me laugh. Then sometimes when people talk language that this boy don't know how to speak language, the question that I'm asking, Anthony Joshua, all of us understand when he goes fight his fight, whether play whiskey, play fella, play this and the likes. But we know in the podium, where did he pay tax after he won the fight and when he lost the fight? Where did he pay tax? That is the country he represents. He went and paid tax in England. He represents England. But we saw him in Ogun State when Amosu welcome him. They give him all type of thing. You understand? They claim it to be their own. That Anthony Joshua don't even know how to say a caro. He don't know how to greet. But they were happy. They claim it to be one of their own. You understand? These same people who claim Joshua, that Joshua represents England, he did not represent Nigeria. If there's anything, his representation in Nigeria, it's just to play fella, and the other fight play whiskey. But we saw him when the governor received him. You understand? That is talking with two sides of your mouth. You know, it's like me coming out today and say I'm an aviator. What will people say? They'll ask me, did you manage Gatwick Airport or did you manage Heathrow or did you manage JFK or ATL? That's the question they ask me. You understand? So we gotta stop these things. At that level of governance, you just need to be a good team player. Get the right people all around you. And the people with all the experience and with all the analysis and everything, they've not changed anything. Someone who with his experience as a general manager in the bank, been in APC since 2002, up to date. The only city in the world is in Guinness Book of Records that have Agbero. The only mega city that have Agbero. I've not seen it in any other city in Africa, Asia, South America, North America. I can't find it anywhere. You understand? This is what we're proud for. You know, my brother, when we were going to school those days, some of us that we are not so smart with some of these subjects and everything, maybe you are not smart in terms of chemistry, physics, or biology, as the case may be. What do we clamor for? We clamor for 6 C's, what we call Moses, let my people go. You understand? As those people take Lagos to where Lagos is today, the answer is a capital no. It's a capital no. Then they call it mega city. Yeah, I don't understand. That is mega barbarians. That's not mega city. I lived there all my life. I know what Lagos is when Jack on day. I enjoy free education. Like I will have some of the young folks. You guys know what it's called massets. We get those stuff for free. We eat for school for free. We enjoy all these benefits. We enjoy Jack on day. We enjoy Raji Rasaki. You understand? We know how Lagos was. You know, where you have free, you have water in front of your house. You have street light. You play in the street. Once the light turn off, you begin run back home because you know you're in trouble. If your parents didn't see you at home, can any kids use that street light now to time themselves for them not to be in trouble? Is there any street light anywhere? You understand? And people are talking about development. With all the development, you don't see anything. If there's anything that is springing up in Lagos, it should be churches. That is springing up everywhere. And that's another racketeer to take money from people. Did it bring any development? I don't understand. Yesterday, his hand they shake and leg they shake. This time, our country won't start to shake. That's my take.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go to Prince Akwachi, I believe.
Dr. Damages.
Hey, how are you?
Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon. I've been listening to everything that everyone has said. Particularly, I'm interested in Delta State. I'm interested in Anambra State. I'm interested in Enugu State, and as well Lagos State. Why did I say all that? Now, I'm originally from Delta State, but I was born in Anambra State, Onitsha. I was brought up in Enugu, and then I lived in Lagos. I aligned myself with the last speaker who spoke about Lagos. You know, when they try to talk about GRP being not being experienced and all that kind of a thing, I want to also remind people, if they could remember, because one good thing about this politics is history. Now, I keep hearing about when they talk about Tinubu and all those stuff. Before Tinubu in Lagos State, there was Buba Marwa. You know, now Marwa was less than 40 years old when he ruled, Lagos State. Forget about the fact that, we'll talk about its military. We can also talk about Emeka Oberwa in old Anambra. That's when even it comprises of Enugu and Onitsha and all that stuff. You know, for me, GRB is gonna do well in leadership. Why am I saying that? I liken him to people like Barack Obama, and I'm a very, very ardent follower of Barack Obama. I just wish that all these guys, all these hypocrites that keep talking about Igbos and all that stuff, I just wish that they would just stop and think. Before anything, let me also remind everyone here, when the Yorubas talk about Igbos, they are not only talking about Easterners. Everybody is equal to them. As long as you are from, all these other sides apart from Yoruba land, you are equal to them. They'll call you Omo Igbo.
Prince,
So
Prince, can I interject? Prince,
Yeah.
can I interject for 5 seconds?
Okay.
I just want to ask you a question.
Delta State, why am I interested in Delta State?
Hold
Delta
on,
State
Prince.
has been ruled a long way by PDP.
Prince,
But
hold on.
I have the information, I have the intel. We are not gonna go APC. APC is a dead, when it comes to Delta State, APC will never win. I'm not God, but I'm telling you out of intelligence. Now,
Prince.
the good thing about all these things is that all the candidates seem to come from one side, that's the Urobo and other stuff, because they always claim that the Aniomas are not good in leadership, and then when you even talk about Okowa never performed. So basically, I'm looking forward to having a Pella. I'm seeing Pella winning. So let me stop here so that someone else can go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prince. Kulata, you have a question for him.
I just wanted to ask him a question. Can you tell us the work experience of Gbadebo that qualifies him to run the 5th largest economy in Africa? Thank you.
My brother, you don't need an experience. Okay? Barack Obama was a community, leader. You understand what I mean? And apart from that, at the end of the day, leadership is all about doing what you are doing and showing it to people. Why I have a problem with someone who is a puppet. He can't grant up to Tinubu. Whatever comes into the IGR that comes into Lagos State, some part close to Tinubu, is that what we're gonna continue doing?
What leadership experience does he have?
Kulata? Can I
Yes, please.
Kulata,
I need someone that can answer that question, please.
So leadership, the definition of leadership is someone who is able to convince people towards set goals. GRV, in my opinion, is well prepared. You see, I see myself a lot in GRV. I don't know why. Maybe because we were born in the same hospital. Yeah, he was born in, I think, St. Nicholas. He was born on an island like me. No, seriously. No, I'm just being honest. He was born, I think we were both, I'm older than he is, but there was something he said. Most of us that schooled, we have the same upbringing. When I look at him, I see myself.
So you're biased to prescribe.
No. Wait. I'm coming. Let me tell you something. I think he is well placed to lead Lagos because it will represent a shift, a very huge shift between what I would call the generation and the millennial generation. That is that generation that watched and espoused the ideas of NTA 2 Channel 5. That generation that we always talked about, that we're supposed to be the leaders of tomorrow. When you listen to his vision, you will see that it represents what my generation always espoused that Lagos should be. So
before you go too long.
I'm well convinced that his
before you go too long.
Is good.
Before you go too long, give me something quantitative. You just gave me, you blew smoke, really. It's ideal. You gave me idealistic answer.
No,
give
wait.
me something I can.
If you want that, I will give you a little bit. If you want that,
give me something quantitative. Wait. Give me something quantitative other than Nadeko that
Tinubu because
anyone after him had
if a leader ran a corporation or ran a church or ran Dunkin' Donuts or something.
Okay. Badebo, wait, excuse me. Wait. Badebo he's an architect. He's already well immersed into building. Well immersed
architect by qualification.
No, but wait, have you seen the guy's CV? Wait. Have you seen the guy's CV? Have you seen the companies that he worked for in the UK?
Mr. Scribe, he has. If you want to say is his residency or whatever he did in New Orleans and he did in China, well, let's leave that. For Gbadebo to find himself in every party, this is a boy who did not come from a rich father like the so-called Adenuga, and he can manage this party, become the leaders in those parties. Is that not leadership? To convince people to become Senate, to convince people to go to the level of a deputy governor and contesting for governor. Is that not leadership? You find yourself in a place where everybody is, and you find yourself on top immediately. Is that not leadership? What is leadership if that is not? It's not leadership. Tell me the leadership that Tinubu have. Tell me the leadership that Fashola have.
Leave that thing.
I am asking you what leadership that Fashola have to manage the governor as a chief of staff. I am asking you what leadership Fashola have to manage the governor of a state to become the chief of staff.
Let someone answer that question.
No, I'm putting the question to you. I just put my question and my answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, so your answer, like by the time Tinubu governed Lagos, he was senator, he ran a mobile, not just an accountant. He was a treasurer at Mobile. He had stints in the law.
It's a lie. And the senator that you are talking about, Tinubu did not even stay there for so long. Remember, another election.
Don't filibuster.
Tell me how many months Tinubu becomes senator. I might not have the chance. That's why I'm throwing it to you. How many months did he become senator?
He was senator in the 1990 in the third republic. Everybody can go and Google that. For Fashola is a son. Fashola was the chief of staff to a governor. So as a chief of staff to a governor,
did he have to become chief of staff of a governor?
Can you stop filibustering and let someone answer you? He was a chief of staff to a governor. So he ran chief of staff for years, and it was his son. So you have a clear-cut link to see his experience. I don't see that with
Kulata, I beg to differ, and this is another angle I want you to consider. That there is no set of challenges that whoever is going to come up in 2023 is going to face. There are challenges that are going to be there that are going to come out from the blues, right? NSAS, for example, things like that. There isn't any particular experience that is you could say that is universal. It is based on intention and interest, and I know you know that. If his interests align with the people's expectations. Therefore, his tenure is going to be deemed as successful. Me and you agree on that. And that is what
No,
I've
we
espoused.
don't.
And I've
We
said,
don't.
wait. That's what I'm saying. That I've espoused that why Badebo is well placed is because there is a generational interest there. The millennial generational vision that we were given as kids, this guy has already espoused that. And that is the basis why I know for a fact. Ask anybody who grew up in Lagos, those who went to Corona, those who went to, when we were going back in the days, we used to go to NTA and do Jet Club and all those kind of things. That is what Badebo meant by when he said he is the epitome of New Lagos. That is that generation that he's representing. That is the vision that he has espoused and he's going to achieve. And that is why I see that he is the best person for the job.
It's still nothing quantifiable, but I'll let the conversation continue.
I would like to add. I would like to add to this argument. Okay.
I don't know who is speaking, but hold on. Let me welcome Bob. Bob, welcome to the show. Bob, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Hold on.
What's happening over there?
I think it's Angel. Angel is
okay.
Drinking joint in Enugu somewhere.
Can I go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, everybody. In fact, I was on the move when I switched on, and it happens that Mr. Kulata is talking. And can you hear me?
Tim Z, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Bob, yeah. Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, so when Mr. Kulata was airing his view, I was simply hissing my head, say, oh my goodness. Though they say that opinions are free, but facts are sacred. So whatever every man says, it's his own opinion. About my opinion about Lagos tomorrow, it is well known to majority of Lagosians who are tired of the happenings in Lagos. Take it to the bank. Tomorrow we're gonna hear GRV as the new sheriff in town in Lagos, whether everybody likes it or not. Mr. Scribe, I owe you a bottle of Gramoye, okay, for a candid opinion. Yeah, you see, Kulata to me was speaking out of sentiments. To my own facts and opinions on the ground, Sanwo-Olu has disappointed many Nigerians. You can hear people saying it. All those people who still want Sanwo-Olu there are people who, in one way or the other, are benefiting directly or indirectly from him. I was watching some opinion polls conducted in the streets of Lagos yesterday. 90% of the people who spoke on that opinion, they were all tipping GRV. You see, some people were saying, oh, this guy has got, in fact, his vision syncs well with Lagosians. You see, I was wondering, I don't live in Lagos, but I've been to Lagos several times. So, believe me, this guy has got something to offer. All this issue of experience or inexperience, what experience had Sanwo-Olu before Tinubu just took out Ambode because Ambode wasn't dancing to his song, the music he was playing, and he had picked Sanwo-Olu to put there. Sanwo-Olu cannot comfortably come out to say that he promised Lagosians 4 years back that he had implemented 40% of his campaign promises, and he's now jumping from one church to the other, barbing saloon, begging people for vote because he has seen that the trend has really changed. It has really changed. Together with Desmond Elliott, all of them are now going about begging for votes because I've seen it. So my opinion is that tomorrow GRV is going to be the new sheriff in time. On the issue of gubernatorial candidate in Abia State, I come from Abia State. Unfortunately, my state has not been fortunate enough in having good leadership. Orji Okalo messed our state up. He raped the state dry. He handed over to another thief, to the Orji, who messed the state up. Now, Okezi Bazo, who Wike put into his pockets, he followed him about as a G5. But I'm comfortably now telling you that tomorrow is going to be Labour Party in Abia State. 100%. Tomorrow, Labour Party is going to take over Abia State. In Enugu, where I was born and raised up, I think it's going to be a great contest between the Apoga candidate, former minister Frank Wike Jr. and Edoga. So the PDP guy, a lot of people have written him off because people are truly tired of PDP and APC in Nigeria. People are tired. So people who are talking about Peter Mba in Enugu State, in fact, I like that guy as a personality. I like him. That guy is a humanity. But politically speaking, the fact that people are fed up with PDP and APC, tomorrow is going to be between Apoga and Labour Party. Take it from me. On that of Delta State, 1 minute more, let me finish. Delta State, Omo Agege. Deltas, if you are listening to me, do not cast a vote for Omo Agege. A vote for Omo Agege will be 50 steps backwards to Delta State. The man who went to the floors of the state to steal maize, a maize thief.
That is not true. That is
A
not
maize
true,
thief. Omo Agege should not be the governor of Lagos or Delta State. Ken Pella, LUP from top to bottom. LUP from top to bottom. Dr. Damages, thank you for having me. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's good to have Team Z in Delta joining us. So let's hear what's going on and what's happening tomorrow. Tim.
Well, I've been listening to the show, and please let me just advise everybody, and let me just tell you the truth, because the truth is bitter. Kempela will not even come out top 5 in the governorship race tomorrow. I'm a Delta State, and as I'm talking to you now, we're celebrating Omagege victory. Now, if you check the score ongoing now, Omagege is leading by 85% currently in Delta State. It is guaranteed from father to mother to brother. Delta politics is not a children play. Kempela cannot wake up one morning, then he want to use through Obi opportunity to enter into Delta. If you check all social media, the same people who were posting Obi, who were campaigning for Obi, are the one campaigning for Omagege today. And Deltas have reasons why they decide to work for Omagege. Like I listened to what Prince was saying, please, we should not think that the governorship election and the presidency are the same thing. Those are two different elections. Governorship election is local election. Presidency election is federal election. So we should not deceive ourselves, because deceiving ourselves is trying to lie to ourselves. Kempela will not come out 5th. Mark my word today. Tomorrow is the day of election. I'm already in my polling unit, in our vicinity. I'm already on ground. But I'm letting you know that Kempela, even Labour parties, those that voted for Obi, do not know Kempela, do not have any idea. Deltas do not vote for people they don't know. Deltas are educated people. They are not people who they don't have brains. We have a lot of schools, a lot of students, and they know what they want. It's not about a political party. We are not moved by political party. Deltas here, we are moved by individuals. The error we made is that PDP can never win this state again, and we are standing on our ground, and our own interest to see Omagege is not about the political party, but what we believe would come to reality. For those of you who think Kempela, who is just going to arise news to make some noise and all of those things, let me assure you that tomorrow, from Monday, Sunday, the result will be out. That Kempela in Delta State would not come out 5th in the race. And it guaranteed from people who are living in Delta. I live in Delta, and I can listen to the yearnings of the people, of the youth, bus driver, conductors, teenagers, parents, mothers, sisters, everybody. All you can hear in Delta State is Omagege. Go to social media. More than 300 PDP top members have decamped to APC. Today, Prince Oarisi decamped to APC. If, as I'm talking to you now, most Ibori has told Ogara people that all ends should be on Omagege, and tomorrow we shall pepper Okowa with our PVC, we shall frustrate Okowa with our PVC, and we shall make Okowa know that Delta State is for debtors. The reason we are voting for Omagege has worked for the state. It's the turn of Omagege. Omagege worked for the state. Omagege built road. Omagege built street lights. Omagege brought polytechnic to his own institution. Show me any senator, any deputy senator in Nigeria that has brought any development to a state. Call any name. If anybody here know any senator
Okay, your
or
lie
deputy
there,
senator,
your lie there too
you
shallow.
call the name of anybody that is a senator or deputy that has brought development to his own state. Nobody. So we are not blind. We see somebody who is working. Somebody who has been working. He's not an executive, but he's working.
He was accused of bringing development to his state.
Tell us to go and vote for one farmer.
I happen to live in Enugu.
Be able to take care of the family. Want to come and take care of data. The truth is,
tomorrow election, comes from where Senator Ike Kwemadu comes from.
Doctor, please, can you borrow another Delta person to interject this one? Borrow another Delta person.
Can I interject?
Doctor, can you borrow me this as a Delta?
No. Hold on. Paul, hold on. Okay, let me hear from
Okay.
I'll come to you, Paul. Ike. Go ahead.
Can I interject on President that you just mentioned?
No. Unless you're Ike, I can't see the mouth opening. I don't know who is speaking. Ike. Okay, Ike.
Dr. Damages, thank you for letting me in. I just joined in. Thank you, everybody that is chipping in their suggestions. One of the things that strike me is people talking about somebody doesn't have experience. This person doesn't have experience. This person. So Oluomo, Lagos. I don't live in Lagos. I don't even like to stay in Lagos. As soon as I arrive in Lagos, I don't even like to stay in Lagos 24 hours. I'm out of Lagos because it's frustrating to be in traffic in Lagos. It's frustrating. Things that are happening in Lagos. You deal with Aboro, you deal with this one, you deal with this one. So I don't know if the young man will win tomorrow, but if he doesn't have experience, why is the thugs talking? Why are they worried? Why are they saying if Igbos come this and that, and they're making it Igbos versus Yoruba? Why don't you just run on what you have done in Lagos? Just run on what you have done in Lagos. And why are you afraid and you sending thugs to threaten people's life? When are we going to come in Nigeria and people will run on what they have done and no thuggery? When is that going to happen? So for that, I don't know if the young man will win, but if he win tomorrow, it's new change. It's a new beginning for Lagos. For Enugu State, all of a sudden, Apuga, everybody is talking about Apuga and Labour. I was born in Onitsha, but I grew up in Enugu. I don't know. The guy for Labour Party is not that really. A lot of people don't like him, but people are saying it's Labour all the way. But at the same time, we can step back and think, okay, what have this person done in the past? For Anambra State, for Soludo, for Mr. Soludo, like I said, I was one of the people that fight for him, tell my people to vote for him. He become a disappointment and at the same time become a tyrant to Anambra people. He cannot determine who and when Anambra people goes to poll and vote. He cannot determine that. Well, for me, he's going to end After his 4 years, I don't think anybody will impeach him. But after 4 years, he gotta go. We don't want him anymore. For Abia State, I think the guy for Labour Party, I think he have power. I think he might win that part. But once again, for Lagos, I'm gonna ask everybody in this panel, what have Igbo people do to Yoruba people in Lagos for them to hate them the way they hate them, and coming to Igbo the way they are coming at Igbo? If somebody can answer me that, I will really appreciate that, because I don't understand why
Your
we are in
answer is
this
in history.
situation.
No, your answer is in history,
Okay,
and
Mr.
history
Scribe, hold on,
suggests that.
Mr. Scribe, no, hold
Okay.
on. Yeah,
Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna wait and hear from people.
All right, Thomas.
Okay.
Rudolph, good morning. That question is very is very funny. Why do Igbo hate Yoruba? Why do Yoruba hate Igbo? I don't think Yoruba hates Igbo. What I think is Igbo is very vocal, and anywhere they are, they always people they think to dominate them. So that is the only fear. I don't hate Igbo. The best music in my life is Akanchawa. I can sing Akanchawa from beginning to the end. I'm not even Igbo. My best music in Nigeria is Igbo song. This is my face. I'm not they hide my face. So I can sing Akanchawa from beginning to the end. So the Igbos don't hate Yoruba, but the fear of Igbo being dominates them. That is the fear. That aside, to the election, I don't care about what going to the southeast. I don't care about what going to the north. What I care about what going to the southwest. Lagos, it will be a disaster for people to vote Babajide Sanwo-Olu out. I don't care about your sentiment. This is my sentiment. I want Sanwo-Olu back in Lagos to continue the good work he has started in Lagos. This road billboard guy, Lagos is not trial and error. We can't do trial and error in Lagos. Lagos comprises of the whole world. It's not even about Nigeria. Lebanese, Americans. Lagos comprises the whole world. So we don't want any guy that doesn't have any antecedents to rule we in Yoruba land. So I will pray and I hope Sanwo-Olu become the governor of Lagos State tomorrow. It's already tomorrow. Today. We're already in Saturday in Australia. So today, yeah. So Oyo State, I would still like what this guy Sheyi Makinde to continue as well, because he worked for Tinubu, because I want the presidency to come to the south. It's either go to Peter Obi or go to Tinubu. I don't want Atiku. Atiku is marked out of my list. So because he worked for the Southeastern, because he worked for the South to win the election, I want him to continue. Dakpabiodun in Ogun State, I want them to throw him in the bin, in the trash. We need new person there. It doesn't work to my expectation. Sheyi Makinde works to my expectation. But I will land at this. Lagos State, please, I beg una, please, don't vote this guy. Vote Sanwo-Olu, become the governor of Lagos State. Thank you, God bless.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Ben, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I quickly had to do something. That was why I left the first time.
Okay.
So now I'm back. I want to say, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to say, as a nation, it's either, as a people, it's either we want a great nation, or we just want a nation that is divided through religious sentiments or ethnic sentiments and stuffs like this, these petty things that really doesn't matter for a nation to grow. First, let me talk about Lagos. I think Lagos is working. Dr. Damages, you live in New York yourself. Like the other guy was talking about traffic in Lagos. He couldn't stay in Lagos more than one day. He got to go back and stuff. In New York, where you at, you know what the traffic situation is also like. Lagos is a cosmopolitan city. And I will tell you, Lagos is a work in progress. The present governor in Lagos State, that is Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is doing a yeoman's job. I will tell you, in the health sector, there are about 18 hospitals that have been completed. What's it called? The blue line is done. In 4 years, it's going to complete the red line. I mean, what else are we talking about? The BRT is functioning. He's doing well. So, Badebo, I think he's a good guy. I don't have anything against Badebo, but maybe after Sanwo-Olu, maybe he can try his luck and try to be governor of Lagos State. That would be okay. But I believe and I think Sanwo-Olu should still do the next 4 years. Let him complete the projects he had before him. I mean, let him complete the red line. Let him do the things that he has set forth to do. So let him have his full term, the 8 years, and we'll be okay. Okay, now I'm going to go to the presidential election. In the real sense of it, I really want us to sit down and think, and without sentiments, without anything, let us think about it. Who really won this presidential election? Have we ever had an election in Nigeria that has been so, that the outcome has been so like it was during this 25th election? Will you tell me, Dr. Damages, that in the 2015 election, a governor from Kaduna State will lose his state to the opposition in a presidential election? Will you tell me that Obasanjo will lose his state in the 2007 election to the opposition, like Buhari did lose Katsina to the opposition in 2000 in this election? How many governors were not returned unelected in this election? About 20 governors lost. The governors, they always use the Senate to be their retirement home, but most of them lost out of this election. And people are telling me only because we cannot upload from the BVAS to the IREV that the election is not credible? Really? I don't believe it. No system is perfect. There is no perfect system anywhere. If we achieve up to 80-85%, I think we're good to go. We can always build from where we are, from where we've gotten to, and build further on it. So for someone to tell me that the election that was just concluded, the presidential election in Nigeria, that it wasn't credible enough, I think we are not being really sincere with ourselves. We really have not been sincere. Hold on, please. Each of them, Atiku, Obi, Tinubu, they all won 12 states. Obi won 11 plus 1, okay, assuming or agreeing that the FCT is a state. And what I couldn't believe is, why are my people saying that Obi won the election? He came third. Atiku came second. Are you telling me that Obi won in the core north? Really? Like, seriously? I don't believe Obi won in the core north. The states where Obi won, I believe he can win there. But telling me that Obi will win in Kano, will win in the northwest, in the northeast, Come on, dudes. It's not really tenable. First, we know in the history of Nigeria, you cannot win a presidential election without building this alliance. Two of these three major tribes has to build an alliance for you to be able to win a presidential election. Either you build it southeast with southwest, southwest with the north, north with the southeast. It's got to be it's got to be an union between two of the major tribes before you can win a presidential election in Nigeria. Obi got the clout in the south, but the bridge to the north, he did not build that bridge to the north. Maybe in the next election, maybe if he keeps working with the obedience and all this, maybe he can get there. But now it's really
all right.
That election.
Ben, thank you so much. We appreciate your contribution. Now, before I call Dr. Damage, I wanted to say that we still have to talk about our expectation from INEC. Will they perform better this time? And what would that be? What would that look like? And how would the outcome of this election on Saturday impact our perception on the presidential election? So, for instance, Rivers State, for example, what will happen there? How will that impact the result of the presidential election that came out from Rivers? And who is more likely to lose this Saturday? I mean, in terms of Wike, Soludo, elRufai, they have different objectives and goals in this election. Who is most likely going to lose? And then will Nigeria elect the first female governor? So we hope to get to those conversations. Dr. Damage, welcome to the show. It's very good that we have Dr. Damage and Dr. Damage. Because sometimes people call Dr. Damage and I'll be like, that's not my name. So I've seen him now. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. My first time.
Yeah.
Really, I've been listening to everybody, and I'm busy, but I decided to come in because I heard what Ben was saying. It's really unfortunate that we Nigerians, we are not sensitive enough to know the deep problem we are in. Sometimes we speak like I'm privileged to know this person. I'm privileged to be in this level or where I am right now. What of others? We don't think of others. We don't think of what people are passing through. Saying this, that. I mean, it's really unfortunate, especially what he's saying concerning the P2B. If I even ask a question, does it mean that P2B is not a Nigerian? Does it mean that he cannot be able to
never said so.
Talk to? Hold on. When we are talking, I didn't say a word. Just listen to me. I'm not even. Please, I want you to listen.
Dr. Damage, Dr. Damage, hold on, okay? I don't know where you are, but your line is not very good. The audio quality is not very good. Can you do anything about that?
Let me see.
Because, you are damaging the damage name, by having this plan.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Damage, and then your audio is that terrible. What part of the world are you in?
Okay. I mean, I'm here in US anyway.
Okay, don't mention the state. The governor might take your passport.
I mean, mentioning the state doesn't mean anything. I'm here in Maryland. You see, sometimes when we talk like we have not even seen what is happening back home. The momentum that is going on there is not about party, it's not about tribe. But when it comes to election like this, people start talking about tribe. They start talking about I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba, I'm Hausa, I'm Efik, I'm Flan. I mean, all this kind of things.
is it supposed to be seen in a nation like Nigeria? Or are we supposed to be every time we come in, we just find one reason to give and to support and this evil going on in Nigeria? This is totally evil. Telling me that somebody who, I mean, it's really, really, really painful. Somebody coming here to say that the type of election we saw that just ended is credible. Is that not pitiable? Is it not pitiable for somebody who said, I just came back from Nigeria, I saw what happened. You can't be, you're just listening to the news, talking to the, everything they give you. Have you been on the ground, see what is going on? See the truth? Coming to say that it's the election that they just concluded on 25th February is credible. We should give kudos. Are we giving kudos? Is it the present government or the INEC? How can somebody be bold enough to tell us? Are you coming to encourage people or to encourage Nigerians to go out there again and vote with this? I believe we are enjoying democracy in other nations we find ourselves. But in our own country, anything goes. Any man that can manipulate anything that goes, we support. We just come and we just be jumping up and down because maybe maybe you seek for contract, they give you, or you seek for anything, you have somebody there. It doesn't work that way. If it's how everywhere, many nations we find ourselves today is operated, do you think many of us will be there? We wouldn't have been there. But look at what is going on in Nigeria. And somebody will come and say, oh, this is good. Let me say this. We have to start thinking of building a formidable nation that where we can call home. Not to say I'm a Yoruba man, I'm a Hausa man. Igbo man is not supposed to be a president of Nigeria. Yoruba man is they are not supposed to relate. How can a Igbo man? Tell me why you weigh that Obi can get 25% in the north, even in the far north. Tell me why you think that Obi cannot get 25% in the.
Started too late.
This is how you related it, because this is, if you listen to what you said, you yourself, which you listen to, this is what you are diluting. Before they don't No, I'm not. But this is what you say.
Started late because it was after the primaries of the PDP before it started. If Obi had started a year earlier, Obi would have been.
No, the way you presented it, you are just saying that Obi is not supposed to. That is what
I never said he's not supposed to.
You spoke and everybody was listening. I want you to listen. So when you want to encounter me, you can do that later. Please listen. Because it's not good for us to, if we are here, we are just playing this hanky-panky. We are saying we are one. Nigeria is one. But this, when you say Nigeria is one, and these people will tell you, okay, you are one. When they come in leadership, you don't want them to be a leader. When they say they want to go, you say no, they can stay. We stay here. Why is all these things happening? So we want to build one formidable nation. Why can't we build it and see reality? Is this type of leader we want in Nigeria? What is government? We are talking about democracy. What is democracy? Democracy is government of the people, by the people, for the people. If you say because you have money, you become a president. When the people you haven't won the people. Are you a president of which people? Look at what is happening in Lagos. Look at how people are being killed. What government is doing? Nothing. And you are coming here to tell me Sanwo-Olu is a good governor of Lagos State. Look at how people are being killed. Look at market being set ablaze. Look at a child in the school, how he's being treated because you have only one paperboard of P2B in the school. I mean, if we are talking, we have to talk like reasonable people. You are telling me ABC is good in Lagos State, and look at what every day, cross the road.
There's some weird noise. It's really disturbing.
All right, yeah. Dr. Damage, thank you so much. Hopefully.
Can I chip a word? Can I chip in a word or two?
Who wants to say that? Ben?
It's Ben.
Okay, Ben. Just 1 minute because I have to get.
Yeah. I'm gonna make it real quick.
Okay.
Dr. Damage. I never said that Obi cannot win in the far north. Obi used to be part of PDP, and it was after or close to the primaries of the PDP before Obi moved out and went to the Labour Party. He had only about 3 or 4 months to do all this campaign. He's a good guy. I don't have anything against him. My wife is Igbo. Okay, I don't have anything against Obi, but the time he had to do the campaign and to penetrate the far north was just too little. That was why he never had the vote from the far north. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
But this election is not about voting because it wasn't. The result doesn't reflect on the voting.
The result
Have you seen recently?
reflected on the voting. The result did reflect.
That is not true. The result is not the result. The actual result is not, because I was in this platform. I was in this platform the day of election. We were looking at AWS, watching to see how the result is coming up. Guess what? Why did they ask Obi, how do you accept Senate election and the National House of Assembly election, but you didn't accept presidential election? He said something that is the truth. Senate and National went through to IREF. But guess what? The presidency, once it starts trickling in, they realize what they're seeing is not true. They shut it down. I'm in healthcare at the same time in IT. AWS is the best cloud infrastructure in the whole world. They have more clients. They work. American government use AWS. So when all this is breakdown, the truth will manifest. So we are not. I don't even want to talk about presidential election. I want us to talk about tomorrow's election. That's what I want us to be talking about.
Ike, thank you for bringing us back to tomorrow, because that's what I actually want us to concentrate on. We'll get back to presidential election after tomorrow.
You promised to get back to me. You never did.
Where? When?
When I want to interject about the Delta State.
I'm so sorry. I forgot. Yeah. But let's welcome Joy, Show, and I see Okija and some other people down there. So let's give more people a chance to contribute.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages, for having me out.
Ben,
I'll go now.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. All right. Then for Dr. Damage, I'm sorry, I think the noise was actually coming from Ben, not from you. We thought it was from you. It was quite disturbing a little bit for us to comprehend what you were saying. All right, let's show. I'll skip you because I may hand this over to you in the next 20 minutes. Let me go to Joy. Joy, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Joy.
Yes, hi everyone.
Yeah, hi. So welcome. I don't know if I've seen you before, but if this is the first
This is the new face in your group today. I'm in Nigeria, Yoruba precisely. I stayed in Canada.
Oh, okay. So have you been following the elections in Nigeria?
Oh yeah, I was so worried about the election that was happened last month, and this conversation, there was a guy that just spoke, and I was so moved. I I don't know what to say because I can't imagine as somebody that you are not in Nigeria. You want the best for your country, right? So by saying that, oh, are you sure that this election, the past election, is free and fair? Come on. Even with the little that we heard about the River State, even the one that we watched on TV that happened in Lagos. So to me, I'm a Yoruba to the core, but I am not a tribalist. I always say the truth because I don't know why people were thinking that, oh, Igbo, they are not. If you don't want Igbo to rule in Nigeria, please just let them go. I don't know why Yoruba, even outside Yoruba, let's say Yoruba precisely, that, oh, Igbo, if they become a president in Nigeria and Nigeria is going to be break up and this and that. To me, come on, guys, we are mature than that. We are human beings. I can't imagine myself and Oyibo people be treating me like a bullshit here. I'm gonna call cops on that person. So we are all Nigerians. There's nothing differentiate us from each other's. It's we that, oh, you see Igbo people as a bad person, and Igbo people will see Yoruba people like a bad person. To me, that election that came up last month is not an election at all. Compare it to maybe he was referring to 2015, 2019. So did the INEC official use this technology 2015? Did INEC official use this technology 2015 elections? So the whole game has changed. So if we are talking about the old things, all this, all that. So when are we going to move on? So let's call a spade a spade. That election was flawed. It's not an election at all. That is my point.
Thank you. And Joy, let me start with you on this news section, which is so what do you expect tomorrow? What will be satisfactory?
Tomorrow, yeah, all eyes on Lagos. Like seriously, I was scared about the news that I saw on Chinese on Arise TV about Oluomo and the talks threatening people. And the most saddest thing that happened last week that I told my husband was like, I can't imagine myself and a Yoruba person went to I forgot the name of that market, and they burned that market down, and nobody was say anything about it. So to me, I don't know what to say, but to me, I'm obedient to the call. So I think they need new people in that Lagos, so that they all this shenanigan will stop. Let the new person try and see how it goes. And I want to say something about maybe the Paul was, I think he left already. The Paul was saying that Sanwo-Olu is doing this, Sanwo-Olu is doing that. I can't imagine myself when those Sanwo-Olu was and Baba Tinubu don't want Ambode. Nobody is fighting for Ambode then, but they are talking about Sanwo-Olu. Is Sanwo-Olu is the only person that can do better things, and let's allow fresh people to do things and see how they can perform. That is my own.
All right, thank you, Joy. Okija, welcome to the show.
Yes, good evening all. Yeah, you guys are having a good discussion, and my take is I was listening to Kulata. He was talking about experience. Tinubu was a senator for like about 6 months or 8 months, but just like I've said here before, a leader is not something it's not something you claim, it's something you do, okay? And you can lead in your family. The most important thing is bringing people together, be able to talk to people, relate, with people, to people. Just like, Peter Obi, the way, people like him because, he can relate, he can listen. Tinubu has told us, has shown us that, he doesn't want to listen. He doesn't listen to anybody. He doesn't care what we think about. And the same thing in Sanwo-Olu. He's been governor for 4 years now. I mean, almost 4 years now. And he hasn't been, what he has been started doing in the last 2 weeks, he hasn't done before, like going out to meet the people, talk to the people, relate, he hasn't done it, he just started doing it because they know that, something is about to happen. And, I was born and raised in Fege, part of Onitsha, and there's something for people who don't know. Fege is an Hausa word, so there's like a place suburb of Onitsha that's called Fege. So yeah, I was born there, and that place, is like the houses are in blocks, just like in New York. So you have like one house, facing this street, and another house, back facing the other street. So when we were small, we could run from one end of the city, run all the way back here, the whole division. So that's the you can come from anywhere, just blocks. You have about 5 or 6 houses, then you have another street. So that's so I'm saying it because the first time I went to Lagos, I was in Oshodi, and I couldn't believe it. It was like everywhere was like like houses, together, they were not in blocks, streets end where houses, end of the street. I mean, it was chaos. I was like, how do people live here? So it's been like that, and Tinubu was in government, and he claimed that he put all these people, and they've not been able to do anything about it. I worked for a water company in Lagos, water drilling company, as part of my industrial training. The last time water ran in Lagos, I worked with Lagos State Water Works. We drill boreholes for them to feed the water works. The Shomoru, Ikorodu, almost everywhere. So I had experience, to see water works in Lagos. But you're talking about a modern city, the number one city in Nigeria, the number one city in Africa. It doesn't have water running. Since how many years? Since Tinubu? And you are telling me that's experience. Someone will say something about Nigeria, that people will do one thing, did something for 20 years, and tell you they have 20 years experience, but just basically 6 months experience, should repeat it in 20 years. They think, I have experience. The experience doing what? In Quagmire, one place, you have experience standing in one place. That's the experience. That's the experience, Tinubu and whatever they claim. That's the kind of experience they have. Lagos, Lagos needs 2 things. First, most important, Lagos needs someone that will take Lagos out of the hands of Tinubu and Alphabeta. That's one. 2 things, Lagos needs someone like, with new vision. Someone like a millennium or close to a millennium. That's what GRV represents. He has a background in architecture and urban planning development. Lagos needs to be redesigned. So for you to Tinubu is there, Sanwo-Olu there. People are still living in Lagos, living inside on water. They shit there, they eat there, they do everything there. That's Lagos. No idea has come, how to transform these things. No idea on paper. They don't think about it because it doesn't concern them. That's Lagos for you. Lagos people are so poor. The first time I went to Lagos, people were so poor. I couldn't believe it. I was like, why do people live in Lagos? It's the same thing, up to now. People are still very poor in Lagos. People eat beans and bread to go to sleep. Maybe they eat it 2 or 3 times a day. It's still in Lagos. So Lagos, like I said, Lagosian, they need to, get themselves away from Tinubu, so that that money that goes to Tinubu through Alphabeta will be used to develop Lagos. If Lagos, if they don't do it now, and Tinubu becomes president, if he becomes president or whatever, it's still gonna be it's gonna get worse. So there's no experience. Lagos need a new leader, a new beginning. GRV represent that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Akija. I take offense on this agege bread. What you said about agege bread. I mean, that's all right.
It's one of the worst bread on earth.
Why?
Because they use bromide.
Huh?
They use bromide to make it.
They use it all everywhere, not just again.
No, but in some like in US, they don't use it anymore. In so many advanced countries, they don't use it anymore. They say actually, Dora Akonyele, she tried to stop it, but they kept doing it. But mostly aggregate bread, bromide.
Our ladies had it then, then, But
yeah,
anyway.
but when Akonyele started fighting, a lot of them, big time bread makers, they stopped using it.
All right, Kalata, I wanted you to. There's a question that someone was asking on the comment section. Even if we don't, whatever happens tomorrow in Lagos, there is something to be said that the political structure in Nigeria, maybe you can attribute it to the Labour Party, their movement, changed in some ways. We saw different activities that we before were not being seen, not just in Lagos, in the East, everywhere. So do you think there is a case to be made for periodically shaking up things? Because I think that's what I'm hearing from people who are thinking that places like Lagos, places like Enugu, where PDP, in fact, most of the South is Abia State, where you've had one party for the past since 1999 in charge, that if it's shaken up in any way, that it will be to the benefit of the people more than anything else. I come to you, Kulata, because I know you want to leave, and if you answer that, then you can, I think you wanted to pose another question today.
Okay, let me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Is there a case for change? Yes, there's definitely a case for change. But change. I mean, I sell big softwares for a living, and I know when we go through all those things, I mean, massive financial stuff, people hate change. They spend millions and millions of dollars, but by the time you do it for them, and they hate it. So while there's a case for change, it's more like change to what? And then the timing. So your heart says change, but your head questions, okay, is this the right person? So assuming there's another candidate running, oh my God, it too has like a foreign name. My God, what's this guy's name? Is it
Dorothy?
That guy, very sound.
Funsho Dorothy.
Funsho Dorothy, experience, investment bank. The guy is a genius, is a brilliant guy. If you follow his career, he's a brilliant guy. If you tell me that is going to be the change, I will say yes, because I think it's going to competent hands. But if it's a change, that itch for change, that you want to change, you want the youth, you want the this, it's almost like the irrational behavior we did in 2015 when everybody just said, no, Jonathan out. Nobody questioned change to what? Then it became change to Buhari. Now look at where we are with Buhari. So I don't think, nobody has been able to articulate to me about Gbadebo's experience, because a 39-year-old that's been running for political office in 8 years, meaning he was 31 when he started running for political office. He has a master's degree, maybe 2 masters, so he must have finished in his mid-20s. I'm looking for the work experience and the requisite leadership skill that is needed to run an enterprise, a massive one, as complex, as big as Lagos. We're talking about the 5th biggest economy. So if I'm going to use my brain, I will not be attracted to the Gbadebo candidacy. If the Duarte had the momentum, I will be attracted to Duarte, because Duarte has managed multi-million dollars of investment. He's held leadership roles. Gbadebo has not done that, except someone can educate me, because I was going to ask, I want this to be an intellectual conversation rather than all these battles. So in terms of administrative leadership, financial leadership, even cultural leadership, managing crisis management, all the leadership attributes that is needed before you hire a CEO. The CEO must have a resume. What's in Gbadebo's resume? I personally don't care about all this Yoruba Igbo. That's nonsense to me. I come from a mixed family anyway, so I can't relate with that. So can someone tell me let's have an intellectual conversation here. What are the requisite leadership skills that this boy has that can lead a state as complex and challenging as Lagos? Yes, there's a case for change, but that case for change should go for Duarte, not Gbadebo.
Did he just call a man a boy?
Yeah.
He's younger than me by far. He's by far younger than me. Continue.
Can I say something regarding that?
Hold on, dude. Hold on.
No, he turned 40. Turned 40 last week.
Okay, turned 40. Big deal. He's still a kid.
No, but yeah. Okay.
But that's not the argument. Let's focus on no non sequitur. Let's not create straw men. Let's really think through with our heads here.
All right. So let me Jude, welcome to the show.
Hello guys, welcome. Thank you everybody. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment on Bulata's question. By the way, why is he in darkness? I don't know. I mean, we are allowed to remain in darkness now as you appear. So
Up NEPA.
But many people are there. They don't have anyway. It's your usual system. Well, first of all, we in America here, we had a president who had never managed a company before. He was a lawyer, a community organizer, and then he became a president, managing several trillions of dollar economy, and he did successful. He was very successful running the country, and of course, we all know that the president of America is like a president of the world. Okay, well, let's just leave that. In Nigeria, for instance, the current president, who is running the affairs of Nigeria now, what experience does he have? Yes, he was a one-time minister of petroleum, right? And also a military administrator or a military government during the time they did a coup, right? But at the end of the day, put all of those things, so-called experience together. What have we achieved in Nigeria? That is number one. Tinubu had run Lagos State. Whatever experience he might have had, that somebody like Kulata would give him a pass, that he has experience. That is why he could be elected to.
Let's have intellectual. No name calling, just intellectual for once.
It's intellectual.
No name calling. Yeah.
It's intellectual. So that somebody like you could give him a pass for having experience to run an economy.
I never gave him a pass. That's why I say let's keep it intellectual. You never heard me give anybody a pass.
In Nigeria, of all the governors, the people that have governed Nigeria so far, what experience have they had for governing Nigeria in their various states? And what have we received, or what has been the outcome of their governance in Nigeria, in all the various states, that will make you, somebody like you, Kulata, to now think that somebody as educated and as polished as Gbadebo, with his, with his humble character, cannot run a Lagos. Can you please answer me? Of all the governors in Nigeria who are on the current administration now, on the current regime, for the past 8 years, who have been a governor in Nigeria, in their various states, what have they achieved with all their numerous so-called experiences that you can now use to tell me that somebody like Gbadebo is not qualified to run a state like Lagos? What have they achieved? Can you answer me that?
I don't want it to be me. Let other people answer, but let's continue the conversation.
Okay, I mean, because if you could, because it is dumb for anyone to answer such a question, leaving that we are running that for the president of Nigeria, who is running Nigeria a trillions of naira economy, and yet this is where we are today. Massive hunger and unemployment. Massive. Nigeria is now the poorest country of the world. There's just nothing that is working in Nigeria as of today, and yet we are talking about the experience. So can you please, I think you should be in a better position to address
If you want me to answer your question, you have to agree that electing that guy is a roll of the dice, because there's no, when Obi was campaigning, everybody here that supported Obi supported him because of his past antecedents. And everybody was saying then that it's because they're supporting Obi, but now it's more like LP and that's it.
Okay, the president of America, Obama, what conglomerate or businesses has he shared?
Obama was state senator in Chicago for years upon years before he became a federal senator, before he became the president. So it was exposed.
True. That's not true. That's not true.
It's true. Rudolph, please answer him what Obama did before he became president.
For a couple of years. He was senator for a couple of years.
He was state senator in Chicago, in Illinois.
Yes, for a couple of
years. For years.
For years.
A couple of years. Not for years.
No, for years. A couple is 2 years. A couple years. It was more than that, than 2 years. When you say a couple of years, that's true.
No.
Okay, let me attempt to let me have a crack at that question. What I will say is this. I do not know Badebo as a person one-on-one, but I've read about his background. First, I will class him as people I can call maybe Wizkid or a little bit below Wizkid. He studied architecture at one of the best architectural school in UK, number 5, University of Nottingham. This as our 2020 ranking. He studied architecture, did very well, worked in one architectural firm, which is what you should expect because he's an architect in the UK. Then he took off to US. He attended MIT for his master's, still in architecture, because that is his profession. Then he then came back to Nigeria and worked with a team called consulting group, but he's architect too. So while working there, he felt he can get into politics, and he got to almost to the top. He took another master's from University of Lagos on research and public policy. In other words, he wanted to go into public. That's when he started trying for Ikeja chairmanship and all those things. He couldn't win. Well, fair enough. Now, he was gathering experience. He's not part of it. So on his own, as a what is it called? As a technocrat, he's a good architect, and he has managed a lot of projects, like he said, in China and all over, wherever he is being sent to. So that gives him the opportunity of first interacting with people from diverse background. So I can bet him that he has developed that attitude of teamwork approach, which you need in leadership, whether political, economic, religious, you need a teamwork. So he has shown that. His background of exposure, UK, America, in terms of study and the people he met along the road, it also counts. Now, getting to becoming governor of Lagos State, that is where I want now to put. Governing a state like Lagos, with what it entails and the position he holds in Nigeria, in short, in Africa even, let me not say, I don't have to belittle Lagos. Lagos holds a lot of position. I mean, it's quite a very important economy in Africa. Him coming in is not talking of managing human and material resources, but we're only focusing on material resources. Lagos has got a civil servant, which is the engine room of every government. That's what you need. The civil service will do the real work, executive work. His own is to craft a vision where he wants to take them to. And as a builder, as an architect, a planner, he can now say from the physical fit, what we know about Lagos. The thing people complain about Lagos is, first of all, is congested, infrastructure, some are decaying, and all these things we are saying, giving Lagos a bad name, traffic hold up, and all those urbanization, which is similar to urban cities. Now, what you need is somebody with his background as an architect. He can sit back and say, look, I want Lagos to expand into Ikorodu. How do I do it? I want Lagos to move beyond maybe first start my two Okoko and then almost get into Badagry so that it will overlap. He may do all these things as an architect. The money is coming. So with the money Lagos is generating, he will now sit and say, this is the vision. That's what he wants. That's what he wants. Probably if he's a professional politician all along, and he's not coming with a lot of baggages, he must not have so many interests to settle. So it's like a greenhorn coming to say, he's just looking at Lagos as if he's an architect employed by the people of Lagos. We employ you as an architect to come and make this city a livable city. Because that's what people complain about. The complaint people have about Lagos. Agbero is a different thing. It's just that the city is congested, infrastructure here and there, those type of things. So let him come. So him coming is a little bit of a breath of fresh air. So I believe he will do better. Give it because of his background first. Because you can't tell him what he does. He will talk of urbanization. What of the rail? How do we make Lagos livable? The rail network, the transportation, just like City of London, New York, Paris, Tokyo. How do we put Lagos like that? And his principle, I wouldn't call it, okay, well, let me use the word. Being a Labour Party governor, they will look up to Obi as their presidential material. Obi said Lagos should be the financial capital of Africa, Middle East, not Johannesburg. We have Lagos can become that. That is what he should look into it and say, what do we do? People might say doing business in Lagos is so clumsy, so tiring, and all these things. How is Gbadebo going to make Lagos, not of expand it, open up Lagos, make Lagos livable? He's an architect. They know what to do. These are people that plan new cities. The money is coming. He will get a good accountant. They account for the money. He will be investing it, and you will see results. So as an architect, he doesn't need somebody to come and draw a building plan and say, look, assuming it's somebody like me, I'm not an architect. You will sit in the office, somebody will say, look, we need to do this, Lagos waterways, this. It's an architect, it's already an architect. Why I'm saying this is what Ekwueme was to Shagare, and this was what Jakonde utilized when he came in with all these low-cost houses. That's why Jakonde was a successful governor in Lagos State. I can say that to anybody. Jakonde was a very successful governor for 4 years because he came, changed the educational system in Lagos, whereby people are doing shift. You go in the morning, you go in the afternoon. People in primary school. He said no. He saw open spaces, started putting schools, and then changed everything. Built Lagos State University to be non-residential, meant for Lagos workers. If you don't have a degree, don't worry. Saturday, Sunday, you go for lecture. That was the vision he started last week. So all these things, I think you need at the stage Lagos is now, because doing all this they are doing Agbero economy, it won't work. Somebody like Gbadebo, forget about people might have a sort of pigeonhole him with one thing or the other. But since you want intellectual debate on it, I think he will perform. Because he already know as an architect, he can't fail. He can't have urbanization. What Lagos has is urbanization problem. That is basically what Lagos, and with that urbanization problem is a sort of stifling business. People come into Lagos and say, look, everywhere is just this. You can't. So Gbadebo coming in is coming at the right time. To be honest with you, I'm not saying it because of he's coming as and with his background. He will perform excellently well because he knows exactly what to do to open up Lagos, make it better, and then let it be the aim. The game will be Lagos should be the #1 financial capital in Africa. No city in Africa should be better than Lagos in terms of what London is to Europe and what New York is to the New York Stock Exchange or New York is to the world or to America because of finance. So that's what Lagos should be to Africa. And Gbadebo should have it at the back of his mind. People will now say, yes, you can now go into Lagos. You talk of Africa, you say Lagos is the economic center of Africa. That is what I will say. So he will perform. He won't fail. His background will lead him, and he will succeed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just say that some of my most favorite people are here at this point. It's wonderful to see everybody.
Okay.
If everybody here, if you want to, I have some of your numbers, but I don't have everybody. If you can send me private, if I don't have your number, I don't have it. Send me your private number, There's something I want to discuss with some of the people here, and almost everybody here privately. But anyway, let me go to Show. Show, I know you've been calm and you've been here for a while. We go to Show.
Doctor, highly marginalized. You've not given me time to
Paul, we moved on. I thought we moved on. You spoke now. This all happens when I want to go.
Once for 2 hours and 23 minutes.
I will forget about it. Okay, that's good. Paul is kicked out by somebody. Not me. Also, okay, there's something else I need to mention. Some people were complaining they were being deleted. I don't delete any comment. I've never deleted any comment.
Yeah. I think I know who's doing that.
So I don't know. It's not me. So just to make it clear. Sure.
I'm using my phone as well, so I'm not. I don't have the back-end access. I'm using my phone. My phone, it's boiling hot because I've been on it God knows how many hours. So it's not me deleting your comment just in case people think I'm the one deleting their comments.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So this panel looks very familiar. So looks like the summer last year panel, with lots of old faces making the the top 10. So what I was gonna say, I know I'm taking us back a little bit, but it was I think it was it Ben or the guy who spoke from America earlier and that was challenged, and he said, the election has changed a lot of things. How come we have all these governors who would normally retire the Senate losing elections? And I think someone answered him correctly. The reason why that's happened is because the results were transmitted using beavers to IREV. So there was no room for manipulation. If there was manipulation, it was very little. And this is why people feel aggrieved about the presidential. I'll say it for the opt-ins time. Tinubu could have won that election if they transmitted the result. But they weren't sure, they weren't certain. And things changed along the line. That's what happened. Long and short of it. They were not sure how it was going to end up. The results they were seeing got them worried, and they did what they did. If they had left it and it was transmitted, nobody would have complained. I live on Twitter. That's the only social media I use. I'll be lost on Instagram. Facebook, I don't think I've been there like 10 or 12 years, so I don't even know what happens there. But Twitter, I saw a few people posting some articles from Punch newspaper, August 2022, saying, INEC said they're going to do manual collation. And I'm like, okay, so are you hard of thinking? Can't you think? They said manual collation, not manual transmission. They were posting that all day, today or yesterday, trying to justify the fact that, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, so sorry. So they were posting all those things, and I'm like, collation is different from transmission. All people asked was that you transmit it, as Yakub said, in real time. So the reason why a lot of governors who were going to retire the Senate lost was because these results were transmitted, and that's the possibility. Now, also about, did you think Obi was going to win in the North? I keep asking this question. Wasn't Obi a Northerners VP in 2019? How come Obi is an unknown quantity in the North? You can't go to the East now and tell somebody in 4 years' time that there's a guy, called Dati Baba Ahmed, and they were like, oh, who's that? They know him because he came with their son only 4 years ago. So this idea that Obi's never, they've never heard of him, they've never seen him before. And when people say the core North is not exposed, they are not uneducated, some people will come and fight. And I'm not saying they are not educated, but which one is it? You can't in one breath say they're educated, they're exposed. Don't say they are not educated. And you're saying they've never seen Peter Obi before. He was there 4 years ago as Article's deputy. So how come you've never heard of him before? And what we're saying is Obi needs 25% in most of these states. Nobody's expecting him to win in the core North. So when you come with half truth and try to be half clever, you're not dealing with fools. Nobody is saying he should win in those places. 25%, you take it and you leave quickly. And you go to your strong places and win. You understand? So that's what people are saying. So when people come and say all this, they have to. And he also mentioned something about, there's also traffic in New York, trying to compare. Now, this is very interesting when they do this. And for those of you who are on Twitter like myself, you probably noticed a few anywhere beliefs influencers. A lot of them, they live in the UK. I won't mention their names to give them relevance. They have enough. A few of them on Twitter over the last few days they've started making excuses for the Bola Tinubu administration. And they've been saying, the UK, their strike. Doctors are on strike. They didn't say junior doctors. I work in and around the NHS. I work within digital transformation. I've been, working for and with the NHS for the last 10, 12 years. So Junior doctors were on strike Monday to Thursday. But the contingency plan in place, they wouldn't mention that. They just said doctors are on strike. Oh, the UK is not as easy as people think. There's problem everywhere. All of a sudden, they're highlighting the problems in the UK. Teachers are on strike. Teachers are not on strike because they've not been paid for the last 12 months. They're on strike because they want higher wages to meet their living standard or living wage demands. So, they will tell people half of the truth. And these guys have just, they've crawled out of nowhere, telling people how bad the UK is, but they live in this UK. They won't send their children to public schools in Nigeria. They won't even send them to Nigeria full stop. But they keep telling you how 20 pounds cannot buy you food in Morrison, how 20 pounds cannot buy you this and that. So all these guys comparing. And the guy will compare the traffic in New York to Lagos. When the traffic is gone, can we compare the two cities? When the city goes to sleep, can we compare both? When there's a flood, these people, they know every bad situation in the world. They know every bad election to compare Nigeria with. So when there's no traffic in New York, am I okay to compare both? The other day I said, let there be electricity. I saw people in the comment section, oh, how can you compare Nigeria and the UK with electricity? But you are the same people comparing our traffics. You are the same people saying they're on strike, we're on strike. But when I decide to compare the UK to Nigeria, you say, no, you draw the line. Which one is it? Is it okay to compare, or should we not compare at all? So when people come with their half-truth and they're, propagating nonsense, you live in the West, you're saying there's traffic in New York, and you're comparing to traffic in Nigeria. Is it the same? Of course it's not. There's traffic in London, but you have the choice of underground. And this blue line that they constructed, how many kilometers, how many years did they take them? At what cost? And I'm not saying they've not done well, because people will come and say, go to the East. I'm not from the East. I'm from Ogun State. Our governor should be dumped in the bin. A state who once had someone like BT Onabanjo now has this one as governor. He should be dropped in the bin. I'm from Ogun State. I grew up in Ibadan. And please, Sheyi Lekonsi, as they say in Ibadan, Sheyi one more time. Nobody should even bother that guy. Just let him go one more time. He's worked. Sheyi is not running up and down as much as they are doing in Lagos and all these other people kneeling down in Enugu and all these places. Sheyi is worked. The people of Ibadan, majority of them, Oyo State, they're happy with him. And this is what we ask of our politicians. If you work for the people over 4 years, your hustle won't be as much. Pressure gidigon. So all these ones that people are running pillar to post, if you did not perform in the last 4 years, it would take you more than 2 weeks to remedy it. It would take more than 2 weeks. So people should work. When they vote for you, you've been employed by the people. Do right by them so that you won't have to beg them and look stupid for the last 2 weeks going from one place to another. They said that Peter B was doing politics of church. Who is going from white garment to doing usher in front of church? You are doing usher one Sunday. The next one, you are saying with the white garment people. But Peter B is the one that is going from church to church. I beg.
Thank you, Shaw. Thank you so much. Paul, I'll come to you. After that, I go to Alexo and Sydney. Oh, forefathers, sorry. He said there are a lot of people. And there are people in the backstage. Paul, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Doctor, you don't hold me for so long. I don't even forget everything. Yeah, Doctor. So let me go back to Delta State. Somebody came here and started talking about Delta State. That's my parents' state. I go there, I cover there very well. So you talk about Delta State. If we want to play dirty politics, only Urobo will be the governor in Delta State, maybe forever. I don't know. Because Urobo has the highest population, is the majority ethnic group in Delta State. That does not mean Delta is doing well. Delta is not doing well. Now, the so-called APC, they are bringing Omo Agege. Omo Agege is an Urobo man. Sheriff from PDP has this rivalry with Ibori. Ibori don't want Sheriff. Okowa is bringing Sheriff, the godfatherism thing. Also, Sheriff, from the part Sheriff come from the Urobo kingdom, they pride themselves oftentimes. They don't call themselves Urobo. If you call them Urobo, they'll say they are Okpe. We have two tribes that does that. The Okpe kingdom and the Orogun kingdom. The Orogun people call themselves Orogun. But when it comes to politics, then they will remember that they are Urobo. Same culture, same everything. We marry, we do everything. But they just like the name to say, call me Orogun, call me Okpe. So now the chiefs are down because of politics and Ibori. That's how the so-called PDP might lost the election. The Omo Agege thing, Omo Agege will spring up very well because of the Urobo thing. You know, the Urobo thing, and Ibori lost to Okowa. It's like a letdown, and Ibori don't want to lose that pace that is putting himself as godfather. So Ibori had no option to cut with Omo Agege, because Ibori technically is not a PDP person, he's an ex-convict. So he cannot really do anything other than else to vouch for his daughter and do the godfatherism. So he can do godfather from any party that will work for him. So with that level, Omo Agege might win the election. That does not mean anything when people are talking. The guy was talking about Omo Agege deliver. When the senator started building roads and university that we don't even know the name of the university they built out for Boni Temple, so that secret it become. We don't know. We don't know. This is the funny thing. Then another one, when people talk about try to compare this election. Have you seen election when people lose like this? Is it that these people just started following politics because of Twitter or because of YouTube that we can stream? In 2003, did we see the great change in Lagos when AD lost 5 states to PDP? Did we see the great change? Did we see the same change that happened in 2007? Did we see the change in Ekiti State, fire me? Did we see the change in, even though Obasanjo literally traveled from Abuja to Edo State, and Oshomole still win, the great godfather of late Tony Anene? And it has been happening every time. Did we see the Kanu own? You understand? The spring up of Kwankwaso? You understand? Didn't we see these things has been going on all the time? So I don't know where people are talking. Talking about Lagos. Lagos is autopilot. To some extent, if all the multinationals in South, all the Exxon, Mobil, the Shell, Chevron, their corporate office is in Lagos and they are paying all these tax to Lagos. These are the things Lagos is enjoying. What are the special things that Lagos did to create revenue? The same APC or the same AD to ACL to APC that we are talking today, they opened the new Lagos, the Aja houses, according to the way they claim. If they claim they opened the new Lagos, how come you are drawing map of a new region? You didn't draw map to bury cable, electric underground. You did draw map to bury the pipe-borne water. Everybody is still using borehole. My brother, and they will compare that same place to New York. I don't know whether New York, every house has borehole. I don't know. My brother, when you hear all these things, it's just laughable. All I know when it comes to hospital in Lagos, the Bagada General Hospital, the Lagos Island General Hospital, Lagos Teaching Hospital, Diaraba, this General Hospital, you open Lagos. Did you build an honest one in Aja? Let somebody tell me that. We are talking about Lagos State University. As you open the new Lagos, did you even give them a satellite campus, an honest campus in the new Aja? The answer is no. Where is this development that these people are talking about? Other than the bogus Agbada these days become fitted. That is all I see. That is all I see. That is the development. Yeah, our native is selling. I see white people wear our native today. I agree. I can give it to them. It's okay. It looks nice. But if you are talking about development, you don't see that. Doctor, people are waking up 4 a.m. in the morning and go to work. The traffic, the Agbero, it is stupid. This is the only mega city in Guinness Book of Record that have Agbero. Anywhere. I am asking, I want people to convince me. My father owned a property that sent nearly all of us to school in Lagos. He was privileged to have that property in Lagos. That property literally sent every one of us to school. That is Lagos. And the property is still lying down there. I will tell you that this is Lagos, but doctor, it's a lie when people talk all these things. I want people to educate me. Where is the development if you cannot build new school? Tinubu built only 15 millennium school in 20 local government. He even made the local government 57, but built only 15. Do you know how many schools Jakonde built? Do you know low housing? Jakonde used it to expand Lagos. You understand? The Aja, I forgot, the Maitun, everywhere, Jakonde, open Lagos. What are these people talking about?
All right.
Brother,
thank you, Paul.
I'm tired.
Thank you so much. Forefathers.
Yeah, greetings, Rudolph. Thanks for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. I think, I don't subscribe necessarily to people qualifications in terms of leadership. Clearly, Nigeria has the highest concentration of professors and all kinds of people. Look at the state of the nation. Life expectancy is low. Infant mortality is just a litany of failures, and it tells you that there's something extra that is needed for leadership. It's not all about qualification. It's about having the right intentions for people and be willing to do what needs to be done to make changes on the ground. And it's easy for people to just say, I'm qualified here, I'm doing this, I'm doing, but look at what they are governing. Look at somebody's threatening people right now, threatening voters with impunity. That is the state they were governing. You can't do that in the UK. I'm sure the mayor of London doesn't have a lot of qualification as much as the one in Lagos right now, but you can't do that in his city because sometimes there's more. There's a reason why professors are not presidents all over the world. It's not all about qualifications. It's about having the people with the right heart that want to do what is right for the people. In Lagos, as we see right now, there's Makoko. I can't even believe. When I look at Makoko, I was like, how is that still like that? For decades. This is something that YouTubers come from all over the world to come and check out the shame of Nigeria. Lagos has that. And some people are proud of great achievements. There are achievements here and there, but what does it amount to? And I take Show's point when he says something about comparing two cities. Yeah, Lagos is got traffic, but New York is generating 10 times or 20 times more growth than Lagos is doing. Lagos is generating a lot of poverty too. It's got a lot of good things going for it, and it's got potential. But I don't subscribe to this idea, and I think Kolata was making the argument that it's all about qualification. It's about the kind of job you do. No, leadership needs more. Sometimes you have to make tough calls that may need your life might actually be threatened. Your family's life might actually be threatened. Is it everybody that can do that kind of job? Just because you want to do the right thing by the people. Is it not Wiala, the WTO head or something, that her family was threatened because she was trying to do the right thing? Leadership needs more. And we really need to start understanding these things, because power, controlling power is a whole different form of qualification. It's a whole different form of qualification that you need. And this is why when people choose a leader, sometimes you should respect it, because there are certain things they see in that person. This is why in all democracies, they barely have any restrictions on who becomes president. All you have to do is run. And if you get the vote, you get in there, because leadership requires something else. It's not only about qualifications. And that's where I would leave that one. When I looked at these Labour candidates, this is where they were talking about him being, kind of Igbo and all the rest of it. If you look at his identity, it tells you a lot about Nigeria. A greater picture, and I'm sure some people will be here talking about how Nigeria is bad. Soon you will soon hear it. But that man, his wife is Igbo and his child is Yoruba. And if you check his gene, later you'll find that maternal gene will be Igbo. And when he's walking along the street as a person, he will be referred to as a Yoruba man. Guess what? Maybe many Nigerians are walking around like that. The people that think that they are actually Igbo may be carrying Yoruba genes. The ones that think that they are Yoruba may be carrying Igbo genes. Same for the North. We are all linked. And this is why I keep saying this thing. We have been here thousands of years with all these people around. When we keep saying, oh, we are all, that the Northern want to oppress us, we've been here. We are all linked. And so I'll just leave it at that, because I know the reason why I said that, because there are some people, I was hearing someone saying that, oh, Nigeria will never succeed, Nigeria will never work, and all kinds of stuff. If it never works, so is that genius assessment? What have you got to offer for it? break it up and let's go to our own various ways and live in a worse situation. I don't subscribe to that kind of this reasoning. And in terms of this election that is coming up tomorrow, I think people should not be scared of going out. They should be confident. Go out and cast your vote, because these people that are trying to threaten you, they are just trying to suppress the vote. They are not everywhere. Even Nigerian military is not everywhere. They can't. Our military is not even everywhere. So they are not everywhere. You should go and cast your vote without fear. Chances are that, in short, you stand a higher chance of dying in your home than dying on the street.
All right.
So
Thank
you
you.
shouldn't be scared of going to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. Let me go to Alexo and then Sydney.
Dr. Damages.
How
Good
are you,
evening
man?
from here.
Yeah.
Please
How are you?
permit me to make use of your name today to damage some things.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me say, most Nigerians, let me say, Nigeria are the most intelligent people in the world, and they are not using their brain. They just went to school, they have a certificate, and they keep it in chop cupboard. They always repeat one mistake over again, expecting a different result. Most especially, the obedience movement are the most useless movement so far in the history of Nigeria. Initially, they came at, all we want is Peter Obi. And I came to your platform one of that, I said someone should bet 1,000 euro with me. One guy private chat me on my platform and he bet 500 with me. You know what happened, Dr. Jami? He bet with me on the 21. On the 23, the guy called me back and said, bros, I'm not going to do it again. No, give me back my money. I was like, Shebi, you have all the bucks that your principal will win. What it could happen? Leave at the fail you. The guy was like, bros, maybe so, that's okay. That one. So I will call the person who will give money. It's okay. Please, reimburse us back. And my prediction that Jagaba will take over, because you cannot fight person in his own field and win, because the tools you want to fight with him belongs to him. He cannot give you the original tools. He will give you the fake tools to fight with him. And he will defend himself with the original tools. And I told them that if Peter Obi come third position, I will give him back his campaign money. And maybe the government, they heard me, so they just dash him third position. You understand? But Obi never reached out to me. Now, that one aside, today I went to one platform, Nigeria Wash, and I met CM there, two forefathers there also. And I told them, if Nigeria better, man not see tomorrow, make a paint. And I told them, you are campaigning for Badebo. Badebo, if you win, man not see tomorrow. If you people know you are very confident Badebo will win, bet 300 in your life, I will send it now, not tomorrow or later, right about now. Bring the account number, I will pay it. None of them can pick up the challenge. But all they just do, and they heard a heavy threat from, what's it called? What's this guy's name? MC. The other little dog, MC Sumo Pikin. They heard him threatening people. Now, they are advising people in diaspora here, most supporters of Big Day, they live in diaspora here. They are advising people to go and die. But they don't want to sacrifice nothing. I thought that you guys are living that. They kicked me out of the platform. I hope you know this say to me too, because they fear me. They fear the truth. They are scared of the truth. And I told them, you guys here, you heard of the threat. And I asked them, those that died during Obi Kere case, LP 7172, what have you guys done? I advised you by a few weeks ago, if people want to take back this country, the presidential election you people, they did. I know they did, after the election, they did selection, and they give it to Jagaban. I said, what you guys will do, if people really are obedient and you don't want to take back this country, stop this governorship election, don't validate it, tell INEC to do the needful before you proceed on another election. Because if you proceed with this election, the case of Atiku and Peter Obi is 2019, it's still in court, it's sleeping in court. They abandoned it because they don't have anything good to challenge the system. So the court they play. They just abandon Atiku and Peter Obi there. Now Peter Obi go to that same court that give order. They did not allow Peter Obi to see honorary beavers. Then that court will deliver Peter Obi to be the president of which country? Maybe in social media, Peter Obi can win social media, can rule social media. But in reality, Jagaba is the president-elect, so they have to deal with it. And I tell you, in Lagos, but when in Abadebo and Igbo, we never see third position. The game they are going to play in Lagos, if they did not give it, if the present governor did not take it back, they will just, okay, no, just do, it's what? Let them just give a PDP, may not be like, say, we shit them for everywhere. Then their family, they do family meeting for Nigeria election. After you vote, they do selection. What they just need for you to just organize people to just give to who they already choose. So if you want to go into this election, this is the same INEC, or is it the same process you pass through on this first election? Now you want to use, or you have another pattern? They are believing on PVC. PVC will give you victory for country. And I said, Nigeria, we can never better. It will never better. So me, I sit there with them. They want to challenge me. I'm open to challenge them. If they not say body bubble, we made a drop €300. I'll pay out to Dr. Damish account on this live video. Not because they talk, they say for go they die without people not doing nothing. That's what I hate. It's hypocrisy. Hypocrisy hippopotamus. It's hippopotamus of the highest order. You are in diaspora, go and vote, but you don't take any risk. I give you a risk of just €300. Put your money in line so that we know you took a risk. You dey fear. But you say we should go and die. Nothing we have to go in mass. After you go in mass, we follow mass to his house. And all of them were stubborn to their house. They were special. They will not go to their house.
How many people died in the presidential election?
A lot died. Obi even honor them. Even do a 1 minute silence for them.
How many died in presidential election? Do you know?
We're having about Lagos. In general, Dr. Damish can give me WhatsApp number. I will send nothing that 16 dead body to him right now on that election day. I have it on my Telegram.
In Lagos or your
I'm telling more than I will send you 16 right now if you want it. My Telegram, if that body have my Telegram, it's even more than 7.
Do you know how many people died in their homes that same day?
All right, hold on, guys.
Let's bring some measure of candor to this debate.
And I did.
I'm not supposed to sit at home. I say, stop this governorship election if you want to take back the country. If you cannot stop it, they will do you for the same Papa Golo. They will give it to Soludo, and Bodegbo will go and join Pisco and do comedy or AY life.
Please,
all right.
listen.
Thank you. CM, hold on.
Listen.
Sam, hold on. Let me go to Sydney. His voice is calmer than anybody here. So, Sydney, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you for time. And thank you, everyone, for our various expressions. Various issues have been raised here, and I know we are very passionate, different extremes. However, it's the same Nigeria that we're battling for the soul of the nation. First of all, I think there are a lot of battleground areas for this election. I don't think the turnout will be very high, just generally speaking, for this election, just because of the disappointment of the INEC system. Like I said, during the presidential, I said the problem is going to be INEC, and I was vindicated. This election is going to be just a few hundred people in different areas. So we already know the battleground areas. Most people are talking about it. Some areas will be steady, but of course we have battleground areas like Lagos, River State, and all that. But I wanted to first start off with the issue of the GRV experience and non-experience and all that on leadership. It's something forefathers said. At the end of the day, it's about a man that can take decisions, critical decisions when the chips are down, and somebody that will not have too many encumbrances. Sanwo-Olu may be a good guy, but he has a lot of there are many things he doesn't take a decision on. That's just the truth. It may not be his decision, but he doesn't have anything to say about it, and I think it's a big issue. Now, in Lagos, can he sustain to take Lagos? In the last 2 weeks, he has pushed a very dangerous narrative. And this is what is very, very challenging. That a lot of people are speaking here, a lot of people are talking, but they don't understand that we're pushing a narrative that caused problem in Rwanda. We're pushing a narrative that is absolutely dangerous. Ethnic profiling of any kind. And then when people are pushing that narrative, they now say, "Oh, I'm married to an Igbo, or this is this. I'm just doing." But we need to be careful not to push ethnic biases, because if it erupts, the truth is that it will touch every individual, and you'll be shocked at the level of things that can happen. So I want to appeal to people, in as well as we have our own biases. Let's be careful not to push this country into a place where it will take a lot to bring it back from. After these elections, after tonight, this morning, after these elections, Nigeria will be there. But the problem is that which Nigeria will come out of these elections? Which Nigeria is going to face it? Look at Tinubu going helter-skelter looking for legitimacy, because the Nigeria that came out of that election is a Nigeria that is broken. And the truth is that it is broken, whether we like it or not. The country is broken. So we need to start readdressing it. GRV, one of the things he did that endeared me to him earlier on was his advocacy for GMO foods. He has an advocacy for genetically modified food. He has been pursuing that for a long time. And so when people talk about, oh, does this guy have experience? No, it's about, has he functioned in different areas where his expertise is he has organized, he has worked at certain things. And sometimes that's the experience people need. We talk about experience. Most of the experiences we're talking about here are experiences of criminality. Most of the experiences I've seen from governors in different parts of the state are experiences of criminality. It's not that, oh, it's an experience from their profession that they have put in place. Okay, we talk about Tinubu, great and fine. He was a finance person in the oil and gas industry. He comes into Lagos. He creates a financial structure that suits only him. So that's the experience we're talking about, experience of criminality. So, but fair enough, it's left for the Lagosians. And it's shocking that people begin to say, oh, this person is not Lagos enough, it's not Yoruba enough because of his alliances. But I think the election is very tough. If it was not tough, Sanwo-Olu will not go around. It's going to be between him and GRV, and it depends on if people come and stand for their votes to be counted. So I think it's going to be a tough one. I will still give it to Sanwo-Olu slightly. Why? Because of incumbency, one. Two, because of the level of fear that they have created in the system, and the level of tribal bigotry that has gone on to high levels. So those factors may be able to just take him into the governorship. I prefer that GRV takes it, because a GRV governorship is a total departure. It will bring a different kind of change, which is radical. Is the state ready for that? I don't know. In River State, which is very critical also, Wike has played his hand in such a way that is so bad. I mean, if he did not do what he did on 25th, I can tell you that it would have been a landslide for PDP, no opposition, because most people that are voting Labour were going to vote PDP in the next election, irrespective of what's happening. But now he has a fight for himself. He has problems within his PDP because some of the big boys there are not with him. And the APC candidate is pretty much garnering momentum. The SDP guy from Ogoni is also gathering momentum. So it's going to be a tug of war. The LP candidate is not strong, definitely, and I don't think the LP candidate will win in Rivers State no matter what. The Rivers people will not vote the LP candidate. That's not what they will do. They will either go PDP or they go APC. So it's going to be a real tug of war. Uh, I see Soludo is already singing good tune in the church with Peter B. However, I think he knows that there will be an upturning in the state assembly. Another area I want to look at is places like Kaduna and the Middle Belt, which most people are not looking at. I think Labour candidate in the Middle Belt Plateau is very strong. He may win it. The Plateau man will win. Labour will win Plateau. I think Labour has a fighting chance in Benue, has a real fighting chance in Benue in terms of that axis. In Kaduna, it's going to be tough. Southern Kaduna has a strong candidate in Labour. That's the Asake man. However, there's PDP strength also. The PDP strength is very strong in Kaduna. So these are the various areas I'm looking at. Finally, what I want to say is this. I think just a few hours ago, MC Oluomo came out with different videos that what he was saying was a joke. He was just joking, blah, blah, blah. Because there's massive pressure. And the pressure is very clear that if things continue like this, it will be reported to the International Criminal Court. Because at the end of the day, we're talking of genocide levels of intimidation. So I think it's high time most of these guys are reported to the International Criminal Court, including Sanwo-Olu, and they are watched and monitored from now henceforth, so that people will begin to stop some certain narrative, and so that the country can begin to move in a more positive manner. So I think these are just a few of my takes on most of these issues.
Thank you so much, Sydney. Dr. Ronnie, you're next.
I see. Oh, thank you very much for calling me. I really thought you were not going to call me anyway.
No, I saw you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I welcome you guys. Good evening, everybody. Good morning. Obviously, this is my first time joining you guys, but I've been listening to most of what you people are saying. The last person had said almost everything I needed to have said, and he spoke really my mind. I'm not in Nigeria. I do not know most of these guys you people are mentioning. So I definitely will not comment on individual basis, but I think I will lay my emphasis on a generality of concepts. I have had some people come up here to say things that are very inimical to a certain tribe or even Nigeria as a whole. We all are advancing to make a better country. For me, I've been in UK, I've been here for 33 years. I am not enjoying my stay here. I'm a doctor, I'm a lecturer, I'm a medicine. It doesn't change anything. What is inside me should be staying in Nigeria. I want my own country where I can go, and whatever I see, I take it as my objective. Now, let me give you this kind of narrative. And an old adage in Igbo land, they say that if you go to somebody's house and then the person is, every morning he will kill a goat for you, or kill a nama for you, or chicken, make pounded yam for you. Every day he does that for you. At a time, you feel that you have a home you have come from. So you need to go back to home, even if it's insala soup. Insala is the kind of soup that some of them don't have, there's no fish in it. It's just pepper and salt and whatever, and you eat it, you feel that you have, it's okay for you. Nobody queries it. So that is the level of
the stages where some of us here and some of all my friends in US and other areas have got to. And for that alone, we have contributed so much to these countries where we are. We need to be able to go back to our own country and contribute to the last, at least the few moments that we still have. And we cannot do all these things if people I have heard, some of the people I have heard here speak and talk are really talking through their noses. It's not very good. Let us begin to build a nation that we can all call our home. We have our children who are coming behind us. What are they going to talk? I teach students. And to tell you, to the extent of this, the white people, they do a lot of research. They tell me, Ronnie, what is this? What is this? What am I hearing? Some of them even tell me blah, blah, blue, 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 before I even heard it. I said, I just concurred. I said, well, I had it just like you had it. But I don't think that means anything. But that's, what can I say? I don't understand what that is. Now, the election has come and gone. I mean, the presidential election. The presidential election was fought with fraud. People wanted to win. We know that in any election, one person must win. It's not everybody must win. So the garbage is still out there. And then, of course, we know what the INEC people, what they did. Everybody saw it. The West saw it. The East saw anybody. We saw the kind of rascality, according to Obi, that has played about in this election. People have tried to meow people. People use dagger to snap people. All those things. We don't need all those things. Now, the main INEC people, they used things I call air gaps, or if you call it gapping. In fact, air gap is just a kind of system which, one, they are not connected either physically or wirelessly to a system or network. That's what they use. In other words, they created a network in pari passu with the other network. And for you to actually logically connect, you must be able to sit down in front of the system to interface with that. And that is how it is. That's what they did. We all know it. Some people who can close their eyes and say they don't know it, that's their own business. Now, if we, I was in 1992 or something like 1993, I came to Nigeria during the election of Abiola. We know the kind of inhumanity that is admitted to people. People everywhere rally around Abiola. We don't do that because of this or that. But we thought that that is the best chance we had at the time to take our country back. And everybody rallied around him. Nobody from east to west, from north to south, said anything against it until it was annulled. Why can't we see the truth in what is going on right now? And people are beginning to think about tribal situation. I am from here, I'm here. This you mustn't do this, you mustn't. That is very, very wrong. And like other people have said, if we can tone down our rhetoric, see that it is a country we shall build, we are all coming in to build. We shan't be able to be talking like fools. Sorry, permit me to use that, like fools. And look at some of us that are here in the Western world. Some of us are still going around doing the same mistake. The other day, I saw somebody who said, "Oh, I told you, Nigeria would stick. They did election, but not election. They did selection, and they selected somebody." I said, "How do you feel about that selection?" Now things have gone back to square one. You are still here. You apparently, I am better than you, of course, because I don't know what you're doing. Probably go at night job, all those useless jobs. But I want to go. You're still here, licking people's ass. Is that, sorry about my. Is that what you want to do? So by the time I've been able to talk to him, he saw the reason, and he said, "Oh, if things will be changed, things cannot be changed if we continue to push the kind of narrative that is so personal to us, rather than affronting a view that will take everybody affront." because Nigeria belongs to all of us. And thank you for this kind of opportunity you have brought out. But I will pray that some of us that are outside Nigeria who have seen how things work, we like to push the same kind of, a concept to our own people. People cannot come in to sit down and say that we shall continue to do the same thing every day and then get different results. No. In terms of this leadership thing, leadership, nobody grows into, I don't think anybody was really born to be super leader. Now, leaders are born, of course, but leaders are made as well. Leaders are made from the nucleus of hardship. Now, if somebody who has a family, who trained his children, because if you go for proper interview, there are certain interviews you go, they want to see how you have grown your own family, how you have managed your own family. If you are able to manage your own family effectively, of course, you can manage outside the groups of your family. And that is what is, that's the beginning of leadership. So leadership is not a trait of personal inhibition. It's not that you must have this before you become a leader. You have to be a leader, you have to be in it to win it. The concept of people, the manifestation of individuals' attitudes to the generality of the whole country is what you will work on. If somebody you are leading for and you are listening to the heartbeat and you get the right people on top of the game, I don't see why you should fail. Now, the younger, the better, to be honest with you. The younger people talk about all this silliness, people talk about experience or that or no. That's irrelevant, that's immaterial. You don't need to go into all those marolling things. There's nothing like that. Conception is what you make out of a construct. When you go in there, you will see what is going on. So long as you're determined to work with people, you can. Obi demonstrated that in his own time. And he said he was even around that age when he became the governor. And despite every odds against him, he fulfilled his mandate. He did what people wanted. Because he is there, he wears the shoe, he knows where it hustles. He built hospital, he did all these things. These guys that have a lot of experience, as you call it, they don't think about you. They are on their own. See the kind of cars they have. You think they would leave those things and come back to listen to you? They want to create an euphoric environment where poor people will continue to be poor, so that they will continue to use them at their own peril. Please, my brothers, let us come together. There's no, you see, I have grown past this level of this one, you are this. I love everybody. I did my youth service in northern Nigeria. In Abuja, actually, we are the core members, the pioneer members of Abuja. And I did my youth service, and I loved it. I loved the northerners. I loved it. For West, I was in Lagos for some time before I left for United Kingdom in 1988. Yes, I love the place, and I love everybody. People should be able to love people. It's only people who are who have blemishes that do not. An inferiority person feels threatened by another person, and that's what is happening. The Igbos are not a threat to anybody. Igbos are people who want to dwell amongst others. I've heard about people say that when they come, they want to usurp the position, you want to be headman or this. These are not. They are egalitarianists. They are. They want to come in and build and stay comfortably. Somebody who wants to live in a comfort zone does not want to play game with other people. Doesn't want to destroy. That's what I mean. So please, let us come back to normalcy and advocate for better Nigeria for all of us. I think I'll leave it here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Dabeji, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right.
Thank you so much. All right. So I wanted to hear everybody here before who is speaking?
Can I reply because I forget? Please, can I?
I have not spoken, or Rudolph.
Rudolph, I just want to speak, then I will leave.
Yeah.
I just responded to a question briefly.
I don't know. I know that you spoke today, so that's I don't. Okay, Hold on.
So I
CM,
wanted to reply to
People have been interjecting, and I just responded to Kulata's question. I said I should respond, and I responded briefly.
Okay, hold on, guys. I just wanted to say that for the first time, I think we have 4 moderators here who have been helping to keep this this channel on, and that's Mr. Scribe Show, Forefathers, and then myself. We have expanded the number of people that can come into the studio, including the back end. So we can have 15 people. So we have 10 people on the stage, and you have 5 people in the backstage. So for tomorrow, we will try to do this show. I mean, from tonight, I don't know all these my co-moderators. I will have to take my leave. That's what I'm trying to say now. But they will continue, and I will try to start maybe around 1 a.m. New York. So when people wake up in Nigeria, we can be on. So anybody that can, any way they can help me, and I appreciate their help. Nobody gets, So I want to thank them, and also I want this conversation to continue as much as they can go, as long as they can. And then tomorrow, I have some reporters in Nigeria that I plan to get to be part of the show to tell us what's happening as they are happening in Nigeria. I'm also going to connect with Sahara reporters and their people in northern Nigeria, because we don't hear voices from that area. So that's part of what we're going to do tomorrow. But I just wanted to point that out, that we expanded our space that we have. There are 5 people who are in the backstage now. So we can rotate people so that people will have opportunities, so that we don't have just one group of people in front and talking all the time. So just sorry that you haven't spoken. I didn't notice, but sometimes once you speak, I don't know whether you are making the actual point. I mean, things happen. You spoke for a while, I think, at the point. But anyway.
No, I just about the response. Kulata asked a question, and I raised up my hand to respond to. I said, "Okay, I should respond?"
It's not intentional.
And I spent just 1 minute or so to respond to the question. And other people responded to his question.
Okay, Jude, sorry. Sometimes a lot of things are going on. It happens.
I mean, people have spent 10 minutes in giving their submission, and I only responded to a question. Well,
all right. Okay, so what we're going to do now, Jude, you can speak after that. But I see Scribe, I see Show is here, and then Forefathers. They can take it from there. Oh, CM,
I want to reboot.
This is why sometimes
it's because of.
Who do you want to respond to?
I'm not responding to anybody. I
just
want to,
is it Alexo headquarters or HQ? What it was?
What he said. Okay,
the
Jude,
challenge
please,
through and then all this. I wanted to
push. Jude, you speak after that. Go ahead, CM.
Drop your 300 bucks.
I will be brief. So I will be brief. This is just for what Alex headquarters said. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Actually, I don't gamble. It's not that because you are betting 300 euro. It's not because the money is small. Even if it's $500 billion, trillion, I won't be tempted. I can't learn the use of left hand at old age. I was brought up in a home not to gamble, no matter the temptation, provocation, motivation, or whatever. So I don't gamble. It's not because
politics is part of gambling. Politics is gambling. Politics is gambling. Mr. C, politics is gambling.
Listen, just hold on. Just hold on. No, you telling me to bet money with you. That is gamble. I don't do it. That's okay. That will now feed into the second thing. You are alleged. You are saying we in the diaspora are telling people to go and vote. Maybe they will get killed tomorrow with the threat. Tomorrow, election is taking place in about, I think, the whole country. That they're electing 28 governors. So the only threat known to us here, or known that I know of, is the one by Oluomo in Lagos. There is no threat of voters in Enugu, in Delta, in Edo, those that will vote for House
Please,
of
you have to
Assembly.
fast. No election Nigeria people have not been killed.
Please.
No election Nigeria people have not been killed.
Excuse
What are you
me.
saying?
Please, I don't want to lose my train of thought. That's why I waited for you. Please, let's try and be civilized. So when they talk of threat, it's only Oluomo own that most people that I'm referring to. So to that extent, Oluomo is threatening the Igbo, single them out, which we all know. But let me reply you. There is an Igbo group in Lagos. They're on the ground. They've made a press statement, warned Oluomo, ask the Igbo that are involved. I'm not more Igbo than that man who said that they will come out tomorrow in mass and vote, that they will disregard all this. So they has already said that. And for me to be far away and add my voice that people should go and vote is inconsequential. The real people that matter. If it were the Igbos in Lagos said because of that, they won't vote. If I'm outside Lagos, outside Nigeria, telling them to go and vote, it would have made sense. But the fact that those that matter have disregarded, even made a press release that it should be disregarded. So, and they're going to vote tomorrow en masse. So me here saying something is just adding a voice. So to that extent, what you are saying is neither here nor there. So that is it. Then these are the two key points I brought. I want to reply to. The rest of the mumbo jumbo, I don't need to dignify it with a reply. They're all mumbo jumbo to me. They're inconsequential. So these are just what I want to say. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Jude, no, hold on, Alex or Jude.
Okay. Good evening, everybody, and good night, everybody. Well, I want to start by first of all saying that for the this issue of comparison, many times you see people comparing.
It's funny sometimes. After waiting for so long, we now call Jude, and Jude is not. Jude, we can't hear you.
You're not hearing me?
Yeah, you went off a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, comparing Nigeria to US or to some other country in terms of trying to buttress or find reason to cover your criminality, to me, it's very disingenuous. I mean, how can someone in Nigeria begin to compare the traffic system in Lagos, for instance, with that of New York? In New York, you have an option to use the subway. In fact, it's not even having a car in New York is not even a necessity. Okay, because New York have one of the most efficient public transport system in the world. You might decide to use the subway, and in the subway you have the express train that can take you to where you're going in no distant time. You have the local one that you can take. The same applies to the buses and the public buses. You have the local ones. You have the express one that you can go to wherever you want to go in no distant time. So using your car to run and then get into traffic, that is your choice. I lived in New York for more than 10 years, and trust me, if you don't want to use your car, you can park your car on the subway and jump into the subway and go to wherever you go. That way you can avoid the traffic. In Lagos, it is never like that. There's no way you can avoid the traffic in Lagos. You spend 4 or 5 hours on Lagos traffic, and in the midst of it all, you will see Tinubu and Oluomo boys coming to rob you even while you are sitting in your car inside the traffic. In Lagos, in US, in New York, nothing like that has ever happened. I've never been stuck in the traffic in New York, and then I'll be winding my glasses and be afraid that somebody will break it or will not reach out and pull out my wristwatch or anything. But in Lagos, they will even break your window and steal and take your glass, and even at a weapon point, and take whatever you have. So I don't know why people should be try to bamboozle people or deceive people by bringing up such dubious comparisons. Now, for Oluomo, really, what Oluomo is doing is not doing that in isolation. Oluomo is simply doing what his masters, what his area godfather Tinubu and what is he called? is telling him to do. That is just pure and simple. Because if these people, if these so-called owners of Lagos, Tinubu and Songolu or Shonwolu or whatever they call him, this killer that killed people, massacred Nigerians in Tollgate, in Lekki Tollgate, if those people are not behind all of these things, they are not the ones sending all these people to threaten other tribes in Lagos. How come they have not one day come out publicly through the media and condemn this in totality? How come? So anybody that is always, because I hear people, especially in Niger Watch, saying, how come these people don't come out, that they are there and these things are happening? They can't come out and say anything because they are the ones sending them for their own selfish interests. This is what people should understand. These people cannot come out, and Sanwo-Olu and all the players in Lagos cannot come out and condemn these people because they are the ones sending them. Okay, many a time, this is not the first time Igbo traders in Lagos, their shops have been burnt. How many of them have ever come out or have been attacked? How many of them has ever come out before and condemn such practice and tell them and then assure the people that they will make sure something like this do not exist or do not happen anymore? Never in the history of Lagos has any of them come out, okay, to condemn it in totality. And then the media also in Nigeria, please, I want to speak directly to the media. They should help if indeed they are not culpable with all this evil thing that is happening in Nigeria. Why is it that when things happen like this, I expect them, just like in other Western media, when things like this happen, they should go to the people that are the politicians, the players in the system, to go and field an interview and ask them, what has happened? What do you think about it? Concerning the burning of properties of non-Yorubas that happened, you as someone that is campaigning for gubernatorial election, what do you think about it? But no media has ever been going to people to ask them of this kind of questions. They just sit in their offices and expect these people to come to them. No, that is not how you fulfill your primary responsibility of being the mouthpiece of the people, of checkmating or checking and balancing the leaders. The responsibility of the media include among others, holding our leaders accountable. And you can't hold them accountable when you cannot ask them, questions like Rufai always ask such questions. It's only Rufai and maybe one or two others. Otherwise, there's no other person in Lagos, in Nigeria, that has ever asked media questions that will make them to pee in their pint, like they do in United States of America here. Things like that, things that happen in Nigeria cannot be happening in United States, and the media will sit back, and then the leaders, those that are involved, will not be held accountable for it. No. Or in any other Western world. That is why these people continue to do whatever they are doing. You will see a debate will be organized, and then a governor will be called, and he will say no, and the media will not follow up to find out why he did not. And then the same governor will be jumping from one house to another, one store to another, even doing watch repairer and cell phone repairer, and the media will not go and find out why would you choose to go and do cell phone repairing rather than appearing for an interview or a debate so that the people can ask you questions. These are some of the things. Our media, I know they are all afraid about being punished, but if you must do your job, at least if you must go into media, you should know what to expect. And you don't expect this same leader to build your media and make them independent. You have to fight for it.
Thank you, Jude. I appreciate your opinion. And I wanted to say that I'm leaving, but you tempted me to say something. I'm not defending the media, but it's also important. It would be very sad if I don't say anything. The media is one of these businesses that is open to anybody to get into. not just as a reporter, but also owners. Media is a tough business. Sometimes people don't know it. The fact that you still have newspapers in Nigeria is a miracle. If you know that people don't pay for the media in Nigeria, people don't pay. It's not an excuse for them not to do their job, but sometimes we expect them to do everything for us. It's a difficult thing. Sometimes I wish that our viewers and everybody people who blame the media, they will pause and look into the industry and see why it's the way it is. All right. On that note, I will say thank you, everybody, for listening to me or sharing this platform with me for the night. I will be back in the morning. I will hand over to Mr. Show. Mr. Show will hand over to Mr. Scribe. Mr. Scribe will hand over to Forefathers or whatever. They are tired. They will go to bed. I will get up and then I will come back for the rest of the... All right. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me finish my thoughts before the interruption of.
You don't finish now. You don't finish. You don't finish.
I've only spoken for 3 minutes. I thought it was 30 minutes. I was giving them. So just 1 minute. Let me round up. You see, what I want, I wanted to say also is that regarding our brother Alexo that called obedient names and stuff like that. My brother, I want to say that, you see, Obi might have not been there, but that does not rule out the fact that he won that election. Anybody that is telling you otherwise just being preposterous and deceptive and dubiously deceptive. He won the election. Tinubu is just INEC presidential elect. It's not a Nigerian president elect. It's INEC that gave him position. Okay, so understand these two things. INEC chose him and then gave him to become presidential elect, but he didn't win the election. Because if you say he win election, then how? How would he say he won the election? Election is won by many people voting for an individual, the other candidate. Was that the case? No. Although it's in the court, we'll see what happened in the court. And then again, it's not only the presidential election that the obedience went out for. Okay, for the first time in history of Nigerian democracy, are we seeing somebody, or we are seeing a party that has no structure, that disrupt, the establishment. Okay, they are sending how many? Is it 40 gubernatorial? No, not gubernatorial. 40 house. I think 6 House of Rep and 4 senators to Aso Rock or to Abuja. Okay, that is a great achievement. That is by no means an achievement that could be discarded or be the means. Okay, that was a great achievement. It's a disruption to the system, to the ugly and corrupt system that we've been practicing. Many people have been retired today, as of today, and they have been retired thanks to the obedient movement, and they are going to retire many more, including governors, by tomorrow's after tomorrow's election. All right, so they have achieved a lot, and in fact, what they have achieved is it's only time will tell. The magnitude of what they have achieved and what they will continue to achieve. All right, so I just want you to understand that.
Please, can I respond 30 seconds, please? Can I respond 30 seconds, please?
Mr. Scribe, I want to say something, please. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but sure, it's back now. So
okay, sure, please. Because I want to say something because Dr. Damagis, he is here. He was there for the last election, and he's there. He's doing this show. He has other things to do, but he comes, to do this show. He's going to sleep now, probably to wake up at 1 to do the show. And you guys, everybody knows, what YouTube is all about. It's like people make, this is his the content, and he needs to get he gets some money. So, but this platform right now, where we are right now, StreamYard, he pays for it, and there are technical people, associated with it as well. He's gonna have some people in Nigeria reporting for him tomorrow. So I'm calling on everybody. If you're here or if you are listening, just go to YouTube. YouTube and send the super chat or whatever. Is it super chat? Yeah, super chat. Facebook, they have also what they do. I think stars. You can buy stars if you're on Facebook. You can send a PayPal. I don't know. I think his PayPal account is here. If you're in UK, US, and some other European countries. Yeah, look, scrolling on the screen. Rudolph.com, please, support him. It would be great. Thank you very much. And yeah,
and unless there are brother that want to bet 300, you can use that to support this platform, okay? And not to
respond to Mr.
If you can make, or even if it's 10% of that or 20% of that,
Yeah, because if I don't bet, but if I bet it, I'll eat that money. But
let me respond to you, sir. Let me respond to you in 30 seconds, sir, please. Mr. Shaw, please let me respond. You said the Labour Party took over many places, but initially people were shouting OB that if you are looking into competence. Now it's no longer competent, it's all about the party. Okay, Mr. Jude.
Okay, what is there, right? What is there is, right? You see, in any society, you see why Nigeria is the way it is that because we have never had good leadership. Once we have a good leadership as a president level, who believe in who has a vision, automatically everybody will key into that vision. I am telling you. So forget about, as long as anybody that is coming under the platform of Labour knows who the leader, because right now Obi is the leader of Labour. They know what he wants. They know what is his vision. They know what is his how will I put it? His value system. Okay, so everybody's going to keep, and not only that, Labour, the obedient. They are not just going to go to bed after this election is passed. No, it's not going to be business as usual.
So, sir, please, Obi start the new Jagaban. Obi start the new Jagaban, the new Godfather.
Excuse me, my brother. Anybody that is riding under the cocktail of Labour Party to go to any position in Nigeria, they should know that the obedient will pin their satellite on them, so that if they go there and mess up, in fact, we will record them. They will be recalled back. We won't even wait till the next election. They will be recalled back immediately. Okay, so they're not going there to mess up. As long as you're in Labour Party, you must be up and about. Otherwise, you'll be.
Sir, please let me talk now. Let me respond to you. Don't allow me to talk. You just talk. Labour Party is already a failed movement. Because even the Peter Obi able to be the Jagama is endorsing a PDP candidate. You're not aware? Peter Obi said, vote whosoever that is competent. But the movement people, Peter Obi have left behind. You must still say LP from top to bottom. How many LP candidates do you have? I know who are decamping from PDP to LP. So if you have a criminal gang that comes to Labour Party because he's bearing the flag of Labour Party, we vote for him because he's competent. So it's not local about the person, it's about the party. Labour Party are confused people. Nobody can debate me. Nobody can even talk something in reality. If anyone can debate me about Labour Party, just 3 minutes, I will bring that person down. Nobody. Labour Party is already a failed movement. Very, very failed movement. Because people be failed it on the right news. He said he's supporting PDP in social state, supporting so in another state. Aisha Bari, Yusuf supporting. So what are you telling me about Labour Party? People said obedient movement is not Labour Party. So why are you trying to confuse? You are convinced obedient for Labour Party. You don't even understand what you are doing. Labour Party is already a failed movement. Obedience is different for Labour Party. The two are not the same. You are just confusing yourself saying that. So if anybody that come from PDP come to Labour Party after one, he will go back to Labour Party again. And he will go back to PDP again. We take that mandate back to PDP again. You don't know Nigerian politician. Saying no to election is the best two people can defeat this, but not using their PDC to remove them from power. It's not possible. Never. You cannot see people with their material. They say remove
I will get away.
We don't have to go back and forth.
Can I speak and I will get away?
Put your money on it if you believe that this election is going to work. Put your money on it on live TV.
We're going to give Rudolph 100 euro out of the money. Put your money on it. Not by saying it. Put your money. Rudolph's going to take 100 euro out of the money.
Sure, can
Yes,
I just
let's
speak
do
for
it.
a minute and I will
Not
go?
by saying Bodyball will win. Make the action. Let's see. We need an action, not by saying it. Practice it what you preach. Practice what you preach. Yes, practice what you preach.
Scribe, can I speak for a minute?
Okay, sure is out. Yeah. So, guys, I'm gonna ask you people so we can go in a very sequential order. After Ike San Antonio has finished, then I'll go to. Okay, I'll start from Okija and then CM and then go like that. Is that okay?
No, there are people below that have not spoken. The three.
Oh, Lake, yes, that's true. Lake just came up. Alexo has been speaking. Teams, you were here before, so okay. After Ike and Antonio, then we can go with Lake, and then we revert to the sequential order. Is that okay?
Thank you, Scribe.
All right. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I think one of the fundamental problem, I think somebody alluded on that. People pick and choose things with no solution. If you say not to vote tomorrow, somebody gonna win tomorrow. And somebody alluded that INEC, Jagaban is INEC president. Unfortunately, INEC is the people that will make somebody president in Nigeria. So for me, tomorrow, my worries is that people are not going to be motivated the way they were motivated on the 25th, because what was promised on the 25th is not what was given. And that demoralized a lot of people. I'm being honest to you. I talked to people in Nigeria, about 3-4 people today. People are still in mourning in Nigeria. People are down. Nothing is happening. Businesses are messed up. There's no money. People are not eating 2 square meals in a day in Nigeria. It's just unfortunately that we are here. For me, tomorrow, I don't think the election people will be enthusiastic about the way they were on the 25th because of what happened, and that demoralized a lot of people. Alexo, I see what you're doing. You're picking and choose. Obi says, where there is no labor, we support the right candidate that we feel that is right for the job.
That's correct.
Me, I don't know how old you are, Alexa. For sure, I'm older than you. But one of the things I will tell you, fundamentally, in my lifetime, I have never seen an election go well in my lifetime. And for me, this election was the one that I thought, having a little bit knowledge of what Beavers and IREV mean, what the stuff mean, I told everybody that I know to go and vote. I thought it's the right time for something to happen. But unfortunately, we were wrong because we were sold. This is the biggest 419 ever that have been done in Nigeria. This is the biggest 419. Right. This is the biggest 419. And this is when white people, where we live, and they say, the word 419, this is sad that this is what we are known for. And our government have demonstrated that thing we were known for. I bet you money everybody here have a genuine job, doing a genuine things. But it doesn't matter how we try to clean our image, we still regard as those people that do the 419. In my tribe, they say, Ofuaka Lotamanu Ozuora. That means when one finger deep inside the red oil and touch it, it destroy everything. And that is what I'm one of those people that want to go home. I've been in Western world for 30 years. I want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore, because what we do, the amount of money Nigerians are the amount of tax Nigerians are pouring into American system. I don't think there is any country that pour that kind of money. Maybe the Indian people, because a minimum Nigeria have a bachelor's degree in America. A minimum Nigeria. Healthcare people, when you talk about healthcare, the doctors, the pharmacists, the nurses, and all these people, the physical therapy, the amount of money we pay tax, what I paid this year, and they still say that I owe more. But these are the things, the idea, my parents, when they came to US, the idea is to come. My parents came to US with scholarship when they were giving scholarship in 70s. I was young. When my parents came to US, the idea is to go to school and take the knowledge and go back home. All those people that came in 70s, even though they are dying now, a lot of them are dying now, they didn't go back home. Nigeria will better, Nigeria will better. When? When is Nigeria going to be better? Tomorrow, I'm not enthused. I don't know how it's going to go, but we pray. But I still ask the question, what did Igbos do to Yorubas that make them always come after Igbos? When something happened, you burn Igbos shade. When something happened, you know, in Lagos, in just everywhere, you target the Igbos. Lebanese are the more people that own land in Lagos. The Chinese are more people that own land in Lagos. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you. I'll yield the moderation back to Shaw.
Ike na San Antonio.
Can I say something?
Anambra, amusu mamuzu.
San Antonio,
yes, I've been living in San Antonio for 30 years.
Okay.
Sorry, Scribe, who's next?
So the next person is Lake. Guys.
Can
I talk?
Yes. I think Lake is next.
I live in San
Lake,
Antonio.
no, Lake is next. Sorry, Lake.
Okay.
Please go proceed. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Scribe. And I also want to use the opportunity to thank Dr. Damages, for putting up this platform. And just as you said, I think it was Okija was talking about, the support and everything because of, the things he has been doing and how he wants to, bring in some reporters from the north and everything. I think, but I've not seen the, at least if you can have like a cash app and other means to put in support, I think that would be great because he's really doing a good job. So coming to the case of this election coming up, I strongly disagree with or I'll say I agree with Jude about I don't know if it was Jude or someone else that was talking about he's not a gambling man. And I don't think this platform should be a platform we should use to encourage, gambling people come. Because if someone comes up to say, oh, put in $300, and that personally me, I might say, okay, put in $10,000, but I don't think we should, go through that route. That's not it. If you have money and you want to help out the platform, I will advise you to, encourage Dr. Damages and help, grow the platform. I believe Dr. Damages have means to help a lot of families that lost loved ones during the election. I think that can go a long way than we coming out here to make a mess of this great platform. So, going forward about what MC Oluomo said, I think that is everybody is condemnable. We shouldn't play politics with tribalism. We shouldn't play politics with ethnic bigotry. We shouldn't play that kind of politics. And when it comes to Igbo and Yoruba, me personally, I have family members, friends that are married to Yorubas. I have I have brothers. I have brothers that are married to Yorubas, and I also have my sisters that are married to Yorubas. So like we intermarry. I have friends that their mothers are Yorubas. So I don't think our politics should degenerate to that kind of thing. And I wonder how APC in Lagos State will come up with this kind of, because it is not going good for them to do that. Because when you come to Lagos, Lagos is a city whereby it's the intermarriage culture there is really intense. If you take a critical look at Lagos, I'm sure that over 25% of indigenes in Lagos actually have family members that are intermarried. And I don't know how that will go down with them when they hear you talk about and they look at their nieces and their nephews that their mothers are Yorubas or Igbos, and I don't know how that will go down with them. I think that's we should condemn it, wholeheartedly, without any regard. So for GRV, I think he's a wonderful candidate. Elections are there. I hope he wins, but if he doesn't, I hope that he gives a good punch. And I also pray that Labour Party gets more states. At least let's get more states. I think that's just it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lake.
By the way, he's going to win in Lagos. It's already settled.
Can I make
Prophet Judah spoken.
sure,
Yeah.
sure, can I make a quick interjection? Sure, can I make a quick interjection on
Who are
this
you?
issue,
What are you
please?
interjecting?
This
No one is speaking, so you can't
sorry,
interject now.
this issue, this sure, yes, now sure. Okay, so
Go on.
okay, wait, sorry, just to point out something. Okay. So you see,
Go on.
I want to say, I know most people will still speak on this Oluomo something. What is happening in Lagos, Oluomo, is just 0.001% of Yoruba people. Oluomo doesn't represent the Yorubas. Labour Party we are talking of, Obi, is what is it? Doyi Okupe is the director general. From Doyi to Akiosun Toku, these are Yoruba people. 95-year-old Dayo Adebanjo is lifting Obi's hand as if Obi is his son. So that's why I want, when I'm reluctant. Oluomo is nobody in Yoruba. These just people Tinubu are training for his own good. These are not Yoruba people. People that made Labour win in Lagos are not the Igbo votes. Yorubas want to liberate themselves from Alpha Beta. That is the reason. So they're only trying to push it to be an Igbo Yoruba affair so that they can. It's not. Let us be wise. This is just Oluomo outcast doing what they know how to do best. Tinubu and then changing, twisting the narrative. It's not. The main Yoruba mainstream, they are in support of Tinubu relinquishing his control of Lagos so that Lagos can develop very well, and they're not a city governed by Agberu. So I don't want people to look at it as if it's a wider Yoruba. Yoruba and Igbo are not having anything. After all, why is Ayo Adebanjo, despite everything, telling that Afenifere, even not Ayo Adebanjo, Afenifere said it's to be they want. Do you know what it means? The Yorubas have spoken. Who is Oluomo? Who is Tinubu? These are just a reference. They don't reckon with them. You can only do that in Lagos. Yorubas are suffocating. They don't like the way Tinubu is holding Lagos. They're not happy. That's why they are supporting Labor.
Mr. CM, you are calling your president-elect a riffraff.
CM,
Your
on what you're saying,
President-elect.
what you're saying is that in Nigeria, this is where I like America. In Nigeria, all they need to hear one gun on the air. Everybody leaves. And that is the intimidation. In Texas, where I live, everybody have 20, 30 guns in the boot of their car. No, I'm not lying to you. 20, 30 guns in the air, in their trunk. But in Nigeria,
All you need is one pump action, boom, everybody. And that is the intimidation. But in Texas, if you shoot one boom, they say, oh, it's only one boom. Then you hear, that's how it goes. The problem is what he's doing is to disenfranchise people, to make people to stay at home. Yeah.
Yes,
what he's
I
doing
agree.
is minute Yoruba. What that thing he said, make people to say, instead of going to fight for this, let me just sit in my house. At the end of the day, whatever we see is what we see. And that is the target. And that is what is happening. It's not that is what Yorubas are doing. What these minute people are doing is when they do this and it goes in social media, and as people are hearing it, they worry about their life. That is the reason why I don't even know why P2B is running for president of Nigeria. Because Nigeria, for Nigeria to get better, somebody will put their life on it. For Nigeria to get better.
Okay.
Let me say this in addition. You see, somebody has made a suggestion in social media today about what people should do, what the obedient should do as they're going out to vote, and that suggestion seems very good. You know, the person suggested that every obedient, okay, going to vote tomorrow, please, if you're obedient hearing me, go with your bag, okay? In that your bag, have orange, and you have a knife that you use to cut your orange, okay? If you want to drink orange. Then if you are a captain, have your tools, your hammer, at least have your hammer and chisel in your distance, so that maybe if the election finishes early, you can go to your job, right? Carry that to your bag. Then beer. For those that drink beer, please have your bag of beer. Maybe you will feel tasty. At least have a bottle or two of beer in your bag, so that when you feel tasty, you can drink. For those that don't drink beer like me, you can go with your bottle of soda. Okay, put it in your bag. Put 2 or 3 in your bag, so that when those boys come, you can give them some to drink. You know what I mean? Okay, and then for those that for the tailors, put some of those cloths you collected from your customers, put them in your bag, and you put your scissors. First, you know how to use your scissors when the time comes, okay? After to cut your cloth, and then and then for those that all kind of profession, put your sign of profession in your pocket and carry that.
Oh God.
When you stand in that line, you will know what to do when the time comes, okay? It's allowed. You are carrying your sign of your profession. Nobody is going to attack you. Nobody is going to say, why are you carrying your bag? So that when the election finishes early, you can go straight to your workshop. But you know what to use. At least, you know what I mean, right? Okay, so that's a good solution.
And this is the danger. This is what we don't want to happen. When you have non-state actors, well, I think MC Oluomo is employed by. I think MC Oluomo is employed by Lagos state government. So when you have people, saying things like he said in the past, or those have been attributed to him in the past, and the one he did yesterday, and they went live. I think it was a live Instagram or something that he did yesterday. When things like that happen, you leave people with no choice but to start coming up with all this, self-defense, and nobody can fault anybody, for self-defense. You're not going to tell people not to defend themselves, but this is the last thing we want. Let people vote. Whoever wins. Hopefully we'll get there someday. I keep advocating that, we need to start flushing out this sort of mentality. I'm not sure what Alex O was saying, because I dropped off my laptop. It's been acting up, so I'm back on my phone. So I can't access the back end, just in case people are wondering why am I not letting them in. So Scribe is actually going to be doing the back end until I leave. So I had Alex O say something, when I just came back. Like I said, it might be out of context now, but I had him saying things like people always die, people die every election. And I am advocating that we get to that place, that we can have an election in Nigeria where people don't get killed. Don't say people die. People didn't die, Alex. They didn't have a heart attack. They killed them. And I'm saying, when are we going to get, or I'm asking, when are we going to get to that place where we have elections where people are not killed? And the people that get killed, it's so unfortunate, there's no way to reach these people.
The children of the people sending them on these errands, Yoruba will say, "Omolomo lo se ranse de toru toru." It is someone else's child that you will send on an errand and you will tell them, "Don't worry, stay as long as it takes. Even if it means coming back midnight, even if it means coming back tomorrow morning." You won't send your child and say, "Stay there until it gets sorted." You tell your child, "Go, by the time it's 6 o'clock p.m., it's getting dark, come home." But you send someone else's child and you tell them, "Stay for as long as it takes." People should not die. People should not be killed because there's an election holding. What does that even tell you about the people you are defending and supporting? And this is not you, Alex. Just saying in general, what does it tell you about the people you're defending and putting your lives? MC Oluomo's children, they live in the US. MC Oluomo himself is a dual citizen. If there's any gas boost tomorrow, he would leave Nigeria and go and cool off. But what's the fate of the other people? They'll be picked up, locked up somewhere, forgotten. There's a video of a man that trending. I'm not sure if it's true or not verified, but it was picked up during the NSAS protest. It was released, was it 2 days ago? He said he had been in Kirikiri with 10 or 11 other people for 2 years. They didn't even go to court, not once. So, how many thousands of people are locked up, being political. I mean, these guys, I don't think they were political thugs. They were just protesters. But a lot of political thugs picked up and locked away and forgotten. So people need to start thinking, when they tell you to go and break bottle and go and do something so that they can get into office, sometimes say no. You don't have to. How much? What promises have they made you that will make you go and put your life on the line? And some of us are advocating for a government that would provide basic things that, if sold to you as luxury, electricity, steady power supply, it is not luxury. I said this once on this show because, I keep saying, I keep an eye on the comment section. I find it quite interesting because I like texts. So I said this the other day, and someone said, "Oh, Rudolph and his preachers, they love to bring preachers." And I was saying, for those who believe in the Bible, who read the Bible, even it says, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. That was the first creation. He didn't work in darkness. But you keep Nigerians in perpetual darkness. When somebody joins from Nigeria, you can tell. And it's not brook shaming anybody. But you join from Nigeria and it's just black, pitch black at your background. I can live where I am in Kent and say I'm driving to London. I can go to Manchester at 2 a.m. I was in Manchester on a project all summer last year. I would leave at whatever time and come back home. I can leave at 2 a.m. You don't pray. You see, when you first get to the Western world and you get on National Express, and for those who live in the UK, get on National Express, you get on a coach, on a bus.
Yes.
That would be our facing and see what's that bus called. There's nobody leading a prayer.
Yes.
Nobody leads a prayer. And when you say these things, they say don't compare Nigeria to UK. Why can I not compare going on a bus journey? It's as simple as a bus journey. Somebody starts praise and worship.
Expired drug.
Yeah,
Nobody
because
sells
somebody
drug
you will
inside
see
the bus.
the driver that's going to drive you. You will have walked past him at the garage in Nigeria. He's drinking paraga. He's smoking weed. It's the time he mounts the steering and you're thinking, "Oh my God, this is the end." You understand? So some basic things, some little things that can improve. See, I'll give you an information that some of you might know. If you Google Syria, Yemen. I think it's Yemen. The Yemen war started in 2014. And they still classify that the war is still going on. So the war has been on since 2014. But guess the life expectancy of someone who is from Yemen?
You stay high. I think
66 years is their life expectancy.
60-something.
Nigeria is not at
Higher
war.
than Nigeria, yes.
Our life expectancy is 55 years. Is 11 years
if we are at
lesser
war?
than a country that's been at war since 2014. These are the questions we're asking. See, nobody hates APC just because of the name. It's just 3 letters, A, P, and C. Why would I hate it? P, D, and P. It means nothing to me. But it's what it represents, what it has brought to the people over the years. This is why people are frustrated. If you were giving us a fair deal, nobody will be clamoring for anything. You can't change what's good. But the minute you say you want change, people get defensive. And I keep asking, how old are these parties that you attached to them? There was a lady, I'm not sure some of you saw the video of the Ikorodu vote sellers that trended. And they went to protest that they've not been paid. They said, we are the canvassers. And one of them was saying, I was born into APC. This lady must be in her mid-30s, late
late 30s, early 40s. She said she was born into APC. How can you be born into APC if APC was formed in 2014 or 2013? You understand? So how old are these parties? Why is the loyalty so much to the point that you cannot see anything wrong in what they do? Or maybe they condemn each other in their rooms and they just don't want to do it publicly. I don't get it. I have friends who support APC and PDP. I've shown them so many things. Look at this. It's like the minute you show them, they bury their hands in the sand. Like, I don't want to see it. I don't want to discuss it. Why? If it is wrong, let's condemn it and say we'll work towards a better Nigeria, work towards a better structure. But nothing you say enters. It's like it's blocked. Don't talk about us. Don't blame us. We own Nigeria. We run it the way we want. And we are now saying, okay, thankfully, we have a third force. Let's try it and let's see if it works. You are now telling us what experience do they have. That's not your business. Leave us, the people that want to try it. Let us try it. If it fails, we will know that we have tried. You can't tell us because they don't have experience, we shouldn't try. Lagos is a something city, so you can't give it to somebody that's not tested and trusted. The people that tested and trusted, what have they delivered? Don't tell me blue rail, how many kilometers, how much did it cost? Unto whom much is given, much is expected. It's like INEC. If INEC didn't ask for 300 and something billion, nobody will be complaining. We're used to the nonsense they serve us. If you're going out and you give your wife 2,000 naira to cook soup, and you come back and you meet mackerel fish and two pomo and whatever, you rough it. But if you're going out and you give your wife 25,000 to cook, and you don't see fresh fish or one snail or something, you will ask questions. Unto whom much is given, much is expected. But it's almost like we are not allowed. We have no right. Don't challenge it. Just keep quiet. For how long would that go on? Who's next?
Would that be me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Please, can I respond 10 seconds, please?
No. After the speaker. After the speaker, don't worry. You go after the speaker, Alex. Don't worry. After the speaker, you have your 30 seconds. Don't worry. Go on, sir.
All right. Anyway, thank you guys again for letting me in speaking this time. There are quite a variety of constructs that have been placed on our discussion this evening. People talk about the Igbos that were asked not to vote in Lagos. People talked about the voting system and quite a lot of other things. The thing is that what we are witnessing here is perpetuity of ingratitude. There are some people in Nigeria who had meant good for Nigerians to thrive. But there are people, very few minute individuals who have bent on destroying what was built and what is going to be built. Nobody is happy. I can tell you, even those people who are now clamoring for somebody to be president or somebody has been made president, or those nonsense. They are internally not happy with themselves. But they can't come out to say it, probably because they feel that they are the owners of a certain area. Nobody owns anything. Even Lagos itself, Lagos as a state or capital city, commercial center of Nigeria and Africa, Lagos will even be better governed by individuals who are not even Lagosians. So, for instance, an Hausa man, if he's okay, or Fulani man, if he's okay, can govern Lagos properly. An Igbo man, this is something they could even try to do. To say, okay, this year, let another person, the next election, let another person, rather than solely saying that it is the Yoruba. Apparently, we understand that Yoruba don't even own Lagos. If you go back in history, because the point is that we don't read history, we're not taught about history. That's why everybody comes out to open his mouth and say something he doesn't even know, doesn't even understand, doesn't even follow. Now, if you go back in history about the Benin that migrated to Lagos in those days, and there is a dichotomy there anyway, because there's a migration. There is a kind of Igbo syndication in the Oba of Benin, where they have two children. One migrated to that side because they had a quarrel. Now, one of the princes migrated to Lagos and formed Lagos and all that. Yes, that is the basic, that is the truth. So if you go back in history, find out that the Yoruba don't have anything to do with Lagos. It's just that it is closer to Ibadan, closer to Ogun, closer to them in that context. So of course it's true. It's true. The Benin discovered the Lagos. So, and they are now even coming out to say that if that's the case, they can come over and usurp Lagos. But then, of course, it is in the Yoruba's interest that Lagos stays as it is because they are closer and they have owned it. Now, irrespective of who owns Lagos and who doesn't own it, the aspect the level of tendency we are on now should depict that we shall be able to be vocal in our understanding, in our intellectuality, to be able to know that if we want something changed in Lagos State, I'm using Lagos as an example, then we need to be able to get somebody who can unify everybody and do it right, and not those people who can come in and continue from where we have stopped and continue with whatever we have been doing before. So that is the thing. When we talk about change, of course, change is the only thing that is constant anyway. Change is difficult. People do not want change, but change must occur for things to change. In terms of the Igbos dominating, I just made mention of this before. The only thing is that it's like the Israelites or the Jews, put it that way. You cannot change who they are. You cannot change the DNA. They are who they are. They are very, very precious in anything they do. They have been blessed. Anything they put their hands works. They have the money. They have everything. People hate them, but God loves them. And that's why they are moving ahead in anything they do. You cannot stop a moving train. The same thing happens with the Igbos. Igbos, I'm not saying anyone, I'm just using the Jews as an example. The Igbos are who they are because God has given them that intellectuality, the ability to profess, ability to do things, ability to do well in business circle and all that. So these things becomes enmity to any nation or any other place where they are, where they find themselves.
Dr. Ronnie, just to ask you a question quickly, and I'll probably in about 40 seconds if you can answer the question, because I want us to go back to the actual topic of the day. But just to ask you a question, because quite a lot of comments in the comment section. I know it's a question you've been asked many times, and please, CM and Jude, you might have something to say about this, but please just hold your horses. Just Dr. Ronnie to answer the question. So a lot of people are asking in the comment section that if the Igbos are blessed, and I'm acting as a moderator now, so I have no opinion. If the Igbo is as blessed as you say, God has blessed them, they're the chosen generation and all of that. People are asking, why don't they spend, wait. People are asking in the comment section that why don't they spend this energy developing the East? And also just a little, not pushback, but from the history I read, and there are so many versions of history. What I read is that the Lagos belongs to the Yorubas, the Aworis and the Eguns. That's the version of history I read. I know Fofather is really into history and all of that. When he gets to speak, he might touch on that. But that's by the way. But the question people are asking is, the eastern part of Nigeria is governed by Easterners who are Igbos, who are part of this chosen generation. Why are the Igbos not tackling them to force their hand to fix the East, to develop it? It might not be Lagos, because Lagos is there's the port. It was once the capital and all of that. So it has advantages. But people are saying if Lagos is rated, say 60 or 70, that a lot of the states in the East, because I've had a few people speak now, earlier about Abia and some of the videos and all of that people are circulating. So it begs the question, why are people not forcing the hands of the governors to do better?
Okay. Is that your question, yeah?
Not my question. Question from the comment. If you keep an eye on the comment section, you would see is awash with fix the East, go to the East, sort out the East.
Well,
All right.
Well,
Now,
well,
CM, just wait, please. We'll come to you. I'm a moderator. I'm moderating. It's not my opinion. Forget me. I don't count.
You want me to speak now to talk
Yes,
about
go
it?
on, sir.
Okay, what I'm trying to say, I haven't finished actually, but I wasn't trying to give them the right of the Jews or the chosen generation. What I'm trying to say is that they have a peculiarity in leadership, in things they do, kind of. And for that, every other nation has their own. And for the Igbos, the fact that they do well, they enterprise, they make money quickly in what they do, and they comport themselves, and that when they come to to this particular area, and it makes other people who have sat there for probably who have been the owners of the place, you put it that way, it makes them very angry that these people have come in here and they're taking off everything. So it is a natural thing. People get angered because of the way the other guys have come in and then try to buy almost everything there. So that's one thing. In terms of going back to Anambra State or to Igbo land and fix that, that is something. If you go back the history, Lagos wasn't really a state before. Lagos was a commercial center for Nigeria, and the earlier people who built Nigeria, they have made Lagos what it is, because every company they attracted so many other companies into Lagos. And of course, in those days, a lot of people migrated for work, in search of work from different villages, different countries, different areas of Nigeria to Lagos as one nation. And they built Lagos, continued from the way the British had left it when they left, and they continued. So don't forget that Lagos has been a seaport, and our air rockets are also there. That's where we take off from time to many times, even before some of the airports were built in other countries, in other states or nations. So people have migrated to Lagos to travel to overseas. People have come to Lagos to clear their goods because of the airport, the seaport, and so on. Now, coming to the as we move on into the development, Lagos now is the only place that people have come to develop, to seek for green pastures, put it that way, because the government of the day have actually negated building of seaports in those areas. If they had actually decentralized seaports, like the one we have in Port Harcourt and Calabar, and the other one in somewhere, I think there are a couple of them around. If they have decentralized it that way, around that route, it wouldn't be as bad as it is today. Look at Lagos congestion and all that thing. Because of that seaport and the airport and the commercialization of everything that is there, everybody wants to go to where they can find some beneficial effect. And that's why people have migrated to Lagos. Not that they can't fix Anambra Igbo land or something. But if the push comes to the shore, you will see a lot of people going back to fix what they have left. That's all I can say about it. But at the moment, they ask you, why did you have to migrate to England? Why do you have to come to this country? You came to this country. Did anybody ask you to come, or anybody asking you to leave? Nobody asked you to leave. If you want to stay here and do whatever you want, you can. If you want to own a farm today in this country, you know what to do. You can go and own a farm. So long as you are competent, you have the money, you can do all this. Nobody will question you. You own it, you have it. So nobody comes to ask you where, and you're even a black person. They won't say, oh, why did you do it? In Nigeria is, all of us own Nigeria. And those people who are asking questions, why don't you go and do the, why don't they go to their home and do their own? Why can't they actually go to another countries and do the same thing other people are doing? Does anybody ask them not to come? If Nigeria is for everybody, people have the right to migrate from one section to the other. And when you migrate to any country, you pay your tithe there, you pay your tax, you develop the place. And that's what the Igbos are doing. I'm not trying to say they are special. No, they are not. But the point is that it is an innate ability inside of them to develop wherever they are. And because of that development, it augurs in some kind of negative effect on them from other people. People begin to feel that these people are coming to take over.
Thank you, Dr. Ronnie.
Can I just quickly highlight three points here? Political design of Nigeria is one of the main reasons why the Eastern Nigeria has not. Let's go back to history of Awolowo versus M.I. Okpara. If the 1966 coup didn't happen, I suppose that political hands would have changed along a similar ideology, and maybe the likes of Onitsha and everything would have been, better than what they are today. Because we had Golden Guinea, we had several things. Now that's one other side. Then there's the distraction of Zikism. Zik was a larger than life value, and this is going to transcend down to how leadership was turned around. Zik was a larger than life value that, after he did what he did with Eyoita, if you look at that also caused a rift between him and M.I. Okpara, because M.I. Okpara came with an industrialization plan and everything, but he was able to push Zik off a little bit. But now when you look at it, after the Civil War, we now had the likes of what's this guy, Asika. And there was a bit of, this kind of against Ojukwu kind of mentality. This is what gave birth to people like Jim Wobodo. This is what gave birth to, in Enugu now, we now call them the Ebano group. You see, Zikism, the destruction of Zikism gave us, sort of a very, very bad blow. I don't know why people don't see this. Because the ideology that came out of the war was one of so much, how would I put it, recovery. So a lot of our political class, if you listen to Ennea Wodo about when he talks about when he was in the same school with his father's driver's son, right? If you look at the idea around this kind of thoughts and everything, what happened? Why did that thing break? Why was it that M.I. Okpara had to write an article and generally disowning Zik and saying that he regretted the merger between MPC and NCNC. Now, these were the foundations that led to us having corrupt leadership. This is what led to the likes of Jim Mobudu coming in and all those things that happened. Now, also you come to the military era and everything that happened around that time. Now, democracy came. The core of the people who took over in 1998 were the core of the people who believed in and took over from what the Asikas and the Ziks had. And that is why we are where we are. That is why we've produced such terrible leadership that it is absolutely terrible. And until my people will begin to understand that until we begin to disassociate ourselves from the ideology of Zik, we won't have good enough leadership. Until the likes of what Body Boy is doing right now, we move away from that Zik's ideology. We are in that cycle. We're still in that cycle until we come out of it. Eastern Nigeria is you just keep garbage in, garbage out. And this is my own perspective from
okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scrap. I asked that question, and I'm happy that Dr. Ronnie answered it, and you also contributed to it, because, like I said, I keep an eye on the comment section, and it's a lot of go back to the East, go fix the East, go sort out the East. Why not the East? And I thought, you know what? Okay. There are people who will never come on the on the panel, but they have questions. They have all of that, so I thought I would raise it with your answer.
Yeah.
Where did the show go?
Sure.
Okay.
Off.
Anyways,
please, can I speak now? You said after.
Okay, Alex, you said after you listen that you give.
Yes. I just want to say something. Okay. Now let me just rush it. The problem we have in Nigeria, we are so much intelligent, and this intelligence bringing us backward. we'll never move forward. The intelligence of talking about history here and there, and we are seeing the reality, what is going on ground. We're supposed to face the reality. We are still talking about history, these ones, Yakubu, Gowan, Ezekiel. Those are not what we need right now. What we need right now, this system we are right now is not working. Those on ground have to fix it, not talking about history of those. Now, talking about the election issue, someone said that if you want to vote, put nail your bag, put a bottle, put this one. Just imagine, only for you to validate your human right, you have to put your life in the line. You have two options. As I might go to that place, they will never return back home. You are not talking about the results. Let's just forget about the result. The results already be pre-recorded already. The winner already knew the winner of the election. Now you are telling me that you have to go to bottle, carry mango, carry knife, and go and vote. Is that to vote in the Western world? You believe in Western world supporting this kind of ideology from people that carry mango, carry cashew nuts, go and vote. More than they don't accept truth now. And the shame for Nigeria. We always speak grammar, talk history, no action. Nigeria can never work with system like this. Never. If Nigeria will make a day, Nigeria will never work.
Is that right? Is it right? What you're advocating now, is that right?
What I'm advocating now, if Nigeria wants to work, we have to stand up and bring these guys out.
You don't say the result has been written. The result has been written.
I apologize in advance. Ade, welcome to the show. Kolakbo, welcome to the show. Ike, Alemefula, welcome to the show. Ade, please, you have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scribe.
Okay, I thought we are answering a question. Okay, well.
CM, I'll come back to you, please.
I have listened to some people talk on this platform, and what some people have been saying is funny. How can I am a student of history and international relations. That was what I went to school to do. And from my own history books and all I know about Nigerian history, or let me say the history of Lagos, because I went to Lagos State University. So history 101, the history of Lagos that I'm hearing now is different from what we study in school. And even the one that we study in school, there is a lot, we have about 3 or 4 different versions of the people who own Lagos and who did not own Lagos. Now, what I actually want to say is that when Igbo people in Lagos are saying, or Igbo people everywhere that I have been listening to their comment, what they have been saying is that Yoruba people hate them. Yoruba people don't want them to succeed. The Yoruba people are envious of their achievements. I don't understand. People in Lagos who, because of politics, miscreants in Lagos, that's what you should say. Don't say Yoruba people. Igbo people live in Ibadan. Igbo people live in Ogun State, Abeokuta, Ijebu. Igbo people are in Osun State. Igbo people are scattered everywhere. Hausa people are scattered all over Nigeria. Yoruba people are scattered everywhere. So how do you now come here to say that a few Yoruba miscreants in Lagos who are disturbing the peace of you people because of election, how do you now come here to say that Yoruba people hate you because you are industrious? If you are industrious, what are you doing in Lagos? Was it my father that brought the sea to Lagos? It was not anybody's father that put the sea in Lagos. It is the nature that put that sea in Lagos. So if the seaport in your place is not working for you, it's not the problem of Lagos people. It was not Lagos government. It wasn't Bola Tinubu. It's nobody, it's not Yoruba person that makes sure that the port in your places are not open up. When you come here, when you go to other people's place, it is always good that you respect the people you meet there. It's not only Igbo people that are doing business in Lagos, and they are not the only one who are making money in Lagos. You don't bring money to Lagos. You come to Lagos to come and hustle. And when you make your money, you are there. the people there, they accepted you as one of their own. If election period has come and some miscreants are disturbing Igbo people, that is not to say that Yoruba people, Yoruba people are not the reason why the Igbos have not become president in Nigeria. We are not the reason why the Igbos are not president in Nigeria. If you have not been able to become president in Nigeria, go and do your research and fix your politics. You are playing bad politics in the East. Your politicians are lazy. Your politicians don't want to work. They are looking for, look at how the Easterners have always worked for PDP. You have always voted PDP since 1999. But when it was time for PDP to zone the presidency to the South, because they didn't want to give it to you, they said they throw it open to everybody. So, and you now expected the APC, where Bola Tinubu had an alliance with CPC of Buhari to form. Then people think that they should give that ticket to somebody from the East. Politics doesn't work by emotions. Politics is not something that you weaponize your emotion into. Why did Peter Obi not stay in PDP and shrug it out with people like Atiku and Tambuwa and co? Was he not supposed to be the vice president of Atiku in 1999 election? Why Igbo people will not become president in Nigeria is not because of the Yoruba people. Go and look at your politics, the way you play your politics, take emotions out of it, and let your politicians do the work they are supposed to do. Dim Ojukwu gave APGA to you people. What did you do with it? Everybody started potting away from APGA, potting to PDP. Bola Tinubu alone, single-handedly, when all the AD governors lost to Obasanjo, to PDP under Obasanjo, he single-handedly reclaimed Yoruba State back to his side, and he formed AC, he formed ACN. People like Atiku were coming to come and run under that platform. What he was able to negotiate an alliance with CPC to form APC because he had control of about 5 or 6 states in the Southwest. Why would you not be able to do anything with your APGA? If you have 5 states, do something with APGA. Let all the eastern states be APGA and negotiate with the North to form an alliance, maybe into the next election, and do a block vote to support somebody from the to form an alliance with the North, and see if you will be able to wrestle power away from APC. And that you think Obi's movement is going to give the Eastern region the presidency of Nigeria. It's just a joke. Stop insulting. Let us stop insulting one another because of politics. You can't come to Lagos. You can't. I am a Yoruba man. I am not from Lagos. I am from. My father was from Oyo State. I was born in Lagos. My mother is from Badagry, a Lagosian. But I cannot even contest election in Lagos. The moment they hear my surname is funny from Ibadan. That the moment I mention my surname, they will say you are not from Lagos. So it's not only you that they do that to in Lagos. They don't do it to Igbo people alone. They do it to an Osun person. Bola Tinubu is still fighting the reason that he's not from, he's said to have come from Osun. They are still fighting him over that he's not from Lagos. So what are you talking about?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I like some of the points that you made. Unfortunately, I'm moderating, so I would like to just move on. CM, you said you wanted to say something.
Yes, there is one. I want to just like information, just to inform her.
You have 30
most
seconds.
Of the
on your speaking time.
Because I have not. Most of the humiliation Ndi Igbo get in Lagos is not caused by mixed ranks. It is only there. Thank God you said there are a lot of ethnic groups living in Lagos. It's not only the Igbos. The whole Nigeria, they are living in Lagos. But it is the only the Igbo that the Oba of Lagos summoned and they humiliated openly, telling them who to vote for. I didn't hear the Oba of Lagos call the Bini people living in Lagos tell them if you didn't vote for Ambode, you're well, hold on. You know, I listening to you talk. Just hold on, hold on.
There's
I
something
didn't
that
hear
you
the
don't know.
above.
You see Yoruba people have one
Listen.
thing. There's one thing with Yoruba people.
Listen.
Once you are not
Listen.
Yoruba and you are not Hausa, you are Igbo.
Listen. I don't want to lose my train of thought. That's why I listen to you. I'm only informing you. I'm not saying you said a lot of things. I didn't hear the Oba of Lagos summon the judge that they must vote for any governor he chooses for them, or else he will throw them into the lagoon. It is because the Oba should say it at that high level. Oba was able to say it in 2015. That is what gave all these Bale lower people than Oba in terms of hierarchy. The Bale is not as high up as Oba. That was what gave them the effrontery. Every 4 years, they will summon Igbo and then tell them who to vote for, or else. Before you know it, it is only the Igbo. They feel the Igbos are living in Amuwo Dofi. Not Amuwo, sorry. The Igbos are living in Okota. They have to burn their vote.
Round up.
And I've never had the emir of Zaria summon the Yorubas in Kaduna or wherever, tell them who to vote for. So that is humiliating a race. It has never been done in Nigeria. No people have suffered it, and it's only in Lagos. By saying that, I didn't say that Olu Ibadan, Igbos are living in Ibadan. Olu Ibadan never did it. I'm just particular about Lagos. No, it's true. I'm coming. You're
going around
the next
point.
one, please. The next one is this. Because this issue of Igbo, develop your place. According to Professor Onigo Otite, there are more than 300 ethnic groups in Nigeria. Igbos are not doing badly. If you compare, because every ethnic group should develop their place. Igbos are not doing badly. There is what opens up business. Igbos like traveling. They need the international airport. The one in Enugu, they shut it down deliberately. Ndi Igbo, let me tell you, because my father, my uncle is a member of Ohaneze. They made a meeting and called the Anambra governor, Obiano, to build an international airport. Let's forget about government. Obiano built international airport. The runway is 3.9 kilometers. Lagos Murtala Mohammed is 4.1, only by 0.2. Abuja, the runway at the Oka Airport, the runway, the one built in Anambra, the runway is better than the one in Abuja, the one in Kano, and the one in Port Harcourt. After doing all these things inspected for international, they said it's federal government that will approve. Till today, because it's what Igbos have, they keep it there. It's not working. So when you say Igbos are not going to, I'm coming, because you don't know this story. When you say Igbos are not going to develop their place, we are doing. The one we can do within human limits. That airport, if they had granted us, let us fly international. APs owned by Igbo man flew from Abuja to South Africa to rescue Nigerians, including Yorubas, anybody. 6 hours. Now the guy is saying, give me license to fly from Oka to London. They said no. So as Igbo man, either you go to Abuja or to Lagos. Remember, that is the only international airport built by an ethnic group. The one in Abuja is federal. The one in Lagos is federal. The one in Kano is federal money. The one in Port Harcourt is federal money. But the one in Oka, designed for international flight, because of the runway, is a state.
From the east? Do you have lawmakers from the east? Do you have
listen?
Sorry, this
of
train
course.
of thought
Listen.
now.
Just hold on. Just hold on. It is.
I'm not
Do you
holding
think?
on.
Do you think that you can spend?
Sorry.
Do you no.
Sorry,
I'm coming.
sorry.
No. I have to.
I am so sorry.
No, I have
it
to.
Has to go. No. It has to go. See, please.
No, but you gave him the whole time to speak.
You are speaking to the choir.
Let me. I'm trying to reply.
Look at the faces of everybody.
I'm trying to reply. It's point by point, and they are making points. It's point by point. I have to reply. I have to, because some of these things you may not know.
Respond. I mean,
everybody
let him open things up there.
You know,
and let
being
somebody
honest,
respond to him.
everybody understands where you're
If
coming
you
from.
don't want me, I go.
No,
Please,
some
good
people
night.
don't
I don't
understand.
want. I
No,
don't. Please, good
hold
night.
your
Please,
point.
please, good night.
Because it's not good for us to pass wrong information. I think he's trying to address some things, which I'm enjoying. Let him respond.
I think he has gone now. See this discussion. I'm not sure is going to shed any light because I don't think Nigerians are ready to have this type of conversations anyway. So regarding the intimidation in Lagos, of course that shouldn't have happened, and I think Ade is saying that anybody that they address as Igbo is probably Igbo, South, and all the rest of it. So personally, as somebody that is from that region, that is not from the Southwest but from the South, I feel like those areas should have been more developed by now, and the instability in those regions has led to the lack of development in those areas. And we can't keep blaming everyone else for the problems in our own backyard. We sooner or later have to take responsibility, because taking responsibility empowers you to fix it. Pointing fingers at people disempowers you because you are waiting for them to respond. But if you take responsibility, sometimes you have setbacks. The Lagos International Airport, I think they had a new runway or new terminal or something, and suddenly it's not active now because it's been hijacked by the court. So you always have setbacks, and then the Nigerian state tries to frustrate any form of growth, which is weird. And Nigerians, because a lot of us are busy trying to survive, we don't see how much the nation is being sabotaged. How is it that a terminal that should be serving people right now, Nigerians returning from overseas and traveling overseas, is held up in court when it's been built? Why did the court allow that to happen? The court should have just said, you know what, carry on operation until the judgment is passed. Because you have to look at the greater good. If the airport is functional, it means Nigerians will be able to travel, feel happy about going overseas while you settle your arguments. But no, they shut the airport down. And it means all the equipment that are bought there, some of the things that are in that place, maintenance may not be there. Those things will decay, and then it will take money to bring them back to this in to be able to function again. This type of I don't understand it. And where are Lagosians? Where are Nigerians when all these sort of things are happening? Nobody seems to know about it. I just heard about it about last week or so. Somebody mentioned this to me. I didn't know how, because I thought the terminal was already active. So there is this aspect of us in terms of, we always think that only our areas have problems. The problem is everywhere. I'm sure there are projects in the north that have been frustrated. There is something about Nigeria that is almost as if it's anti-development. Is designed not to develop. Al-Mustafa made some decent assertions that even transformers in Nigeria were designed not to perform very well. Some people say that's a conspiracy theory, but if somebody, the former chief security officer to Abacha, is making such assertions that even our own transformers are not designed to function very well. Our power generation process is not supposed to function very well. Our this in the water supply is not functioning very. Everything is inefficiently done. This is a problem that we as a people have to address. It's keeping us back. First things first. Personally, I believe that we have to have security and we have to have transparency. If we have those two things, it's going to allow us to start fixing the country. This is a serious problem that many of us don't always choose to argue about political stuff. Whichever politician come into office is not going to matter if this endemic problem remains, because there's a reason why even Bola Ige is one of the most, a man with dignity and this integrity. He went into power generation. He said he's going to fix the power supply issue in Nigeria. He couldn't. There is something endemic in the state, in our nation, that is sabotaging every single thing we try to do. I don't think it's just Nigerians doing it. There is something sabotaging us, and if we don't wake up to it, we will never develop. Look at if you look at Lagos for how many decades now, when I saw the Makoko this thing, I was like, but how did they leave that? That area is like, it's like a cesspool. The water is dirty and everything. It's almost as if a new breed of human beings are about to be created there. Human beings are swimming in that water. The little children going to school there and living in that kind of condition. and we say that that's the best city in this in Nigeria. You know, sure, you said the life expectancy in Nigeria is about 54, 40, 55. Actually, it's around 52 point something. 52 point something compared to nations that are at war. Iraq is at war, has a higher life expectancy. In other words, you're more likely to live far longer in Iraq than you can live in Nigeria. We are not at war. Something is wrong. This is not normal. We have not been at war. We seriously need to start asking questions. And this is why I say our problem is so big that I don't even think one single party can solve it. This is a national effort. When I said that we need a government of national unity, even last year, I already started talking about it, because when I look at the problem, it's so big that I started saying that we needed a government of national unity. Guess what the election delivered us? 12 states each for 3 major candidates. I said it before, no matter who is announced a president-elect, that person doesn't have the popular mandate. That person will have a minority mandate, maybe a constitutional mandate, but a minority mandate. One way or the other, we need to work together. Maybe Nigerians are spelling out that we need to work together to fix these problems. And guess what again? One of the candidates from the west, southwest, one of them from the southeast, and the other one from the north. You can't make it up. All these are symbols and signs that is telling us, our people are sending us signal, even if it's subliminally, that we all need to work together and fix this nation. And you have to ask yourself critical questions. Why is this problem persistent? No matter who gets into the power industry to try to fix it, they fail. Why is it persistent? Nobody since 1980s. This is not normal, and I believe that at the core of it is sabotage. Because if we develop, guess what is going to happen? We are going to be competing with a lot of powers around the world. Africa is a massive continent, 12 times the size of India. Nigeria is a very, very important country. I think it's the largest black nation on earth. Most African countries are looking up to Nigeria. If we fix Nigeria, Nigeria belongs in a class of nations that can be a major power in the world. This stuff that our men go around thinking that they are just subservient, they need to start on answering to other people. I have heard people talk about we should be recolonized. It's crazy. No, seriously, some people say that. What kind of grown men you have been given such a treasure of land, and you want to have other women's husbands to come and take care of us? What is wrong with us? What kind of a woman would respect that kind of man when you are begging for other men to come and save you? This world is all about power, and I don't care about democracy. I don't care about socialism. I don't care about capitalism, religion. None of them matters. It's always been about power. If you focus on power, you will never be deceived anymore in this world. Because look at it now. If it was religion, why are many African countries that are Muslim not doing well? If it was democracy, we are still suffering. It doesn't matter. The black man will keep suffering until the only difference is that we don't have the power. And if we don't start securing ourselves, our nation technically is an open gate. Everybody can come in and take whatever they want. Personally, for me, that is a very, very simple analogy. If you have your house every day, your door, your window open, and you have all these treasures inside it, let's guess how long you're going to be rich for. That is what we have in Nigeria. It's a very simple concept. If you have a nation that is not secure, let me finish my point. Because this is a very, very serious one. Because we are just going to go around again and start blaming ourselves, blaming this and blaming that. It's not going to get us anywhere. We really need to focus with discipline on acquiring power. And to acquire power, if you have to change your security posture in Nigeria, it needs to happen urgently. I thank my goodness that all the political candidates are saying that we want to increase the size of the military. Guess what? How many of these Nigerians here will track Tinubu, track P2B, track all of them to make sure they get that stuff done? Because if we don't get that stuff done, everything we do, I can assure you, one way or another, they're going to sabotage it. Because they know our rise will meet a lot of powers around the world will have to come down. China is rising, America doesn't like it. This is common sense. We should never play with our security. The only reason why I argue for transparency is because I understand that we don't trust each other and we don't trust our leaders. That's why I call that we need 100% transparency in this country. Where we are putting our money, we should be able to track the money in real time, not after the stuff has happened. There's no reason why. The technology is already there. Any government money that is being handled, there's no reason why all ministries should not have access to it. If we keep putting everything in the dark, you don't listen to all these things I'm telling you people. If you don't listen to it, you are going to keep trying to solve this problem for a very, very long time. We have to learn to trust our systems, and to do that, everybody have to be on the same page. I've heard the reason why I'm insisting on this time right now, I'm not stopping, because I've heard all say, oh, go round and round, round and round. It's always down to this. We don't trust each other. We are not secure. Our nation is being sabotaged constantly. I will stop with one final one. One of the other things that made us lose everything that we've got is because we were not technologically advanced. When Oyibo people came with their guns and their Gatling guns, the first time they came and fought the Yoruba people, they lost actually. When they came with only guns, they lost. They went back and came back with something like the Wizard or something like that, and a cannon. And they destroyed the whole place. Technology, we lost it, and that's why we are where we are today. The next generation, we have to ensure that all of them, most of them, maybe 90% of them, have to go into technology. That we need a generation of technology practitioners in Nigeria and maybe in Africa. That is the minimum we need to do to get out of the mess we are in. These are two critical areas: our security and our technology. We don't have them. Transparency is just to make sure we are able to function. Thank you.
Yes, my turn to speak now.
Thank you for fires. Guys, just a quick one. Mama Icho, I can see your hands are raised. We'll come to you. There are a few people who came in just before we brought you in. I think.
But after half of it's my turn.
Mama, just a quick one for everyone watching. If you're still with us after all this time, please click on the like. That's the thumbs up. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm not familiar with Facebook. I'm not sure what you do, but just show your support on Facebook as well. Click on like, share, subscribe, and all the rest. Now, just to change the tone of the conversation, so that Rudolph won't kick us all out one day when it comes back to say, when I tell you this is the topic, you guys will veer off completely. Now, the question I'm going to ask, and we'll go around. If you have anything you want to add, please just add it in like a minute. The next set of conversations we're going to have is going to be
he's not going to try to kick us out because we discussed something.
So No, I was only messing. I was only messing with you. So the question I want to ask is, knowing what we know about INEC, some people like INEC right now, some people don't. INEC are like Marmite. It's either you up them or you just want to scrap them completely. There's so many cases. There are two gentlemen who went to court, and they got a court order to say they can vote with their temporary voter's card. Just two of them. The judgment is just for the two of them, not for everybody. Even on those two cases, INEC have gone to court to appeal. And they are saying, while the appeal has not been had, those guys cannot vote. Now, you start to question INEC's motive. It's just two people. Two votes won't swing anything in Nigeria today. So knowing what happened with the promise of transmission and all of these things, everything we saw 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, how confident are you in INEC tomorrow or later today? Do you have trust in INEC? Are you waiting to see what's going to happen, or you've completely lost hope in INEC? That's what I want us to discuss, for the next half an hour thereabout. If there's anything that's happened or that's on your mind for African Queen, I'm not sure, because I've been in and out. If you've just come in, my mind just been well after her dinner. I think she slept and woke up. If there's anything you want to add, you can add it in like a minute. But please, the next conversation should be INEC. what's your expectation? Do you trust them, or you've lost hope completely? Who do we start with? So Alex. So I'll start with you. Okija and Okija. I'll start from that way. I'll start that way. Okija and Okija. Ade, I'll probably skip you when I get to you because you spoke like not too long ago. Okija is not there. Alexo, INEC later today.
Yeah, thank you.
For me, there's no INEC in Nigeria. There's nothing like INEC. We don't have a voting process. We don't have an election process. We don't have anything in Nigeria. Nigeria is just running on autopilot. So, because everything in Nigeria is like a robot, everything has been programmed. The president in 2027 has already been programmed. So nothing is functioning in Nigeria. Anybody talking about Nigeria is as good as just let me just stop for talking sake. Because the people on top are already seeing that we are supposed to take the bull by the horn and just gathering in circle, always telling our younger generation history that has no meaning, that has no impact. We are talking, no action. What brought Atiku to become a Nigeria is a referendum. So a lot of people are saying, Alex, you don't want election, What do you want? Because for me, I'm totally against everything that concerns Nigeria, because Nigeria is already a failed state. It's a killer machine. In fact, Nigeria is not. It cannot be. It's not even a state, not even a nation. So what I want for Nigeria, if they want to fix anything, we have to go to referendum process that brought Atiku from Adamawa. Atiku is a Cameroon. People are blaming Atiku. Atiku caused no light in Nigeria. Atiku is Mekano, is the one in charge of generator that make Nigeria not to have light. If someone that came from Cameroon through referendum can do that to us, we have to do another referendum for us to, in fact, to have sense of belonging or even call for restructure. Because right now in Nigeria, nobody is anywhere. We are just arriving. Nobody is together. Let us be sincere. We are just telling story. No elected president. Even if Peter B fight a match as president at the same time, it will never do a thing in Nigeria, because Nigeria will be structured to fail. No matter your knowledge, no matter your capacity, if you like go to Pluto and study, if you come back, the system will fail you. I don't hate any political party, but I don't like the system that all of them are putting on. That's why I believe no one, even Jesus Christ, will not even save Nigeria at this time right now, unless you have to dissolve the system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Can I speak for a while,
Lake,
please?
No, we're going around. We'll come to you. Lake, go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So for INEC, I think it's just I will just say mixed feelings. I don't really, from what they did on 25th last month, I don't really think they are gonna do wonders. But even at that, having said that, I still believe that you don't need to fold your hands and then sit down at home and then believe that wonders will happen. I believe that knowing fully well that that INEC is corrupt, and most probably they bought them already, but we need to still go out there and try to vote and defend and try to do whatever we need to do to at least send a message out there. Because we came out in mass, if we had sat down on 25th, we can't be talking about, the US president have not congratulated Tinubu, or we saw a lot of American politicians that were here in Nigeria and saw what happened real time. We saw a lot of diplomats all over the world. They were here to see what is happening real time. And if we're not engaged, we won't have that local standing to come out and say, this went bad or this didn't go bad. We just have to really participate and then, protest with our vote. But if I should rate my confidence with INEC, I might really say probably 3/10 or something. Then coming to about I want to say something because I just talked about your question. So coming to about the tribal thing, I think we should try as much as possible to back our way in fanning these anti-tribal flames. I think it doesn't really do us any good. Imagine Yorubas and Igbos have been living together for years without any problem. At least during the first 4 years of Buhari's government, nobody was talking about Yoruba this or Igbo that. Nobody talks apart from when the Oba of Lagos says something. Nobody. We are living peacefully, and then boom, Tinubu is sworn in, and then Tinubu is declared president by the front-led INEC, and then people started talking about. You should know that there is a political undertone in that, and we shouldn't, we shouldn't we shouldn't be corrupted into that. For us Igbos, I'm an Igbo man, you understand, and I'm proud of that. We all know that Igbos are nomads in so to say, they are everywhere, and wherever we go, they contribute to the society. They have in Kano, you see, there's Igbos that have factories in Kano. In Sokoto, there's Igbos that have factories in Sokoto. In Maiduguri, I schooled the University of Maiduguri, and there we have a gas station there. We have a company there, and it's still there. And we pay taxes to the government of Borno State. So it's not that so for someone to now say, oh, that Igbos don't develop. If you go to Anambra, Enugu, there's factories everywhere. Innocent is there, so many everywhere. And Igbos, we not only Igbos, even Yoruba still do that too. Not only Igbos, So, but I'm just talking about people saying that, oh, Igbos don't develop their place. They develop. There's no Igbo man that will make money anywhere that will want to build a house in his hometown. And why are you building a house in your hometown? You're not really building a house just to be there. As you're building a house, having one or two construction there, you're helping the people in the village, because there are artisans there, the people that sell food to the laborers there, the laborers that work there. Everybody, the local artists, they gain from that economy. So that is just what I want to submit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lake. Uncle Ike, INEC, how do you rate them? What's your belief, if you're to scale it, your belief in INEC right now?
Good evening, everybody, and God bless all of us for today. Maybe some of you already in the morning and still in night where I live, but even as we are speaking, before I joined you, I was following Hilda Dokubo in Port Harcourt. They have already started rigging the election tonight in Port Harcourt. I was following her on Facebook. They have already started moving goalposts already. From where they're supposed to go, they move it to somewhere people don't know. They are, what do you call RC? What do you call the electoral something? I don't know what they call. Yeah, they have started moving. Yeah, they started moving from where they're supposed to cast the vote to somewhere differently from what was not agreed by political parties. So what I'm trying to say that tonight already in Rivers State, they have started rigging the election already. So what Hilda Dokubo was doing was, there are contacts, the names of those officers and their telephone numbers. He was telling that he don't want to display their telephone number or their names. But if they don't want to reverse the decision they are making this night, she is going to display their phone numbers and their names to the public. So, listen, my brother, I do not have any confidence in INEC, and nothing changes that, because in as much as INEC decided not to follow the rules that they made for themselves, not me. I didn't make the rules for them. They made the rule for themselves. As much as they decided not to follow their rules. What are you talking about? The same thing that happened in 25th is what's going to happen already. So 99.5%, I do not have confidence in INEC. And there is nothing that they are going to do to impress anybody. There is nobody that is going to tell you that INEC is going to do wonders tomorrow. It's still the same story. So, listen, but like the last speaker said, we have to follow the process to the end. This is what it is. We have to follow the process to the end. And I know that when we follow the process to the end, the process is already under, legal interpretations, and we shall see where it will end, where it will take all of us. But if anybody is telling you that INEC is going to do magic tomorrow, I'm not going to do magic. But at the same time, I'm encouraging Nigerians at home to please go out, cast your vote, defend your vote, stand there, let the vote be counted, have your camera, record them, time, hour, second, when and where. It is very, very important. They can still do whatever they want to do, but still do what you did on 25th of February. And at the end of the day, history is going to vindicate Nigerians after tomorrow. So I do not have any confidence on INEC, because if what is going on in River State, or what went in River State, more especially, and in Lagos State in 25th of February, the same thing is already repeating itself in the same two states. Not that there was no problem in other states in Nigeria, but these two states was peculiar. The same thing already have started already. So I don't know which kind of confidence that you want me to place on INEC. Because if the INEC refused to remove the chairman of INEC in Lagos State, who has compromised his position even before the election, there was nothing to be done, because they have the power that be. The police commissioner of Lagos State, in Arise, he was talking to Shem today. He said that people should disregard what MC Oluomo said. He was playing. It was a joke. This is Nigeria for you. It was a joke. He was joking. People should not take what he said serious. This is the country we find ourselves. An individual that is bigger than a nation, bigger than Nigeria. An Aburu who turned to become a king in Lagos State is bigger than the federal government of Nigeria, bigger than the government of Lagos State, bigger than the commissioner of police in Lagos State, who was just recently posted to Lagos. He's not even up to 2 months in Lagos. And MC Oluomo is threatening people that they shouldn't go out and vote. And he said, which is playing. It's a joke. So my brother, we have to be honest with ourselves. There is no confidence in INEC. If you can give me 1 minute to say a few things to my brother, if you allow me for 1 minute, I would like to say 1 or 2 things to him.
I think
if he's listening.
Maybe when we come back to you, when we come back to you, don't worry, we're here for a while. So we're going to go to Mama Icho, but before Mama Icho speaks, I'm just going to also, most of you probably know about this already, but it's part of what doesn't help INEC, because, everything not everything, but most of the moves they've made is for the person. So, as you're aware, Labour Party went to court to ask to be given access to the election materials on the 3rd of March. About the 15th or the 16th of March was when INEC gave them access. It took INEC, about 2 weeks to give them access to check the materials you use for election. Why does it take that long? Now, as at yesterday, the lead counsel for Labour Party was saying that they want to inspect all 36 states' materials, all materials used in all 36 states, but they consider 9 states urgent in order to file their case in court. And they have 21 days. After election is declared, they have 21 days to file their case and all of that, to contest the result. So they've requested to access 9 states as a matter of urgency. He didn't list them, but I'm guessing it will probably be places like Lagos, Port Harcourt, maybe Imo, and all that. The man said they've only given them access to 2 states. This was yesterday. So you begin to wonder, INEC, what is it? Why are you, stalling, delay tactics, almost trying to frustrate? And these are the things that don't help build confidence in INEC. But Mama Icho, I'll let you speak.
If anybody is surprised at what INEC is doing, then you really don't know the game at all. But you see, I'm happy at everything that they are doing. You know why? When person lie, and this kind of global lie, they have to cover up. But the good thing is this: every step that they are taking to cover up, they are using it to rope themselves the more. That is why I'm happy. So if you people are afraid and worried, sorry, I am singing and dancing every day to it. Because the more they do all this, the more they are proving themselves to be guilty. So why are you people worried? Let them continue the game. After us, they announced results before they loaded. And my children take note of it. When they started loading their own supposed announced result, they now were loading fake things. My children collected it and keep. So none of the game they are playing should give you people trouble. Whatever we've gotten so far, they not say we shouldn't come to court. The case is already in court. Whatever we have so far is enough to nail them. And all these their delayed tactics is another evidence. So everything they are doing, see it as an evidence against them. As for today's election, because money don't reach for Nigeria, we not trust INEC. My children, when they go pool, please, now una be our INEC. Una, now be INEC. Therefore, vote. Let the vote be counted. That very document you people agreed and signed. Make sure not just do only pampa. No, record it. That is our INEC result. Because we will know. This shenanigan, they go repeat them again. Because some people, they don't keep their state dry like Oluomo rock. So if they are coming to power, they will do everything to remain in power. Like Soludo. If they are leaving power, they will do everything to bring their person when go cover up for them. Like Wike. So since una don't sabi them, and we know say una phone and camera, now be the evidence, now be the INEC. They say Koniman die, Koniman burial. My children, let them not be wiser than you people. Because you people are too smart and intelligent. The main document tomorrow, now that one for polling unit, when they count the whole result, they record them for now present. And all of them sign. That is the main document. Secure it for us. Snap it, do video recording. In fact, that one when my pikin they do song, LUP, they do the recording like that. Until una sign the document, they do the recording. Once una do that one finish, make una go relax. We know say they get special biro when they want to erase. Tinubu, Okuorire. At your old age, you now decided to leave a bad record for history. Did MK Abiola did what you are doing? Did they? Did Oluomo do this? They are regretting in their grave. As if, is it what they did? They are all crying in their grave. And please, after election, I am glad this election has brought us together to discuss chronic and deep things. After election, the discussion has to change. We have to stop the way our father trended that landed this. We have to come together. First, to apologize to each other. Because all this carryover we are discussing, not be me and you cause amo, not be me and you do it. Now our great-great-parents and all, they cause this havoc for us. And we can't continue this. We have to come together, apologize to each other, and start the healing process. And while we are doing this, we must come together and work together to fight this monster. The main monster is not Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. That is not the main monster. The main monster is the Western world that is working in collaboration with our evil leader to put us where we are. And it is all of us, including me and you, that cause the trouble in Nigeria. We are the problem. And it is only us that will solve the bring solution. Let us stop removing ourselves out of the problem. In the state level, is it boo-boo that is the problem in the state level? Don't we have governors? Don't we have lawmakers? Don't we have chairman? Don't we have councillor? The people in House of Rep and House of Senate, did they not come from our different states to go there? Are they representing us or they are representing their pockets? Who are those that worship them as master? Is it not us? Are they not supposed to be servants? Did they not apply for those jobs from the state, from the local government? I better make an answer on one question. If una get company, as Nigeria be Nigeria PLC, so una go employ all these people to work for now. Una go then begin to treat them like master. I want to know, because that is exactly what we are doing. And until we change that mentality, to realize that we are the people that employ these people as the chairman, as the councillor, as the House of Assembly, as the governor, as the House of Rep, and as the senator, and as the president. Until we all realize this, we move nowhere. And that is the conversation I want us to start having after the election. Not just conversation. We must do the work. There is a lot of work to be done. You see, all these things we don't put for this head that put us where we are. We have to unlearn it. Not just on the internet space. We must go to our grandmothers in the village. We must organize town hall meetings for them. We must go to school, our university, primary school, secondary school, and start the education of unity. Because it is only on unity of purpose that we can begin to unlearn and work together and prepare ourselves against the dangers ahead. And the only way to prepare ourselves against the main danger ahead is for us to recover our country that has been stolen from us. There's a rat when they're inside house. Now they call the rat when they outside, come eat. the Western world cannot penetrate us without some few greedy people that they give some peanuts and they sell us out. So we know them. And some of us, we they work for them. The day when they show one money when they recover for UK, not be young man there that they protect the money in the name of a student. If it benefits you, no problem. As far as it benefits you, there is no problem. That is wrong. Now, what did our forefathers do when it put us for this? Let us begin to say, if it does not benefit us, I'm not part of this. Until we take that decision, we get problem. As far as I'm concerned, after this, I am in the business of building human capital out of my children you people forget about. Because I know if I build them up, then we can fight this monster. If you want to join, you reach out to me. I am going to prepare my children for 2027. So as soon as the election finished tomorrow, the main journey began. If you want to be part of it, reach out to me. I am not going to join you people to begin to quarrel Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. No, never again. Because this quarrel and they confuse my grandchildren. Some of you marry Yoruba, some of you marry Igbo, and they can't give birth. Who that picking can be now? Now Yoruba or Igbo? You are confusing them. And I'm not going to join you in that anymore. So it is high time you call a spade a spade. Yes, we all offend each other. Let's apologize to each other. Let's move on. In the Western world, we are a disgrace, but nothing but disgrace to ourselves. When I look at the Mexican, they cross the border and come here, and you see plenty of them in one room. As a cause of my social work experience, the Mexican woman knows this system. She will go to the system that the man when I born these people for, I'm not sabi there. My husband has run away. Where did he go to? I don't know. But that was a lie. She only wants to use that to collect everything from the system. Early morning, the man is out to work because they know it is during the day that social worker will come into the home. So every course is clear during the day. When you go there, you only see her with the children. But come in the night, everybody has returned with big cars, expensive car. You can see more than 10 families in a house here in US occupied by Mexican. They don't fight each other. But we, hey, I come America before you. I suffer. So as you come, even though I know the road, I must not show you. You must suffer 2 times, 10 times the way I suffer. That is the way the Nigerian person reason. And it is a shame to all of you. To the men, when you marry Oyibo for Turkey, you go behave like humble servants. Because you know that if you do anyhow, you go call Kelepe. But when you marry your own sister from Nigeria, at that time you show that guy. You will not give her the same respect you give to Black America or white America. And when she now know the system, she use it against you. You will cry foul. Men of Nigeria, why can't you honor your wives and treat them like the queen that Papa God gave to you? Why must you treat a Black American like a queen? Treat a white woman like a queen. But when it comes to your own African woman from Nigeria, you her like a garbage. And when she knows the system, she uses it against you. And to my daughters, why must you forget the culture
Thank you,
of
ma'am.
respect to a man that was given to you by our parents that kept them in their husband's house? Why did you forget that? Why? Why will you build with a man
Thank you,
waiting
Mama
for the
Rachel.
day that he will cross the boundary and you will call Kelebe to throw him out? Why? Is that what our mother did? If our mother has done that to our father, you won't have been who you are today. So all this nonsense must stop if we must build a united force. Men, treat your wife
Thank
like
you, Mama Rachel.
and women, treat that man like a king. So that the children that you are giving birth to will have a better legacy and desire to marry. Most of our children today are not desiring marriage because you parents have left wrong impression in their heart. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mama Rachel. I think what I got from that is we all must do better as individuals, husbands, wives, and all of that. But thank you, Mama Rachel. Ojan, please. I'm not sure if it's your first time or not. But welcome to the show. What we're discussing is your confidence in INEC for tomorrow.
Actually, no. You know, our problem is that elites, they doesn't admit their mistakes. Okay, in Nigeria, according to Singapore, how they fought corruption. They said they started from the head, from the minister, prime minister. That is where, if you want to fight corruption, you have to start from the head. That is what is destroying Nigeria. And when you don't start from the head and start from the bottom, you are wasting your time. That is what is disturbing Nigeria at this moment. That is, we don't need to talk too much. What is disturbing
Bro, I'm
Nigeria?
going, bro. Sorry for distracting. I'm going. Thank you.
Okay. So, my brother, according to what happened on 25th February, by now, the INEC chairman would have been on a suspension. By now, if we really want to go forward, by now, he wouldn't have been propagating everywhere as he's doing at this moment. The deputy would have been taking over the position by this time. But Nigeria seems not to learn from their past mistakes. And I believe with that, they are heading nowhere. As long as they do not start to punish people from the head, only the younger ones or those at the bottom are the ones suffering any pain that their masters commit, any evil their master commits. Only those under the head doesn't suffer. They don't bother about anything, whatever wrongs they are doing. Imagine Lagos, the commissioner of police, instead of making arrests, and he's trying to protect the man threatening the Igbos. Yeah? So how do we go forward with that type of attitude? We can't go anywhere. Like in Malaysia, last few months ago, the immediate former prime minister was jailed 12 years imprisonment for corruption. So people under will say, since the head has been jailed, they themselves will sit up. But when the head doesn't being punished in Nigeria, as long as they are not being punished, corruption, evil will continue to reign as culture. So my brother, we are in overseas and we have learned a lot from those countries hosting us. At least we should educate our people at home. People who doesn't obey the court rule of law, they are heading nowhere. So that is my contribution. I don't need to talk much. We know the source of our problem. But most of us will try to cover up Igbo or Yoruba. You go to Europe, there are many tribes in Europe. There are many races in Europe. yet they are living peacefully. Nigeria only have few major tribes and they are quarreling every day. That's not our problem. The tribes are not our problem. The problem is the leaders. They have divided us into pieces. That is our problem, my brother. So we must say the truth. No need jumping around. Our leaders is our problem. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Urgent, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Body, you're next. And after Body, we'll go to Igbo. Oh, Basics. You've changed your name? Igbo Basics. That's the one I know. Tell us what's cooking in the situation room.
Good evening, good evening, Father. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, so my contribution tonight might be differ a bit because we see the things differently. To me, INEC has delivered, but we have bad politicians. In a football match, in the field of play, we usually have like 22 players. We only have one referee and the 2 linemen. So there should be a fair play. If you look at the last election, we have 80 political party contesting, and then we have only one INEC, only one institution. And then they deploy young Nigerians, the youth corps members, to 176,000 plus polling unit. And they couldn't give us credible election. That's our solve. That's our story. Who should we blame? Without turning it around, we blame Mahmoud. Mahmoud is just one person. What about the over 176,000 plus polling officers, young Nigerian, young graduate that should know better? INEC did all he could as far back as they started the process as well 2 years ago when they were trying to change the laws, like just to make the election better. You know what our politicians did? They rolled up their sleeves. Immediately, the INEC started processing of improving the process. Our politicians too, they looking for a way to game up the system. No one is excluded. Every politician, they started working their ass out on how to game up the system. If you could recollect, back in 2019, INEC promised the same process that, they're going to use server. But INEC discovered that, the politician and our politicians are up to something. They changed it. If you could remember, at the Election Petition Tribunal in 2019, Atiku Abubakar came up with an electronic report, electronic resource sheet that they generated from a website called factsdon'tlie.com. I don't know if you could remember. So, INEC as an institution with just limited number of staffs, there are little they can do. The core staff of INEC, I don't think they're up to 1,000. The core staff of INEC. The majority of INEC staff are hard doc staff. They are Nigerians that were recruited, our young graduates. So, if the election is bad, that's our true story. That's the story of our nation. That's our reflection. That's what we portray. That shows that in our closet, we are not better. Because the story of a nation is not from a vacuum. It's a collection of individual activities. So our politician has to imbibe the spirit of fair play. They have to come to election with a mindset to serve, not just winning at all costs. Because INEC is trying to improve the system. If you could remember, back then in 2011, 2003, 2007, you'll be at the polling unit casting your ballots, and then you'll be hearing INEC announcing the results in Abuja. I don't think we've forgotten. We have to understand the fundamental of electoral process. Majority of us don't know. The foundation of a credible election started from registration. If registration is messed up, election is rigged already. Secondly, if accreditation is messed up, election is rigged already. Or the politicians that are crying today that election were rigged. They have polling agents everywhere. They all participated. They all messed the process up. I don't think if any of us have been a party agent before. If you have been a party agent before, you understand how the process goes. Ike was saying something the other time that Tubebi was trying to like shout that they are changing the rack. Rack is just like a mini station whereby they will gather the electoral material a day before the election. And there they have to provide the security, they have to provide the light. That's where they usually gather the core member that will work the second day on the day of the election. Who are those responsible for that? Our politicians. Because they want to have the resources, those material that they will use for the election, very close to their where they have advantage. These people are not angels, and they don't do it alone. They have majority of us as their sympathizers. And on the issue of the court giving parties injunction to like a court order to go to INEC to prepare material, we have to understand as well, like I said, we have to understand our law. If you secure a court injunction to inspect material from INEC, you have 21 days. And INEC too has 14 days. They have their right within 14 days to release that material. So, not that INEC is delaying. INEC has that right too. As the party that got the injunction has 21 days, the INEC they are coming to ask 14 days to release that material. So they can't say they won't obey that law.
But wouldn't you now wonder, body?
Yes, sir.
So my question is, doesn't that now begs the question that, okay, yes, you have 14 days to release it. I don't know if that's a fact, and we can check that. But let's say they have 14 days to release it. Why wait 14 days to give it to me? You've not done anything wrong. The materials are fine. They're not hidden. They're not lost. Release them so I can.
All the materials are not in Abuja. So the material for 36 days are not in Abuja. All election material that they used to conduct election for 36 states are not in Abuja. Do you know that?
They're in different states.
They are in different states.
And Labour have set up and Labour have set up rooms in all 36 states to deal with it. They're not saying bring it to us. Wherever you have it, give us access there and then. So you see, I'm not saying INEC is wrong, but if you look at all these things, if you start to add it together, especially if it hasn't worked in your favor, it makes you suspect INEC. I mean, the lady who's contesting in Adamawa under APC, Binani, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Binani, that's right.
The printing contract for all the EC, the result sheet, I think that's the EC8A form. It was given to a printing company. She owns a printing press, maybe alongside some other people. INEC are now saying we didn't know. We did our checks, we did our due diligence, but she got the contract to print all of that. Contract worth 434 million naira. If you start adding things, if it's something in isolation, people can say, okay, maybe. But you add this, and you layer this, and you layer the next one, it now makes INEC look suspect. And you can understand why people might not fully trust them for today's election. Don't you agree?
Yeah, let me quickly say something on the issue of Benani. INEC actually went through the due process of awarding the contracts because
they will say that.
They have,
of course.
Yeah, they do that. According to them, they said they did their due diligence in ensuring that at that point in time, every Nigerian is into one business or the other. So at that point in time, whereby is Binani's company bidded for that contract with INEC. The fact before them, then the woman wasn't on the board of that company.
Do you know what the company is called?
Binani Printing.
What's the name of the company?
Binani Printing.
Carry on.
So
carry on.
They said they checked with the CAC, Corporate Affairs Commission. They said, and they find out that, she's none of the member of the director or board member of that company. That she has nothing to do with that company. That's their excuse. To law, they are right. But on the moral ground, on the surface, hearing that name alone ring the bell. People might, oh, something strange has happened. So, but INEC must try as much as possible because perception at times, they are real.
Exactly my point.
So perception at times has a lot to do because who must come to equity must come with clean hands. So if INEC want to appear transparent, because this is one of the elections that is hotly contested in recent history of Nigeria. So INEC must try as much as possible to be transparent. One thing I want to talk about is that our system, we are not yet there because it's like it's as if when we make like 2 steps forward. If we make a 2 step forward, we always take every time we always take like 4 steps backward. If you remember in 2011, we postponed our election. The same thing in 2015, the same thing in 2019 for different reasons. The major issue with the last election is the logistics. Because most material were not delivered to the polling booth on time. INEC has to improve on that. Like I said earlier, that our politicians are bad as well. There are certain politicians that went to court. You know, INEC didn't have transport of his own. They usually go out there to rent buses from the transporters. So some politicians went to court to secure an injunction that INEC shouldn't patronize certain set of people that they usually patronize before to help them with the transporting their materials and their personnel. So our politicians, they play bad politics because they want to win at all costs. So the much of the issue with that country is not the people, it's not the common man. We are here today, we are discussing, we are talking about the way forward. We don't have issue with one another. But once our politicians discover that, oh, they are contesting for a particular thing, and on merit, they couldn't secure it, they change it to religion. Either they play a religious card or they play an ethnic card. These same people that we're talking about, when it's time for them to steal our resources, they don't talk about religion. They don't talk about Mausa, Yoruba, Amibo. They don't talk about those things. They come together to steal like a bandit.
Sorry, buddy. Before you drift so far away, I need to ask you a question because the way you started, it looks like you're saying INEC is not fully to be blamed, that the blame should be apportioned to everybody, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you are trying to exonerate INEC, there is a process which says if you have a complaint after tallying the result, if you have a complaint, we will have to look into those complaints before we declare the result. INEC did not wait for that. There are still tallying results. INEC called the winner. That is INEC number one. Nobody is to blame for that. They have a rule. They have a guideline. They said they didn't follow it. That's number one. Yes, number two, you said INEC is not to blame, right? Now, if you look at the results, the ones they have, hold on.
I'm not saying I'm not saying totally that INEC should be exonerated. What I'm saying
it's not. It's totally their fault because you're saying it's not all their fault. It's 100% their fault because they set a guideline. Yes.
Pat, just give me 1 minute, please. Pat, 1 minute, if you don't mind. 1 minute. I mean, I like the way you're going. I like the direction, but I think we should keep it until you get your turn and you can speak on INEC because the topic is really what's your confidence level in INEC for later today. So, you know, the point you're bringing up, of course, you can address some of the things Body said, but if we allow this, it will become back and forth, and I know Igbo has stuff for us from the experiment room. So, Body in 30 seconds, round off, so we can go to Igbo business.
On the issue of the INEC cannot be totally exonerated. What I'm saying is that at the beginning of this process, INEC did well by going to the National Assembly, like, oh, these are laws that we think can improve our process. Let's have an electronic transmission. It's at that point in time that our politicians realized that, oh, they cannot win election the way they can't read the election the way they usually do before. They have to come before the people, and they don't want to do that. They roll out their sleeves. They started attacking the system from that day one. On the issue of the INEC reviewing the process, the issue of Mahmoud on whichever day that he declared the election, the role of Mahmoud is ceremonial. It can't alter anything because those results were generated from the ward level. whatever correction they have to make from the unit level to the ward level, whatever correction they have to make to the resource sheet, they have to make it at the unit level or at the ward level. Once they bring it to the state coalition and they bring it to the national coalition center, that's a different ball game. It can't alter it. That's the law. The review that they're talking about is that after the election has completed, INEC as a board, they usually sit and come together and review all the process. That is like a post-mortem of, oh, what have we done? It's at that point in time they will now realize that, oh, these are the mistakes that we've done, that we made. How do we improve the process? Even that internal assessment, that assessment is even not for public consumption. That's another issue. So that's why they like in our electoral process, that's how they have a room for election petition that whoever is aggrieved with the outcome of election, INEC cannot review itself. INEC cannot be a court to itself. That's the rule. What they can do with the result of election, what the other demand that left was saying that if they review it, that will not alter the result of the election. It's for their own consumption. It's for their internal mechanism to improve on it. So in going forward. So whoever is agreed with the outcome of the election will go to election petition tribunal. And one thing that we have, the law says that there's presumption of regularity with INEC. The law believes that INEC has done everything right. The body of the proof will now shift to whoever is challenging the outcome of the election to discharge, to prove to us that, oh, INEC hasn't done well. That's the law of Nigeria as of today. That's why people are clamoring that they should change it. Because it's INEC that conducts the election, not the petitioner, not the aggrieved person. It's INEC that should come to the court to come and tell us what they've done with the resources committed to their hand and then with the flawed election.
Okay.
Let me eat. So,
Thank you. I'm not very conversant with all the laws and didn't study law, but I'm sure some people probably. Igbo basics.
I know you call me Igbo basics, but I borrowed Basics Express.
Basics Express.
I know it's.
Beg your pardon, Basics Express.
Yes, actually, I'm on Igbo Basics screen, and that is why you probably would see a different kind of background. Actually, I'm setting up a situation room for tomorrow's election on the other screen, and I will get to that. However, on the subject at hand, I know you're talking about INEC and tomorrow's elections. Let's look at it this way. From the performance of INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu in the last election that he tried to shove down our throat, I'll be right up front. This time around, no Nigerian should trust any word that comes out of the mouth of Mahmoud Yakubu. Nothing. Until he proves otherwise. He didn't do that alone. He had people all around. But the buck stops at his table. So that's right up front. So let us not be surprised tomorrow if he repeats what he did last week. And by he, I'm talking about INEC. In this particular dispensation, maybe some of us didn't know that INEC materials in Lagos were supposed to be transported by MC Oluomo, the guy that has been in the news through today. But the Lawyers Situation Room, that's the Nigerian Lawyers Coalition for P2B, they went to court and got an injunction. And that is why MC Oluomo did not transport INEC materials. He was stopped from doing that. It goes back to what we call
NURTW.
Hello? Did you ask a question?
I said that's NURTW you're referring to. Well, I said you're referring to NURTW.
Yep. But the point is this. There is this mentality, the criminal mind, unfortunately, what we call our way in Nigeria. The same way you have African time, which we have been battling for a very long time to try to make some changes. There is what in the mind of the average Nigerian how to beat the system. And that is very unfortunate. So that even with the information superhighway as we have it now, internet and everything else, the Nigerian's mind is still, how do I beat the system? And that's why even at a red light, a Nigerian wouldn't want to stop. A lot of them, I'm not saying all Nigerians. The true Nigerians, like some of you, some of us out here, actually, some of us came to abroad when they used to call it overseas, studied, and the intention was to go back and impart the knowledge on ground in Nigeria. Personally, I did that. I went back with all my American mentality, everything, a situation where there is some level of credibility, things work. People are held accountable for whatever you do. I went there with that mentality to Nigeria, and there were several others who came with that same mentality, trying to help. My brother, I cannot tell you that the shoe where I wear for leg after some years of trying my American way, you go to waka, the shoe go down tear, but you go still a waka. At some point, they begin to look at you, they say, look, I'm now not be that Americana. They come here, they speak English for us. I experienced that. I went through the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. I did the National Youth Service Corps, did all that. But I found out that if you like, some of us who are clamoring to go back home, when you go there, you run into what is called our way. This man, you sabi this man. In Imo State, they call it I am, Imam Mado. You sabi this man, my brother. Meanwhile, you think you are dealing with human beings. What is going on now is the average Nigerian, even as they are looking at you, if you like, send them all the money that you make every day. They are waiting. If you come home, they're already calculating. He'll be here for 2 more weeks, but 3 months, he'll be out of here. And all they're doing is gaming you, and these are your lessons too. So we have a deeper problem that this INEC thing has really exposed big time. But I can tell you, it's not just INEC alone doing it. It's still a situation where we haven't trying. It's a situation where you try to bring things through the court system, and they always try to make sure that if you like, bring the best of systems from your overseas and try to do it. The military generals, whoever they are, the big boys, they will try to bypass whatever. A friend of mine worked in a court system here. We're talking about INEC. My friend took the court system, the digital court system, to Nigeria. By the time they finished all the signing this and that, guess what? They took the money out. They went to Israel to try to see if they can bypass anything to do to bypass that guy who brought the system in, the digital court system. But they were reminded that they should go back. Anyway, that's a long story. All I'm saying is that whatever is going on down home now is being collaborated by someone somewhere in the West. By the West, I mean Europe, America. I don't know how many of you remember what was called Cocoa Pot, the case of Cocoa Pot, where somebody in their rightful mind brought all the toxic materials dumped in Nigeria, in our own home, so that we can all die one way or the other. I'm quite sure that eventually what happened, they were forced to ship it back to wherever they got it from. So, in essence, what we are facing for tomorrow's election, and by the special grace of God, we hope that people are not so the extent that they're not coming out, the people will vote. Look at the MC Oluomo case. Because Putin today has been charged in the International Criminal Court, what do you call it? An arrest warrant was issued for Putin of Russia. I see in the Guardian newspaper right here that police begin probe of MC Oluomo's threat against Igbo Lagos, that's against Igbo. Lagos CP reveals. That's what is going on. And then the man comes out to come and do us ororo and not say anything. No. These things are intentionally done. But neither here nor there. Going forward for tomorrow's election, let's keep our fingers crossed. Let us realize that the Nigerian thief, which has been personified by INEC, which me and you as Nigerians now go anywhere tomorrow, somebody say Nigeria. The person that what comes into the person's mind looking at you, you are now a suspect because of what's happened in Nigeria. So let us pray that those who go out, let people come out. After all, in the East, some man was making noise, said, sit at home, sit at home. But when the chiefs were down, the people came out and they went and they voted. So what happened here, we were all here, I think Mr. Show was here, late night hour, 4 a.m. in Nigeria. All of a sudden, Yakubu, hurry up. He has to announce the results. And he announced the result, and within 12 hours, he issued certificate of returns. That is the case of when a thief is stealing your thing, the thief is hurrying up to get away. That is what happened there. Because with that said, if they had continued announcing result the proper way that they were announcing, even if it took until the next day for them to do the right thing, it would have been a different story. If Tinubu let him win. If Atiku let him win. But the Nigerians are robbed, koro, before our eyes. Because of all other things worked, senatorial worked, all the other ones were working. But when he tried to chop off the head of his neck, when he came to the head, they made sure that they stopped it so that they can have to do it our way. Our way meaning before you know it, they have mixed up everything else they mixed up, and it became miskobo, and that is what has happened to Nigeria. So may God help us tomorrow that they don't repeat the same thing, but they are hell-bent on trying to repeat the same thing. Suppress the election.
All right.
So let's just encourage people on ground to get out there without fear or favor. Do your thing. MT Oluomo has been capped. He is now speaking from both sides of his mouth. The rest of them, no fear. There's just no fear. Nigerians are not people who are... Nigerians are not cowards. They are not cowards. So there's no reason why Nigerians should not go out tomorrow and vote. And if you want to change in Abia State, go to LP in Lagos, give it to LP. And by that, we're talking about GRV. I think it will be a new day.
Thank you, basically. Kola, we're going to come.
I rest my case for
Kola, we're going to come to you next. What was also is your level of confidence in INEC for later today? Thank you.
You can pass me for now.
Just before you go, Kola, just to let you guys know, I'll be leaving you in the. Yeah, just 1 second. Just before you start, just to let you guys know, I'll be leaving you in the hands of forefathers, or two Niger, as some people call him. We're both in the UK. I think he's got a bit more energy. It's 3 a.m. in the UK, and I am about to have a bottle of beer and go to bed. So, forefathers will anchor the rest of the show. It's been lovely. Thank you very much. Please click like, share, subscribe, support. Rodolph's channel. Thank you very much. Kolapo, the floor is yours.
We'll keep the night. Okay. We're going to keep the night. Be rest assured.
Yeah, sure. You can pass me for now. I'm still observing. I'll just be following the trend.
Okay. All right.
Sure,
Dr.
Can I share?
Are you ready?
Sure, can you give me 1 minute? Can you give me 1 minute? I want to go to bed. I want to speak to Ade before I go to bed.
going to bed. Are you still making babies?
So the danger is,
Yes.
Uncle Mike, if you speak to Ade, I'm not saying don't speak to Ade,
No,
but once you
just
speak
1
to
minute.
Ade,
I'm
Ade
going
wants
to
to
bed.
respond.
No, I'm not
So let's do
speaking
it this
something
way.
that he has
After
to respond.
wait. Okay.
So you
If
are
that's the
saying
case,
something
forefathers,
to
the floor is yours.
All right, thank you.
Is Uncle Mike that wants to say something to you, Ade?
Yeah, who is next?
Can I say
It's
something?
me.
Can I say something before I go to bed?
So Uncle Mike
Okay.
wants to say something. Uncle Mike has something to say to Ade.
Okay. Go on.
Yes, my brother Adesina, I listened to you carefully when you were making your submission. Is the
Okay,
general
sir.
norms in Nigeria? Huh? You can hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. Go on.
Everybody can hear me? Okay. Is a general norm in Nigeria that when people want to make explanation, they take the whole people together to say the Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa. I think that is something we that have grown past this life supposed to avoid whenever we are making a comment in the public. Everything you said is applicable to everywhere. For example, in Igbo land, it is only few political elite who are selling the entire region. The same thing that is applicable in the West. When you say power shift to the South, it is few political Yoruba elite feel that it is Yoruba's turn. It's not the whole Yorubas. When you speak in the North, it's not the whole Hausas. The whole Hausas have problem with the people from the South. So I think we should grow past this idea, the Igbos, the Yorubas, or the Hausas. We are learned enough to understand that these are just few people. They are not more than 5 people. Most of the time in most regions, they are not more than 5 people. Look at what is happening in River State. It is Wike and the Amechi is the problem in River State. And if you're having a conversation with somebody from River State, you don't say the whole of people of River State is bad. That's a very wrong expression. Let us stop using that because it creates more division, it creates more distrust, it creates more enmity, it makes people's high blood pressure to go too high. Because a lot of people don't feel maybe the way you feel or don't feel the way that I feel. So please, I'm only just trying to put it out there. Let us stop this generalization of people.
That was the exact thing I was trying to correct. That somebody cannot come and say that Yoruba people are victimizing the Igbo, and I'm like, there are Igbo people in Oyo State now, and Oyo State is Yoruba State. They are in Osun State. They are everywhere. The Igbo people in Ibadan. Igbo people in Ibadan, in Osun State, in Ondo State, are they not enterprising? Why is it that the people there are not fighting the Igbo people who live in those other Yoruba states? The Igbo people that I know, they are enterprising people. They do business and they excel. Is it that they are not making it in those places too? They are making it. Why is it that Yoruba in Ibadan are not fighting them?
No, I totally agree with you. That's what I'm saying, that what is happening in Lagos is just few people that are doing what is going on in Lagos. It's not the whole Yorubas in Lagos. So that's the thing I want to put in there. Another thing I want to disagree with you finally was you spoke very well. I listened to you. And you did make a comment that I didn't like when you said that the obedient people attach the emotion to the election. Do you think that the emotion will make Peter Obi to be president of Nigeria? It has nothing to do with emotion. If you sincerely,
I didn't say that, sir. I didn't say that, sir. I did not say that, sir. I did not say that. I didn't say that, sir. I didn't say that obedient people attach emotion. I am saying that emotion is not part of that. You don't use emotion to win election. That if the people from the East wants to become president, it is not by emotion. It is by playing their politics the way they should play it so that they can get there. How come people like Ojiu Zokalu and other politicians from the East, how come they cannot support one of their own and everybody will break up with whichever political party they belong to? But they can't do it because all of them don't want to go and work and build APGA. And that was why I said they are lazy, because they don't want to all go and build APGA and use that block voting to be negotiating for, okay, we have somebody, it's our turn. Is the right time for the Igbo to produce a president. Any political party that is willing to come in alliance with us will support you, or you support us this time. Now, something has gone to the Southwest. I believe that it should be now that the Southeast should start working to make sure that probably next election, you say, we have supported you in the past, let us also have it. And between the Southwest and the Southeast, they should be able to come to a point where the politicians will agree with themselves and say that, because if Tinubu didn't win that thing under APC, it could have gone back to the North, and they will now have 16 years. So between the Southwest and Southeast, they should be able to find things, a common ground. Okay, the Southwest is there now. When is it going to be our turn? Then the Southwest will support the politician from the Southeast to produce somebody, and that person will be there, instead of everybody fighting, doing all this rubbish they are doing. The politics that the Southeasterners should play should not be this old one corner politics that play them out of Buhari's presidency.
I understand. Okay, I close with a question to you. Did Bola Tinubu win this election?
On record, sir. I don't follow emotions. On record, as of today, INEC has issued, INEC, which is the electoral body that has the authority under the laws of Nigeria. No matter how law a bad is, once that law has not been set aside, that is the law as of today. Bola Tinubu is the winner of the election as of today, on record. I'm not saying that one that may come out from the court. Of today, under the law, is the president-elect.
Okay, as Mr. Ade, was this election free, fair, credible election, was it?
Sir, this election that I have seen is free, is fair, is credible, because INEC reported that a winner has emerged. If it wasn't credible and is not free and fair, I think INEC will have cancelled it. But
I have a question.
I am not the one. I am not the one that will come out and say that election is not free, fair, and credible, because I am not the authority under the law that can pronounce a winner. INEC is the authority under the law that can pronounce a winner, and they have pronounced someone, whether I like it or not. If I don't like the winner, I can go and hug whatever.
Hold on, can I say something? Can I just say something quickly about this? I think this thing that we do...
I want to leave. Thank you very much. I wish everybody the best of the night. But also, Mr. Ade said the election was free and fair. Nigerians, election that was called by 4 a.m. when Nigerians were still sleeping.
The fact that
the election was called.
Excuse me, sir. The fact that the election did not go my way or your way does not remove does not take away from it that the election is not good. There has never been a best election in Nigeria. There has never been free or fair election in Nigeria, apart from the 1993 election that we say is free and fair in Nigeria. And the fact that there are issues in one place or the other does not mean that every election here in America, 2020 election. There are issues. There are pockets of issues. But the issues that came up in those places, does it nullify all the election in other places? The fact that there are issues in 1 or 2 or 10 or 5 places, does it mean that then we should rubbish the whole effort of people?
I have a question for you.
Can I add something?
I have a question for Ade.
I think this is there's a bit of a red herring going on here.
I have a question for Ade.
Yeah, I know
Thank
you
you
have a
very
question.
much,
Let me
and
just
good night.
add something. Thank you. Let me just add something to this, because one, what Ade is saying is that they release the results, and he's not the result is what he's saying, that it's on paper. That's what he's saying. And
that's what
when people keep saying, hold on, when people keep saying P2B won the election, where is the evidence? Because P2B is saying, he himself is saying that he's not disputing the results. That he's disputing the process. He's disputing the process. So you have to wait until the evidence comes out, because on paper right now, they are saying that one person won. And we should not carry on, just keep saying that, oh, the other person won, almost as if, because some other person that didn't know would think there is actually clear evidence that 2.something, almost 2.something million votes were taken from P2B.
Thank you.
That is something we really need to wrestle with. It's a painful thing for a lot. I am a P2B supporter. It's a painful thing to realize, but you also have to be prepared that P2B, they have the Labour Party, they have the numbers themselves. If they had something that was showing something different, what makes you think that they will not have guilty by now?
He said he has problem with the process.
Let me finalize. I said if Labour had something to show that they won the entire thing, they would have published their own result by now.
That is it.
No.
Okay, tell me why. Please, I would really like to know, because I don't know why. Tell me why.
Wouldn't. Okay. The reason I will say why is this. You shouldn't just come out to say, if they believe they have won, they should have published their own result. It is not done that way. And that is why they have gone to court. It is at the court they will present whatever evidence to prove their case. And it is now the court, after going through all they have presented. Remember, court makes judgment based on evidences as far as presented. Now, on Ade, I don't know what makes your definition of credibility based on the fact you said INEC has declared Tinubu a winner. Yes, INEC declared Tinubu a winner. But on your own sensibility, Ade, would you in your innermost mind say that this election, as you have just quoted, is the most credible, is the most fair, is the most... When you saw with a Koroko, people with person cleaning.
Excuse me, sir. In Anambra, did Peter Obi win there? Is the election in Anambra credible? Let's take it state by state. The election in Anambra, where Peter Obi is the winner, is it credible there? Can you say that in that state? Because on a normal day, if Nigeria is running on what is called federalism, election is supposed to be a state matter and not the way, and that is why we have all this problem. I wonder why we are having election and it's one body, INEC, that is supervising election for all the states. It should be state by state conducting election. Lagos State should have their electoral law, how they want to count it, how people will do, how they will do their own vote. Oyo State should have their own. Enugu should have their own different electoral law according to each state. Then
because we don't practice.
Hello.
Then I will go back to my question.
Forefathers, please, I want to contribute something.
Okay. Ade, hold on. I don't want to mute you. Let other people talk. Let other people talk. Just hold on. Let other people talk with you. We're going to come back to you. Dr. Emezie, please, you got something to say?
But he has not. Did Dr. Simi speak?
No, he wants to say something.
I wanted to say something. I don't know. I wanted to say something, and I want to, in a way, disagree with Ade. But I don't. He left the show or something, so he's not around. So I wanted him to listen to my own view, and if maybe it's something that we could debate about. So, but now he's out of the show, so I don't know what to do. But before he comes, yeah, because he said some things that I totally disagree with. He said something about the declaration of Tinubu being the president that INEC did on the 25th regarding the election. Sorry, regarding the election on the 25th. So, but I want to ask him these questions. He talked about credibility. He talked about transparency and all that. But election itself is a process, and you have what we call guidelines that guides each election, not just in Nigeria but worldwide. Apart from the criticism that came from international organizations, even from the Chatham himself, so they totally disagree with the election, saying that the election was totally flawed. Going by that standard, not just Nigerians that are saying that the election is flawed, even the international communities, they are all saying that the election is flawed. So INEC going ahead declaring the election doesn't make it valid, because the process that leads to the arrival of that declaration has already been flawed, because the guidelines, the things that were supposed to be followed, and those things were not followed. So that automatically make it null and void. So if INEC should go ahead to declare the presidency, to declare the result of that election, they've already failed, because by law, according to what he's saying, by law they've already flawed their own guideline, which they stipulate that should be followed. I think I don't know where he is now. I don't know if maybe he's in Nigeria or outside Nigeria. So in that country, in a country that where he is now, I think there should be a law or a guideline that guides people that live in that country. So if people decide not to follow the law and go about and do what they want to do, will you qualify that those people are doing the right thing? So he talked about, I think he talked about 2020 election that happened in America. But there were flaws, quite all right. But the thing is that the process was transparent. People went out, the vote was, people casted their votes, and it was kind of counted at the appropriate time. People were seeing the result at the appropriate time. So definitely nowhere election is 100%. But what we are talking about here in Nigeria is a totally different ballgame compared to what happened in US or in other parts of the world. If you take, for instance, even in Kenya, when they had their election that happened, despite the fact that the INEC chairman declared, like people came up and they contested that the election should not be declared, and based on their own constitution. So the INEC chairman was able to listen to the plight of the people and decided to allow and decided from his own point of view that he's not going to make that declaration until the highest court, I don't know if it's Supreme Court that they have in their own country, make a decision before him can declare the winner of that election in Kenya. So after the decisions of the court, so they said that election is they should do a rerun before the election before the president of that country could emerge. So so why INEC is not applying that kind of method here in Nigeria is because maybe they have their own ulterior motive, and I'm kind of disappointed in him saying that the election is kind of transparent, it was credible, because from all standard, not only in Nigeria, even the international communities, they condemned it. Despite the fact that INEC declared Tinubu the president of Nigeria, doesn't really mean that he won the election, because when you go by what is happening in Nigeria now, I don't know, like people, if you're really sensitive about the atmosphere and you're really passionate about what is happening in Nigeria, you understand that even people in Nigeria, they are not happy. When you talk about the INEC, result is something that can come up from anybody. Anybody can cook up a result. Anybody can write up anything and present as a result, and that doesn't mean that result should be accepted. So what we are talking about is what led to the production, to to the declaration or the production of that result that you've been declared, which is the most important thing, not the person that you declared. So if INEC followed their guidelines and the results were kind of uploaded on time, him is saying, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence of, I don't know, I'm not a partisan person, but I'm just talking as a civilized and somebody that wants a better Nigeria. Him is saying something about where is the result of the Labour Party or PDP or any other party, where are their results? But the problem now, him, he failed to understand that even in the portal itself, that the result of 176,660 polling units is not still yet uploaded. So if you're saying if the result is not yet uploaded, and according to your guideline, for you to declare the president, for you to declare the president of that election of this 2023 election, going by the INEC guidelines of INEC guidelines that was passed, I think last year, 2022. So the guidelines says that the INEC, for them to declare that it must tally what they have on the paper, must tally with what that they have on the RF. So if this doesn't tally, such that means that that election is not valid. Yeah, according to their guidelines. So if INEC should go ahead and pronounce or make a declaration of somebody without following their own guidelines, I don't know his own ulterior motive, but I think he should be civilized and sensible enough to understand that that if you are making a rule and people are breaking that rule, what you're causing, you're not making that community to grow. You're not making that country to grow. You're not bringing development in that system. Because I think he said something about US. Maybe he's in the US or something. If the systems in US, UK, wherever place that most of us find ourselves is not working, I don't think we will be there today. If things were done in a haphazard way, and everybody can do anything that they like, and the rule of laws are not followed. So those systems, nobody who wants to go in that kind of place. Him is in US today because the place is working, the system is working. People are being the rules and the laws and the rules of the country is being followed. So that brings progress. But when you start breaching the rules and the law of a country, so it leads to not just economical, but even mental, personal development. All these things will be going down the drain.
So this is part of what Peter Obi is challenging. He says he's challenging the process. He wants to find out, because if the process is seriously flawed and could lead to substantial issues, if there's a substantial, the term is substantial. If it is substantial enough to affect the outcome of the election, it will be overturned.
Definitely. And, so that's what we're talking about, So him saying that that the election, that the declaration of the INEC doesn't matter. So that's where I'm disagreeing with him. That the declaration of INEC.
I think what the INEC did, I think the man, the chairman, I don't know whether the chairman or president, what he said was that whatever he does, you can challenge it. So in a way, maybe what he was doing was having a placeholder in place, saying, okay, from our own deduction, INEC has flexibility. It has a lot of power. I'm not sure they should have given INEC that much power. They have a lot of power to shape the guidelines as they see fit. So if he decides to put, let's say, Tinubu as the
sorry, please, Fofada, you said INEC have what power to do what?
They have a power to shift the rules. You don't know that? It's part of this. When they say they have a guideline. When they have a guideline, like when they could not upload the data, they can alter it.
They don't have power to change the rules. They have power that the electoral power, the electoral laws give them
guidelines. I said not rules, guidelines.
To choose whichever system or style they want to use.
The guideline. Okay, then tell me what power that they have then, because I know that there's a power.
They have power to come up with a guideline, to develop the guideline, to conduct election in whichever way they deem fit. That is,
no.
They have flexibility. They have that power to decide to decide. Go and check that law. Go and check the electoral.
No. You're getting it wrong. Budi, you're getting it wrong. When you read the electoral law, you will see there it stated must. When you use a word must, it's a definite term.
Must.
Do you understand?
In which part?
Like that in the guideline. When you check the island guideline, you will see there that before the declaration of the results, that the polling unit result must tally with the IRF before a result can be declared. So it's stated there in the guideline. So even if they have other powers, listen.
Don't go too far off. The election results were declared at the unit level, at the polling unit level, before the polling officer will now scan it and upload it to the IRF.
No. Are you sure you're listening to what I'm saying?
That's the first thing, not the IRF first. It's the scanning of the result. You have the physical result and paste it on the wall.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Signed by all party agents and paste it on the wall. It's after that they will now scan the results and put it on IRF. They now move from unit level to the ward level. It's when they get to the ward level.
I totally agree with you.
The collation officer at the ward level will now compare the result they are bringing from the unit level, compare it with the IRF. It's not a gatekeeping. It's just a gatekeeping to ensure there's transparency in case the result has been manipulated on the way from the polling unit level to the collation level.
Thank you very much. But I want you to understand something. You just said something that from the polling unit, maybe the presiding officer will see it and he will sign and all that. But according to the guideline, so why is the Beavers? Why is the IRF developed? Is developed so that that polling unit, or maybe from the process of, because I was once a presiding officer in 2015 election. Yeah.
Where
so I was once
declare the result? Where they usually declare result? Is it at the unit level or the ward level?
No, when you declare results at the state level, not at the unit level.
Declare results at the unit level. At the unit
level. You declare. No.
Because
you're getting it wrong.
They declare the results at the unit level. What they do at the ward level is the collation. What they do at the state level is the collation and declaration of the final result.
But no. Yeah.
Go and check. Go and check very well. What you do at the unit level is the declaration of the results. Let me tell you,
you declare. Of course.
What you do it's a governorship election. What you do at the state level is the return. That's the collation. That's the final collation. What they call the return of election.
No. You're getting it wrong.
That's ceremonial because the
hold on. Let's not go to and from. Just looking at that, almost that section. It says election officers authorized to announce results. It says presiding officers at polling unit, ward collation officer at the ward collation center, local government or area council collation officer.
Of course.
Multiple different layers of.
Of course. Declaration. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to let him know. So he's not understanding the process. I don't know. Maybe I was.
The result that you talking about. Listen. Where were they made? Where were the results made?
Listen. When you talk about, are you ready to listen? Are you ready to listen so that you can learn? Because it's not about. No. I don't have like me. I'm not saying anything wrong. You're the one saying something that is wrong. Because look at what he said now. He just told you that they have levels of declaration of results. Do you understand? So you're saying it's just at the
They don't mean the same
are you listening? No. You're saying him talk. Yeah, him is. I don't.
Let forefathers. Hold on. Let forefathers read. Let him read the rules first. Then we can talk. Hold on. Let him read.
But he has read it already. He just finished reading it now.
Everybody understood what he was reading.
Yeah, but he just finished reading it now. He said that. Okay, do you want me to explain it to you?
Can we leave this chapter and wait on the Supreme Court and wait on the court? This particular matter is dragging us so long. Forefathers, let us digress in something else. This matter is in court. Mind you, this matter is in the court.
It's not about court.
In a way, this is a side issue, really. This is a side issue.
It's not about court. It's not about court. It's not about court. It's about getting things right. Do you understand? So it's not about court. Anything can happen in the court. I'm not interested. No. You're not.
Don't worry.
No, you're not getting it right. It's not about the court, because when you go to a court, I don't know, it can go either ways, but what we should understand as Nigerians, as youth that are ready to make an impact and contribute to the development of Nigeria, we should try as much as possible to stand on the path of the truth, you know. Apart from that, the truth will bring development.
The ad hoc staff that were employed by INEC.
You let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you if you don't know. Let me tell you something. When you talk about election results, do you understand? The polling unit or the the presiding officer, which mostly is the youth corpers, those ones, I'm not sugarcoating it. I'm not saying it in any this thing. I'm telling you the facts. You know, they have zero. When I mean zero, I mean 000 influence on what happens on that election day. Are you listening to what I'm telling you? So forget about the ad hoc staff. Forget about the even the what is it called? Forget about even at the local government level. So the people that really listen. Let me tell you something. You were not part. I was part of election conducted in 2015. You were not part of it. I don't know if you've done. I said 2015. No, it's not. Yeah. No. So if you understand the way electoral process happens in Nigeria, it's not the same way it happens in US, and it's not the same way it happens in the UK and civilized countries, you know. So Nigerian election, the declaration of Nigerian election happens in process, you know. First of all, after voting, it will be declared at the polling unit. Then after that, those within the polling unit, they will now take it to what we call collation center. So this collation center depends on it, like it gets to the local government. So at that local government, it will be declared before it will now get to the state level. So it's the state person that has the final say of how election could be determined. Don't say Nigerian election is determined at the polling unit, because after moving from it can be altered. It can be altered at either the government level, or sorry, at the local government level or at the state level. So going back to what I was saying before, so that was why the RF was kind of developed, because it was trying to cope these discrepancies or this kind of alteration that happens to results. So that is why the Beavers was kind of developed, so that those discrepancies or those factors could be wiped out. So that is why the INEC now decided that from the polling unit, which they know that is the real votes, is the real voices of the masses. So from that polling unit, you can transfer this result to the RF. So from that RF, everybody will be able to log in and see as the result is coming out immediately. And as that result is coming in, people can take note, people can monitor the progress of the results. So that will cope the rigging of the election to at least 90%. Do you understand? But what happened in presidential election was that, because I don't know, Ade left. I don't know why he left the show. I was kind of thinking maybe he could convince me from by what he said, but I'm kind of surprised he left the show. Yeah, so I was thinking he could convince me, because
Ade is here.
Okay, yeah. So I was thinking he could convince me by trying to state the fact that he's portraying that the election was credible and it was transparent and all that. Because even up to today, we are talking about that the presidential election results have not been totally uploaded. Have not been totally uploaded.
Is it a requirement for declaration? Is it a law that states?
Of course, I just told you. Man. Are you listening? I just told you.
Tell me, what section of the electoral act stipulated that the polling unit results must be uploaded before being declared?
I didn't say. Of course, it's in the electoral act. No. I'm not misinforming. I'm telling you facts. What do you mean by misinforming? I'm a professional, so I'm a professional, so I don't misinform people. You understand? So
Body,
if you don't,
okay,
you go and read it.
it's okay then.
Forefathers,
Let's rest it now.
if you have the video where Mahmoud Jega, where Mahmoud
even said it
in Chatham
himself.
House,
What are you
told
saying?
the whole world, Chatham House told the whole world that the result must be transmitted
what are you saying?
real time. What is the meaning of real time? Online.
Are you not saying you're the INEC chairman? Hold on.
Oh my!
That
man has lost credibility.
Let's calm me down. I don't want to have to mute everybody.
It's all right. Please, can I come in?
Let's let other people say something.
Please, can I come in?
Paul, I think there were other people that came first.
No. Since we watching it like Channel 10 news now, I'm just trying to diffuse this now. It has become like watching AIT. That's why.
Guys, point of information. As we are speaking grammar here, we just came in from the situation room that 10 beavers machine smashed in Delta State. So are we still talking? 10 beavers machine smashed in Delta State.
No election in Delta.
We are going to blame for that.
Temporary units.
Please, can I come in?
Okay.
Let me answer
something quickly.
The rule is where there
Ben Fai, okay, use 30 seconds to answer what you need to answer. So that Bob can say something. Sorry, I will come to you soon. I will run through people so it gets to you. So please take 30 seconds to answer the question so that Bob Chisco can go.
Where the previous machine is stolen, there's got to be a rerun at that center. That's the rule. So if you steal a previous machine, it does not affect the election.
No,
rest assured.
Thank you. Chisco, I can go. Say whatever you want to say.
Gentlemen, it's a good thing that every day we come here to rub minds as people who want the best out of our country. It's quite unfortunate that what we've been hearing for over the years, we are still very far away from reaching our target. We are in various parts of the world, enjoying everything good, enjoy electricity, non-stop, good road, water, good health care, everything. And for the past 63 years or thereabout of our independence, look at where we still are, crawling like toddlers. And every 4 years, you go for an election. In fact, it bothers me that our election has become what it is because of lack of transparency. It also shudders me for anyone who comes out to say this election is the most credible and the most transparent. Election that every part of the world, even observers that came to this election, have said that it was massively flawed. That was the word they used, massively flawed. And some people are saying since the history of Nigeria. I was listening to Dele Aleke on TV saying that since 1999, that this election is the most credible, the most transparent, the most free. I say, with this man's children beat their chest to say that is saying the truth. Election that we all saw what happened. And if that election was truly as credible as Mr. Dele Aleke had put it, why did we all see what transpired? You see, it has taken us aback. Even the 2015 election that brought Buhari, that Jonathan, when he saw that he had lost, even before the final result was called, Jonathan had to take the phone and call Buhari, congratulating him. And the whole world said, wow. So power can, change from an incumbent to another person, which many people did not even think would be possible. But it came to pass. And Buhari had promised the whole world that he wants to leave a legacy. And the legacy, despite the fact that he has messed up and destroyed Nigeria for the past 8 years, you may believe it, you don't believe it. But to me, Buhari had destroyed Nigeria. If for no other thing, Buhari had ended up dividing Nigeria. And instead of him to say, okay, now that I have destroyed Nigeria, let me make this election the most credible, even better than what brought me to power in 2015. And this is what we are having. It's very, very unfortunate. Now, by tomorrow, it will be, by this time tomorrow, we all be having, well, this person has won, this person has lost. It does not equally end there. On the issue of presidency, whenever the country gets it right, I believe the country will begin to stand on a good footing. But getting it right is one thing. I want to buttress my point on this issue of our constitution, whereby after these 8 years, it goes back to this section for another 8 years, it goes back to this side for another 8 years, it keeps rotating between the west and the north. A country that is made up of so many ethnic groups. But some people don't see it that way. That a country that wants justice, justice should be seen to be done. Now, a constitution has made it impossible for every other part of the country to have this piece of cake. And it keeps tossing from the north and the west. Obasanjo, 8 years. Yaradua, Jonathan, Buhari, now to this person.
Bob Chisco.
Wait, let me finish. I'm trying to arrive somewhere.
I just wanted to ask you a question because you said the constitution made it impossible for one section of the country not to have access to the cake. I'm not sure I prefer that term, but that's basically presidency. But you can argue that the Southeast and the South, if they had organized themselves, they would dominate whenever the South comes down. It's not
even about organization. The organization borders on the constitution. If the constitution is well spelled out, of which many people, many politicians have equally come out on their own, even in the floors of the chambers of the Senate, to say, do you know our problem? Our problem is this constitution. Many people have said it. The constitution is flawed. And until you go back to that constitution to make it possible, where someone from Bini, where someone from Warri, where someone can have a taste of the leadership of this country, my brother, it will be very, very hard. We will see ourselves as a country celebrating 200 years of independence. And we are still crawling on the floor. Look at Indonesia. Look at Malaysia. Look at Bangladesh. Look at Singapore. All the people, we all rose from the ashes together from independence. They have all left us behind. Believe me, if you continue this way, 200 years, our children coming up, we see, what type of a country is this? I rest my case. Let us be praying to God to help us, since we don't want good leadership in that country.
For me, all those countries you named, there's one thing that they did that we didn't do. They took care of their security as a priority, as the first thing. We didn't do that, and we went ahead and want to build an economy. It's like a man going to work and leaving the door and the windows open. You're not going to succeed, and that's why we failed. And all of them are ahead of us now. Who is next? Ben Faye. Oh, sorry. Okay, Lake. Go ahead. Lake, go ahead. Lake has been here for a long time. He's been very quiet.
I've been invisible to forefathers. I don't know if
No. You could have interjected anytime. You're not invisible.
Skipping me.
Of course not.
Okay.
We are sitting next to each other. You are basically a moderator at this rate. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Actually, I just want to say something. The problem we have, we Nigerians, is actually we don't really tell ourselves the truth. Number one. We see good, we see right, and cover it, and pretend as if nothing happened. And tomorrow, we'll be the same people that are crying and shouting at the top of our lungs. There's something INEC did, coming up to this election. They built a lot of trust. Like people really trusted them.
Overboard.
Like people really, felt that we are getting it right now. They told us so many things. One, the most important thing, that is the bone of the contention. The most important thing they told we Nigerians was that this, from the polling units, after the results is counted, the votes has been counted in the polling unit, that you will upload this upload the results in the IREF. That is the main ingredient that brought about trusting this election. Nothing else. Forget about the stories about compiling it here and there. And this man, the Mahmoud, came in so many forums and said, even the other guy, the spokesman, somebody Okoye, he said, and I can resend what he said. He said that whenever that the results in the IREF will be reverted to anytime there's discrepancies in the one collected. He has said it in so many forums. He said it time and time again. And we all, saw that, okay, this is an opportunity for us to rewrite the wrongs that have been, the ills in our society. And they disappointed us. And then somebody now come here and then tell me that the head of INEC, that is not his fault, that is probably the politicians. For what? He is their umpire. He set the rules. Yes, I know that the Electoral Act is, but the rules, the 2022 amendment said that INEC have the mandate to put in the rules, and they said, look at the requirements we need before you can declare, and they did not do
guidelines.
That. The guidelines, they didn't do that, and we are here trying to paint everything, and then. Coming out to, I think someone said, I don't know if it was Ade or Forefathers, was saying that why can't Igbos now come together and then, or Abga, use Abga? I mean, we have passed that.
It was Ade.
Have passed that. Will you say that the votes P2B got in Lagos, that is only Igbos? How many Igbos are in Lagos? Of course, Yorubas voted for him. Afenifere supports Tinubu. Afenifere supported P2B. So will you say that the whole Yorubas gathered and say that they didn't do that? This is a democratic society. The most important thing here is you come out, you sell yourself, you tell people what you want to do, and which P2B did. And a lot of you bought it. You might disagree with him, but so many people bought it. He won in so many states. He won in the north, he won in the west, he won in the south, he won in the southeast. And that is what a democracy is. And he said, why he was saying that he's not challenging the whatever how
outcome by the process.
Yeah, but you have to read between the lines what he's saying. He's challenging the process. And it's just like you as an engineer, when I look at a building and I tell you that, look, that the foundation is wrong. If the foundation is wrong, well, the whole building is you should knock it down. That is what it means. And that is what he said. And he's tried as much as possible, because this has gone to court. He's tried as much as possible not to say it, because obviously before he came to that interview, he must have been tutored and talked to by his lawyers. He tried as much as possible to stick to his message that he is challenging the process. And if the process, which the number one thing, the upload is wrong, then what are we talking about? I think that should stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ben Fai, please go. What do you think about the INEC this thing? Do you trust INEC?
First, I would like to say, when we're talking about such issues, we should try as much as possible to not put much emotions in these things. Like one of the speakers said, like all of them up there, all of them, even Obi who's calling Jagaban or my uncle or my daddy or whatever, are united up there. So down there, be on the same, at least even with the same page, you try to be almost on the same page. Okay. The process of the election was, when you vote at the polling unit, every of the party agents, they are present at the polling unit. When the votes is counted, the Form EC8 or whatever they call it, has to be signed by every of the agents of each political party. First, to your question, forefathers, I must say, to some extent, to a reasonable extent, I would say I trust the process that is going on in Nigeria now. It might not be perfect, but it's a process that's working towards perfection. We might not get it right 100% at this election, but maybe by the next one or two, the process is going to be very, very okay. Okay. And Doctor, I would just want to make you realize that if every of these agents have signed this paper, one of this paper goes to the collation center, and the one paper is retained by the polling agent. I mean, by the agents. So you can always go back. You can always refer, even if the election. I mean, if the results is being uploaded next year, hypothetically, right now, if it's uploaded next year, you can always go back to the paper you have with your polling agent and say, polling agents in Etiosa local governments. The paper we have, how many, what's the number on this paper? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You go to the IREV, you cross-check with what is loaded on the IREV. If there's any discrepancy, then you can say, okay, now I have an evidence in black and white that there is a fraud in this election. When you go to the court, you can prove your case. That is the process. That it's not uploaded real time to the IREV. It's not good, but it still does not discredit the whole process. It still does not discredit the whole process, because now you can still go, if you go to the court, if you can prove that the result that your agent have from any of the police station does not tally with included in the IREV, you have a case. You have a case. And moreover, I'm going to say, I think about 3 or 4 days ago, there was a court decision that says the INEC can decide on what pattern or model of uploading or collation of results that it could use. Because in the law and the procedure is the same. It's not stated in the act that it has to be electronically transmitted immediately. But the INEC came and said, okay, I'm going to do it. But if it does not now do it, it does not negate the results of the election. And one thing I heard, because I always listen to the news and all that, one thing I heard that was on the day of the election, or in the week, in that same week, there was about 12.1 or 12.9 million attacks on the Nigerian server in that week. Have we thought about it that it could be the reason why the result was not uploaded immediately? Could there be someone trying to manipulate the system? You know, that is food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben, before you drop, I just had a question for you. And this is being very, very neutral. The referee in a football match, soccer, which we all understand, once the referee blows the whistle, even Maradona scored with the hand of God. We all saw it. Would you say that the ball was deflected, or that the referee blew a partiality, as we call them for Nigerian term, in this particular? The process is going the way it should go, and all of a sudden the referee blew his whistle. There are lions, there are spectators, there is everybody, and we are seeing what is going on in the field of play. Would you say that? Because after the referee blew the whistle in soccer games, sometimes when he come out, people go kill him. He is still the referee. So my question is that would you say that the ball was deflated, or that the referee blew partiality? in this case.
You're muted. Ben, there's a feedback on your system.
Really?
I don't know. Yeah, your mic appears to be making some noise. It's better now. Oh, still. Yeah. No, it's not. Maybe you should move it away from something magnetic or whatever it is. Not getting any better. He's still there. He's still there. Sorry.
Late.
He's still there.
Why not ask him to go out and come back again?
Yeah,
Why not ask
okay.
him to go out and come
You
back?
can go out and come back again. Go out and come back again. All right. Okay. Paul, you can go ahead.
Okay, Lake, I think you when you're making your submission, I think you quoted me out of context, and my allusion to APGA and that was based on when I said the politicians from the southeast are lazy. I wasn't saying that people should form a tribal political party or something. That was not what I was saying. I just made an allusion to say that if those politicians have been able to make sure that they build that APGA that Dim Ojukwu left for them, they will have been able, because if you look at the Nigerian politics, you'll see that this thing, nobody can become a president of Nigeria by just winning his zone. You have to either form an alliance or reach a compromise with other parts of the country where you know you can get his support if you present a candidate. And that was why I made that allusion. If the Southeasterners have all come together, build APGA, you have 5 states. Anybody that will give us, that will support us to become president from the north, we form an alliance with you. We present a candidate. We look for supporters from Southwest and everywhere. We all support that person. That was what I was trying to say. I'm not saying that. And in the case of Peter Obi, when Peter Obi went to Labour Party, I was saying that if Peter Obi is a candidate from the East that every Easterner has supported, including those idiots that are in APC, if they have supported him and all of them have been able to say, oh, this is our candidate, then all they need to do is to look for support from the North. As in serious support, I'm not talking about those supports that will not get Peter Obi serious votes in the North. That was what I was saying. I was not trying to say that they should form a tribal political party or something.
Sorry, sir, please. Even in your allusion, I think you're still getting it wrong. Let me give you one case in point. In 2003, Ojukwu was the presidential candidate of APGA. Olusegun Obasanjo was the presidential candidate of PDP. Igbos, Southeasterners voted for Olusegun Obasanjo. And you cannot, is that not an extension? That is an extension. When it comes to time of Yaradua was from the north. There were also Igbos that were contesting. They still voted for him. You understand? Because they believed in what he was preaching. That is also an extension. So I think it's when talking about Igbos extending, Igbos Southeasterners has been doing that. We are Republican in nature. You understand? If you come to us and sell your plans, we buy it, we follow you. It doesn't really matter.
How come other people are not buying your own plan?
Igbo, basic experience, I think you should, go.
How
Sorry.
how have we arrived at the place whereby a Southeasterner who have a plan, all of us cannot buy into his plan? How have we arrived at that place?
All right.
How did the Southeast also want 12 states, like Southwest want 12 states, and the North also want 12 states? How? The three parties want 12 states. How did they get this 12 states? Did they order it from Amazon? Or eBay?
Guys, before I take it back to East Central State, give me a moment.
Anambra is not the same size as Oyo.
Please.
So Anambra.
Okay. I think it's my turn.
Give me just 1 second, Paul. I'll yield back to you.
Go ahead.
Before we get too far away from the subject of ABGA, when the original dreamer comes up with a concept, as far as ABGA is concerned, let me put it again on record that Dame Chukwuemeka Odumegwu was not the founder of ABGA, first and foremost. The person who founded ABGA was Chief Chekwas Okoro in Bende local government of Abia State. Before he founded ABGA, I was with him at Bende local government headquarters the day he told me that this is what he has done, and he was heading out to go and share that concept with Dame Chukwuemeka Odumegwu. So when we talk about ABGA, the original concept of ABGA was not for it to be an Igbo party, as it ended up being looked upon as. The original, and Chekwas Okorie is still alive today. He later on founded another party, UPC or something like that, which is still running. The man is alive today. That's why we should always call back to him. So when we talk about Paul, and I'm going to yield back to you, let's take it back to when we had East Central State, the original 12 states that we have continued to break up and break up and break up. I don't know. We are still trying to see if we can get 50 states. But all in all, we as Nigerians, we deserve better. And each and every one of us on this particular state now, we saw the truth. Regardless of what the referee blew, we all saw the truth. And within our own heart of hearts, before we go to bed, we will tell ourselves, oh man, they robbed us. They robbed the youths of Nigeria. And we are trying to make it better for them. That's all. Paul, I yield back to you, Paul, my brother. I just wanted to bring on record that issue of ABGA, and the original founder of ABGA is Chief Chekwas Okorie.
Okay. Yeah, so talking about this election, let me say something from where Ade is coming from. I know where it's coming from. Nigeria, we fondly call Nigeria every election before now. Remember, oftentimes, for the most part, we always practice two-party system to some extent, even when at the time UPN, the MPN, and it's three, but it's more of like two-party system. So the power is always north and south. Coincidentally, we have three major ethnic groups, the Igbos, Yoruba, and the Hausas. And two of these major ethnic groups come from south. So if election is coming up, it's always hard for the south to form this great alliance between the southeast and the southwest, these two major ethnic groups. And if they cannot form that alliance, definitely the power is going to the north. Mostly when the north form a better alliance with either one of these two regions, then it's going to be easy for the north. But no matter how we say all these things, we've never practiced true democracy in terms of electioneering and counting. Apart from that, we've never. The whole elections has been coming flood. But the bigger elephant in the house, it's called rigging. When I see traditionally, now my mama soup now in the sweet pass, what the Yorubas are doing today, this is exact the same thing what the Igbo did yesterday. When Olusegun, late Shagari won election and Alex Ikweme was his vice. They never said the election was really flawed, but Awolowo was crying. Today, this is the same thing that the Yoruba is taking side. But the real picture is that none of these things will take our country to the next level. That is the truth. The Yoruba feel within their mind, they are so convinced that that election that make Awolowo president was not true and fair. Just like as my Igbo brothers today, we also not feel that this election was true and fair. Everybody knows that in as much as we want to hide it, we just want to talk politics. The easiest thing to find is to find faults. You know, we find fault here and there, but we all know these things, that these are the problem. It will not take us anywhere. That is one. Talking about INEC, the so-called independent umpire. INEC is supposed to be the person that said, he that goes to Ekiti must go with clean hands. Can any one of us tell ourselves the truth? Is INEC hands so clean? INEC is just that useless lecturer that taught us in school, that we'll go see in his office, then we'll probably get our CCs and everything. INEC is just that lecturer. You understand? It's not that lecturer that taught us. It's that lecturer that will want to fail you, but if you see him in his office, you pass. That is the INEC we have today. And it's that bad. Most of us, the teachers that we hate so much in school, is the teacher we like today. Because we know those teachers then, they were telling us the truth, but we probably don't like them. You understand? But it's done on us. The teacher that so much like us, we don't read to pass their class because we know we're going to pass anyway, but we didn't learn anything. This is the big problem we are facing in Nigeria today. INEC didn't do well. Let's tell ourselves the truth. INEC failed. And when we want to challenge this, I want to ask the whole 9 people here. If an aircraft is deploying its tire, I am an aviator by training. If the aircraft deployed its tire, what did any one of you will call it here? I strongly believe so. We just deploy the tire, we will land anytime. But as an aviator, if I'm flying, when I hear that sound in the aircraft, I'll be more than happy like my Christian people, because I know we're going to land. And that tire is called landing gear. To you who drive car, you know where your gear is. But to the aircraft, when the tire deploy, it's called landing gear. That is the landing gear. Then none of you know it. Why do every one of us here want to argue about the process of a lawyer? We pay lawyer to read the fine line. The 10 of us here can read and write, but we just know how to read the fine line. We just read parts like literature. The book is sweet, but the lawyer reads to understand the fine lines, understand the implications, and also understand how to use it to convince his Lord. That is how it is. So let's not be so biased and fight ourselves over this process. Let us leave it for the people who know how to read the fine line. Let them go and argue it. Just like as I use my so-called landing gear. The doctor here, if we go do HIV test, they don't write HIV. They call it another name. We read the paper. We don't know the meaning. They call it another name. But when the result comes outside, then they start canceling you. Tell you, well, I'm so sorry. You test positive or negative. You didn't go to HIV. You didn't even tell me. We didn't know. So let's tone down the rhetoric. Let's leave this argument. The Yoruba people, they always have something to say. The Igbo people, they always have something to say. We have so many things to do before we are here. That tells us that the 10 of us probably love our country. So we should take it easy. We can find fault. It is easy to find. But I can tell you very well, the alliance is very, very good. But we cannot run a nation this way. My biggest problem, somebody like me who comes from the minority group, like they will say, I don't know where it comes out from. Our biggest problem is this Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. You people are our problem. I come from the majority group because I come from the oil-rich nation from mother and father side. So I contribute almost 90% of the so-called GDP in that country. You understand?
Just to be clear, every group is a minority in that country.
No. I want to follow the traditional slogan. But now, when it comes to the resources, I come from the majority ethnic group. I feed the so-called majority, and they call me minority. When it comes to the resources that make them be a babarika, and me I retire rapper, they see my blockers for outside, and I come from where the oil is coming out from. This is the problem. Let's take it easy. My brother, don't laugh. Now the truth. Go ahead. I let somebody else contribute.
All right, thank you. Who's next? Let's see. I think is it Body or no? I can't believe Rock just came. What's Rock going on about? He just came. Okija, sorry, Okija, please go ahead.
Talk.
Okay. Paul, I want to knock you. 1983 election, the Igbo didn't rejoice. You should remember that Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe contested, and he won Anambra and Imo, then the two Igbo states. It was after the court decided that Shagari won, that an MPP of Nnamdi Azikiwe, that was like Igbo party then, made an alliance with Shagari, and also note that MPP also, that's as Zeke's party, also won Plateau State. Then, yeah, and also I think Gongola, they had alliance with Gongola or whatever. Abubakarimi, I think Abubakarimi. So anyway, I don't know much about that history, but I still remember things. So Igbo didn't rejoice. But again, this election, it wasn't like it's not that Yorubas are rejoicing.
Sorry, what I mean by that, they felt Yoruba didn't know how to play politics because Alex Ekweme became the vice president. That's what I'm just saying. I'm not. Sorry, I may be wrong for using the word rejoice. So the Igbo man, they felt the Yoruba don't know how to play the politics. That's the same thing the Yoruba is saying. But all these things are completely wrong. Somebody will definitely win and somebody will lose.
Kweme was an unknown Igbo person then, and he had no impact on Igbo people's life. So they never admired him or looked up to him. Anyway, so somebody as Ade was talking about alliance. I don't know, I don't know. I like the way Nigeria is structured so that no ethnic group will dominate. I like that you have to build alliance to win election. But when you constantly build alliance, and then when it comes to for what you labored, for you to reap the result, and some of the Nigerian situation, takeover. For instance, NCNC had an alliance with I think Northern People's Congress or whatever, NPC, Zeke and Tafawa Balewa. That was why Zeke became president and Tafawa Balewa became prime minister. That was the East built an alliance. So just like people that say the Igbos, they don't build alliance. 1983, Igbos built MPP built alliance with the MPN. And it's important for you to note this. Shagari said to some, Dan Olasi and Chobo Kadibo, they went to visit Shagari. Shagari said something to them. He said that one of the reasons why the army struck to take over from him was that because of Ekweme, they didn't want Ekweme to become president because they knew after his tenure, Ekweme was going to run. So they struck. They didn't want that. And people that struck, you look at them, those are the core people that fought the war. Bugare, Idiabon, Abacha, all of them. So stop, I know people keep saying that Igbos, they don't build alliance. Yeah, they build alliance. Do you know Obasanjo's regime, Obasanjo's time, presidency? Ekweme was the candidate, people thought that would win the PDP nomination. It became Obasanjo. Ekweme came home, everybody was supported Obasanjo. So there was an alliance. Okay? Even when, and the Igbos, they went into their drawing board and said, okay, Yorubas, it seems that Yorubas in Abiola, they were denied the presidency. What are we going to do? Ogbonnionu dropped out of, his presidential campaign and supported, allied with Rufai. He say Igbos don't build alliance. You know, people you don't see all these things. You know, see they don't build alliance. Igbos they've constantly given to Nigeria. You know, they constantly yield. You know, okay, let's be one. You know, let's do it. You know, personally, you know, me, I know some people. You know, they say competency. Every ethnic group in Nigeria, they have competent people. Yeah. You know, some of them we just don't know them because you know they don't make noise. We hear people that make noise. So personally, I believe that there should be rotational presidents because Nigeria is a unique place. We have issues. Even country, okay, look at Canada. Canada, they don't call it rotational presidency, but they build because the Quebec, I think Quebec, they're just about, you know, the French side, they consider just about, I think less than 20% of Canada, but they are producing all the prime ministers because they made it in the constitution that before you to be a prime minister, you must speak French and speak English. You know, they had to do it because they want to accommodate Quebec. Quebec wanted to secede, so they accommodated them. So in a country like Nigeria, you know, Sweden, I think, Switzerland, I think they do rotational presidency too. But Nigeria, you know, when you talk about it, you know, it seems like, you know, like people, but that's what you have to do to be able to accommodate everyone. It's not that, you know, like, you know, Igbos, okay, if you go to Igbos and say, okay, produce a president, there are so many people that can be president in Nigeria that are good people that are, you know, like competent. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know, it's not that it's just that Nigeria, people that's, you know, they click, they just don't want Nigeria to work. But, you know, some of us who, especially, you know, people who are here, we come and we discuss Nigeria. And then, but again, I see all this division, you know, people talking about, you know, things out of, you know, a point, people saying something like this election, you know, I've said it repeatedly here. It's not about P2B. I supported P2B. It's not about P2B winning. But I live in abroad, you know, I've lived abroad for, you know, for many years. And I think about Nigeria. I've gone to Nigeria to run a business and came back, you know. If you tell me about going to Nigeria now, I don't want to go. But this is my country. You know, so a lot of us, you know, even though we don't have a lot of money, we want to do some small investment in Nigeria. But we can't go because the country is not making progress. Okay? If a country is making progress, okay, if Tinubu won fair, that's okay. We know that he's, you know, we made a progress. Then the next election, we wait for him. But when the country doesn't make progress, you know, some people here, you know, they interpret INEC. Yeah, the court said that INEC, you know, has the right to do, you know, to determine how the election will, you know, will be transmitted. But then again, under the constitution, once they make that determination guideline, it becomes law. It becomes law. You can't just change it in the middle of the game. If you say that we're going to have a transmission, it doesn't change anymore. It has to be for that election. You can't change it. It is the law. Okay, so INEC made so many mistakes, you know, this election. But I understand, you know, what Jega he does. He didn't want to deal with a whole lot of, you know, BS. He just wanted to get away from it, from this. First election, according to the electoral law, the election after you have to announce the result at the polling unit, and then you have to post the result at the polling unit. You have to post it. It has to be there, so that anybody know you waka you come and go and see them. This is the result. It wasn't done. That's a violation of the law because, you know, you made that a guideline. So that's that's even the law. It's not even among the guidelines, just the law. So there are so many. But I hope, you know, P2B is in court.
So if that is the law, then it will be a lot clearer to overturn, isn't it? So somewhere along the line, maybe there is something that is preventing that from happening. So, but we'll find out eventually. So
also, let me say this: the over 14,000 polling units, they are over voting. Over 14,000 polling units over voting, and accredited voters in those over voting.
Hold on, stop first. Yeah. 14,000 polling units. There is over voting. And those will be cancelled then.
Yeah, so then
because from what I can read in the regulation, if there's overvoting, it should be cancelled.
Yeah. So in those 14,000, okay, there were about 3.6 million voters accredited to vote.
Wow.
But out of that, 4.6 million voted.
Wow, that's going to be a problem. I think because there's a regulation I just saw that says that if there is overvoting, it should be cancelled.
Yeah, just like on the Osun election.
That those polling units, all of them,
those polling, they
are
have to
going
cancel
down.
them.
That's
So,
a lot
like,
of votes.
Yeah, like Peter B, he has a change. I mean,
sorry, is this a fact you are stating here?
Yeah,
not
it's a fact. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, like we don't know what would happen, during the tribunal, because a lot of things, will come out, and so many, like some people saying that if election was credible. When you have photos of a woman uploaded as the as the result sheet of a polling unit, you tell him that this election is, see, if I want to, if I would like, I will share your screen. I have all the results. I go to forensic.com and I help them to audit the results. I've been doing it. I've sent links to some other people, but I don't know if they did it. But I have it here. I have downloaded so many files now. They're finished with the exercise, and then but they also order about over 30,000 result sheets. Over 30,000 result sheets that is not clear. Nobody knows what they what is it they uploaded, but nobody, you can't read them. And if anybody wants, I can put the link. You can go and check on your own.
But then where did INEC get his number from then?
That's the interesting thing. Somebody sitting here, they're sitting here in US, whatever, telling me that I mean, like, listen, yeah, I understand there are some positive in this election. Yeah, definitely there are some positive, but based on what we were told, based on the amount of money spent, okay, I mean, this election is better than the 2015 election. Yeah, quite fair. But it's not better than 2019 election. Okay, not at all. Because it's deviated in so many ways, so many issues. It violated so many of these I think violated so many guidelines. But like Peter B, let's see what will happen.
I appreciate the work you're doing. I hope you keep it up and update Dr. Damages, because that is something concrete. The first time I've had something concrete. You said you have a link for it so that I can share it with
my spare time I go online and this is hold on, let me share
Bob Chisco, please take 1 minute because he says he's got to go. So just take 1 minute and then summarize what you want to say.
This is a Google Drive of some results that were, that.
Okay, let me.
We should go on now, forefather.
Bob Chisco, he wants to say something for 1 minute quickly. Go ahead, Bob Chisco.
Almost yourself.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Okija, thank you for your great analysis. In fact, maybe you are going to be the one to take over from Mahmoud Yakub. Yeah. So please, thank you, gentlemen. I want to take a leave now. We have all heard what each and every one of us have said. I don't have much again to say. All I want to say, based on the analysis he has given us on this election and the possible outcome, either at the tribunal, appeal, or the Supreme Court, we should not forget what happened in 1963. Oluomo cried. 30 years later, Abiola cried. 2023 is another 30 years. 1963, 30 years. Wait, it's a history. 1963, 30 years. 1993, 30 years. 2023, 30 years. Wait, Tinubu cry. I rest it. Good night, gentlemen. Bye.
Nice one. Yeah. All right, thank you. Let me see if I can share this screen, because I think, Okija, you may have to explain this, because this one is like Wike here. In short, this one is past Wike. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's Wike with Expo 70.
Yeah, where does one start with this, man? That's a lot of shit there. What am I supposed to do with this?
So there are a lot of people working on this. Okay. So you got to validate the result, based on what has been uploaded. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
wow, that's a lot. Is there any? Do they have like a summary somewhere? They have like a graph.
Yeah, it will come out. It will come out based on the ones that were completed, because there are some over 30,000. We cannot, we don't know. We don't know what they are. About 35,488 to go. They are they are not clear. You can't read them, so we don't know what to make of them.
Yeah. And this data is from INEC.
Yeah, so they are gotten from INEC. What people posted also, what people research sheet at their polling unit, what they submitted.
That's a lot of hard work that went into this. I have to give them credit. So how do we, share this with the viewers to make it make sense to them? Is there any way to do that, or it's only you that can read it?
The second link I gave you, they can,
I tried to open it. It just led me into it again. Okay, let me try to open it again, and that's the link there. I'll paste and results. You see, so what do I do here?
Okay, if you click on refresh that page, it should show you.
Validate. Oh, it says validated, transcribed, and validated.
I think okay. What you were supposed to see, you were supposed to see. You will see a result sheet, okay?
Yeah.
And then you have to read it. The result sheet will have the state, the local government, the polling unit. So what you have to do, you go and you read the result sheet, and you go to the next, to the right side. You put the state you are seeing on the result sheet. You put the local government. You put the the unit, and you look at the result. You put in the numbers.
Yeah.
APC, LP, PDP, and NMPP. So you put the result. You see there, and then you examine the result sheet to see if there are some issues like crossing, if he signed, if the polling agent signed it, if like LP polling agent, if they signed it, you check, say they signed. You check whether also you look at it, but that one, what I do, I look at the numbers, like some of the polling, like some of the ones I saw. Okay, they have registered voters, they have some overvoting, and the numbers, they don't, they didn't align. Okay, you said that you had 50,000, 50 polling papers they gave you, and then you record about 70 people voted. So that doesn't make any sense. If you have 50 polling ballot papers, why do you have 70 people voted?
So do you know the total amount of polling units in the country?
We have about 170,000.
170,000. So around 14,000 fake that's overvoting polling units.
Yeah.
So that is almost 10%, isn't it? Am I correct? That would be, if it's just under 10%, just
7-8%. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that's significant.
Yeah.
That's beginning to cause a bit of a problem. If it
sorry,
goes any higher.
Please, Okija, which the overvoting places, where did they concentrate in, like, regions?
Mostly where to one.
That's a very important question.
Yeah.
All right. So clearly, this is not. We can't interpret it. This is for people that know how to interpret it. I have to give them, that's painstaking work there that has been done to put that together. So all right, we can go on then. Let me just stop this sharing, so we'll get back to normal.
Dr.
Hey, Dominic. All right. Oh my God, how did you make it in? You kicked somebody out or something.
I don't know. I think someone left. I was watching it and someone left. I said, okay, let me just show up.
I mean, it's midnight.
CM has been begging to be
Let me
let in.
talk now.
CM is
So let
asking
me have
CM
the
is in the
floor.
background.
I won't come out.
You know what, Dominic? You can hold the fort in the meantime while I let CM in.
I don't trust you. Don't leave me here.
Come on, man.
I can get out for
You
CM.
have the power.
I can get out for CM and then I'll come back later on.
Okay, then. All right. Let me go. Let me just put it out
Is
in
it-
the meantime. And CM comes in. Okay, so I must say, Okija, I appreciate what you have just shared with me today. For once, I got something concrete that I can bite onto, because every time people are just saying Obi won, but there's nothing to bite onto. I'm like, where is the facts? I need something to hold on to. And and I hope that number grows over voting. If it grows any like over 10-20% over voting, that could lead to some serious issues with the results. And the one you said about that the writing, they could not even recognize it and they cannot tell what is there, that could be another problem. And
they're about 35,000 now. 35,000 result sheet we cannot read.
wow. And those result sheets are equivalent of polling units.
Yeah, polling units. Yeah.
Okay, that's over 10%.
There are some I saw. I saw like somebody wrote no election here, uploaded it. There's what I saw, a woman, a picture of a woman uploaded.
It's all for the democracy now. All right. Thanks for the submission. I really appreciate that. Who is next?
I'm the one. Let me go. So
Rock is, you see, people that just came just that, they always the first to raise their hands. Who is next? Is it Buddy? I think Buddy hasn't said anything for a while.
I haven't said anything to say, so let me talk. So let me have the floor. Yeah. So we done with the election. The next is the election petition again. So we shouldn't raise our hope too much, because people who are here, they raised their hope, and then everything was shut down. So they were disappointed. There we are at it again. The petition has not been filed at all. We've not sent anything. And then the way we are amplifying it, as if everything has been done and dusted in the law court. And it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, sorry,
buddy, about law court.
Sorry, buddy. They need they need to get evidence from the beavers before they can file their cases.
I know all those stuff, sir.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Yeah. At every polling unit, each political party has their agent, and they all establish their control room during the election. All their party agent, their unit agent, either text the message, the result in form of message to each different political control room. So that's why they have the idea of what the election will be before Mahmoud Jega declared the final result of the election. They have the idea. So whatever the political party agents, whatever the result sheet they have in their hands, if it's different from what they upload, that means something's wrong. That's why they go to fact check. And all this evidence Okija has gathered, can they pass scrutiny of cross-examination in a law court? That's another issue. There are a lot of technicality that come with election petition. Obi is talking about a process. And he needs the reason why he's talking about a process. Election petition case stand on tripod. One is the qualification of a candidate. Two is the substantial compliance with the law or with the guideline that we are talking about. And the third one is the spread. For you to be declared. The spread, what I mean by the spread is that you must have 1/3 in the 2/3 of the whole states and the Federal Capital Territory. He didn't have it. He didn't have that spread. The only strategy he has before him is to go for the jugular. Attack the process. Address the substantial non-compliance.
No, it's not 1/3. 25%.
It's 1/4.
No, it's not 1/3. It's 25%.
It's not 25%. It's 1/3 in 2/3 of the whole federation. That's
no, it's not 1/3. It's 1/4.
25%. It's 25% of the result.
Oh, okay, 25%
in 24 states.
In 24 states, that's what they must have.
Which is 2/3 of the states,
not
isn't
1/3. Not 1/3. 25%.
He said 2/3 of the 36 states.
2/3.
Yes,
They
yes.
must have
Abuja.
25% in 2/3 of the 36 and FCT. And Obi didn't have it. And Atiku didn't have it too. The only part to fit for them is to attack the process.
Yes.
To prove there is substantial non-compliance with INEC rules and regulation and the electoral.
Yeah, but you're forgetting that when they are looking through the process, according to what Okija is referring to, if the votes is undermined or there is serious rigging, then those numbers could alter. Then what you are talking about now,
they can only attack that under. That's why they can only. That's under that law. They can only attack that. That's not substantial compliance. That's what leads to rigging. That's what leads to overvoting. That means.
And also even when that happens, INEC has to be satisfied that there is substantial problems with the numbers for it to actually, that's for the court to rule in favor of the complainant. So if the numbers indicate that there's serious, because you remember, if you take votes away from Tinubu or Atiku, the percentage of P2B in many of the states goes up. That's what happens.
They are losing
up.
No, they are all losing it. Whatever vote anybody has, they are losing it. If they cancel a unit, they're not going to set LP apart.
No, I get what you mean. But if they made a mistake and they say they try to verify it and they found out that one value, so if one of the values is incorrect, they will cancel the entire thing.
They will cancel the entire thing if there's no voting. If it's by one vote,
hold on. You know that there are multiple people that has the actual values. What if they can verify that out of 3 or 4 people that have
there's no way you will separate it that it's for this party or for the other party. Once there's an overvoting.
He's not talking about.
No, I'm not talking about overvoting. I'm talking about if there's discrepancy between the data that is submitted to INEC versus what the other candidate. What happened at the polling unit?
For instance, Lagos. Let me finish 400,000 votes in Lagos.
So they don't lose it.
About 400,000 votes in Lagos.
Body, let me pose a question to you.
And then Plateau, about 500,000 more in Plateau.
Body, let me pose a question to you, and hopefully that this will kind of help clarify what is being said here.
Okay.
From your perspective, is it the job? See, I'm not asking a question. Is it the job of the courts? Remember, even when the courts may feel like, this is the correct answer versus this is the wrong answer, they can only answer the question that you exactly pose to them. They can't go beyond that. When they go beyond it, becomes it ends up being over. Exactly. That's not how they behave. So courts rule based on the question that you ask them. If Obi says his only challenge is overvoting, then they will only rule based on overvoting.
Yeah,
even if they say that he won, they can't rule on that because that will be over.
So
going beyond their jurisdiction. So my question to you is this: is it the job of the court to assign and apportion numbers, or is it their job to just rule? Okay, challenging there's fraud here. Okay, we see their discrepancies, we cancel the whole thing. Versus, let's just reduce the numbers and help you reduce the numbers. Is it I wanted to clarify that because I think
the court won't do the math. It's incumbent on whoever alleges to do that tabulation. You have to come to the court with that tabulation. That you won in this unit is rigged, it has to be cancelled. You have to do that deduction by yourself, and then you bring that table before the court, and then you have to prove it.
But if the court can prove which one is, because you can have 2 results, and the court can prove which one is right, but they can prove at least
the way it works is if you approach an election petition tribunal,
police officers have the result too, because the result is submitted to police officers.
There's one presumption of regularity on the side of INEC, because
let me clear the
law is on the side of INEC. The law presumes that INEC did all what is right. So that's why the body of proof.
Body, can I ask a question, please?
Body, hold on. There's a lot going on here.
Let me clear the air, please.
Are you going to use 1 minute? You don't have a long time. CM, it's not your time. So you have to be short.
Yes, let me clear
Okay, go ahead, TM.
Okay, let me clear the air. There is intention to rig the presidential result ab initio before they even start. And let me prove it to you. This is an election conducted 3 elections on the same day, 3 ballot papers. Senate and House of Reps was uploaded. That of and nationwide, that of presidential election, nowhere in the country was it, not even from a single polling unit was it uploaded. So it was deliberately not uploaded because they know they want to text result and then manipulate. But that's not the case. The issue now is whatever figure INEC used to declare Tinubu president, they put it on their system. P2B will now bring the signed one from every polling unit and do the tabulation. It will match. That is what is going to prove in court. Simple.
Okay.
So let me land on my thoughts. What I'm saying is this.
Okay.
Or whatever result, whatever evidence you are bringing to the law court, it's very easy. We can come over here and say a lot of things. I've been a watcher of tribunal. I've used my money to go and witness tribunal section on so many occasions. If you bring paper from the streets, court will take it. But is it carry any weight? What value do you attach to it? The value that come with it depends on what you can prove in the law court. And it's come with a lot of technicality that you have to explain to the law court. Because on the side of INEC, there's a presumption, according to law, that INEC did the right thing. And it's for the petitioner who alleges that, oh, there's a fraud. And then you have to prove that, oh, there is substantial non-compliance with the regulation. And then the bar is, you must prove beyond reasonable doubt.
That's a very high bar.
That's a very high bar.
It's not beyond reasonable doubt. You have to prove substantial this in violation of the process.
Go and check. It's beyond reason. You have to prove beyond reasonable doubt.
What body is saying? Sorry, 1 second, 1 minute. What body is saying? Body is completely right. So, but where things will work very well is now left with Labour Party. How equipped their situation room is. How are they so good in terms of collating their data? They must not make mistake. They must not pick any results from WhatsApp group. They must not pick any results. Yes. Because oftentimes, sometimes people can have 100 computers in their office and be using it to do Instagram. You never can tell. Yes. But if they are so equipped where they can keep their data very well, they've done all their compare and contrast. They know where all the discrepancies is, and they can highlight everything. That is very, very good reasonable that where you can say, okay, just like what Okija is saying, 14,000, so, this unit. Now they will see where the overvoting or where they steal your own vote, where they reduce your own vote, and you are challenging INEC that INEC actually received these numbers of votes, but they present the another number that is not that does not meet what they submit to INEC. Then they become a good case. That's why what Obi is doing, Obi is challenging the process of INEC.
All right, thank you. You know, Paul, I begin to wonder what you are doing with your WhatsApp
an example.
When you are worrying that they're exchanging numbers there.
Please, 1 moment.
Let's let body finish. Let's let body finish because there are people that there are a lot of people that are waiting to speak. Rock is going to lose it. Rock is going to lose it.
I wanted to clear this thing.
Body, can you round up so that we can go through all the other people too? Because the many people haven't spoken.
You know,
they're going to be here for hours.
You know, the respondent too will be the INEC and the winner of the election. They will be on the same side. So, and then they won't fold their arms. As the OB requested,
it's all lawyers. They know. Lawyers know. They all fans. They know.
There are people.
You know,
there are a lot of people that have not spoken. They are going to get offended.
So that we will not receive a shocker because they will challenge the qualification of OB.
See, body. What makes you think that after lawyers, that the OB is going to this thing that they are using? They don't know these things that you are telling them. Obi has gone through this whole process before, you know that, don't you?
For you to know whether a particular team, if you want to watch a football match, a pre-match analysis, you look at the teams, you look at the formation. In Nigeria of today, Go and access it from 1999, whereby we've been in this democratic dispensation. Look at the set of attorneys that won most election petition case in Nigeria as of today. They are so fast in that law. Election petition case is sui generis. You can't just bring any lawyer to court. Dr. Levy that I brought to court, you know, is the lawyer for Atiku in 2019. And then you saw their performance.
Like I said, Peter Obi has experience with these sort of things. That's what you are forgetting too. And besides, he's not going to just use any person. So if you is that all you've got to? I just wanted you to round up so that someone
okay. What I'm talking about is that the respondents will not fold their hands. They will challenge the eligibility of Obi, because when Obi was picked as the president candidate of Labour Party, he wasn't the member of that party at that point in time. So they will challenge it so that we will not receive a shocker. Oh, God. So we have to watch it.
Yeah, right. That's not going to hold.
And then two,
if they challenge that,
they can fight cross petition. You know, opposition can fight cross petition too and challenge the stronghold where Obi has the most vote. They have that right. So
don't worry now. We'll start challenging everything too now. It's birth certificate.
You can't challenge pre-election. You can challenge pre-election matter.
Yeah, you can, because it's already passed.
Go check
it's pre-election matter.
But if you submit a wrong certificate, even if it's pre-election, you'll be kicked out.
Go check it.
Okay. Who's next? I think it's Rock. Rock has been saying this for the last 3 guys. Okay. All right, welcome, Rock. Sorry about that.
Thank you. No, I've been here before. I left for a couple of hours. I've been watching, but I just left the forum. Okay. It looks like we're all talking on each other. Can we just mute our mics so the moderator can call us before we come in? That way, we're just we're more organized. Okay. So on the stuff that Buddy was talking about, I kind of agree with him to some extent. Here's the reason why I agree with him to some extent. When you're going to court, and for real, I'm more obedient. I'm obedient. Like, if I had to vote, I would have voted for Peter Obi. So to tell you that I'm for Peter Obi to win, but I kind of agree with what Buddy has said. For you to overturn an election that has been declared in Nigeria or any country at all, you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Beyond reasonable doubt. So it's not just bringing a paper from polling units or bringing this. So just all of you and all of us that are hoping that this could be won in the law court, please just lower your expectation for once. Lower your expectation, because it's going to be very, very difficult. To add to that, the Nigerian judicial system in the recent years has given us some judgments that we are like, wow. For example, Imo State, all of us know Imo State. All of you here will kind of scratch your head with that kind of judgment, okay? All of us know the Senate president, current Senate president's re-election bid. That he contested for presidency, and the law states that if you're running for the same election cycle, you're competing for a different election. You cannot go back and compete for another election. But somehow they found a way for him to come back and be re-elected as a Senate president. So those 2 cases alone should tell you that you shouldn't have too much. And I hate to say this because I'm a Nigerian. I want to have institutions that work. We want to have institutions that we can rely upon and be to have the trust in our institutions. But I hate to say this. I do not 100%, not 100%. I don't think I trust it up to 50% in the Supreme Court. So that's one side, okay? The second part of this is, what is your evidence? So Peter Obi will bring this evidence to court. INEC would counter those evidence, okay? Remember, INEC has the originals of whatever, Peter Obi is going to try to counter. So INEC will come and counter those results. Peter Obi is supposed to get these evidences from INEC, which has been ruled, since on the 3rd of March. There's been stalling. INEC has been stalling this. Now, we all know why they're stalling. We all know. Let's not pretend. We all know why they're stalling. They're trying to stall as much as they can so that the 21 days will elapse. And then Peter Obi doesn't have enough evidence. You guys know all of these things. The court of law is about evidence. So they're stalling, and they're intentionally stalling. Now, yesterday or I think it was yesterday or the first day, they came out that they've allowed Labour Party to access the materials, but for only 2 states. And those 2 states are Akwa Ibom and Kaduna State. These states are not states that P2B really want to get hold of. Like River State would have been the one that River State, Imo, Lagos State, these would have been states that they would really want to get hold of. But they brought in Akwa Ibom State and Kaduna State, very insignificant in terms of evidence. Now, if they manage to stall and P2B could only get, let's say, 3 states or 4 states until the 21st, well, that's the only evidence that P2B and his team will file with. And that is not, I can tell you, if that is only the 3, that's not enough to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the election was stolen from him. And then he's going to bring all his polling unit papers and all of the sheets. Now they're going to, INEC will bring the one that they have in their IRF and all of that. If there's manipulation, how can you verify if you don't have, like assuming you only expected 3 states? How can you verify if you didn't already expect prior to that? So
no,
there is.
I get some of the things you are saying, but I don't think that scenario is likely to play out.
Let me give you an answer. This is instant. INEC on their own, before the uploading, the day they declared Tinubu, they announced results from River State.
Correct.
They were giving Labour Party around 3,000, APC around 82,000. When they uploaded later, they uploaded APC around 3,000, Labour Party 70,000. They from their own. Dino Melaye has to allow the world say, look at, go and listen to what they pronounced and go and listen to what they uploaded. So that alone indicted INEC in their own. So when people say this, listen, all these stands going this, INEC know why they are delaying, because they know it's massively rigged. They are covering themselves. The little, if it's only 2 states they see, that is enough to even tell them that the process is flawed. And when you're saying this, the law, INEC is not a law unto themselves. They are subject to the law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. INEC is under the Constitution, under the federal law. They will that's what they call subpoena INEC to come and produce the rest, because it is a material. Whether you give it to, they can summon it in court to prove you. So all these things we are saying, we know it's massively rigged. And the one P2B is relying on is not any paper from the
I haven't
street.
finished.
It is the one.
Let him carry on. Let him carry on before you start taking
just
this
one
time.
more. I know I'm coming.
Before your time will go. Otherwise,
I
your time will
finished.
start.
I haven't finished. Can I go on now? Okay.
So, but I also think that just before you start, I also think that P2B is not likely to go to present any evidence if he's not convinced it's quite solid, and I wouldn't even do that. So I don't think P2B will do anything like that.
Okay.
So
let me continue. So there is something in the law code that is called the evidence can be thrown out for, like, they could throw out evidence. You could bring your evidence, they could throw it out. I also really want P2B to prove that he won the election and he declared as a winner, but I just want you guys to not take it like, oh my God, he's going to win in the courts, because it's Nigerian tribunals and Nigerian courts is extremely difficult to prove beyond reasonable doubt. So that's that. Let me leave that. So let's go. I want to talk about something else real quick. This election it cost us over 200 and something billion to organize this election. Over 200 and something billion naira to organize this election. In other countries, if you spend money that much to organize an election like this, the election is like this, people will go down for this. People will answer questions for this. Nigeria, we are too, I would say we are too negligent. We just let things go. If this was America and you spend this amount of money and the election was flawed like that, people will go down for it. And I'm also hearing that we're going to be conducting census. And the figures, this is unofficial, this is unconfirmed, but the figures that I'm hearing is like they're going to be using 800 billion naira to conduct the census. So within 1 year, you've spent nearly over 1 trillion naira to conduct election and census in a country that is in debt, in a country that doesn't have good healthcare, in a country that just recently, for 8 months, their students were at home. This is not like, this shouldn't be acceptable by people in the country. For me, I feel like these amounts of money that we're spending in election and this to get this type of an election, it's I just feel like we are not holding these people accountable enough, and we always don't. Nigerians don't always hold their leaders accountable. That amount is too much. That's it.
Rock.
Yeah.
I think, let me clarify some information. I just checked the amount it costs to run US presidential elections. And from what I can see here, it says it's 14 billion US dollars. And sometimes we have to be careful when we say things about our country, because I learned that INEC did employ about 1.4 million people, or let's say 1 million people, and somebody tells me that they are not buying Gary for them to be sipping. So if you put that on the list, you find that the money just disappears very quickly, and so that's something I just thought I should clarify.
But look at the technology we're using. We're using an outdated technology. You might think that IRF is a good technology, but what the IRF does is just snap and upload. That is Stone Age technology. I snap something and upload, and that is what we spend that much money. I'm a software engineer.
I agree with that one. That one is cheating. The moment they said that, I knew that thing was up for rigging. Because how can you have a device that can do facial recognition and fingerprint, but you started taking pictures and writing by hand from paper to paper? That is crazy. I think it was designed to fail like that.
So when you mentioned that US spent, I'm 14 or 16 billion
US
$14 billion. Do you see? And some of you must have voted in the US. Theirs is electronic. It's once you submit, once you vote, and you put it in that electronic sheet, it transmits the results and counts.
No, that's not true.
Okay, it's not true.
Every person, every state, they have their own rules.
Every state has their own laws. That's correct. Every state has their own laws.
Counting some just manual throughout.
Correct, but I can tell you that the technology is not on the same level. So you cannot tell me that. And then of course the population is not on the same level as well. And then the states, the country, the GDP is not on the same level. You cannot tell me that American GDP. Do you know how much? It's Nigeria own was just 400 billion.
We overpaid in this election. We overpaid.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And for us to overpay and have something this flawed, and we're just here talking about, oh, it was just flawed. Oh, INEC did. They tried. Oh, no. For me, they just gave us for the amount of money they spent. They just gave us the worst elections Nigeria has ever had. That's my own, and it's left for public opinion and public counter opposing it. But that's my opinion. All right, thank you. Let me let someone talk.
Just hold on. I was just trying to find that information. The reason why I just wanted to highlight the information more closely, I think that's it. That's the 14 billion. That is equivalent to Nigeria is about 200, 300.
No. Forefather, they're talking about the campaign. Election campaign.
This one for the campaign. Election campaign. March record.